film and TV world, starting from the medicine god. Hey, fanfic family! So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 76 Crab Feast. Back home, after washing up, Wang Yan drove out and happened to see the taillights of Andy's 911. As he exited the parking garage, he saw Fan Shengyi and Guanzhou walking briskly forward. He honked the horn, the car stopped beside them, and he rolled down the window. Get in. Brother Wang? No need, we'll take the subway, Guanzhou said politely. Get in, I'm going to Lujiazhu. Guanzhou thanked him. Oh, okay, thank you, Brother Wang. He pulled Fan Shengyi to the back seat. The car started and sped away. Fan Shengyi sat silently in the car, looking around at the interior. Guanzhou, clinging to the back of the front seat, asked curiously, Brother Wang, what are you doing over there? Wang Yan, looking at the traffic ahead, replied, Isn't there a software park over there? I'm going to rent a place to start a company. Brother Wang, are you also venturing into the internet industry? Just dabbling. I've had a small idea lately, I'll try it out first. Wang Yan glanced at Guanzhou in the rearview mirror and said, If you're not happy with what you're doing, you can come work for me. The pay will be excellent. Thanks, Brother Wang, but I'll pass. I haven't even mastered what I'm doing yet, and I know absolutely nothing about the internet. Don't be so pessimistic. I think you're doing well. It's not like you're going to be writing code, what's there to worry about? Seeing Guanzhou trying to explain, he said, Okay, we'll talk about it later. You guys take a nap, it'll be a while. Wang Yan drove quietly, looking at the buildings on both sides of the road. He had lived in Shanghai for a period of time in the 1930s, the early 2000s, 2015, and 3 or 4 years from now, comparing the changes this international metropolis underwent in his mind. Soon, he arrived at Fan Shengyi's company. After thanking Wang Yan and saying goodbye to Guanzhou, Fan Shengyi gracefully got out of the car, closed the door, and waved to Wang Yan in the driver's seat until the car drove away. Fan Shengyi glanced at the crowd watching her out of the corner of her eye, tossed her hair, and swayed her hips as she walked in, her high heels clicking on the floor. Brother Wang, do you not like Sister Fan? Wang Yan said casually, Not really, I just don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Guanzhou said anxiously, Sister Fan is very nice. She's much older than me and Yingying, and she's helped us a lot. Yet, Xiaochu told me about her when we had dinner last time. Wang Yan didn't want to discuss whether Fan Shengyi was good or bad with Guanzhou, so he changed the subject, saying, Hey, by the way, Guan, I've never asked you before, I only know you work in investment banking, so what exactly do you do? Guanzhou stopped dwelling on Fan Shengyi and said shyly, Brother Wang, I'm still in my internship stage, doing some basic auxiliary work. I think I understand, so you have a long way to go, keep going. Then, Wang Yan changed the subject, saying, But seriously, Guan, why don't you come work with me? Experiencing a company go from nothing to something, and then back to nothing, will definitely help you more and grow faster than you would learn there. Just look at what you're doing. Brother Wang, although she thought what he said made sense, Guanzhou couldn't stand Wang Yan's persuasive manner and called out, Because of my low education level, my parents went through a lot of trouble to get me this job, I don't want to. Alright, I won't say any more. Wang Yan shook his head and smiled, But little Guan, education is only one aspect, don't worry about it. Your colleagues who have been in the industry for many years may not have high education levels either, but their professional skills are excellent, you will have that day too. Thank you, Brother Wang. The two chatted and laughed as they drove to Guanzhou's company building. Goodbye, Brother Wang. Before Wang Yan could reply, Guanzhou closed the car door and ran, she was about to be late. Watching Guanzhou run inside, Wang Yan drove away. Just like he had told Guanzhou before, he had contacted a professional agency that offered a one-stop service and was very powerful. The Douyin app hadn't been released yet, he was thinking of copying some homework and doing some other business to keep himself busy. For the next week, Wang Yan was extremely busy preparing for the new company's establishment. He outsourced the company registration to an agency, but since he had no staff, he had to handle everything personally. This included renting space, purchasing office supplies, contacting headhunters to conduct interviews, and so on. Initially, they didn't need many people, so the office space was quite spacious, with each person occupying a large desk. The computers on each desk were high-end, with 2 monitors. Since many professionals prefer laptops due to system limitations, Wang Yan didn't skimp, providing an unopened laptop on every desk. However, all of this was secondary. Wang Yan's advantage lay in the compensation. The salaries were exceptionally high, and while overtime was unavoidable, the pay was substantial. Moreover, he hired experienced developers with years of experience, whose skills were sufficient. They were good at planning and coordination, and barring unforeseen circumstances, they could generally leave on time. Since the system was implemented, Wang Yan had always been the leader. He was a seasoned veteran with extensive experience. With just a few things, and with the help of the few people he recruited, the company's basic structure was set up in a week. The rest could be developed and filled in gradually. Next, they just had to wait for the agency to handle things and for the employees he had lured in to gradually arrive before they could start. During this time, Wang Yan would run into Andy every morning when he went for his morning exercise. They would have breakfast together at Brother Zhang's place near the entrance, taking turns treating each other. At first, Andy might have been a little uncomfortable, but she got used to it after a couple of days. As their contact increased, they inevitably started exchanging views on various things. At this point, Andy was still alright, she wasn't the gossipy old woman she would become later. Wang Yan was also using this opportunity to slowly guide her towards becoming a more normal person. Now, Andy was waking up earlier, basically right around the same time as Wang Yan. Every day, she would watch Wang Yan practice his boxing routine, round and round, in a quiet corner, and Andy found it very amusing. As for Kedan's flirting, Andy didn't tell him about Wang Yan. Although they got along well online, things hadn't progressed to that point, and Andy was still wary. Guanzhou rode in Wang Yan's car once, but refused to do so again. Her colleagues kept gossiping about her, which made her very uncomfortable, and besides, Wang Yan was indeed a man. So she couldn't explain herself clearly. Chu Yingying was still bouncing around every day, sometimes going upstairs with Guanzhou to chat with Wang Yan when they borrowed books. That's just her personality. Even with Wang Yan's occasional reminders, she was still easily fooled by that manager Bai. However, Wang Yan's words did have an effect. Chu Yingying wasn't as foolish as the characters in the drama, getting to know someone and sleeping with them after only a few days. But even with Wang Yan's guidance, it had only been a week, and the effects weren't yet apparent. What was bound to happen still happened. That Saturday afternoon, Wang Yan was drinking tea at home, thinking about algorithms, when his phone rang. He glanced at the phone. It was Andy calling. He answered. "Hey, Andy?" Andy, driving on the other end, said, "Old Ten got me some hairy crabs. Can you cook them?" She knew Wang Yan could cook, they'd mentioned it in conversation, and she'd even overheard their conversation on the security camera during the noise incident. "Of course, I'm a professional." "That's great, I'll leave it to you." Andy laughed. "By the way, I was thinking of inviting the other girls on the 22nd floor to eat together, you." Before Andy could finish, Wang Yan interrupted. "It's okay, I'll go buy some more groceries later, we can all have a good meal together." "Okay, it's settled then." Wang Yan hung up, tidied up the tea set, got up, and drove off. Andy's help with Chu Xiaoxiao's collaboration with GI Company, and Tan Zhongming's fatherly support for Andy. He stopped thinking about those messy things, drove to a bar, had Xiaoli bring him a bottle of Shaoxing wine and 2 bottles of white wine, then went to the market to buy some groceries before returning to Joyful Ode. Meanwhile, Andy returned to Ode to Joy. Noticing Fan Shengyi and Chu Xiaoxiao returning through the security camera, Andy quickly opened the door and went out. "Sister Fan, Xiao Chu." Noticing what Fan Shengyi was carrying, "Oh, what a coincidence, I also brought back some hairy crabs today, I wanted to invite you to eat together." Chu Xiaoxiao said weakly, "I can't cook." "I can." Before Fan Shengyi could finish, Andy said, "No need, I've already talked to Wang Yan, he'll cook, we'll help out later." "Wang Yan? Ask him to cook." Meeting Andy's indifferent gaze, Chu Xiaoxiao, who had instantly perked up, wisely shut her mouth. It wasn't that she was afraid of Andy, she had just begged for help, only to be betrayed? Besides, she would need to ask him for help again in the future. Fan Shengmei didn't say anything. She had been curious after Zhu Yingying and Guanzhou's high praise for Wang Yan's cooking skills last time. Call them all over, Andy said to Fan Shengmei, then turned and went back into the house. Chu Xiaoxiao, who hadn't slept all night, fell asleep on Andy's sofa. Andy, Fan Shengmei, and Guanzhou were talking. Where's Xiao Chu? Oh, she's dating. She and her boyfriend went grocery shopping. She said her cooking is really good. Guanzhou was about to speak when she saw Wang Yan carrying things in through the door. She quickly stepped forward, changing the subject. Brother Wang, let me help you. Wang Yan said, no need, it's just a few steps. He took a few steps and put the things on the table. Seeing him put the things down, Andy said, do you think my kitchen is okay? She went over and checked the pots, pans, and dishes, and Wang Yan said, it's enough. Then the three women helped Wang Yan pick vegetables while chatting and laughing, and Wang Yan just listened with a smile, chopping vegetables with a clack, clack, clack. Actually, if you didn't consider other factors, the atmosphere was quite warm. With everything almost ready, Wang Yan began wielding his large ladle with a clanging sound, leaving the three women watching in astonishment. Andy patted Wang Yan on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. You were right, you're really professional. Guanzhou nodded repeatedly beside him. Brother Wang, you're amazing. She had heard Zhu Yingying say this before, and thought it was just an exaggeration, but she hadn't expected it to be so impressive. Fan Shengmei said in surprise, I never knew someone as busy as you could do this. Hey, it's not as exaggerated as you guys make it out to be. I'm still far from being a professional chef. It's just home cooking, nothing special. Wang Yan said modestly, alright, you guys just wait to eat. There's a lot of smoke coming from this, you guys go chat over there. Oh, Andy, deacon the wine I brought. Okay. Andy agreed and took the wine out of the table. Noticing the wine jar next to her, Andy asked, Wang Yan, is this also wine? As she spoke, she held up the wine jar. Wang Yan glanced at it and said, that's Shaoxing wine. I figured you wouldn't like it, so I brought some wine. It'll go perfectly with a crab. Andy examined the wine jar in her hand, then I'll try this Shaoxing wine later. Wang Yan glanced at her, shrugged, and went back to wielding his ladle. Andy gave Wang Yan a disgruntled look and poured the wine into a decanter. At this moment, Guanzhou called out while looking at the computer, Sister Andy. Seeing Andy, who was pouring wine, grunt and look at her, Guanzhou continued, someone's contacting you on Facebook, their name is Gideon. Andy nodded, glanced at Wang Yan who was still wielding his ladle, and said, got it. She couldn't help but speed up her movements. Fan Shengmei, standing to the side, stepped forward with a cheeky grin, Gideon, huh? Andy had mentioned this person at dinner yesterday when she helped Andy set up the smart lock. Before she could speak further, Andy finished pouring the wine, walked over to grab the laptop, gave the two of them an apologetic smile, and went back to the bedroom to chat with Gideon. Just like in the drama, Gideon wanted to invite Andy out for dinner. Andy refused again, and facing Gidion's suspicion, Andy said she really had friends there. Gideon finally made a straightforward and humorous self-justification, I'm just pretending to be casual, otherwise I'd lose face. Seeing this, Andy chuckled. But after subconsciously looking up at Wang Yan wielding a large ladle outside, Andy's smile vanished. Forgetting to reply to Gideon, she began to examine herself. If there were still that rambling narration, it would definitely be, for some reason, looking at the cold, electronically generated words on the computer screen, Andy felt a warmth rise in her heart. But seeing the busy man's back outside, and feeling the warmth of the everyday life surrounding her, Andy couldn't help but feel lost. Watching Andy leave with her computer, Guanzhou and Fan Shengmei conscientiously set out bowls and chopsticks on the table, gossiping about Gideon, chatting and laughing happily. After a while, a knock sounded at the door, and Wang Yan finished preparing the last dish. Fan Shengmei went to open the door and let the two in. Andy also came out at this moment, leaving behind the anxiously waiting Gideon. Suppressing her inner excitement, Zhu Yingying happily introduced Manager Bai to everyone. Then he greeted, Brother Wang. At the same time, Wang Yan, who was carrying the dishes, raised an eyebrow. This felt like a daughter bringing her boyfriend home to meet her father. "This is Brother Wang. He's really good to me, he takes great care of me." Manager Bai politely bowed slightly to Wang Yan. "Hello, Brother Wang." Chu Yingying had talked about Brother Wang a lot to him, and he was tired of hearing it. But he knew that the man was truly impressive. Everyone in this room, except for Chu Yingying's two roommates, was quite remarkable. And those two roommates were, well, not bad looking. He nodded, said, "Hello to you too," smiled at Chu Yingying, and continued carrying the dishes. Fan Shengmei said in a high-pitched voice, "I heard from Chu Yingying that you're going to cook." Seeing Manager Bai nod, she continued, "It's so embarrassing to have you cook on our first meeting. But men who can cook are good men. It's just unfortunate that Yingying might not know today, Wang Yan has already cooked, so you don't need to bother." As she spoke, Fan Shengmei gestured to the dishes on the table. Guanzhou said from the side, "That's right, don't bother, we'll try your cooking another time." Manager Bai looked at it, thought for a moment, and said, "How about this? I'll make a cold dish, it'll be ready quickly." After saying that, she picked up the things and went to cook. Chu Yingying followed along to help, and the two of them looked quite professional. Looking at the two of them, the three of them exchanged glances and went to the side to chat. Wang Yan took off his apron and handed it to Chu Yingying, washed his hands, glanced at the three girls whispering to each other, took out his phone, found a place to sit down, and started scrolling. The bar was fine, he didn't need to worry about it. The system's arrangement seemed more like a gift to him, a shop, probably a freebie because of his taste. Now he started a company, and initially, his subordinates might not be familiar with his style, unable to handle certain matters, and constantly seeking his instructions. Although Wang Yan said he'd rest well today, and before the interview he'd said to try not to bring work into his life, it's inevitable. Some are ambitious and eager to make an impression on this wealthy boss during the company's early stages. They're working for him, not even resting on their days off, still thinking about company matters. What could Wang Yan say? He patiently replied to each message. After the three women chatted for a while, they woke Chu Xiaoxiao. While Chu Xiaoxiao washed her face, Andy gave her a few more instructions, telling her not to talk carelessly while eating. Now that Andy understood Chu Xiaoxiao, she was afraid Chu Xiaoxiao might cause trouble for Wang Yan again, or humiliate Chu Yingying and Manager Bai, which would put her in a difficult position. Hearing that Manager Bai had prepared the cold dishes, Fan Shengmei called for dinner, and Chu Xiaoxiao casually responded and walked to the table. Andy shook her head helplessly and followed. Chapter 77 Liking needs no reason. Everyone sat around the dining table, the clinking of bowls and chopsticks, the gurgling of wine being poured, and the laughter of several women creating a harmonious atmosphere. Wang Yan sat at the end of the table to Guanzhou's right, with Chu Xiaoxiao and Andy in the middle on his other side, and Manager Bai, Chu Yingying, and Fan Shengmei next to Andy opposite them. Fan Shengmei raised her glass and said, "Come on, raise your glass. Thank you Andy for providing the venue, and thank you Wang Yan for the feast." Everyone drank together, and Andy coughed slightly, looking at Wang Yan. "I'm not used to this kind of drink, but it tastes good. Have some more." "Just a little is fine. The main thing is to eat crab." Wang Yan nodded, and had Guanzhou hand him a wine jar. At this moment, Chu Xiaoxiao, who had put down her wine glass, picked up a piece of spicy stir-fried crab and said, "Wow, all these dishes were made by Chef Wang? You're amazing." She emphasized the word chef. Andy took the wine, and seeing that Wang Yan didn't seem to care, patted her on the shoulder and said, "Just eat yours." Shrugging, Chu Xiaoxiao said, "By the way, did you see Bai Shui cook? What did he make?" Chu Yingying tilted her head and muttered, "This preserved egg tofu, it's so delicious." She glanced at Wang Yan and chuckled, "It's not bad, just as good as Brother Wang's." Shaking his head and smiling, Wang Yan took a bite and said, Not bad, Yingying's right." He even winked at Chu Yingying. Chu Yingying was incredibly shy and quickly lowered her head to eat the crab. Only her trembling shoulders betrayed her quiet happiness. Chu Xiaoxiao glanced at Wang Yan, picked up a spoon, took a bite, and exclaimed exaggeratedly, "It's so delicious. This is the best dish I've ever had, much better than Chef Wang's." Raising her glass, Chu Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow at Manager Bai and continued, "Chu Yingying, you're so lucky. I'm so jealous. I just love someone like you, handsome and good at managing a household. Come on, "Handsome Bai, let's have a drink alone." Manager Bai raised his glass and said, "Not at all, thank you so much for all the beautiful ladies who have helped Ying." Andy wanted to say something, but Fan Shengmei glanced at the two exchanging glances and clinking glasses, then looked at Wang Yan, patted Andy, and shook her head. Andy frowned but didn't speak. The meal ended happily amidst Fan Shengmei's efforts to be considerate, Chu Xiaoxiao's various teasing of Manager Bai, and her occasional sarcastic remarks about Wang Yan. Chu Xiaoxiao talked to herself, and seeing that Wang Yan ignored her, she eventually stopped causing trouble. She was also afraid of angering Wang Yan, as she, a weak woman, couldn't possibly fight back. Apart from occasionally whispering a few words to Guanzhou beside her, Wang Yan didn't say much, just drinking his wine and eating snacks while watching the monkeys. At this moment, Jiu Yingying glanced at her phone on the table and said, "Oh dear, it's so late. Xiao Bei, you should go now, or you'll miss the subway. I'll see you out. Come on, come on." Manager Bai paused for a moment, looked around at the women present, and finally fixed his gaze on Chu Xiaoxiao. He nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go first." "Leaving already? I haven't even said a few words to you yet." Chu Xiaoxiao shook her head with a hint of regret, picked up a large crab in her hand, and walked over to Manager Bai in a few steps. She said, "Guanzhou, quickly take a couple of pictures of me and Manager Bai. I want to look at them and reminisce about the best preserved egg tofu when I have some free time." Looking at the photos on her phone, Chu Xiaoxiao gave Manager Bai a sweet look and waved bye-bye. After giving Chu Xiaoxiao a deep look, Manager Bai was pulled away by Jiu Yingying. Watching the door slam shut, Chu Xiaoxiao tossed aside the crab shell in her hand, glanced sideways at Wang Yan who was drinking with his head tilted back, rolled her eyes, and smiled disdainfully. "Just now, I put a note in that Manager Bai's pocket. I guarantee he'll be bold enough to call me tonight." Guanzhou glared angrily at Chu Xiaoxiao, but didn't say anything. Andy said angrily, "He's Xiao Chu's boyfriend, what you did was outrageous." Chu Xiaoxiao said nonchalantly, "What's wrong with me testing Xiao Chu's boyfriend?" Fan Shengmei, standing to the side, said something sensible, "You're testing your personal charm, aren't you?" Before he could continue, Wang Yan finished his drink, picked up a tissue to wipe his mouth, and said, "What you said makes sense." Putting down the tissue, he looked at Chu Xiaoxiao, who was leaning towards him, and said, "Are you saying it's better to know the outcome sooner? You've done a good deed?" Chu Xiaoxiao retorted sarcastically, "Why is there a chef like you everywhere?" This was truly putting down the bowl. "You insulted her father." Wang Yan glanced at Chu Xiaoxiao, gestured towards where she had been sitting, and said, "If you're looking for a boyfriend, you'd better hide him well. Don't make me test him out of bad luck, it's too much trouble, right?" Chu Xiaoxiao's face darkened as she said, "Wang, I'm warning you, don't go too far." Wang Yan gave her a strange look and said, "What's wrong with me testing your boyfriend? Isn't that what you just said? You're not grateful, and you're threatening me instead?" Knowing she couldn't win an argument with Wang Yan, Chu Xiaoxiao picked up her bag, walked to the door, and snorted coldly, "We'll see." She then slammed the door shut. Andy frowned, looked at the door, sighed softly, and turned to look at Wang Yan along with Guanzhou and Fan Shengmei. Ignoring their stares, Wang Yan said to Guanzhou, "Guan, tell Chiu about this tomorrow. Don't tell her today, or she won't be able to sleep well." After saying goodbye to Andy, Wang Yan opened the door and went upstairs to go home. The remaining three women looked at each other, and finally, Fan Shengmei asked, "Just like in the drama, do you think Manager Bai will call Chu Xiaoxiao?" Andy said uncertainly, "Probably not." Guanzhou didn't speak, because she already had the answer. After glancing at the two of them, Fan Shengmei sighed and said, "All right, everyone's gone. Guan, let's help Andy clean up." "Okay," Guanzhou replied, and the three of them began to clean up the mess on the table. The next day, Wang Yan got up early to exercise as usual. However, today was a day off, and Andy didn't get up early because she wanted to rest more. After Wang Yan finished breakfast, he walked back with his hands behind his back and met Andy and Guanzhou one after the other at the entrance of the community. "Good morning." "Good morning, Brother Wang." The two greeted Wang Yan. "Yes, good morning." Nodding, Wang Yan asked Guanzhou, "Little Guan, what's wrong today?" Guanzhou said shyly, Sister Andy said that going for a run in the morning makes you feel refreshed all day. It's your first time out, so you should be careful. Just exercise in moderation. Seeing her nod, Wang Yan continued, by the way, did you tell Xiaoqiu? Guanzhou said, not yet. Yingying wasn't up when I came out. Okay, then tell her when you go later. If she can't control herself, she can come upstairs to find me. Alright then, you guys go for your run, I'm heading back now. Okay, I understand, Brother Wang, don't worry. Andy looked at Wang Yan's retreating figure and said to Guanzhou beside her, he's very good to Xiaoqiu. Brother Wang is also very good to me, Sister Andy. You and Brother Wang get along very well too, don't you? Yesterday you even told me that you exercise and have breakfast together every morning. Guanzhou said, it's just that he seems to dislike Sister Fan a little. Oh? Andy looked at Guanzhou with a puzzled expression, waiting for her next answer. As far as I remember, Brother Wang has never really interacted with Sister Fan. Last time he drove me to work, I asked him if he didn't like Sister Fan, Guanzhou said, recalling the situation. Brother Wang just said he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, and before I could ask any further, he stopped talking about it. After listening, Andy thought for a moment, then shook her head as she watched Wang Yan's disappearing figure. Let's not worry about him. Let's run. You'll find out later. Wang Yan went home, washed up, brewed a pot of tea, and sat cross-legged on a futon, thinking about how to arrange things. A quirky, unrestrained, straightforward, sharp-tongued, seemingly cynical but actually genuinely kind, thorny rose that people both love and hate. At first, he thought of Xiaoqiu, but then his thoughts wandered off into random, unrelated things. After all, he had too many things to hide, and he couldn't help but let his mind wander like this. After a long while, Wang Yan was awakened by a knock on the door. Without even thinking, he knew who it was. He got up, walked over, and opened the door. Sure enough, he saw Zhu Yingying, who looked anxious and had red eyes, followed by Guanzhou. With teary eyes, Zhu Yingying asked, Brother Wang, Guanzhou told me everything. Last night, Manager Bai texted me saying he was helping a friend move. Do you think he went to see Xiaoqiu? What do you think? Wang Yan, seeing Zhu Yingying about to cry, quickly interrupted, come in and talk. Watching Wang Yan skillfully arranging the tea set across from her, Zhu Yingying finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. What, Brother Wang, what should I do? Wang Yan said helplessly, little Zhu, don't cry. Saying that, he picked up his phone, flipped through it, and handed it to her. Take a look at this first. Zhu Yingying choked and asked, what is it? She then took the phone and started flipping through it, then looked up at Wang Yan in disbelief and said, Brother Wang, is all of this true? Seeing Wang Yan nod, Zhu Yingying screamed scumbag, and was about to throw the phone. Wang Yan reacted quickly, snatching the phone from her hand and preventing it from suffering the terrible fate it was about to face. Don't want to cry anymore? Seeing Guanzhou looking at the phone curiously in her hand, Wang Yan casually handed it to her. I don't want to. Zhu Yingying nodded first, then shook her head, her eyes brimming with tears, and said, I still want to cry, Brother Wang. Cry because you were blind? Cry about the sweet times you spent together? Wang Yan sighed, pouring tea for the two of them as he said, here, have some tea to soothe your throat. Actually, you don't have to do this. Did you listen to my advice? Zhu Yingying nodded, thank goodness I listened to you, otherwise I would be filled with regret now. That's right. Between the two, you should. Before Wang Yan could finish speaking, Guanzhou, who had finished reading all this, said angrily and disappointedly, Yingying, what do you have to cry about? Such a scumbag, why aren't you dumping him? Listen to me, what you should do now. While Guanzhou was comforting Zhu Yingying, Wang Yan quietly got up and went to the study, leaving the two of them alone. Wang Yan understood Zhu Yingying. The naive young girl had been deceived in her feelings, and it was normal for her to cry to release her pent-up emotions, anger, sadness, regret, and helplessness. However, he couldn't bear to see her sobbing, it was too upsetting. After writing some large characters, Guanzhou and Zhu Yingying, her eyes red, came over. Zhu Yingying said, thank you, Brother Wang. It's alright, it's good that you're okay with it. You should thank Guanzhou more. Thank you, Guan. Zhu Yingying turned to thank Guanzhou. Seeing Guanzhou wave, Zhu Yingying asked, Brother Wang, how did you find all that information? Chuziao could find Andy, why can't I? Private investigators, internet experts, aren't those all methods? Oh, right. Forcing a silly smile, Jiu Yingying said, thank you again, Brother Wang. Guan and I will head back now, bye-bye. Wang Yan smiled and saw them off, then turned to tidy up the tea set and went about his own business. In room 2202, seeing Guanzhou and Zhu Yingying enter, Fan Shengmei, who had been lying in the room playing on her phone, got up and came out. Little Chu, why are you crying like this? Are you alright? Zhu Yingying nodded, pouting, and said, thank you, Sister Fan, I'm fine. Then, dejectedly, she went back to her room. Fan Shengmei looked at the listless Zhu Yingying and gave Guanzhou a questioning look. Pulling Fan Shengmei aside, Guanzhou angrily recounted the events of the previous day and the documents. Let me tell you, Sister Fan, this manager Bai, he looks respectable, but he's utterly rotten. After listening, Fan Shengmei shook her head and sighed. I knew he wasn't a good person, but I didn't expect him to be this rotten. Sigh, men, tisk tisk. Coming back to her senses, Fan Shengmei continued, so what's Zhao Zhu Yingying planning to do? Guanzhou replied matter-of-factly, of course, we'll break up. She's a bit down right now and hasn't figured out how to say it yet. Well, that depends on you, sister. She gave Guanzhou a flirtatious look, then turned and swayed her hips as she walked towards Zhu Yingying's room. Zhao Zhu Yingying, let me tell you. Watching Fan Shengmei's alluring back, Guanzhou thought of something, felt a chill, and followed her. Just as Fan Shengmei had offered her advice and comforted Zhu Yingying for a while, having almost settled things. It was already noon, and everyone's phones lit up one after another with new WeChat message notifications. It was a group photo sent by Chuziao, including manager Bai. Even though she had already thought things through, Zhu Yingying still felt a surge of anger seeing Chuziao's bright smile in the photo. Ugh, Chuziao, that damned Chuziao. Alright, little Zhu Yingying, don't be angry. We've both figured things out. Haven't we? Why hold a grudge against Chuziao? Fan Shengmei comforted Zhu Yingying. Guanzhou chimed in, yeah, Yingying, we can just ignore her from now on. What you should do now is call that scumbag Bai and break up with him. Then have a big, happy meal and start a new life. Yeah, right, break up. Zhu Yingying nodded resentfully, muttering, that scumbag Bai, Chuziao, those two bastards, go to hell. She dialed Bai's number, and without saying a word, said, break up, you damn scumbag. Then she hung up and blocked all his contact information. After completing the operation, Zhu Yingying let out a long sigh of relief. As if she had accomplished something great, Zhu Yingying nodded to the two people beside her. Fan Shengmei and Guanzhou gave her a thumbs up. The three of them looked at each other and burst into laughter for no apparent reason. At the same time, Fan Shengmei's phone rang. She answered casually, hello? Hearing the voice on the other end, she perked up and, under the strange gazes of Zhu Yingying and Guanzhou, returned to her room, letting out a high-pitched, feminine voice. The signal was a bit bad earlier. Who is this? It was Wang Beichuan. They arranged a time and place. Fan Shengmei started trying on clothes, then, remembering her usual haughty image and respectable persona in front of him, she ran to the neighboring apartment 2201 for help from Andy, and the result was as she hoped. As Fan Shengmei was about to leave, Andy remembered the photos she had just received. Little Fan, I just saw the photos Xiao Chu sent. How is Xiao Chu now? Fan Shengmei waved her hand and laughed. It's all settled. Wang Yan thoroughly investigated that manager Bai. So that's how it is. Then Fan Shengmei rambled on to Andy about what happened that morning. Chuziao really went too far in this matter. Wang Yan's rebuke was so obvious that anyone with eyes could see Chuziao's double standards, but Fan Shengmei still said, just like in the original drama, actually, if you look at this from another angle. She still affirmed Chuziao's actions. Andy frowned after listening, but didn't say anything. After seeing Fan Shengmei out, she sat down at her desk and carefully studied the rights and wrongs of the matter. After thinking for a long time, she still couldn't figure it out. She simply took out her phone and sent a message to Wang Yan. Unfortunately, Wang Yan didn't reply. That evening, at 6 o'clock, at Wang Yan's bar, Yao Bin, who was drinking in the Ode to Joy, looked at the group of friends scattered around and said warily, "Hey Wang, what do you want? Trying to back down? No way." Wang Yan stared at Yagobin and said, "You're overthinking it. You've been investigating me for a week now, back and forth, and you've pretty much got it all, right? Have you found anything?" Yagobin retorted sharply, not backing down, "Although I don't know what gives you such confidence yet, believe me, your good days are numbered. Don't get so worked up." Shaking his head, Wang Yan said, "Let's not talk about these useless things, let's talk about something serious." Taking a sip of his drink, Yagobin said nonchalantly, "What serious business could we possibly have? The root of our conflict is still Chuziya Oxio. Otherwise, I don't think you would do something so brainless." Seeing Yagobin's disdainful mockery, Wang Yan didn't care and continued, "I'm curious, why do you like her so much? Can you tell me?" Speaking of this, even when facing an enemy, Yagobin couldn't hide his disappointment. He took a big gulp of wine, feeling the intensity burning his intestines, and smiled as he said a very ordinary question, "Does liking someone need a reason?" Indeed, liking doesn't need a reason. There was some truth to that, but Wang Yan was still speechless. He turned his head and said, "Then do you know anything about her?" "Why not? What's it to you? Do I have anything to do with you?" As soon as he opened his mouth, Yagobin realized, "Am I your enemy? You're here analyzing the woman I like? Are you stupid? Am I stupid?" With a chuckle, Wang Yan said, "Don't get so agitated. Do you really know anything about her past experiences over the years, especially what happened during her studies abroad? After all, she made you investigate this and that. You should know something about the woman you like, right?" Yagobin's awkwardness vanished in an instant, replaced by his impatient expression. "Of course I know. What exactly are you trying to say? Is that so?" "I don't think so." Noticing his change in expression, Wang Yan smiled and said, "I won't go into details about your family's backgrounds, your parents' opinions, or whether you can be together." Yagobin stared at Wang Yan with a grim expression, saying each word slowly and deliberately. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Yagobin asked. "I think we can put our grudges aside for now. You have more important things to do, don't you?" Noticing Yagobin's gaze, Wang Yan continued, "Don't look at me like that. I know you want to kill me, but you don't need to make it so obvious. Besides, I think if you understood this more important matter, you might even ask me to drink with you. What do you know? You'll have to find out for yourself. Do you think you'd believe anything I say?" Wang Yan glanced at Yagobin indifferently, then surveyed the menacing crowd around him, and said, "All right, that's all I have to say. Let's settle the bill." With that, Wang Yan handed the bill to Xiaoli. Looking at Xiaoli holding the POS machine, Yagobin took out his credit card, glared at Wang Yan, and said, "You wait until I ask you to drink with me." He casually signed the bill, tossed the pen aside, and left with a large group of people, laughing and talking. Watching Yagobin being escorted out the door by the crowd, Wang Yan took a sip of his drink, shook his head, and laughed. This Yagobin was indeed quite good at flattering people, no less so than Wang Beichuan. He was always at Chuziya Oxio's beck and call, showering her with attention and introducing her to business opportunities, wasting a lot of time and energy without getting anything in return. She never cared about him at all. What was he after? Although Yagobin's life was quite colorful, and he and Chuziya Oxio were like brothers, it's impossible that Yagobin had no feelings after learning the truth. He's a man after all, and possessiveness is a given. Of course, if he didn't care, everyone could go their separate ways. But clearly, he cared a lot. Wang Yan asked Xiaoli to pour him a glass of wine and started replying to messages one by one. He hadn't paid much attention to messages before, and quite a few had piled up. To be honest, by now, except when contacting people, Wang Yan had long since abandoned his phone. He wasn't like before, lying in bed scrolling through his phone all day. Andy's message was earlier and had sunk to the bottom. It took Wang Yan a while to see the one asking, "Are you home?" After thinking for a moment, Wang Yan called Andy. "Hey, Andy, I didn't see your message before, what's up?" Andy, who was driving, said, "I just have a question I wanted to ask you, but unfortunately, I'm out to dinner with Fan Xiaomi and the other two right now." After a pause, Andy added, "Are you coming? I won't go. How about this, if you're early, come to the bar and find me. I'll treat you to a couple of drinks to help you sleep. If it's not early, and it doesn't seem like you're in a hurry, We can talk about it tomorrow. Okay, it's settled then. Send me the bar's address. Before Wang Yan could speak, Zhu Yingying on the other end shouted, I know where Brother Wang's bar is. Wang Yan laughed and said, alright, I'll have Xiao Chu bring you over. Thank you, for the 500 coin reward and continued support. Thank you, too, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you to brother, book friend 20170729114836699, for the 100 coin reward and monthly pass support. Thank you to brothers, Yifwux, and, book friend 160,801,221,244,969, for their continued support, and to the following 16 brothers for their monthly pass support: Grape Skin Stuck in Throat, Tuo Belengayan, Sofar Ang, Chen Jin Cheng, What's Wrong with Naming, Need Passion, This Taoist's surname is Zhang, book friend 20190611123314637, seeking book recommendations, Self-Inflicted Injury, The Man Who Loves Sleeping Naked, Huahu Mensheng, Wood, book friend 110,423,221,103,662, Brother Qi wants to read books, I am a wanderer in the Jianghu. Daily thanks to all the brothers who voted for recommendations. Thank you to all the good brothers who commented or just read. Thank you, brothers. Chapter 78. Zhu Yingying takes a different path. Around 8 p.m., Zhu Yingying led Andy and Guanzhou into the bar. Listening to the quiet music, Guanzhou murmured, Brother Wang, this place really has a great vibe? Andy silently observed their surroundings, remaining silent. Zhu Yingying found Xiao Li and, following his pointing finger, saw Wang Yan quietly drinking in a corner. Approaching him, Zhu Yingying and Guanzhou greeted him, Brother Wang. Andy nodded to Wang Yan as well. Sit down. After ordering a few drinks and some snacks, Wang Yan asked, Xiao Chu, did you break up? Yes. Zhu Yingying took a sip of her drink and said fiercely, that scumbag kept changing his phone number to harass me and even tried to lie to me. But after I told him about those other women, he stopped bothering me. Nodding, Wang Yan looked at Andy, what did you want to tell me? Glancing to the side, Andy casually replied, nothing. She was afraid that Zhu Yingying would have a problem with Fan Shengyi after hearing this. Wang Yan gave a casual reply, not saying much. The group chatted and laughed quietly for a while, and drank a couple of glasses of wine. Because they had to work the next day, they hired a designated driver to go home around 9 o'clock. On the 22nd floor of Ode to Joy, Wang Yan said, Andy, want to come in for a bit? After a moment's hesitation, Andy nodded and didn't refuse. Goodbye, Brother Wang. Goodbye, Sister Andy. Zhu Yingying and Guanzhou said in unison. Wang Yan nodded, and the elevator doors closed. Come in, Wang Yan said, opening the door for Andy. So many books? Andy asked in surprise as she entered. Wang Yan laughed, just killing time, nothing much I've even seen. He picked up a bottle of wine and asked, want another drink? Sure. After pouring 2 glasses, Wang Yan invited Andy to sit down in the living room. What's up? Andy took a sip of her wine and said, well, this afternoon. She then recounted what Fan Shengmi had said to Wang Yan. I think there's some truth to what she said, but something feels off. What do you think? Putting down her glass, she didn't answer the question. Since she'd asked, she might as well elaborate. Wang Yan asked, what do you think of Chu Xiaoxiao? Xiao Chu? Andy thought for a moment and said, she's, well, carefree? Quite straightforward. Aside from what happened yesterday, she's still. Wang Yan waved his hand and said, alright, no need to say more. So that's why you repaid evil with kindness and stayed up all night to help her? Andy thought for a moment whether it was because of what she said or because she couldn't stand Chu Xiaoxiao's pitiful nagging, and finally nodded. And what do you think of Fan Shengmi? Well, I think she's quite savvy when it comes to interpersonal relationships. After all, she's worked in HR for many years. She's just a bit vain. Andy thought of Fan Shengmi's request that afternoon. Wang Yan said, I won't say much about your repaying evil with kindness. What will you repay kindness with? He paused, then continued, as for your so-called carefree and straightforward nature, I don't want to say anything harsh. You can try to observe her from an outsider's perspective, how she treats you, how she treats the 3 girls in room 2202, and some of her thoughts, and you'll understand. Fan Shangmei, what she said is correct, I agree with that. I heard you say that her old flame from university came to see her? If I were to test this old flame from another angle, do you think she would consider it a good deed? Andy was silent for a long time, then shook her head. That's settled then. Isn't this typical of someone who talks without understanding the situation? You think everything you say makes sense when it hasn't happened to you. Take Chuziya Oxeo, for example, she was just as furious and embarrassed, Wang Yan said. As for you, I think you shouldn't look down from a high place. That's not the kind of human touch you imagine. Their joys and sorrows are not your concern. Like today, after listening to Fan Shangmei's words, you think Manager Bai also has problems. Although Chuziya Oxeo made some mistakes, the outcome was good, so you're biased towards Chuziya Oxeo. But you've never considered things from Chu Yingying's perspective, have you? Wang Yan's words were somewhat heartless. In fact, wasn't he himself looking down on everyone from a high place? It's just that Wang Yan wasn't like Andy, who respected everyone while simultaneously looking down on everyone, a haughty attitude cultivated over so many years. There was no way around it, he had a psychological advantage, and he was trying his best to overcome it. Andy could sense that Wang Yan had controlled himself well, stopping short of making a scene, but no one would be happy to be brought up inappropriately. Andy remained silent for a long time, then nodded without refuting. She finished her drink. All right, I won't bother you anymore. I'll go back and think about it. After seeing Andy out, Wang Yan turned back, poured himself another drink, and went outside to look at the night sky. It was only because Andy was all right now that Wang Yan still had the patience to chat with them both. Later on, he would be lucky if he didn't torment Andy. As for Chuziya Oxeo, there wasn't much to say, she was just so-so. As for Fan Shangmei, well, I won't say much about her flirting with men and her double standards, it's not interesting. Wang Yan thought Fan Shangmei was quite conflicted, her attitude towards family didn't match her personality and style. Judging from the show, Fan Shangmei's family life must have been difficult from a young age. While she might not have suffered greatly, her childhood was unlikely to have been happy. Growing up in such a family environment, she probably wouldn't have had high expectations for her family. With such experiences, how could she not have any ambition? I wonder what major life-changing event she encountered later that shaped her into the person she is now. She never resisted her family's exploitation and burdens, only hoping to find a man to rely on, single-mindedly aiming to climb the social ladder and become a wealthy wife, achieving upward mobility. She doesn't even look at ordinary small business owners. If it were Wang Yan, aiming for that, he would definitely cut off all contact with his family. Once he achieved his goal and had money, he would return home in style to repay their kindness. As for societal views and other people's opinions, when he later went back to spend money, he would be full of praise, ignoring any criticism. Of course, there's a high chance he wouldn't succeed, but that's another story, but it's still much better than being dragged down, exploited, and left with a mess. Like Wang Mani before her, these two women both wanted to use their charm to climb the social ladder, and they both thought it was better to lie down and relax. They never considered relying on themselves. Nor did they ever think about improving their abilities or making any progress. Judging from the characters portrayed in the two dramas, they are quite capable, possessing the cunning to manipulate men. With 8 or 10 years of effort, they might very well advance 1 or 2 ranks. If they reached that level, with their beauty and intelligence, wouldn't flirting be easy and enjoyable? Of course, if they had that kind of ambition, they probably wouldn't rely on men at that point. Meanwhile, Andy returned home, her mind replaying Wang Yan's words, constantly reflecting on herself. She wasn't someone who couldn't accept criticism. Similarly, she was a rational person. Thinking back on her time living in Ode to Joy and the interactions with these girls, Andy also realized her mistake. She felt Wang Yan was right, she was indeed arrogant and condescending. Noticing the message from Ki Dian on Facebook, Andy shook her head and started chatting with Ki Dian and the other person. The next day, Wang Yan, who had been busy all day, returned to Ode to Joy. As soon as he arrived at his door, he saw Guanzhou and Chu Yingying waiting outside. "What are you doing here? Brother Wang, you're back?" Guanzhou greeted him. Wang Yan looked at the listless Chu Yingying and asked, "What's wrong?" "Brother Wang, I had a falling out with that scumbag Bai today. He got fired from his company, and then, he told me to come back and wait for a 2-day notice. Just now, Sister Fan and Sister Andy analyzed it for me and said that I broke a taboo and will be fired. What should I do, Brother Wang? Chu Yingying said dejectedly. Let's go inside and talk. He opened the door and let the two of them in. He poured them a glass of water and sat them on the sofa in the living room. Tell me what happened in detail? Then Chu Yingying rambled on about what had happened that day. Much like the original drama, Manager Bai failed in his attempt. Coupled with Chu Yingying's potentially damaging remarks and a teasing from her friends, he couldn't bear it any longer. He still wanted to use some methods to study Chu Yingying, finding some excuse to make things difficult for her. In a fit of anger, Chu Yingying blurted out everything she could and couldn't say, causing a huge scene. In fact, Wang Yan had anticipated this, but he hadn't expected Manager Bai to be so impatient, causing trouble the very next day. They're both seasoned professionals, they know all about these things, and what they said makes sense, so I won't analyze it for you anymore. Wang Yan thought for a moment and said, they'll probably notify you tomorrow. I'll find a lawyer for you then to try and get some compensation. Then I won't have a job anymore. What's the use of compensation? Chu Yingying burst into tears instantly. I had to fight so many people to find this job, and now I have to find another one. What am I going to do? Little Chu, don't cry. Wang Yan said helplessly, just come to my company then, I'll train you. At the same time, he winked at Guanzhur, who was standing next to him, signaling her to comfort Chu Yingying. Guanzhur quickly patted Chu Yingying and said, really? That's great, Yingying. Don't cry. Brother Wang wants you to go to his company and train you. Isn't that wonderful? Chu Yingying was brought back to her senses by Guanzhur's pat and asked blankly, really? Brother Wang? Wang Yan nodded and said, of course. Maybe you'll be the next Andy. But I don't know anything. Is this okay? Chu Yingying said hesitantly. What's wrong with it? Hearing this, Chu Yingying's eyes welled up with tears again, and she choked out, Brother Wang, why are you so good to me? Wang Yan smiled and said, why? Just because I feel a connection with you? Because I think you're adorably silly? Alright, you two go back now. Seeing you cry makes me upset. He chuckled and Chu Yingying said shyly, thank you, Brother Wang. We're leaving now. Goodbye, Brother Wang. After seeing the two of them out, Wang Yan turned and went back inside. He genuinely had no feelings for Chu Yingying, and he believed Chu Yingying could sense that. As for her going upstairs to Wang Yan to cry and confide in him, perhaps she subconsciously felt there was something to gain? Or perhaps she had her own little schemes? Or maybe she was simply relying on his closeness? Shaking his head and smiling, Wang Yan casually picked up a book and began to read. Downstairs, 2202. Fan Shengmei put down her phone and asked, what did Wang Yan say? What's his opinion? Chu Yingying said with a smile, Brother Wang said you and Sister Andy are right, they make sense. Fan Shengmei asked in surprise, that's it? Is that all? Guanzhur added from the side, Brother Wang said there should be a result by tomorrow. He's going to find a lawyer for Yingying to try and get some compensation? Compensation? Hearing this, Fan Shengmei, with her years of experience, thought for a moment and said, that's possible. Alright, things are almost over. Yingying, you should think carefully about your future. Chu Yingying said happily, Brother Wang said he wants me to work at his company, and he even said he'll train me. Fan Shengmei didn't say much after hearing this, but pretended to be happy and said, really? That's great. You have to work hard then. Don't worry, Sister Fan, there's absolutely no problem. After saying that, she skipped back to her room. Seeing her like this, Fan Shengmei pulled Guanzhur aside. She wouldn't be with Wang Yan. Before she could continue, Guanzhur said, oh, Sister Fan, what are you thinking? Brother Wang isn't that kind of person. I really can't imagine. You know Xiao Chu's abilities, she. Guanzhur hesitated for a moment and said, although I don't know why Brother Wang is taking care of Yingying, Sister Fan, they really have nothing going on. I can sense it. Although Fan Shengmei still thought she was right, seeing Guanzhur's serious expression, she nodded, okay, let's not talk about this anymore. The next day, Wang Yan went for his usual early morning run, and the elevator stopped on the 22nd floor. Wang Yan greeted Andy and Guanzhur outside, saying, I didn't see you two up yesterday. Andy, stepping into the elevator, replied casually, I slept in late on Sunday. Guanzhur, standing beside her, said apologetically, "My legs hurt after running the day before, so I didn't get up." Otherwise, she also had a hard time getting up in the morning, feeling exhausted and never feeling like she'd had enough sleep. Wang Yan said, "You'll get used to it. Everyone's like this at first." Reaching the park across the street, Wang Yan casually warmed up, greeted them, and ran off. Guanzhou watched Wang Yan run past them lap after lap, panting, and asked, "Sister Andy, does Brother Wang run like this every day?" Andy said helplessly, "Indeed, he's incredibly athletic. He'll even do 2 sets of boxing later. I really admire him." Guanzhou was immediately impressed. She counted the laps, running about 15 kilometers, and then he performed 2 impressive sets of boxing. Is this amount of exercise considered morning exercise? While eating breakfast, Wang Yan said helplessly to Guanzhou, who was sitting opposite him looking at him like he was livestock, "Little Guan, stop staring at me like that, eat your food." "Oh, sorry, Brother Wang." Guanzhou quickly lowered her head and drank her porridge. "I just didn't expect Brother Wang to be so amazing." I know, I accept your praise, hurry up and eat." Andy, watching the two talking, ate her steamed bun in small bites. Looking at Guanzhou, Andy thought for a moment and said, "Wang Yan, I've been thinking about this these past 2 days, and you're right, I do have some problems." Glancing at her, Wang Yan said, "It's good that you understand, let's eat, it's almost time." Guanzhou looked at the two of them, confused, but didn't say anything, then silently lowered her head and drank her porridge. After breakfast, Wang Yan went home to tidy up and wash up before heading to the company. He found a familiar lawyer, called him to give him some instructions, and gave him Chu Yingying's contact information. After all, he was a professional, and he didn't need to worry about the rest. Andy took Guanzhou to the company. In the car, Andy asked, "I forgot to ask Wang Yan this morning. Did you go to see him later? What did he say?" Guanzhou recounted the events to Andy. After listening, Andy felt uneasy, unsure of what to ask. She frowned and said, "Although we only knew each other for a short time, I know Chu's abilities. And I also know a bit about Wang Yan. He wouldn't be." "Oh, Andy, why are you like Sister Fan? Brother Wang isn't that kind of person." Guanzhou helplessly defended Wang Yan. "Chu and I discussed Brother Wang before. Chu felt he was more like an elder, and I feel the same way. Don't overthink it, Andy. Brother Wang was just looking out for us." Hearing this, Andy's uneasy thoughts subsided slightly. She didn't say anything more and turned on the radio. In the afternoon, Wang Yan was in a meeting when he received a call from Chu Yingying. Without saying much, he told her to come to the company, hung up, sent her the address, and then continued the meeting. He was genuinely busy. The company was still in its early stages, and he couldn't just wash his hands of things. He was needed in many ways. Managing projects, handling daily operations, attracting business, meeting clients, it was all his responsibility. After a while, Wang Yan explained everything clearly and finally ended the meeting. He mainly wanted to clarify what they needed to do. How to do it wasn't his problem. Just then, Chu Yingying, who had been looking around anxiously, was brought in. Upon seeing Wang Yan, Chu Yingying couldn't help but jump up, excitedly saying, "Brother Wang, thank you so much. Really. That lawyer was amazing. You have no idea what happened back then. Stop. Look around." Hearing this, Chu Yingying glanced around and saw that everyone was staring at her, drawn by her loud voice. Chu Yingying's face instantly turned red. She awkwardly chuckled and waved apologetically to those around her. Waving to everyone to continue working, Wang Yan led Chu Yingying to his office. Wang Yan poured Chu Yingying a glass of water and said, "Okay, you can continue." Chu Yingying took the water, thanked Wang Yan, took a sip, and said, "Lawyer, you're amazing." He said, "Our company's HR manager was sweating bullets, he looked so nervous. In the end, he compensated me with 3 months' salary." Thank you, Brother Wang. "It's nothing, don't mention it." Wang Yan waved his hand and said, "When are you coming to work? Are you taking a couple of days off or what?" Chu Yingying said, "I'll come tomorrow. Everyone else is working, and it's boring at home by myself." Wang Yan nodded. "This is an internet company, and it doesn't have much to do with your previous job. You'll start from the bottom, and I'll find someone to mentor you. It might be tiring, and overtime is unavoidable. I can't give you special treatment just because you're my friend. You should also learn more and improve your skills. Is that okay?" Chu Yingying quickly raised her hand and said confidently, "No, don't worry, Brother Wang. I promise to work hard. I'll see what you do." Wang Yan waved his hand and asked, "How much was your salary before?" Less than 4,000 after Social Security. "Then I'll give you 5,000 after tax, is that enough?" Chu Yingying didn't think much of it and nodded happily. "Enough, more than enough, almost the same as Guanzhou, who's an Internet Fortune 500 company. And after all the calculations, it's much higher than what I used to earn. Thank you, Brother Wang. That'll be it for now. Once I see your abilities improve, your salary will increase. So you need to work harder. I'm not trying to discourage you, but with your current abilities, even 5,000 is a bit of a struggle." Chu Yingying didn't care that Wang Yan said she was incompetent. She was already incompetent. Why shouldn't people say that? She said earnestly, "Brother Wang, I understand. Thank you. Okay, that's settled then. You can get your onboarding done first. You'll officially start working tomorrow. Go home and rest well today, the days ahead won't be easy." With that, Wang Yan opened the office door. "Xiao Liu, come here for a moment." Watching Chu Yingying skip and hop with her subordinates to complete the paperwork, Wang Yan smiled and took a sip of water. If Chu Yingying was still acting like a spoiled brat and skipping around all the time in less than a month, then she'd really become stupid, and no one could handle her. He didn't mean to tease a fool, he wasn't joking. He genuinely wanted to mentor Chu Yingying. Of course, he wasn't going to be a babysitter, just offering a helping hand. The opportunity was there, whether she could seize it was up to Chu Yingying herself. "Thank you, Fu Xinwen, for the 100-coin reward and continued support. Thank you, Qiji Weiwei, for the 100-coin reward. Thank you to Brother Zhang, What's Going On Zhang Wei, and Brother Lao Zhang, Rain's Boundary Li, for their continued support, and to the 14 other brothers, Aries Little Fatty, A Drunken Laughter in the Mortal World, Yang Zia Shin, 90 Original Sin, Book Friend 201712222161037528, Jotao 01, Do I Not Exist, Book Friend 201801160916186112, Immortal Limit, Addicted to Loneliness, 123 Life Never Stops Trouble, Decadent Happy, Zhang Jinzong, and Your Eel, for their monthly ticket support. Daily thanks to all the brothers who voted for recommendations. Thank you to all the kind brothers who commented and those who just read the book. Thank you. Chapter 79. Andy comes to the door. Another day off has arrived. Over the past few days, Fan Xingyi and Wang Beichuan have spent their time chatting casually, occasionally discussing the other men. Guanzhou has been working tirelessly, exhausted, to pass her performance review and secure a permanent position. Chu Xiaoxiao is busy being a boss, managing her own company, while awaiting a response from GI Group. Andy has already met Qi Dian and is currently in further discussions, though she can't help but compare him to Wang Yan. Besides this, she also observes and analyzes Chu Xiaoxiao and the three women in apartment 2202, just as Wang Yan suggested. The one who has changed the most in the past few days is Chu Yingying. Ever since she completed her onboarding at Wang Yan's company on Tuesday and treated everyone except Chu Xiaoxiao to a meal with her compensation money, her troubles have been relentless. While it's said to be up to her, Wang Yan is worried that Chu Yingying's willpower isn't strong enough, that the blows might be too much for her, and that she might become depressed and something bad might happen. Therefore, Master Wang specially gave them both a lesson, explaining what success is, how to achieve it, what one needs to give up, and what one can gain. Chu Yingying was completely captivated, filled with ambition and a determination to make a name for herself. After thoroughly convincing Chu Yingying, all sorts of tasks were shoved into her hands. Every morning, Wang Yan drove her to the company, and she took the last subway home each evening. It wasn't that Wang Yan was exploiting her, rather, she knew her shortcomings and worked overtime every day. She would come home complaining and groaning, but the next day she would get up on time to take Wang Yan's car to the company. Regardless of the results, just this kind of drive alone surpassed even the most hardworking and ambitious Guanzhouer. Although Wang Yan's company was newly established with only a few dozen employees, it was definitely top-notch. These people were all personally interviewed by Wang Yan, and were all experienced and capable veterans with many years of work experience. Everyone knew Chu Yingying was someone Wang Yan had arranged to get in through connections, so they all treated her well. With these people constantly giving her pointers, Zhu Yingying had made some progress, though it had only been a few days and it was too early to tell. In just these few days, her roommates Guanzhou and Fan Shengmei were dumbfounded. They almost didn't recognize Zhu Yingying anymore. All she did was work, and succeed. She didn't chat with them anymore, just came back, called them briefly, and went to sleep. Without the goofy Zhu Yingying to liven things up, it felt a little strange, like something was missing. At old Zhang's breakfast shop, Wang Yan was having breakfast with Andy and Guanzhou, who had gotten up early. Guanzhou complained, "Brother Wang, aren't you being too cruel? Zhu Yingying was going to work overtime today, and yesterday she and Fan Shengmei had tried to persuade her for ages, insisting she go no matter what." Wang Yan took a sip of soy milk and said, "Xiao Chu's foundation isn't just bad, it's completely non-existent. She knows it herself, so she can only make up for it through a lot of work, study, and practice. She'll be fine once she adapts. Yingying hardly talks to us anymore. She comes back and falls asleep after only a few words. It's exhausting to watch. Brother Wang, if you really can't help it, could you talk to her? How can her body take this?" Before Wang Yan could speak, Andy chimed in, "Xiao Guan, I think it's actually quite good for Xiao Chu. On one hand, she can improve herself through work, and on the other hand, she can forget the hurt she suffered from that scumbag. Xiao Chu usually seems carefree, but I feel that the incident with that scumbag really hit her hard. She still has a knot in her heart, she just doesn't say it. But to be honest, I didn't expect Xiao Chu to be able to persevere for so many days. I thought she wouldn't be able to take it for even one day." Guanzhou looked at Wang Yan opposite her, who shrugged, indicating that Andy was right. Progress is a good thing. Guanzhou sighed and nodded, saying nothing. Andy looked up at Wang Yan, hesitated, her eyes flickered, but ultimately said nothing and continued drinking her porridge. Wang Yan pretended not to see anything, letting things be. On the way back to Ode to Joy, the three of them ran into Chu Xiaoxiao, who was pulling a car full of cat food. Wang Yan ignored her, said goodbye to the other two, and left. Watching Wang Yan's retreating figure with resentment, Chu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and said, "A grown man, seeing so much stuff, doesn't even offer to help carry it? What kind of trash is he? He's almost done for, what's he so arrogant about?" It's been half a month, and she's really annoyed by Wang Yan. She can't win an argument with him, and hitting him would be pointless. She's too fragile to fight. She's recently called Yao Bin several times, urging him to quickly find out if this poor idiot has any connections and make sure he can't make a living in Shanghai. Yao Bin, however, seemed to be busy, always saying he was too busy, and would hang up after only a few words. Andy patted Guanzhou, who was about to argue, and said, "What are you going to do with all this cat food?" Chu Xiaoxiao then started rambling on about how stray cats were surviving the winter. After hearing this, Andy's impression of her improved somewhat. She felt that Wang Yan might be biased. How could someone who was so kind to cats and dogs be so? While Andy and Guanzhou were helping to move the cat food, Chu Xiaoxiao asked, "I haven't seen Zhu Yingying for several days. What is she doing?" Guanzhou said, "She lost her job a couple of days ago because of that scumbag Bai. Now she works for Brother Wang, leaving early and returning late every day. It's normal that you haven't seen her because you're so busy. What did I tell you? You all blame me. What do you think? That Bai guy isn't a good person, is he? I'm just helping her out, getting her out of her misery sooner. It's my duty to fight back against scumbags." Chu Xiaoxiao said smugly, then changed the subject. "What kind of job does Wang Yan give her? To sell alcohol at a bar? To be a waitress?" She laughed loudly, her face full of mockery. Guanzhou glanced at Andy and said, "No, Brother Wang owns an internet company, and Yingying works there." "Him? Owns an internet company?" Tisk tisk. A barrage of comments followed, negating Wang Yan and, consequently, Zhu Yingying. She hoped to use these words to make them think about Wang Yan and unite them. Andy remained silent, watching Chu Xiaoxiao talk to herself. The slight goodwill she had just felt had diminished considerably. After they got on the elevator and reached the 22nd floor, they saw Fan Shengmei rummaging through drawers in apartment 2202, surrounded by clothes. Chu Xiaoxiao immediately exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing? Setting up a stall in the hallway?" Seeing Fan Shengmei's unnatural expression and awkward response, Andy's goodwill towards Chuseok instantly plummeted to zero. Not wanting them to start a fight, Andy and Guanjur quickly helped Chuseok carry the cat food inside. Back home, Andy let out a long sigh and shook her head. After washing up and handling some company matters, it was almost noon when she tidied herself up and headed out to Ki Dian's banquet. Meanwhile, Wang Yan returned home, washed up, drank tea, and practiced calligraphy, completely absorbed in his work, skipping lunch. Around 2 p.m., Wang Yan's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, chuckled, and answered, "Hello? Hey Wang, I'm at your bar." The other end hung up immediately. Love is always hurt by indifference, by excessive affection, by all sorts of hurt, poor little explainer. Casually dressed in sportswear, Wang Yan drove to the bar. Because it was the weekend, business was good, there were always wealthy people bringing their friends to show off. Grabbing a bottle of liquor and a large portion of snacks from the bar, Wang Yan found Yagobin sitting alone in a corner, listlessly chugging from the bottle. Wang Yan sat down opposite him, pouring himself a drink and asking, "What are your thoughts?" Yagobin picked up the bottle and took a big gulp. "You know everything? Aren't you asking obvious questions? Don't you know what I asked you to investigate?" Yagobin said sadly, "Damn it, she's indiscriminate." "What kind of?" Sigh, "Never mind. I didn't expect it, really, I never thought she would do that." He then took another big gulp. Wang Yan swallowed his drink and said, "After being played for so many years, you've turned love into hate?" Yagobin hugged the bottle, his eyes red, and thought for a long time before letting out a long sigh. "Forget it. You think you can just let it go like that? Is that really possible?" Wang Yan took a sip of his drink, pondered for a moment, and organized his thoughts before saying, "Don't drink any more. Since you came to me, I'll help you analyze this matter. Chuseok has been using you all these years." Then Master Wang began giving them an online lesson. Yagobin's family background was what it was, so he was certainly more knowledgeable than Chu Yingying, that naive newbie. Of course, in Wang Yan's eyes, Yagobin's tricks were nothing special, it was all the same old bluffing. Putting aside everything else, just the fact that Yagobin had drunk most of a bottle of strong liquor meant he was already tipsy after a few words from Wang Yan, half drunk and half awake, listening blankly to Wang Yan's rambling. Wang Yan wasn't trying to whitewash him, just wanted Yagobin to remember some ideas. This state was perfect. When Yagobin sobered up and thought about it himself, it would come in handy. He would feel that he had put in so much effort, his intentions were so clear, and everyone in the industry knew what was going on, yet Yagobin hadn't said a word all these years, just played him like this. Thinking about it further would feel incredibly unfair. Yagobin was all lovey-dovey with so many people, but he looked down on him, refused to associate with him. Thinking back and forth like this, prejudice would form. In Wang Yan's eyes, Yagobin wasn't innocent. He was happy to see things turn out this way. As for whether it would actually happen, that depended on Yagobin's temperament. In their circle, Yagobin was clearly the big brother. If Yagobin distanced himself from Chuseok, the others would have to think twice, making things difficult for Chuseok. Regardless, Yagobin harbored resentment. It would be much harder for Chuseok to investigate someone with a phone call in the future. Of course, her family connections could help, but it would still create unnecessary complications, not to mention the possibility of Yagobin introducing business to her. Wang Yan talked with Yagobin until after 5 p.m., leaving him dizzy and practically limping. At the bar entrance, Yagobin, being dragged along, slurred, "Brother Wang, thank you. Today was really, really awesome. I'll treat you to a meal another day to thank you. I'm going now." Wang Yan agreed verbally, waving to the person taking care of Yagobin, signaling him to get rid of the drunkard quickly. After saying goodbye to Xiao Li and Xiao Zhang at the bar, Wang Yan returned to joyful song. Chuseok's matter is temporarily settled. His two small interventions can change a lot. Anyway, he has plenty of time, so he can take it slow and see how things develop. If it doesn't work out, he can continue to study her. Wang Yan didn't eat lunch, just grabbed a bite at a bar, and was still starving. He has a big appetite, and he ate 2 large bowls of noodles at a noodle shop outside his apartment complex before he was almost full. Feeling satisfied after the meal, Wang Yan strolled home, brewed a pot of tea, and casually picked up a book to read. Andy had an unpleasant meal with Ki Dian today, and then Tan Zongming called, saying there was some news about his brother. After an explanation from Tan Zongming's friend, Lao Yan, Andy learned that her brother was probably mentally disabled and his fate was unknown. Heartbroken and dejected, Andy fled home, leaning against the wall, constantly thinking about what her brother would be like if he were alive, and what he would suffer if he were dead. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. She kept drinking water to calm her inner tension and anxiety. Not daring to think any deeper, Andy shifted her attention, remembering Ki Dian, whom she had eaten with earlier that day. She couldn't help but recall Ki Dian checking her car, and then Chu Xiaoxiao's words from that time. Comparing the two, what was the difference between Ki Dian and Chu Xiaoxiao? She was prettier, drove a nicer car, and inevitably faced malicious speculation. She could understand that. But if that was the case, what was so extraordinary about Ki Dian? Thinking this way, she naturally thought of Wang Yan's words in the elevator. Comparing them again, the difference was obvious. Andy recalled everything that had happened since she met Wang Yan, all the things he had said. Andy realized that the more she interacted with him, the more charming he became, and the more she wanted to understand him. Perhaps talking to him would be a good choice? For no apparent reason, Andy wanted to confide in Wang Yan. He was a close friend she could confide in. She wasn't one to mince words. She acted on her thoughts immediately, heading straight out the door and knocking on the door. Hearing the door open, Wang Yan opened it and saw the distraught Andy. He paused. "Come in, what's wrong? I want to talk to you about something. Come, sit down and have some tea. Calm down, we can talk while you drink." Nodding, Andy sat down, picked up the tea Wang Yan had just poured, and took a sip, completely unaware that she always drank mineral water, always the same brand. Andy said, "It's like this, I've been asking Lao Tan." Andy recounted the whole story from beginning to end, staring intently at Wang Yan. When he saw Andy at the door, Wang Yan had a suspicion, but now he was certain. He just hadn't expected Andy to come to him. Since it had come to this point, and Andy had come to his daughter herself, then he, Wang Yan, wouldn't be so lenient. "Ki Dian? Bao Yifan? You two can get lost." Setting down his teacup, Wang Yan said, I understand. Here, have some tea and calm down. I'll go look into something." Nodding to Andy, Wang Yan got up and left. Andy didn't understand what Wang Yan wanted to investigate, but she guessed it was related to her brother's situation. She remained silent, watching Wang Yan walk towards the study, quietly sipping her tea. After more than 20 minutes, Andy was getting impatient. Just then, Wang Yan came over. "I'll take you to Daishan. Do you want to change your clothes?" "To Daishan?" Andy exclaimed, but we don't know my brother's whereabouts. What are we going there for?" "Don't worry. Can you sleep?" Seeing Andy shake his head, Wang Yan said, "Then let's just go for a walk. If there's no news, it'll be good to go see the place where you lived as a child and reminisce, isn't it? I just contacted the welfare homes, nursing homes, and mental hospitals there, and explained the conditions to them. Only one nursing home has one child, so let's go to that nursing home first, and then we'll do the screening for the rest later." After hearing Wang Yan's words, Andy decisively said, let's go now." After getting ready, Wang Yan took Andy and set off. Daishan wasn't far away. It was around 6 o'clock now, and they would arrive at the nursing home around 10 o'clock. On the way, Wang Yan focused on driving fast, while Andy sat in the passenger seat, staring blankly at the road ahead, without saying a word. The elderly went to bed early, making the Daishan nursing home exceptionally quiet, broken only by the chirping of insects and birds. A muffled hum of a car engine, the sound of wheels crunching over pebbles, and the distant headlights shattered the night silence. Wang Yan glanced at the time. It wasn't even 10 o'clock. He parked the car outside the nursing home gate, quickly turned off the engine, unbuckled his seatbelt, and said to Andy beside him, "Get out." Andy remained silent, filled with trepidation. She hoped this was indeed her brother, someone to confirm his safety, but she also hoped it wasn't, someone to keep her from running away. Wang Yan didn't speak, quietly sitting to the side and waiting. After a long silence, Andy said, "Let's go." After getting out of the car, Wang Yan contacted the dean. A short while later, a woman came out. Wang Yan approached her and said, "Hello, Dean Yang, this is Wang Yan who called you. This is Andy, the person looking for his brother." Dean Yang nodded and said, "Come with me. He's asleep. Be quiet and don't disturb him." You know what's going on. Okay, thank you so much, Dean Yang. Dean Yang waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. This child, he really is, sigh. I really hope you are." With that, Dean Yang sighed wistfully. Wang Yan didn't respond, walking silently, with Andy following closely behind. A short while later, Dean Yang led them into the building and to a slightly smaller room. Dean Yang said softly, "This is it." Wang Yan glanced at it, stepped aside, and gestured for Andy to come forward. Andy hesitated before stepping forward, looking through the glass in the door at the sleeping man inside. Memories surfaced, and the two figures slowly merged. Andy opened her mouth to shout, but Wang Yan, quick as a flash, covered her mouth from behind. Holding Andy, who was struggling and crying, they quickly reached outside. "Can you control yourself?" Seeing Andy nod, Wang Yan released her. Released, Andy squatted on the ground, sobbing. Wang Yan said, "Andy, calm down. It's not certain yet." Andy choked back tears. "It's him. I have a feeling, I can't be wrong, he's my brother." Thank you to 3687 for the 500 coin reward. Thank you to for the 500 coin reward. Thank you to for the 500 coin reward. Thank you to 201907140010215111 for the 200 coin reward. Thank you to CNG.com and Do I Not Exist for their continued support, and to Eternal Night Born in the Cold Winter, Fire of Destiny, Shiyang, He Technology Department, Blue Tax, Fat Cat I, Book Friend 201808271138388474, I Have Read and Reviewed, Day 1988, and Mr. Talkative, for their monthly ticket support. Daily thanks to the brothers who voted and recommended. Thank you to all the brothers who commented and those who only read the book. Thank you. Chapter 80. The matter is settled. Ignoring her, Wang Yan said to Dean Yang, who was standing nearby, "Dean, let's find a quiet place so you can tell us about this child in detail." Dean Yang sighed and said, "Come with me." Wang Yan supported Andy, who was crying uncontrollably, and followed Dean Yang with her arm around her. She led the two to her office. Looking at Andy, who was slumped on Wang Yan's shoulder, silently weeping, Dean Yang poured 2 glasses of water and placed them in front of them. "Ah, this child, back then." Dean Yang sighed and began to recount the story of Andy's younger brother. As Dean Yang narrated, Andy imagined her brother's experiences over the years, overwhelmed with grief. Upon hearing the dean's last words, "By the way, this child is particularly sensitive to numbers, he can multiply pi by an exceptionally long amount," Andy was struck dumb. Images of her pulling her younger brother along to calculate pi flashed through her mind, and she burst into tears, burying her face in Wang Yan's arms and repeatedly muttering, "It's him." Seeing her like this, "We'll be going now. We'll come back tomorrow to get some detailed information and do some further investigation. Then we'll take a sample for DNA testing, is that alright, Dean?" "No problem, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Do you have a place to stay? How about I arrange a room for you to use for the night?" Looking at the sobbing Andy, Wang Yan nodded and said, "Okay, thank you for your trouble, Dean. I'm so sorry to trouble you for so long so late at night." Dean Yang waved his hand without saying anything, led the two to an empty room with 2 beds, found 2 sets of blankets and some toiletries, said goodbye, and left. She assumed the two were together and didn't think much of it. Andy didn't say anything, she was just focused on crying and had no time to think. After crying for a while, Andy lay on the bed staring blankly at the ceiling, silent. Wang Yan, lying on the other side, thought for a moment and said, "Andy, tell me about your childhood?" Andy turned her head to look at him. The hazy moonlight shone through the window onto Wang Yan, making her feel exceptionally at ease. After a long silence, Andy said in a trembling voice, "When I can remember, my brother and I were already in the orphanage. Back then." Wang Yan listened quietly. After a long time, Andy's rambling voice gradually weakened until it disappeared completely. Turning his head, he saw that the exhausted Andy had fallen asleep sometime earlier. The next day, Wang Yan's powerful biological clock woke him up precisely on time. Looking at Andy sleeping soundly beside him, Wang Yan didn't disturb her. He quietly got up and went outside to slowly practice his boxing in the yard. He hadn't brought any change of clothes, he was covered in sweat, which was inconvenient, so he just stretched his muscles. The elderly people who got up early saw that the unfamiliar young man was playing quite well, and gathered in twos and threes to watch the excitement. Just as Wang Yan finished his punch, he saw Andy yawning, standing at the door, staring intently at Wang Yan as he turned around. His eyes held gratitude, tenderness, fear, and hesitation. Wang Yan approached and said, "Let's go, wash up, and have breakfast." In the cafeteria, Dean Yang handed Wang Yan a small, sealed plastic bag in a file folder. "This is Ming's information, and his hair." "Okay, thank you, Dean. Whether it works out or not." Sitting quietly watching the figure eating heartily in the distance, Andy resolutely said, "It won't fail. He's my brother." Wang Yan said, "Okay, Dean Yang, is there anything our facility needs right now? Some daily necessities, or infrastructure? Just let us know, and we'll try our best to help. We want to thank you for your help, and we also want to contribute to this cause." Dean Yang politely said, "Let's get things done first. You can rest assured, we can talk about these things later." She could tell these two weren't short of money, but now was clearly not the right time. "Okay, we'll talk about it later." Wang Yan turned to Andy and said, "I'll go check it out. Can you control him? You know his situation, don't disturb him." Andy nodded and said, "Thank you." Wang Yan didn't waste any words and said, "That's all for now. Call Tan Zongming, we might not be able to go back for a couple of days." After finishing breakfast in large bites, leaving Andy at the nursing home to contact her brother, Wang Yan drove off to investigate the whole story and get a DNA test done. Finding the process with the results in hand was much easier, and Wang Yan did it smoothly, connecting with what Lao Yan had said without much effort. After Wang Yan left, Andy called Tan Zongming. "Hey, Lao Tan. I need to ask you for 2 days off." Tan Zongming, who was in the villa across the street, heard this, stood up, walked to the window and looked at the scenery, and said, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" He knew Andy quite well. She was a complete workaholic and didn't understand what had happened to her. I think I found my brother." Tan Zongming frowned. "What happened?" "They said yesterday they had no news, and today they've found him." Andy told Tan Zongming about everything that had happened since she came home yesterday. After listening, Tan Zongming was silent for a while. "I understand, Andy. Who is this Wang Yan you're talking about?" "He lives upstairs from me. We've been living together since I moved to Joyful Ode." After thinking for a moment, perhaps to comfort herself, Andy continued, He's a very good friend." "A friend?" "A friend." "All right, that's settled then. It's okay if you rest a little longer. You've been exhausted lately. Finish up your things first." Tan Zongming smiled. "I'll have Lao Yan go help you. He has a wide network of connections." "Okay, then I'll trouble Lao Yan to make the trip." "Thank you, Lao Tan. Bye." "Bye." Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window the next day, Tan Zongming thought for a moment, then took out his phone and called Lao Yan. "Hey, Lao Yan, there's been some news about Andy. Go help her out. Also, keep a close eye on Andy's situation and try not to let her find out anything or learn the truth." "Okay. That's all." Immediately afterward, Tan Zongming called his secretary. "Find someone named Wang Yan for me. He lives on the 23rd floor of Building 19 in Joyful Ode. As soon as possible." Hanging up, Tan Zongming put his hands in his pockets, gazing at the scenery outside in silence for a long time. Meanwhile, Andy patiently played games, drew pictures, and talked with her younger brother. However, when she heard him reciting pi, Andy couldn't help but lose control, but remembering Wang Yan's instructions, she managed to restrain herself. During this time, Chu Xiaoxiao called her, saying she wanted to go out with them for a while. Andy politely hung up, not wanting to say anything more. Chu Xiaoxiao, on the other end of the phone, sensed Andy's impatience. After hanging up, she began to speculate whether Andy had some kind of problem with her. She thought for a while but couldn't figure it out, so she didn't dwell on it further. Ji had already replied and would be coming next week to discuss things, and she still had a lot to prepare. In the afternoon, Lao Yan rode his motorcycle to the nursing home. After observing Andy's condition, he didn't say much. He got Wang Yan's contact information from Andy and met with him at the hospital. "Just call me Lao Yan. How did it go?" Wang Yan shook hands with Lao Yan and handed him the test results. "It's correct." He looked at the results. Have you figured out the cause and effect? Seeing Wang Yan nod, Lao Yan continued, you're very quick. Looks like I was redundant. Lao Yan, you're too modest. Without you narrowing down the search, how could we have figured it out so quickly? Wang Yan said calmly. Just a lucky guess. There's something I need to tell you. Seeing Wang Yan nod, Lao Yan pondered for a moment and explained the situation regarding Andy's possible mental health issues. As for her father, Lao Yan didn't elaborate. That's roughly the situation. Lao Tan doesn't want Andy to be affected. So I think you should take Andy away as soon as possible. That's Lao Tan's idea too. For Andy's sake, it's best to keep her away from the people at the old orphanage to avoid her discovering anything. Wang Yan nodded at Lao Yan's implied meaning but remained silent. Alright, that's settled then. Now that everything's cleared up and I'm no longer needed, I'll head back to Shanghai. Tell Andy I won't be coming. Watching old Yan ride away on his beloved black motorcycle, Wang Yan drove back to the nursing home. Andy, who was sitting in the courtyard with her arms crossed, admiring the stars, quickly got up to greet Wang Yan when his car pulled up. Looking at Wang Yan nervously as he approached, Andy asked tremblingly, Is there a result? Seeing Wang Yan nod, Andy hurriedly pressed, Is it true? She had thought about it countless times during the day. Although she was convinced it was her brother, anything could happen, and no one could be sure. She had also considered what she should do if it really was her brother, spending the entire day in suspense. Yes. Seeing Wang Yan nod in agreement, Andy breathed a sigh of relief, her body going limp in a mix of joy and sorrow, almost collapsing. With lightning speed, Wang Yan scooped up Andy to prevent her from falling and carried her back to the room they had shared the day before. Holding Andy, she had no time for idle thoughts, her mind was completely focused on finding her brother. After placing her on the bed, Wang Yan recounted what old Yan had found out and said, That's how it is. Calm down. He then went outside to find a place to sit in the yard and started replying to messages on his phone. He had been busy all day and had a lot on his mind. Lying quietly on the bed, staring at the ceiling, Andy thought about her brother. The initial excitement had subsided quickly. She had spent a whole day mentally preparing herself. She was thinking about how to care for her brother and how to raise him. She was also thinking about his illness. Was it congenital or acquired? If congenital, was it hereditary? Would it affect him? If acquired, could he recover? She thought about Wang Yan's help, his decisiveness, and the unspoken feelings in her heart. Was it liking? Was it love? What did Wang Yan think of her? If they hit it off, was there a possibility they could be together? If they were together, was her brother's illness hereditary? Would it affect her? What would become of her brother? Thinking about these things back and forth, Andy realized it was a vicious cycle. Thinking so much was pointless. Looking at Andy sitting beside him, Wang Yan replied to her message and then looked up to ask, Have you thought it through? Andy shook her head without answering. Wang Yan asked, What are your plans for your brother? I want to take him with me and care for him. To be honest, I don't recommend you do that. Seeing Andy's puzzled expression, Wang Yan continued, Your work is very busy, and you don't have time to take care of him. Whether he can adapt is also a question. Besides, he's living very well here. The director and the other elderly people love and care for him. Before you came, he had been living like this for many years. He has more feelings for the people here than for you. Why do you think it's a good choice for him to stay with you? After thinking for a moment, Wang Yan continued, As for his illness, I suggest you go to the hospital for a checkup to see what caused it, so you can be prepared. These are the only two things troubling you. What do you think? Law? After a moment's hesitation, Andy said, Let me think about it some more, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Of course, go back, it's cold outside. The next day, still in the cafeteria, Andy was still watching that blank, dazed figure eating his meal. He said to Wang Yan, who was sitting opposite him, You're right, he'll be better off here. After a pause and a long hesitation, Andy continued, I want to take him back to Shanghai today for a checkup, to see what's wrong with his condition. Wiping his mouth, Wang Yan said, Okay, I'll contact Dean Yang later and have her accompany him. Apart from Andy's disappointment, confusion, worry, and fear upon seeing the results, things went relatively smoothly overall. Dean Yang had taken care of Andy's brother for many years, and her temper was well controlled and she was very cooperative. Andy also used Tan Zongming's connections to schedule an appointment with one of Shanghai's top psychiatrists and psychologists for a comprehensive examination, which revealed the root cause of Andy's emotions. When Andy called Tan Zongming, he specifically asked her to hand the phone to Wang Yan. Tan Zongming was quite domineering and forceful. He said, "It seems you didn't heed my warning," and then hung up. Andy wanted to take her younger brother to Ode to Joy, but unfortunately, they couldn't go. Her brother had been restless all day and was already impatient, insisting on going back to the nursing home. Even Director Yang couldn't persuade him, he just wanted to go back. When they finally returned to the nursing home, it was already past 8 p.m. on Monday. Andy's brother, who had been restless all day, was already asleep. Wang Yan carried him to bed, and Andy covered him with a blanket, then just stared at him intently. Wang Yan, who had already gone back to bed to rest, was replying to messages from Guanzhou and Chu Yingying. He and Andy were both puzzled when they didn't see them that morning, and asked if anything was wrong, but of course, they couldn't suppress their gossipy nature. Seeing Andy come in, Wang Yan comforted her, "Actually, you don't need to be so stressed. The doctor said to keep a good mood, avoid stimulation, and use your brain more often. There won't be any major problems." Lying on the bed, Andy sighed, I know all that, but I can't help thinking about it." She turned to Wang Yan and said, "Wang Yan, I'm really scared. I'm scared that one day I'll end up like that. If that happens, I can't imagine what Xia Erming and I will do. Perhaps you need to do something else to distract yourself, like your work. It'll help you get used to it after a while," Wang Yan said. He had already rambled on for a long time, saying everything he needed to say, leaving the rest for her to figure out. Andy thought for a moment and said, "Maybe you're right. I should go back. Old Ten has a lot going on, and I need to make sure I get my salary. I'll stay with my brother for a while tomorrow morning, and then we'll go back in the afternoon." The two chatted for a while, and Andy fell asleep sometime during the night, even snoring. She was so tired these past 2 days, her mind was in such a mess, and the blows had been too much for her. Ode to Joy, 2202. Around 10 p.m., Jiu Yingying dragged her weary body back to her little apartment. Opening the door, she was met with Guanzhou and Fan Shengmei staring at her. Feeling a little uncomfortable under their gazes, Jiu Yingying turned and closed the door, placing the key on a small cabinet beside her. "Why are you two looking at me like that? Back so late again?" Guanzhou said, "Except for yesterday when you rested for most of the day, you've been working overtime until this late for 5 consecutive days. Yingying, you've even lost some weight these past few days. If you really can't take it easy, relax and rest a bit." Brother Wang said, "It's all up to you." Fan Shengmei chimed in, "Yeah, little Chu, you seem like a completely different person now. I almost didn't recognize you." She chuckled sheepishly, "It's not as exaggerated as you guys make it out to be." Brother Wang's original words were, "I've given you the opportunity, whether you can seize it is up to you." Chu Yingying mimicked Wang Yan's tone and manner when he said those words, laughing, "Didn't I tell you all? I'm the only one in the whole company who's considered an intern, everyone else has at least 3 years of work experience. Brother Wang has been so kind to me, of course I have to work even harder. Besides, what I learn is for myself, I'm still far from that level." "Fine, you've got it all figured out." Fan Shengmei waved her hand listlessly, then leaned forward with a gossipy expression, "Hey, little Chu, let me ask you, did Wang Yan go to the company today?" Hearing this, Guanzhou also quickly moved closer. Caught off guard by the question, Jiu Yingying replied evasively, "No. Brother Wang is very busy. I messaged him today and he said he was away on a business trip." "What happened?" Guanzhou said, "I didn't see Brother Wang or Sister Andy when I was running this morning, and Sister Andy didn't call me when I went to work. I messaged Sister Andy, but she didn't reply." Brother Wang's answer was the same. "So, we suspect." She teased Jiu Yingying, but instead of her usual eagerness to find out the truth, she just looked at her curiously, feeling rather bored. "Fine, I'll tell you then. We suspect they went out together, so." As she spoke, Fan Shengmei gave her a knowing look. "Really?" Chu Yingying asked, then continued, "But it would be nice if they were really together, they'd be a good match." Glancing at the two people staring at her incredulously, Chu Yingying quickly said, Okay, I'm not talking to you two anymore, I'm so sleepy, I need to wash up and go to bed." With that, Zhu Yingying quickly slipped back into her room. The two people left at the table looked at each other, shook their heads, and remained silent. This girl was probably obsessed, worked herself to the bone, hopeless. It wasn't that Zhu Yingying had changed her personality, she just simply didn't have the energy to study those things. She worked like an animal all day, never had a moment's rest, so where would she find the energy? Now, all she did was work, 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 her mind filled with documents, various colleagues' instructions, and precautions, etc. The next day, Andy spent a morning drawing with her younger brother. Wang Yan had coaxed him into drawing a picture of Andy, leaving Andy with mixed feelings of resentment and delight. Meanwhile, Wang Yan was talking to Director Yang about something missing, which he would fill in. In fact, for many years, in every world, whether buying amulets, paying protection money, or pursuing his own ideas, he had always been doing these things, never stopping. In the real world, it didn't matter, he was content just being able to take care of himself for now. Of course, helping the Daisha nursing home was entirely because of Andy, but even without Andy, he would still sponsor other welfare institutions, it didn't matter, and he could even gain some goodwill in the process, so why not? At 6 o'clock, the two finally returned to Shanghai. Along the way, Andy kept looking at the painting, occasionally letting out a laugh. Wang Yan knew the painting, it depicted Andy, her brother, and Wang Yan playing house and splashing mud under a blue sky and white clouds. This kid is alright, she listens to advice. It wasn't that Wang Yan was trying to fool people with intellectual disabilities, it was just that Wang Yan's aura genuinely made Andy feel at ease, so it was normal for him to have some positive feelings towards him. They grabbed a quick bite somewhere and then returned to joyful song, each going their own way. Once home, Andy immediately took a shower and cleaned up, mainly because she hadn't changed her clothes or taken a bath in the past 2 days. After a comfortable bath, Andy dried herself and her hair, picked up her phone, and called Tan Zongming. Hey, Lao Tan, I've taken care of everything. I'm going to work tomorrow. Are you alright? Maybe rest a bit more. I'm fine. See you tomorrow then. Okay, bye. Hanging up, Andy poured herself a glass of wine and sipped it alone, thinking about the events of the past few days. Her expression shifted between pain, confusion, and a touch of sweetness, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Just then, her phone received a new message notification. Andy glanced at it. It was from Qi Dan. Old Wei had been sending a couple of messages to test the waters these past few days, but Andy had no interest in replying. She simply replied with "Do not disturb," and several days passed without a word. He was getting increasingly impatient. Countless times he wanted to call and ask what was wrong, but remembering the unpleasantness at dinner, he didn't dare to disturb her, lest he worsen the already bad impression. After thinking for a moment, Andy replied. Upon seeing Andy's reply, Wei Wei sat up abruptly and quickly and meticulously replied, and under her guidance, arranged another game. Wang Yan, upon returning, naturally tidied up, drank tea, read, and practiced calligraphy, his daily routine. The next day, life returned to normal, and Wang Yan got up early for his morning exercise. In the elevator, he encountered a relatively energetic Andy, and a sleepy Guanzhou. Brother Wang, good morning. Long time no see? Wang nodded to Andy and said, It's only been a few days, how long has it been? It feels like a long time has passed. It's just my imagination. It must be because you didn't wake up properly this morning. Have you been staying up late again these past 2 days? Your dark circles have gotten even thicker. Guanzhou was taken aback. Really? She turned to Andy and said, Sister Andy, do you think it's true? I haven't looked in the mirror this morning. Although she didn't care too much about those things now, a girl should at least look beautiful. Andy smiled. He's lying to you, don't listen to him, just a little bit. But seriously, Guan, you really need to get some rest. Sister Andy, you're one to talk. Guanzhou looked closely at Andy's face. You need to take care of yourself too, your complexion is much worse than before. Have you been too busy with business trips lately? Andy didn't seem to care, shaking her head and saying, That's true. Let's go, we're here. During breakfast, Guanzhou felt the atmosphere was strange, as if the two of them were hiding something from her. She couldn't help but look at this one and that one, but being the type to gossip, she ultimately didn't say anything. However, she couldn't help but wonder, could Sister Fan really be right? Are they together? This little thought couldn't escape Wang Yan's keen eyes, and he didn't pay it any mind, easily guiding the atmosphere of the three of them during breakfast. The morning passed just like that. When it was time for work, Wang Yan called Zhu Yingying downstairs to go to the company together. Zhu Yingying was quite happy to see Wang Yan. "Brother Wang, did you go out with Sister Andy?" Wang Yan looked at the road and said, "Why do you ask?" Zhu Yingying didn't hesitate to betray Guanzhou and Fan Shengmei, recounting what happened that night, and then continued talking to herself. "Actually, you and Andy are quite good together. I think you two are a perfect match. 2 years to learn to speak, a lifetime to learn to shut up." It seems she still has a lot of free time. Silently thinking, Wang Yan said aloud, "What are you thinking? How is work lately? Are you settling in?" When it came to work, Zhu Yingying spoke fluently. "It's alright, lately." After a long while, the two arrived at the company parking lot, and Zhu Yingying had finished her report. Patting Zhu Yingying on the shoulder, Wang Yan said, "What you said is alright, you've done a good job. I commend you, but you need to work even harder. Don't worry, Brother Wang, I won't let you down." Wang Yan nodded, seeing Zhu Yingying hesitate, and asked, "What's wrong? Just say it." After thinking for a moment, Zhu Yingying hesitated and said, "Brother Wang, my dad wants to see my work environment, and he also wants to meet you. He's afraid you." Wang Yan understood and interrupted, "Alright, I understand. If your dad comes, let him come to the company. I'll treat you to dinner." Zhu Yingying happily said, "That's great, thank you so much, Brother Wang, thank you so much." Shaking her head, Wang Yan said, "Alright, go upstairs quickly." This was normal. Zhu Yingying had changed jobs, her salary had increased, and the benefits were good. How could her father not know what kind of girl he was? Not to mention, he was her male neighbor upstairs. It was understandable that a father would be worried and concerned that Wang Yan might have ulterior motives. Andy had just arrived at the company when she saw Tan Zongming waiting for her in her office. "Old Tan? Why so early?" "This isn't like you," Tan Zongming said gently. "I was worried about you, so I came to see how you were doing." Andy smiled. "And how do I look?" Tan Zongming carefully examined the smiling Andy and nodded. "Good, very good. Andy, you're a strong person. I wasn't wrong about you." "No, Old Tan," Andy said. "It's Wang Yan. He helped me a lot." Tan Zongming was furious at the mention of Wang Yan, but he suppressed his anger and listened to Andy recount the events of the past 2 days. After arranging lunch with Andy, he took 2 burly bodyguards and headed to the nearby software park. Wang Yan, who was handling business in his office, heard shouts of "Sir, you can't go in," from outside. He got up to open the door, only to be met with an angry punch from Tan Zongming. Wang Yan instinctively caught the incoming fist, kicked out, tripped the fist, and simultaneously spun to the side, using the force of the punch to his advantage. Tan Zongming was thrown directly into the office, rolling twice before coming to a stop. The 2 bodyguards behind him, wearing sunglasses and looking smug, saw their boss thrown around and attacked without a second thought. They had jobs to do, families to support, and it was rare to see someone as generous as Tan Zongming. In less than 5 seconds, Wang Yan swiftly finished the fight, leaving the 2 bodyguards and Tan Zongming groaning inside. Wang Yan then went out and waved away the stunned employees who had followed. Ignoring the chaotic commotion outside, he closed the door and returned to his office. Thanks to Electric Ghost Fire for the 200 coin donation. Thank you to the following 2 brothers for their continued support: Do I Not Exist, and a person who went from Handsome Wu to Fatty Wu, as well as to the following 19 brothers for their monthly ticket support: Dragon Invading the Bird's Nest, King of Ancient and Modern Times, Flying Too Fast, Yesterday's Little Bookworm, Jin Shang Shan Shuyan, ZZ 5744, Gotham City Asylum, The Man Who Loves to Sleep Naked, The Strong Monk, Eternal Life in the Flames 1949, The Pure Toad, Cute, Come and Draw As Honghua, Cold Shadow Moon, Along 10111, Mouse, The Tree of Dreams, The Lonely One, Dominating the 9 Provinces, and Nightmare Dong. I also want to thank all the brothers who voted for recommendations. Thank you to all the good brothers who commented or just read the book. Thank you, brothers. Chapter 81 Zhao Kaiping. Wang Yan glanced at the 3 men on the ground and walked to the tea table to brew tea. Seeing this, Tan Zongming gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet. "You two go out first and wait for me outside." Hearing this, the two bodyguards quickly straightened up, without saying a word, grimacing and rubbing the sore spots Wang Yan had hit, and slunk away. Wang Yan, washing the cups, saw Tan Zongming staring at him fiercely and said indifferently, "Come down?" He pointed to the opposite side. "Sit." Straightening his clothes, Tan Zongming sat down and stared at Wang Yan. "Your skills are very good, but this is not the era of risking your life. No matter how good your skills are, you can't protect yourself." Adding tea to the pot, Wang Yan poured water and said calmly, "With the level of those two just now, even 10 more with guns couldn't protect you. So do you think I can protect myself?" As he spoke, he appropriately displayed the unparalleled confidence of a big brother who had fought on the battlefield for many years and survived the hail of bullets. Seeing Tan Zongming remain silent, Wang Yan knew he was recalling information about himself. Not wanting him to overthink, Wang Yan poured 2 cups of tea and said with a smile, "It was all a joke, Mr. Tan, no need to take it seriously." He placed the freshly poured teacups in front of him, saying, "Here, Mr. Tan, have some tea. First harvest pre-Qingming Longjing, a rare and excellent tea. Mr. Tan, please savor it, it will help calm your temper." Tan Zongming glanced at Wang Yan with suspicion, then lowered his head and took a sip of tea to suppress his displeasure. He bluntly said, "You shouldn't have let Andy know the truth. It hurt her too much? Why did he have to act so arrogantly? Look how much better he is now. He should have done this earlier. Why did he have to roll around on the ground like that?" As for Tan Zongming's consistently condescending attitude, Wang Yan had nothing to say. After all, the man was indeed powerful, wealthy, influential, and resourceful. He not only looked down on ordinary people, but even if someone had assets of 400 or 500 million without connections or resources, he still wouldn't consider them a threat. And he certainly had the right to do so. Just like with Wang Yan, he dared to come to his door with bodyguards to bully him. But with Wei Wei, he would only go himself, because Wei Wei had connections and was not weak. If he brought people to his door to fight him, the nature of the situation would be different. "Isn't she doing well now?" Wang Yan put down his teacup and said, "What's wrong with letting her know that she also inherited it? Your reaction is a bit excessive. I'm just concerned about her. I've been her only friend all these years. Of course, Andy is so beautiful and intelligent, I don't deny that I have feelings for her, but I feel I can't bear the responsibility, so I've never provoked her. I know, you don't know whether Andy knows about Wei Guoqiang or not. Now she knows that she inherited it, and besides, she has never met Wei Guoqiang since birth, so how could she have feelings for him? It's not a big problem. You know everything? You don't seem like someone who likes to talk nonsense." Staring at Wang Yan for a while, Tan Zongming said, "Today we're just getting along well. With Andy's connections, we'll see if there's any possibility of cooperation in the future. I'll treat you to dinner another day. That's all, I have to go now." With that, Tan Zongming stood up. "Oh, by the way, your tea is quite good. If you like it, Mr. Tan, just take some from me, please wait a moment." Wang Yan turned and went to the shelf behind his desk to take a box of tea. "I don't have much, this should last you a while." Taking the tea from Wang Yan, Tan Zongming shook hands with him and said, "Then I'll accept it, goodbye. I'll see Mr. Tan out." After seeing Tan Zongming off to the elevator, Wang Yan returned to his office under the watchful eyes of his employees and sat back down at the tea table, leisurely sipping his tea, thinking about what had just happened with Tan Zongming. Tan Zongming's success wasn't for nothing. He'd been pampered for years, yet he'd swallowed such an insult from Wang Yan. Whether it was because of Andy, or because of his real or feigned threats, this old guy was pretty much like Wei Zhiji from Nothing But 30. The two weren't just similar in wealth, but also in character and appearance. Both were the same kind of scoundrels. The only difference was that Tan Zongming was indeed much more handsome than Wei Zhiji, and of course, he was miles more handsome than Wang Yan. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Wang Yan said, "Come in." Qu Yingying peeked in, and before she could speak, Wang Yan gave her a disapproving look. "Don't listen to their nonsense. Nothing to do? Not enough work? Want me to give you some more?" Sticking out her tongue, Qu Yingying quickly shook her head. Haha, I just wanted to see Brother Wang." You're busy. With that, she quickly turned and ran off. A short while later, Wang Yan heard laughter and chatter outside. Shaking his head, Deciding not to think about such useless things, Wang Yan continued to drink his tea in silence. Giving this tea to Tan Zongming was a bit of a waste. Meanwhile, in a spacious conference room in another building in Shanghai, Chu Xiaoxiao and the people sent by GI Company to investigate cooperation were sitting on either side of a long table, communicating. Chu Xiaoxiao, radiating confidence and an air of elite expertise, was rambling on and on. The GI representative, having listened attentively to her useless chatter, said, "Okay, Ms. Chu, you've said very well. However, we've seen all of this in the submitted proposal. Before your formal introduction, may I ask you a question?" Chu Xiaoxiao spread her hands and said, "Of course. Okay, I'd like to know how much you know about our GI company? Mr. Chu Lianji was the one who contacted us before. His industry experience is much richer than yours. So, besides being Ms. Chu's daughter, is there any other reason?" Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes darted around, her mind racing, trying to think of a response. After a moment's hesitation, she began, "Well, GI is a famous German air conditioning brand." Chu Xiaoxiao was immediately brought back to reality, revealing her true colors. In her broken English, she stammered and made up a story. The foreigner's gaze made Chu Xiaoxiao feel immense pressure, and she nervously clenched her sweaty hands. Unable to bear it any longer, Chu Xiaoxiao quickly made an excuse to leave and ran to the restroom to call Andy for help. Andy was in a meeting at Shangsu & Company, routinely ranting about Liu Siming. Noticing her silent phone light up, Andy glanced at the caller ID, casually hung up, and ignored it. She'd wasted 2 days, had a mountain of backlogged work, and was swamped. She had no time to waste on these two. Without thinking further, Andy returned to her rant about Liu Siming. Chu Xiaoxiao, unwilling to give up, called several more times, but still no one answered. Giving up on calling, Chu Xiaoxiao racked her brains, trying to think of any of her friends who might help her at this time. Finally, Chu Xiaoxiao accepted reality, dejectedly washed her face, and forced herself to return to the meeting room. After a morning of discussions, the GI representative left without even having lunch. Finally seeing off the foreigner who had been frowning the whole time, and no longer needing to awkwardly smile and spout nonsense, Chu Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing her father's expression, she quickly stepped forward and said, "Dad, don't be angry. Actually, the chances weren't great to begin with, were they? HMPH, even a small chance is still a chance. After your outburst, there's absolutely no chance." With a cold snort, Chu Yuanqun said with exasperation, "Your proposal was pretty good, but how come you, Sai, you should just stay home and stay with your parents from now on. Stop messing around all day." Chu Yuanqun waved his hand listlessly. Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes instantly welled up with tears. "Dad, I've tried my best. I didn't want it to turn out like this. Please give me another chance, okay? Just one more time?" Not in the mood to pay attention to her, Chu Yuanqun was already heartbroken that his children were all useless. "Alright, that's enough. You can keep your little company running by yourself. That's it." With that, Chu Yuanqun turned and left. Chu Xiaoxiao, still seething with resentment, drove back to her family's villa to seek comfort and solace from her mother, Wang Yan. Having nothing much to do after get off work, bought some things and went straight to a bar. He planned to have dinner and watch a show all at once. After parking, he entered the bar and saw a handsome man sitting at the counter, dressed casually. He greeted him, asked Xiao Li to get some beer, found a corner with a good view of the performance, and began to drink alone. Looking at Wang Yan, who was carrying a pile of barbecue, Zhao Kaiping asked Xiao Li curiously, "Who is he? Is he that eccentric?" Xiao Li shrugged and laughed, "He's my boss. He probably just got off work and has nowhere to go." "Oh?" Zhao Kaiping thought for a moment, "Give me some more drinks, I'll go and meet your boss." Seeing the overly familiar Zhao Kaiping sitting in front of him, Wang Yan handed him a few lamb skewers. "Try them, they're pretty good. I waited in line for quite a while to get them." Zhao Kaiping liked this casual, unpretentious feeling, and his wounded heart eased a little. "Then I won't be polite." He then began to devour the skewers. He had been drinking for a while and was now a little hungry. To be honest, Wang Yan hadn't expected to run into Zhao Kaiping at the bar. He clinked glasses with him and said, "You look unfamiliar. First time here?" Zhao Kaiping, eating skewers, replied, "First time. Drinking alone, are you indulging in some artsy stuff or something happened?" Taking a big gulp, Zhao Kaiping said, I'm a doctor, a surgeon. Wang Yan suddenly realized, and raised a glass, to you, it's on me today. Just drink a little. Life and death are unpredictable, you know that. Thank you. Zhao Kaiping clinked glasses with Wang Yan and downed his drink. Wang Yan and Zhao Kaiping chatted and laughed, which somewhat eased Zhao Kaiping's self-blame and sorrow. The atmosphere was quite pleasant. It was past 9 o'clock when they saw the unsteady Zhao Kaiping to his car. They said goodbye to Xiao Li and the other man, and called a designated driver to return to Joyful Ode. Andy, who had worked late, and Zhu Yingying, who was striving for improvement, also returned to Joyful Ode together. Zhu Yingying returned home and chatted with Guan Zhuer and Fan Shengmei, gossiping about Guan Zhuer's senior, Lin, while Fan Shengmei's classmate, Wang, tidied up and went to bed. As for what happened at the company that day, she didn't make things up. She had a pretty good idea of what had happened. Andy had just finished washing up when she heard the doorbell. She glanced at the security camera and saw Chuziao Oxio outside. Reluctantly, she went to open the door. As soon as Chuziao Oxio entered, she asked, Andy, what did you do this morning? Why didn't you answer all my calls? Andy, turning back after closing the door, frowned and said, Zia Aqua, if I remember correctly, I sent you a WhatsApp message at noon to tell you I was busy. Noticing Andy's mood, Chuziao Oxio quickly apologized, I'm so sorry, Andy, it's my fault. She then looked like she was about to cry, pitifully continuing, but this morning was truly a matter of life and death, and you, as my friend, weren't there for me when I needed you. Andy, please help me again, okay? Andy was really disgusted by Chuziao Oxio's affected manner. However, out of politeness, she didn't say anything harsh, frowning and asking, what do you want to do? Glancing cautiously at Andy, Chuziao Oxio recounted the day's events and asked, Andy, is there any way to salvage this? Andy coldly shook her head, remaining silent. Chuziao Oxio's mouth dropped open. She walked to a chair and sat down, sobbing, what am I going to do, Andy? I'm going to be abandoned by my family, and even my mom will be kicked out. What am I going to do, Andy? She then buried her face in her hands and cried bitterly. Andy's head was spinning from her commotion. He quickly called out, okay, can you stop crying? Seeing Chuziao Oxio's teary-eyed, pitiful look, Andy shook his head helplessly. Jia has already been ruined by you. Knowing how these foreign companies operate, you have no hope. I don't know anyone in China besides Lao Tan, and Shengsun's business doesn't overlap with yours. Lao Tan does know quite a few people, but... Andy glanced at Chuziao Oxio, who was staring at him expectantly, and continued, but if you want me to introduce Lao Tan, do you think it's possible for me to play matchmaker for your family? What am I supposed to do then, Andy? You'll have to rely on yourself. I really can't help you. It's getting late, I need to rest, Zio Chu. Well, okay then. Seeing Andy's expression, Chuziao Oxio reluctantly stood up, walked to the door, and said pitifully, if I find a big client myself, you must help me, Andy. Zio Chu, I'm really tired. Then you should rest well. Bye-bye, love you. Closing the door, Andy let out a long sigh, quickly drank some water to calm herself down. For some reason, Andy suddenly wanted to talk to Wang Yan and Zio Chu, but after checking the time, she gave up the idea. Lying in bed, lost in thought, she fell asleep without realizing it. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was Saturday. During this time, Zhu Yingying's father came to the company for a visit. Wang Yan accompanied him, treated the father and daughter to lunch, which put Zhu Yingying's father at ease, saving him from worrying all day long at home. Guan Zhuer and Zhu Yingying were working overtime, Fan Shengmei and Wang Beichuan were acting, and Andy went on a date with Wei Wei. As for Chuziao Oxio, she'd been out drinking and partying for 3 days straight to vent her frustrations. What puzzled her was Yagobin's recent activities. He'd only talk a few words on the phone before hanging up, and her friends didn't seem to know much either, so Chuziao Oxio didn't pay much attention. In fact, Chuziao Oxio wasn't too bothered by the failure of the GI project. It was just her first time trying something new, and things hadn't gone well. She figured it would pass. As for losing face in front of Chu Yongquan, she cared even less. She had her father's temper figured out perfectly. She could just cry and make a scene later. Besides, her mother was capable and wouldn't mistreat her. As for the business, she could always find another one, The family wasn't short of money. Meanwhile, Wang Yan, who was idly practicing calligraphy at home, received a message from Zhao Kaiping, saying he'd found a good restaurant and invited him to lunch that afternoon. Wang Yan had nothing else to do, so he readily accepted the invitation. Zhao Kaiping was alright in every other way, but once he found someone he could chat with, he'd constantly bother him. Who would bother two old men like that all the time? If Wang Yan didn't know who Zhao Kaiping was, he would have kicked him 2 miles away long ago. After driving to a slightly out-of-the-way spot and parking for a while, Wang Yan followed the address to a noodle shop. The outside looked really unappealing, but the inside was a different story. There were quite a few people eating noodles, clearly strangers huddled together, slurping away. The small place felt crowded, but it was clean and tidy, showing that they had put effort into it. Sitting inside, Zhao Kaiping, sandwiched in the middle, saw Wang Yan approaching and waved with a smile, saying, "Boss Wang, over here." As he spoke, he didn't forget to apologize to the people next to him. "I'm sorry, my friend is here. Could you all please make room for me?" Wang Yan sat down next to Zhao Kaiping and thanked everyone at the table with a broad smile. "I've already ordered them, they're signature dishes. You're just in time, they should be ready soon." Nodding, Wang Yan asked, "How did you find this place?" "A new colleague recommended it. He came once and said it was good." Just then, the owner brought over 2 bowls of noodles and a plate of mixed vegetables. Zhao Kaiping waved his hand, indicating, "Try it, how is it?" Wang Yan took a big gulp, savored it, and said, "It's really good, definitely worth the price." Zhao Kaiping smiled and said, "That's right, I came here specifically to eat here first before inviting you today, that shows my sincerity. Is there something you need from me? Why are you being so helpful? Don't mention it. I get along well with Mr. Wang, I just want to share something with you." "What's with all this talk about delicious food?" Wang Yan picked up the large bowl and took a sip of soup, saying, "This is the only time, you'll miss your chance if you don't tell me." Zhao Kaiping chuckled, "I couldn't hide it from Boss Wang's discerning eyes after all. Here's the thing." Zhao Kaiping then described the situation of one of his patients and continued, "I recently met someone with real skills, and all the previous patients have almost recovered. That's why I came to you for help. You can cure them, right?" Zhao Kaiping affirmed, "Absolutely." "Okay, then let's help out." The people at the table, who had initially felt sympathy for Zhao Kaiping's description of the plight, thought, "How can you just ask for money without even asking?" The more they listened, the more it sounded like a con artist. If you're not a con artist, you're just bragging. They rolled their eyes silently, ignoring the 2 self-absorbed idiots. The 2, of course, didn't care what they thought and finished their noodles. Outside the noodle shop, Wang Yan said, "Tell me your card number, and I'll transfer the money to you later." "No, please don't. If I can't handle the money, how can I continue working?" "Then go back and ask the patients for their card numbers. Tell me the amount, and I'll transfer it directly to their cards. I won't show my face, I can't stand seeing them crying." Zhao Kaiping shook his head and smiled, "Okay, that's settled then. I'll go back to the hospital now and wait for my news." Seeing him turn to leave, Wang Yan stopped him, saying, "How about this? I'll save 1 patient a month, and they have to be cured. You understand what I mean?" Zhao Kaiping understood, of course, and nodded. "Aren't you going to consider it? Those are all serious illnesses. Not cheap, is it? It's alright, do you think I'd call you Boss Wang for nothing?" Zhao Kaiping laughed heartily. "Okay, I thank you on their behalf." As he spoke, he was about to bow to Wang Yan. Wang Yan stopped him, not letting him bow. "Alright, I appreciate the sentiment, it's mainly you who went to the trouble. That's all, go and get busy. Thank you to brother, for the 1,500 coin reward and continued support. Thank you to brother, 8, for the 500 coin reward and continued support. Thank you to brother, for the 200 coin reward and continued support. Thank you to the 6 brothers, 1988, and, for their continued support, as well as the 10 brothers, 2017090223452841 2021030110148962, and 201710041841356661, for their monthly ticket support. Daily thanks to the good brothers who voted and recommended. Thank you to all the brothers who spoke and those who only read the book. Thank you, brothers. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 Together. Watching Zhao Kaiping's hurried figure disappear into the distance, Wang Yan strolled around the neighborhood with his hands behind his back. It was almost 6 o'clock when he returned to Joyful Song. The little bit he'd eaten that afternoon had long since digested. In high spirits, Wang Yan bought some groceries and cooked himself another meal. Enjoying the side dishes and a little wine, he was quite content. Andy had a quick bite with Wei Wei, who then took her to the Science Museum. Seemingly forgetting the pain of the past few days, or perhaps just event, Andy was having a great time. Wei Wei, who had been watching her closely, was also very happy, letting out a sigh of relief. For the past week or so, he'd been thinking about Andy constantly, almost going crazy. Scientists have been dedicated to researching. That's not a blue planet we know. There were no humans there yet. One day, an asteroid flew in from the distant sky. Wei Wei and Andy sat together watching an educational film, noticing Andy staring intently and curiously at the screen. As the asteroid impacted Earth, the screen displayed a spectacular display of debris, wildfires, and lava eruptions, accompanied by narration. Wei Wei exclaimed, "How beautiful," while simultaneously placing a hand on Andy's shoulder. Feeling the touch, Andy instinctively stood up, pushed Wei Wei away, and ran away. The previous beauty vanished like a reflection in water or a flower in a mirror, and the earth on the screen was now shrouded in a hazy volcanic ash, its azure color gone. Wei Wei lay on the ground, bewildered, watching Andy question her existence. Seeing Andy run away, he quickly apologized and chased after her. Reaching Andy, who was calming down, Wei Wei hurriedly asked, "Andy, what's wrong? Are you angry?" Andy glanced at Wei Wei and said, "I'm sorry." Then she turned and walked away. Wei Wei followed closely, trying to understand Andy's strong reaction, but to no avail. He could only take Andy back to the show. Andy remained silent on the way home. Even though Wei Wei had 1,000 words in his heart, it was useless. He had no chance to utter a sound. Sitting in the car, watching Andy drive away, Wei Wei's heart grew colder and colder, aching as if torn apart. He sighed deeply and slumped back to his riverside mansion, leaning against a large, bright floor-to-ceiling window, licking his shattered heart. Andy drank water in large gulps, leaning against the bedside, thinking about the day's events. Aside from being slightly touched by Wei Wei, she had truly felt happy. She forgot about her younger brother still in Dacian, forgot her unspoken feelings, forgot about work, forgot about exhaustion. She thought, if her childhood had been happy, she would probably be like other children raised by their parents, right? Shaking her head, Andy turned to Wei Wei. They had known each other for quite some time, but had only met 3 times, including today. Despite many unpleasant experiences, she had feelings for Wei Wei, but today's events had made Andy face reality. That wasn't the feeling she thought she had, it was merely a source of emotional support while alone in a foreign land, not the sense of belonging she desired. Both were men, and Andy unconsciously thought of Wang Yan upstairs. From the noise incident, the elevator incident, to her brother's situation, Andy thought about everything that had happened in that short time, comparing it to Wei Wei's situation. She realized she was unconsciously becoming dependent on Wang Yan, and she had long since discovered that she didn't dislike physical contact with him. After thinking for a long time, comparing the two, Andy understood her own feelings. She finished her water in one gulp and went upstairs. Seeing Andy at the door, Wang Yan turned and walked back to the dining table. What a coincidence. "Have you eaten?" Andy, closing the door behind her, replied, "Not yet." "Sit down, have some with me." Wang Yan handed Andy a bowl and chopsticks and poured her a glass of wine. Seeing Andy silently picking at her food, Wang Yan asked, "Something on your mind?" He didn't know Andy had gone out with the Wei Wei today, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. "I've thought about this seriously for a long time, and I've realized that I don't resist your touch. I always unconsciously want to share my things with you." "Wang Yan," Andy said in one breath, her eyes meeting Wang Yan's. "Perhaps we could get to know each other?" Seeing Wang Yan looking at her without speaking, Andy explained, "You know my situation. I won't say anything if you refuse. I just..." She was somewhat sensible, not blurting it out. Wang Yan interrupted, "Are you confessing your feelings? You could say that. So, what do you think?" Wang Yan smiled and raised his glass. "What do you think I think?" Relieved, Andy smiled and raised her glass to clink with Wang Yan's. The two continued eating, chatting and laughing, and washed the dishes together. Wang Yan lay down on the balcony floor, embracing Andy, looking at the rare starry sky. He told Andy about the identity assigned to him by the system, letting her understand it. They talked until after 11 o'clock. Although it was late, nothing else happened. After an awkward kiss, Andy, blushing and beaming with joy, went downstairs. After a quick wash, she lay in bed lost in thought, eventually falling asleep. Wang Yan knew that Andy's contact meant real contact. They hadn't known each other for very long, so he wasn't in a hurry. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Wang Yan wasn't a good person, never had been. The worst he could say was not bad. This was only because Wang Yan's patience had improved, and considering it had only been a little over a month since the last world, he hadn't recovered yet. Otherwise, Andy would definitely be lying there today. This thing had nothing to do with age. Even if he was over 500, let alone over 100, he would still be young at heart. If one's body isn't old, then one's skills are still sharp. What's the point of an old heart? In fact, based on the plot and Andy's reaction, Wang Yan already knew what was going on. He apologized to Wei Wei. It was highly likely they would never see each other again. He didn't need to deliberately mess with Wei Wei, so be it. The next day, Monday, Andy, refreshed after a day of sweet nothings, took Guanzhou to work. In the car, Guanzhou said, "Andy, you look great today." Andy smiled and replied, "Really? I think I'm alright." She didn't mention that she and Wang Yan were having an affair. Since they hadn't asked, she didn't feel obligated to deny it. Guanzhou didn't think anything of it, because Andy was always like this. Remembering something, Guanzhou said, "By the way, Andy, don't you think Yingying has changed a lot lately?" I asked Wang Yan about this, and I'll tell you his answer. Andy remembered something and said with a smile, he said that Xiaochu has indeed improved. But her temperament hasn't changed much? As for why I feel that Xiaochu has changed, it's purely because Xiaochu's high-intensity work and continuous study have left her with insufficient energy and no time for anything else. Hearing this, Guanzhou felt indignant on behalf of Zhu Yingying. "Andy, you should talk to Yingying when you have time." Just as she arrived at the office, she saw Tan Zongming leisurely flipping through a book. "Old Tan, what brings you here again?" Turning around in his chair, Tan Zongming said, "What? You're not welcoming me?" "No, it's just that you don't come to the company often. Last time it was because of my brother's matter. What's it this time?" "The board members are meeting in a bit to discuss the Red Star matter. By the way, you've been handling the Red Star project all along, so you know it best. You can sit in on it too." At this point, Tan Zongming carefully looked at Andy, who was nodding. "You're in great shape today, much better than before. What's the good news?" Andy nodded and smiled. "Wang Yan and I, well, we're together. I'll introduce you to another day." Hearing Wang Yan's name, even though she knew the outcome, she still felt a little uncomfortable. After Tan Zongming had thoroughly investigated Wang Yan after his previous 2 rounds of questioning, the result was still the same, nothing remarkable about him. In the end, after weighing the options, he just let it go. While concealing his unease, Tan Zongming said loudly, Very good, Andy. I'm relieved to see you like this, and happy for you. Looks like I found a good place, even marriage has been arranged." Andy shook her head. "It's not that exaggerated. We've only just met, it's still early." Although they had only met once, he had confidence in Wang Yan and didn't want to say more. Tan Zongming didn't want to talk anymore, so he glanced at his watch and said, "Let's go, it's almost time." With that, he left first. Andy didn't feel anything was wrong and picked up her documents to follow him. At noon, Andy called Wang Yan to ask her to have lunch. Wang Yan readily agreed and went ahead to a restaurant not far from Andy's company, ordering some dishes and waiting for her. After all, she was a woman, they were getting along well, and she wanted to chat, which was understandable. Andy arrived late, apologetically saying, "Did you wait long? I was busy with acquisitions, there was so much to do." "Here, the dishes just arrived." Wang Yan gestured to the waiter behind her carrying the dishes, handing Andy the bowls and chopsticks, saying, "I don't know what's good here, they're all their signature dishes, Try them and see how they taste. Taking the chopsticks, Andy took a bite and said, "It's alright, but to be honest, it's a bit worse than your cooking." Andy was pretty much right. His cooking skills were probably on par with the head chef here. Wang Yan smiled and said, "Leave work early tonight, I'll cook." Andy nodded, picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks, and said, "There's a subordinate of mine who's really driving me crazy. He keeps making mistakes, big and small, and nothing I say seems to work." "Tell me more," Andy said, recounting the subordinate's situation as she ate. "I really don't understand how he got to this position." After listening, Wang Yan understood. He took a sip of soup and said, "Andy, I won't talk about your subordinate's problems, I want to talk about you." "Me?" Andy was puzzled. She didn't understand what she had done wrong. Wang Yan nodded and said, "Your handling of things is problematic. Even in America, no one does things like this. So how did you get to this position?" Wang Yan's words were quite blunt, but Andy wasn't angry and gestured for him to continue. "I'm not talking about subtle, gentle persuasion, but you shouldn't have scolded him like that in front of so many people. Shouldn't you have been more tactful? If you're unhappy with him, you could have talked to him privately and found out what caused him to act this way. If there's a problem, solve it. If you can't solve it, put it on the table and everyone can think of a solution together. If no one can solve it, you can't blame him, it's your problem as the leader. If it's entirely a matter of his personal ability, then the capable should be promoted. If you scold him like that and he's working so hard, what if something happens? Who will be responsible? Can you say you're innocent?" Andy pondered for a while and nodded, "I understand, thank you." Seeing that she wasn't in a good mood, he figured she'd probably offended him. He hadn't said anything harsher yet, so Wang Yan shook his head, changed the subject, and silently guided the atmosphere between the two back to normal. Brother Wang, Sister Andy. When the two of them had almost finished eating, Guanzhou and her two colleagues also arrived at the restaurant. "Little Guan?" Wang Yan, caught in the middle of the scene, felt a sense of familiarity. Without dwelling on it, he continued, "We're destined to meet but not to be together today. We've finished eating." "It's all right, Brother Wang." Guanzhou introduced her two colleagues. Nodding to them, Wang Yan said, "I just remembered I still owe you a big meal. I've been so busy I forgot. Let's make time for each other tonight, and give Zhu Yingying a day off too. Let's go out for a treat." Guanzhou was about to refuse, but upon hearing about giving Zhu Yingying a day off, she hesitated for a moment and nodded, "Okay, it's settled then, Brother Wang. Bye-bye, Sister Andy." Wang Yan led Andy away. At the door, after asking what they had ordered, he added two more main dishes and paid the bill. Then he remembered, wasn't this the scene of Andy's first meeting with Wei Wei? Was this the same restaurant? The thought flashed through his mind. It was just a fleeting memory. Andy watched Wang Yan add dishes and pay the bill, but said nothing. The two strolled around for a while to digest their food before parting ways. Guanzhou, watching them leave the restaurant, said, "Andy, you've met him, haven't you? That Brother Wang you were talking about is your rumored boyfriend. He lives upstairs." Her short-haired colleague rattled off the story. "This guy looks better than the last one. Putting everything else aside, his age and height are a huge advantage. As for looks, they're about the same, but Brother Wang's eyes are particularly bright, which adds a lot to his appeal. He's dressed casually in sportswear, with a tall and straight posture, so he must have a good physique. I can't tell what brand his clothes are, but judging from the fabric, they must be expensive. Your female neighbor is really something, both of them are high-quality men. Putting everything else aside, last time I couldn't tell the brand without seeing the logo. But how did you develop this ability to tell the fabric from a distance?" Talent. You can't envy that." The group chatted and laughed as the dishes they had ordered arrived. Seeing the extra meat and vegetable dishes, the long-haired colleague said, "You must have brought the wrong dishes? We didn't order these two." "No, Mom. The gentleman who was sitting at that table just now added these two dishes for you and has already paid the bill," the waiter said, pointing to the seat Wang Yan had just occupied. Watching the waiter leave, the short-haired colleague said, "Wow, that's a plus. He's much better than the last one. Why don't I have a neighbor like that?" Guanzhou ignored the two of them and quickly took out her phone to call Wang Yan. With her quick wit, Wang Yan easily dealt with her in just a few words. The long-haired colleague picked up a piece of food and said, "Just eat it, what's there to be embarrassed about?" I don't want to owe too much, I can't pay it back. The short-haired colleague interjected, obviously, you're overthinking it. He never intended for you to pay him back. In the afternoon, Andy returned to the company and talked to Liu Siming for a while. Liu Siming was the employee who had died suddenly at Shangsun's company, the subordinate Andy had mentioned at noon. No one knows what they talked about. That day, Liu Siming resigned and received 3 months' salary as compensation. If Liu Siming knew the cause and effect, he would say, "Thank you so much, you saved my life." Zhao Kaiping warmly greeted them. Come, have a seat. This must be Andy? Oh my, Mr. Wang, you're quite the ladies' man. It was Tuesday, in a relatively quiet restaurant. Zhao Kaiping already knew that WeChat messages weren't working well. Wang Yan usually saw the messages much later, so yesterday he directly called to invite them to dinner because the patient had been saved. Thank you, Dr. Zhao. You're welcome, you're welcome. Zhao Kaiping waved his hand, turning to Wang Yan and saying, but you're quite quick. I remember when we met, you were still single. I can't help it, my charm is there. Andy rolled her eyes at Wang Yan, saying nothing. Shameless. Zhao Kaiping raised his glass and laughed. Alright, let's drink. Let's celebrate you, Boss Wang, no longer being single, and let's celebrate that patient being saved. The three drank a glass, and Wang Yan said, okay, you're the one who saved him. I'm just paying to put my mind at ease. I'll help out if I can, so let's leave it at that. Zhao Kaiping didn't mind. In any case, the money was there, and the patient was alive, that was a good thing. After chatting and laughing for a while, Wang Yan asked, weren't you single? What are you thinking? Zhao Kaiping said while eating, I haven't thought about it much. I'll see what fate brings. He gestured to Andy next to him. Shaking her head, Andy said, don't look at me. He wasn't lying to you earlier. He really is charming. I confessed first. You still have to try. Who knows when fate will bring you this? Oh? Tell me what happened. Zhao Kaiping leaned forward and asked gossipy. Andy then gave a brief explanation of what had happened. After listening, Zhao Kaiping raised his glass and said, I admire your boldness and frankness. This glass is for you, Andy. Seeing the two of them drinking, Wang Yan joined them with a glass, saying, actually, we've hit it off. Don't listen to Andy, I've been thinking about this for quite a while now. Although it was all in jest, this was something a woman shouldn't have to bear, and it wasn't something to brag about. Behind this frankness was a touch of sadness. Andy smiled at Wang Yan, said nothing more, and finished her drink. Tell me about you, fate is hard to find. If you had to choose, would you prefer a harmonious, peaceful relationship, or a passionate, but ultimately empty one? Zhao Kaiping pondered for a moment and said, I'd rather have something in between. I understand. You'll have to wait for a fate. Enough said, let's have a drink. After taking a sip, Zhao Kaiping said helplessly, I know it's hard to find, but between the two, I prefer the former. Andy interjected, but your job requires the latter, doesn't it? It's not that interesting, just a short, relaxing time is fine. Zhao Kaiping shook his head. I can't accept being together for a long time, Wang Yan said. I prefer to read, listen to music, or watch anime to unwind. As the taxi carrying Zhao Kaiping drove away, Andy tilted her head and asked, do you think he and Xiaoguan are a good match? I don't know, Wang Yan replied. Let them meet sometime and see what happens. He pulled Andy into his arms and said, let's ignore them and go home. And so, Wang Yan and Andy's relationship slowly warmed up. They ran and ate breakfast together in the morning, prepared vegetables and cooked dinner together in the evening, sharing everyday life, occasionally enjoying tea and wine, chatting, reading, and practicing calligraphy. It wasn't particularly passionate, but its warmth was its strength, and Andy was deeply captivated by it. As for Wei Wei, he's practically on my heels anyway. Thanks to 3687 for the 1000 coin reward for continued support. Thanks to and Yifwuxm for their continued support, and to and for their monthly tickets. Daily thanks to all the brothers who voted for recommendations. Thanks to all the good brothers who commented and those who just read. Thank you. Chapter 83. The car was rented. It was another beautiful day off. Early in the morning, Wang Yan and Andy did their usual morning exercise and breakfast. Meanwhile, room 2202 was bustling with noise. Guanzhou and Chu Yingying had to work overtime, so they were busy washing up and making breakfast. The noise prevented Pham Shengmei from sleeping in. Reluctantly, she got up and stared blankly at the several large, designer bags Wang Beichuan had given her, lying to the side. Lost in thought, she shook her head in frustration, got up, and went out to wash up. Seeing Pham Shengmei come out, Guanzhou said, "I'm sorry, Sister Fan, I disturbed your rest." Smiling and shaking her head, Pham Shengmei said, "It's all right, I've slept enough. But you too, Guanzhou, it's understandable that you're going to have your year-end performance review coming up. But you, what are you after? Wang Yan is your boss, and he's so good to you. I understand your desire to advance, but working day and night is one thing, but having to work on your day off? Oh, don't talk about me, go wash up, Sister Fan." She'd said it so many times already, she didn't want to say it again. She just couldn't understand what Pham Shengmei was thinking, one minute relying on herself, the next wanting to find a good man. Chu Yingying chuckled, "By the way, Sister Fan, I think Wang Shui, Wang Tuangsu, and you two are a perfect match. And he's so good to you, giving you that expensive bag so readily." Guanzhou chimed in, "Yeah, Sister Fan, Wang Tuangsu is really good to you." "It's not like what you two say," Pham Shengmei said, rubbing her face in the restroom. "I guess I just rekindled some old feelings in him, it's not genuine. Otherwise, with his looks and all those girls around him, why would he even be chasing after me?" She changed the subject. "I haven't seen Wang Yan, Andy, or Chuziao Oxio much lately, especially Chuziao Oxio, who's always stirring up trouble. Why is she so quiet?" Guanzhou said, "I saw Andy and Brother Wang having dinner downstairs at our company a couple of days ago, but I haven't seen Chuziao Oxio either. I haven't seen her feeding the stray cats lately either." Chu Yingying sees Wang Yan every day, so she didn't notice anything amiss. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Yeah, Brother Wang asked us to have dinner at his place. Did we see Sister Andy there? We haven't really seen Chuziao Oxio much. Forget it, let's not talk about that annoying Chuziao Oxio. It's good that she's not causing trouble." Pham Shengmei said, "But haven't you guys noticed that Andy and Wang Yan are getting quite close? I think it's alright. I haven't been getting up early lately, but Brother Wang and Sister Andy used to exercise together in the morning. Oh dear, hurry up and eat, Guan, it's almost time. I've always thought Brother Wang and Sister Andy are a perfect match." Turning to Pham Shengmei in the bathroom, she said, "Yeah, just like Sister Fan and handsome Wang." Pham Shengmei chuckled and shook her head, "Hurry up and eat yours. You're still talking about Xiao Guan." Chu Yingying smiled and didn't say anything more, focusing on eating. A short while later, there was a knock on the door. Chu Yingying ran to open it, saying, "Sister Andy, we'll be right there." She then rushed back to her room to pack. Andy also had work today, and since it wasn't far, they arranged to go together. "No need to rush, there's plenty of time," Andy said loudly, turning to Pham Shengmei who had just come out and nodding. "How's it going with that Wang classmate? Did Xiao Guan tell you?" Seeing Andy nod, Pham Shengmei said indifferently, "It's still nothing, what progress could there be? They're still in contact." Just as Andy was about to speak, Chu Yingying, carrying her backpack, called out, Guan, let's go, let's go." Coming. Sorry Sister Andy," Guanzhou said, running out to apologize to Andy. "It's alright, it's still early." Shaking her head, Andy said to Pham Shengmei, "Then we're leaving, bye, little Sister Fan." "Goodbye, Sister Fan." Pham Shengmei waved goodbye, bye. Looking at the closed door and listening to the laughter outside, Pham Shengmei sighed, "Youth is so wonderful." She turned and went back to her room, starting to fuss over her face. Next door, Chuziao Oxio, fast asleep, frowned at Chu Yingying's loud voice outside, but ultimately didn't wake up, turning over and continuing to snore. Since the GI project failed, Chuziao Oxio's father had been somewhat dissatisfied with her, and Andy also had opinions about her. Chuziao Oxio thought she should cool things off first. After all, when she was already annoyed, forcing herself on would only make things difficult. For the past week or so, Chuziao Oxio had spent her days eating, drinking, and having fun with a group of friends, recklessly venting her unhappiness and squandering her excess energy, which had worn her out. Not long after, the phone rang repeatedly. Chuziao Oxio, eyes still closed, groped around for her phone, but couldn't find it after a while. The ringing continued, and Chuziya Oxeo reluctantly opened her eyes, her hair a mess, and reluctantly got up. Following the sound, she finally found the phone she had tossed on the floor, hidden under her clothes. She picked it up, glanced at it, rolled her eyes, and answered, "Mom, what's up so early?" "Early? Look at the time. Mom, if you don't tell me what's up, I'm hanging up." "You child, really? Alright, Zaya Oxeo, come home for dinner tonight. I just sounded out your dad, and things are almost settled. You know, can't you be a little more responsible? Always hanging out with your buddies. Look at you." Chuziya Oxeo quickly interrupted, "Okay, Mom, I know, I'll be home tonight." She then quickly hung up. Sitting on the floor, thinking about how to deal with her father when she got back, Chuziya Oxeo felt hungry and dizzy. She shook her head, got up, washed up, and went downstairs for breakfast. When she reached the door of 2202, she remembered Zhu Yingying's voice that she had heard in her sleep that morning. She wondered what the neighbors had been doing lately. Chuziya Oxeo stopped in front of the door and knocked loudly. Hearing the noise, Fan Shengmei, who was fussing over her face inside, got up and opened the door. She was startled to see Chuziya Oxeo standing there, her eyes dark and her face sallow. "Oh, isn't this Miss Chu? What happened? It's been so long," she exclaimed. Ignoring Fan Shengmei's teasing, Chuziya Oxeo said, "Sister Fan? I'd like to invite you to breakfast. Want to come? You're so kind. You've got something to hide, haven't you?" "I'm not going anywhere with you until you explain yourself," Chuziya Oxeo said impatiently. "What bad intentions could I possibly have? I just haven't seen you for a while and want to catch up." "Are you coming or not?" she said, her voice trembling. After taking a look at Chuziya Oxeo, Fan Shengmei shrugged and said, "Then I'll go with you. We haven't eaten yet. Let me get ready." Chuziya Oxeo stood at the door and looked inside, saying, "Sister Fan? Are you home alone?" Fan Shengmei, who was washing her face, said, "It's just the two of us on the entire 22nd floor. They've all gone to work." "Oh, I see." Chuziya Oxeo thought for a moment and said, "Let's arrange a time for me to treat you to dinner. We sisters on the 22nd floor haven't gotten together since last time." As for Wang Yan, she didn't mention him at all. Recently, Yao Bin had been acting strangely, and she hadn't seen him for a long time. The investigation into Wang Yan that was mentioned hadn't come to fruition. She guessed that the investigation revealed he was quite capable, but he was too embarrassed to tell her. Chuziya Oxeo wasn't one to be unreasonable. Yao Bin hadn't pursued the matter after getting beaten up, so why would she pick a fight after losing face? She knew what she was doing. "Sure, let's check the time later." Fan Shengmei changed her shoes and said, "Alright, let's go." The two chatted and laughed on the way. Chuziya Oxeo asked Fan Shengmei about things that had happened recently, mainly about Andy's whereabouts. Just as they left the apartment complex, Fan Shengmei saw Wang Beichuan making a phone call by the roadside. She greeted him, quickly shooed away the troublesome Chuziya Oxeo, then smoothed her hair and walked gracefully to Wang Beichuan's side. Seeing that Fan Shengmei wasn't paying attention, Chuziya Oxeo pouted, took out her phone, quickly snapped a picture of the car, and sent it to Yao Bin to ask him to check it out. Since Yao Bin hadn't been replying to messages very promptly lately, Chuziya Oxeo just made a phone call. The call connected, and before the other end could react, Chuziya Oxeo said, "Hey, Yao Bin, did you see the photo I just sent you? Hurry up and check the information on this car for me." After a moment's hesitation, Yao Bin said, "Okay, wait a bit." He still couldn't bring himself to refuse. "Wait, what's wrong with you lately? Why are you so slow? I can't even find you. You don't even come out when I ask you to. What are you busy with?" Satisfied with the answer, Chuziya Oxeo bombarded him with questions. Just as Yao Bin was about to explain, Chuziya Oxeo said, "Alright, that's it then, hurry up, okay? I'll treat you to dinner later." Then came the dial tone. Chuziya Oxeo had hung up. Looking at his phone, Yao Bin's expression wasn't good. He sighed deeply, sent the photo to a friend to check, and after a while forwarded the results to Chuziya Oxeo. He tossed his phone aside and sat there, lost in thought. Memories flooded her mind, Wang Yan's voice echoing in her ears. Back home, Fan Shengmei rubbed her clothes, thinking about how Chuziya Oxeo had discovered Wang Beichuan's car was rented during dinner, and how embarrassed and awkward she felt. She thought about Chu Xiaoxiao's talk of his job, salary, beauty, and carefree lifestyle. She thought about Wang Beichuan's naive promises in college, his successful performance after their reunion, and the fact that his car was rented. A phone call interrupted Fan Shengmei. Seeing it was Wang Beichuan calling, she mentally prepared herself and answered. She raised her voice and said, "Hello." Hanging up, Fan Shengmei thought, something is better than nothing, a date is better than being stuck at home. She turned and hurried back to her room to put on makeup. At the Chu family villa, Chu Xiaoxiao said in a sickeningly sweet voice, "Dad didn't want the deal to fall through, don't be angry." Okay, she then shook Chu Yuanquan's arm. "Yes, Lao Chu, this is Xiaoxiao's first time doing this. She's never done anything like it before, so it's inevitable that she'll experience some setbacks," Chu Xiaoxiao's mother chimed in. Chu Xiaoxiao, her voice slightly trembling with tears, feigned pitifulness, "Yes, Dad, I really want to do something, to share some of the burden with you and Mom. Seeing how old you are, with more gray hair, I don't want you to be so tired." Dad Chu Yuanquan sighed, unable to withstand the strain, and said helplessly, "Xiaoxiao, after this experience, you know your own capabilities." Seeing Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes welling with tears, about to cry, he quickly said, "Forget about your company. Just like I arranged before, you can become a vice president, assisting Uncle Wang, and learn from him." "No, Dad, I'm just a figurehead under Uncle Wang. He never finds me to do anything. When will my abilities be recognized? Improvement? Give me another chance, Dad." Chu Yuanquan said somewhat unhappily, "You're just being ridiculous. This time, Dad, Chu Lianji's company lost so much money and you still made him the CEO, so what did I lack? I only failed once." Before he could finish speaking, Chu Xiaoxiao burst into tears. "Dad, look at him, he has luxury cars and villas, and what about me? I live in joyful ode, driving a beat-up little car. You're just biased." Chu Yuanquan was always in a dilemma when it came to this. He felt indebted to Chu Lianji, but on the other hand, he felt it was favoritism. He glanced at Chu Xiaoxiao's mother beside him, seeing her eating with her eyes closed. Having lived together for many years, she knew exactly what this meant. She was watching his performance. If she wasn't satisfied, there would be unrest at home. "She's still my biological daughter," Chu Yuanquan sighed. All right, stop crying. Just run your company. I'll invest some more money as startup capital, okay?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xiaoxiao's mood instantly brightened, and she beamed, saying, "Thank you, Dad. I knew you loved me the most. Love you." She then kissed him with her greasy lips from eating meat. Chu Yuanquan wiped his face, feigning disgust. "You're a grown woman, look at yourself. I'm telling you, you have to do a good job this time. If you don't understand something, ask Dad." Chu Xiaoxiao happily replied while eating, "Okay, Dad. Come on, Lao Chu, try this dish. Auntie made it especially well today," Chu Xiaoxiao's mother said, placing a piece of food on Chu Yuanquan's plate. The atmosphere at the table was pleasant. The three of them ate their meal happily, chatting and laughing. That night, having gotten her father under her thumb, Chu Xiaoxiao returned to Ode to Joy, brimming with self-satisfaction. She planned to get a good night's rest, think about her grand plans for tomorrow, and then get to work the day after. Just as she reached the entrance of the apartment complex, she saw Fan Shengmei staggering away, saying goodbye to Wang Beichuan and a client. Smiling, Chu Xiaoxiao went up to Wang Beichuan, introduced herself, took a silk scarf Fan Shengmei had given her, left her business card, and caught up with a tipsy Fan Shengmei. Since the others hadn't returned from working overtime, Chu Xiaoxiao disdainfully escorted Fan Shengmei back to her room. She glanced dismissively at the clothes, shoes, and bags around her, then walked away, her not-so-great figure swaying. The next day, in the afternoon, at a private restaurant, Chu Yingying happily ate her food, saying, "Wasn't it a huge loss that I didn't come last time? But don't be sad, this time it's even better than last time. Yet, it really is delicious, Yingying, eat more." Guanzhou wasn't paying attention to Chu Yingying, she was lost in thought, watching Wang Yan and Andy sitting opposite her. Andy, noticing Guanzhou staring blankly at her, picked up a piece of food for Wang Yan and asked, "What's wrong, Guan? What are you thinking about instead of eating?" Seeing Andy so naturally picking food for Wang Yan, Guanzhou couldn't hold back any longer. She'd die if she didn't ask. After hesitating for a moment, Guanzhou said, "Brother Wang, Sister Andy, may I ask you a question?" Andy looked at Guanzhou with a bright smile but didn't speak. Wang Yan, of course, knew what she wanted to ask. He took a sip of his drink and nodded, saying, "Yes, it's just what you think." Guanzhou asked in surprise, "When did this happen, Sister Andy? How come we didn't notice?" Andy smiled and said, "It's been a while, but we've all been quite busy, especially you haven't been getting up early to run lately, so it's normal that you didn't notice. See, Guan, I told you, Brother Wang and Sister Andy are a perfect match." Chu Yingying, who was eating heartily, understood. She didn't think there was anything wrong with it. In fact, she felt it was only natural, as it should be. She exclaimed, "Come on, Brother Wang, Sister Andy, I wish you happiness." Saying this, she poured herself a drink and took a big gulp. After advising them to drink less, Wang Yan, Andy, and Guanzhou also had a drink. "Oh my, we were just wondering if you and Brother Wang were together, but it turns out you've been together for a long time," Guanzhou said happily, putting down her wine glass. As soon as the words left her mouth, she quickly waved her hand in apology. "I'm sorry, Brother Wang, Sister Andy, we didn't mean to talk about you behind your backs." Wang Yan said, "It's alright, there's nothing to be embarrassed about, let's eat." The atmosphere at the dinner table warmed up, and Zhu Yingying and Guanzhou started asking all sorts of questions, inquiring about how the two got together. The meal was filled with laughter and chatter, and it didn't end until evening. Back at Ode to Joy, Wang Yan and Andy were all lovey-dovey, exchanging sweet nothings, making room 2202 quite lively. Fan Shengyi asked in surprise, "Really? They're really together?" Guanzhou nodded, "Yes," Andy said, "it's been a long time. Although I didn't ask, I guess it started when they both went on business trips last time. Sister Fan is amazing, she noticed the signs so early." Chu Yingying said with a grin, "But I'm not bad either. I've said before that Brother Wang and Sister Andy are a perfect match." Looking at Chu Yingying, Guanzhou said, "By the way, Sister Fan, should we tell Brother Wang about the man I saw downstairs at the company last time?" Looking at Chu Yingying, Fan Shengyi said, "Are you stupid? Isn't that just Andy's ordinary friend? Why would you tell Wang Yan?" "But you didn't say that last time, Sister Fan?" Guanzhou asked doubtfully. "Oh, just don't say it. Andy isn't that kind of person, what do you have to worry about?" Fan Shengyi said, glancing at Chu Yingying again. Rolling her eyes helplessly, Chu Yingying said, "Alright, you two, do you think I'm such a blabbermouth?" Seeing their matching gazes, Chu Yingying confidently said, "Okay, maybe I used to be. But now I can definitely keep my mouth shut. I'll believe you this time." Fan Shengyi tapped Chu Yingying's forehead, then slumped onto the table. Sigh, "They're both rich, their lives, tisk tisk." Guanzhou said, "Sister Fan, I think Brother Wang and Sister Andy are truly in love." Then she told Fan Shengyi what she had found out that evening, with Zhu Yingying adding to the story. After listening, Fan Shengyi said, Maybe they are truly in love, but it's still a relationship between two rich people." Chu Yingying thought for a moment, "But Sister Fan, isn't Wang good to you? He bought you such an expensive bag, and yesterday he gave you a silk scarf. I think you two are a good match." Shaking her head, Fan Shengyi said, "You don't understand, women." Then, Fan Shengyi began to instill her ideas in the two of them. "Thank you, Red Screwdriver, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you, ouch, pain, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you to the following 5 brothers for their continued support, and also, thank you to the following 13 brothers for their monthly ticket support. Vzjiankin, 94, 150,531,171,924,781, 919, 2019, 100, LV, and Harley. Daily thanks to all the brothers who voted and recommended. Thank you to all the good brothers who commented and those who just read. Thank you, brothers." Chapter 84 taken. The next day, wearing the silk scarf Wang Beichuan had given her the day before, dressed in a very flamboyant manner, Fan Shengyi was casually studying men at her workstation, as usual. The older woman sitting next to her called out, "Little Fan, I sent you a link, it's super gossipy and juicy, you should take a look." Snapping out of her reverie, Fan Shengmei smiled. Pathetic middle-aged women, their days filled with trivial matters. Fan Shengmei opened the link her older woman had just sent and started reading it indifferently. But as soon as she saw it, Fan Shengmei's eyes widened in shock. Wasn't that Andy in the picture? She quickly read through it from beginning to end. Basically, Andy was a homewrecker, seducing someone else's boyfriend and forcing him to break up with his girlfriend. She was also having affairs with other men, driving luxury cars and frequenting high-end places. Fan Shengmei understood the terror of online rumors and violence. Just look at the nagging middle-aged woman beside her, her power was evident. She quickly made an excuse to leave and found a quiet place to call Andy. Hey, Andy, you're being attacked online. Attacked? What's there to attack me for? Yeah, I'm risking my boss finding out by calling you, just so you don't get hurt without even knowing. Take a look, it's the pinned post on the forum about the beautiful overseas educated executive. Andy found the post on her computer and realized the photos were taken a few days ago. I thought my intuition was wrong, but it's true. She looked at it carefully, then scoffed. It's complete nonsense. I haven't done anything like that, let them say what they want. Fan Shengmei shook her head, pacing anxiously. Oh, Andy, you have no idea how ruthless these trolls are. They won't say a word to your face, but behind your back, they're incredibly vicious, you know? If this keeps spreading, it'll ruin your reputation when people at your company find out. No. Yes, those who know me understand me, they won't care. Of course, those who know you well know this is impossible. But those who don't know you well might not think so. Once you're doxxed, people will fabricate stories, making the false seem true, and the whole internet will be calling you a homewrecker. At that point, whether you can even show your face in public will be a problem. Besides, Wang Yan probably doesn't know yet. Have you considered what he'll think if he finds out? Andy laughed. Knowing him as I do, he won't care about such a small thing. Fan Shengmei shook her head. Andy, don't be so confident. What if he's not like that? It would be a huge blow to your relationship. If he can't even distinguish these things, then it means we're not suitable, Andy said seriously. Just then, her assistant notified her of a meeting. Andy said, okay, thank you for your concern. But I can't talk to you any longer, I have a meeting to attend, I'm hanging up now. After saying that, she hung up the phone directly. Hearing the busy tone on her phone, Fan Shengmei helplessly put it down. It's like the emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is. After pacing around a couple of times, her eyes lit up, and she remembered her umpteenth ex-boyfriend, whom she had forgotten about. She called him, wanting to ask him for a favor. As it turned out, they insisted on following the proper procedures. Backdoors were out of the question unless. Just as Fan Shengmei returned to the work area, she saw the woman from before shouting. Little Fan, come quick. That mistress from earlier has been exposed. A graduate of a prestigious university, the CFO of Shangxun Group, that scoundrel's name is Wei Wei, and there's another man with an unclear relationship who runs an internet company and is quite wealthy. This woman is amazing. Not only did she become the CFO at such a young age, but she's also having an affair with the big boss and other rich guys, and both of them are eligible bachelors. A bystander said, not only that, I heard from people at Shangxun that this woman has a special relationship with Tan Zhongming. Otherwise, how could she climb to that position at such a young age? Oh my, what's so great about this woman? Playing with 3 men? Yeah, if it weren't for. Fan Shengmei stopped listening to the gossip, knowing things had gotten out of hand, and quickly ran out to call Andy. Andy had just arrived at the conference room, about to start the meeting, when Fan Shengmei called again. After thinking for a moment and gesturing to her subordinate, she came out to answer. Hello? Fan Xiaomi? Is everything really alright? Andy, listen to me, Fan Shengmei said anxiously. You've been exposed now, and there's also information about someone named Wei Wei, and Wang Yan. However, Wang Yan's situation is only briefly mentioned. The main target isn't him, but you and that Wei Wei. Andy, is this Wei Wei the key Diane you told me about? You really should tell Wang Yan now. If he finds out about this from someone else, it'll be a completely different story, you know, Andy? Andy wasn't stupid, she understood Fan Shengmei's words. Before, she was only accused of being a mistress, without specifying who it was, so it was completely fabricated and could be ignored. Now it's different, names and details have been exposed. Regardless of whether she and Wei Wei had any scandalous affairs, They had known each other for many years, and she had indeed had contact with him. If Wang Yan knew, he would inevitably overthink things and feel deceived. After a long pause, Fan Shengmei, who was getting impatient, finally spoke up. Okay, thank you, Fan Shengmei. You don't need to worry about the rest. I'll call Wang Yan in a bit and talk to him. Fan Shengmei was worried. Sister Andy, what do you mean in a bit? It's right now, immediately. I'll try to think of a solution for you. Okay, that's all, bye. It felt nice to be cared for, it was very humane. Andy smiled and shook her head, then dialed Wang Yan's number. In the company at the software park, Wang Yan was working at his desk. With less than 2 months until the Lunar New Year, Wang Yan planned to officially launch the product after the holiday. So, he had a lot on his plate lately, and many decisions required his approval. Even with his business acumen, he was quite busy. The phone rang, and Wang Yan glanced at it before answering. Hello, Andy, what's up? He only asked this because Andy usually didn't call him unless there was a reason. Wang Yan. I want to talk to you about something. It's like this. Andy rambled on the phone about her past with Wei Wei, saying, now, for some reason, someone is posting online to smear me, so I hope you won't overthink it. I didn't lie to you. Okay, I understand. Don't worry about it. Just go about your business. Wang Yan said forcefully. Oh, by the way, ask Tan Zongming for leave. Take a day off tomorrow. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be resolved in the next couple of days. Thank you, Wang Yan. But I can forget about taking leave. I have to chair a meeting tomorrow. Wang Yan said, sure, whatever you want. That's all then. Bye. After hanging up, Wang Yan used the computer next to him to find the post. There are definitely ways to smear you. Say a mix of truth and lies, and get 2 people to fan the flames. The wind will blow. After reading it, Wang Yan typed away on the computer, starting to pinpoint the IPs that were fanning the flames. He remembered this. In the drama, Chu Xiaoxiao asked Yagobin to help resolve it. Wang Yan wouldn't comment on the enthusiastic netizens, but he disagreed with their approach. The matter had escalated significantly. Was simply recording a video to blackmail the woman into posting an apology enough? Would that be effective? Impossible. People would only suspect she was coerced or threatened into apologizing. And without any concrete evidence, the netizens, passionate and outspoken about injustice, would be enraged, and the situation would only escalate uncontrollably. After some effort, Wang Yan found the information on that woman, Iguan, glanced at it, and then called Yagobin. Since he had already resolved the issue, there was no need to bother him again. A second attempt wouldn't hurt. The call connected, and Wang Yan said, hello, this is Wang Yan. Yagobin, who was lying at home playing the sentimental card, said in a low voice, Brother Wang, what's up? What do you need? Wang Yan didn't mince words and went straight to the point. There's this girl named Iguanan. She's a second-generation rich kid. You should know her, right? Iguanan? Yagobin muttered, thinking for a moment before saying, I remember now, I know her. What's wrong, Brother Wang? Did she provoke you? Do you want me to take care of her? Yagobin wasn't unreasonable. Even though the people he'd investigated were far worse off than his family, Wang Yan's current status clearly indicated he wasn't someone to be trifled with. As a second-generation rich kid who was just coasting along, he certainly didn't need to make enemies easily. Although he had been beaten up by Wang Yan, he'd long since forgiven him after what happened last time, and sometimes even felt grateful to Wang Yan. Otherwise, he didn't know how long Chu Xiaoxiao would have played with him. Of course, sometimes he couldn't help but feel resentful. Why are you so annoying? Why can't I just stupidly let her play with me? The beautiful illusion was shattered, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. You don't need to deal with her, just get some information out of her, record the evidence of her spreading rumors. Rumors? What rumors? Yagobin was completely absorbed in his own little world, having no time for such useless things. I'll send you all the information later, including details about Guanan and her 2 accomplices. The sooner the better. That's it, I'll treat you to drinks later. That's right, I should be treating Brother Wang to drinks. I promised to treat you to dinner last time, but I haven't arranged it yet. Okay, that's it, wait for my message. Hanging up, Wang Yan sent the information to Yagobin, without instructing him on how to use it. Yagobin wasn't useless. After finishing, He wondered if he should give them a lesson. What he'd said before hadn't been very effective, a waste of time. This kid was so stubborn, truly only interested in one person. After hanging up, Andy couldn't help but smile sweetly, thinking about Wang Yan's calm, empowering, and confident words. After the meeting, it was almost time to leave work. Having finished her tasks, Andy sat down and thought for a moment before calling Fan Shengmei. Wang Yan told me not to worry about it, he said it'll be resolved in the next couple of days. Thank you. I'm leaving early today, so how about I call Xiaoguan and treat you to dinner tonight? Since Wang Yan said so, we won't worry about it anymore, Fan Shengmei replied after a moment's thought. As for dinner, let's skip it. Xiaoguan just messaged me, she has to work overtime. Besides, I've been arguing with them for ages and I'm exhausted. And besides, in your current situation, everyone will hate you if you go out. You should just go back and be all lovey-dovey with Wang Yan. Andy understood Fan Shengmei's meaning, but didn't mind. It was a favor that she was helping her. She laughed and said, yeah, you're right. We'll owe her a meal then. Next time, we'll arrange a time for just the two of us to eat, without Wang Yan. Haha, okay, it's settled then. Hanging up, Andy packed her things and left work. It was only after overhearing her employees' gossip and seeing the note tucked under the windshield wiper in the parking lot that read "Shameless Mistress, Rat crossing the street," that Andy realized things weren't as simple as she'd imagined. She truly felt the harm this matter had caused her. Wang Yan left work on time as usual, receiving a call from Zhao Kaiping on the way home. He said he'd overheard the nurses gossiping about Andy, inquired about her situation, and invited her to dinner, but didn't say anything more. Having already received Andy's message that she wouldn't be working overtime, she bought groceries on the way and returned to Joyful Song. Opening the door, she saw Andy quietly reading a book. You're back, she said, putting down her book and getting up to take the things from Wang Yan's hands. Seeing Andy's distress, Wang Yan comforted her, saying, don't worry, it's nothing serious. Someone left a note in my car tonight. I didn't expect it to escalate like this. It's alright. There are bound to be a few ruthless people, we'll deal with them one by one. Wang Yan changed the subject, saying, okay, let's cook. Andy helped with the vegetables, chopping and preparing them, while Chef Wang wielded his ladle with a clanging sound. Soon, 4 dishes and a soup were on the table. The two drank, and Andy talked about how Fan Shengmei had helped her that day, calling her a good neighbor and friend. Wang Yan simply smiled and nodded, appropriately changing the subject, no longer dwelling on the unpleasantness of the day. They talked about their lives, or at least about her younger brother. As for work, Andy never discussed it with Wang Yan, not out of distrust, but as a matter of basic professional ethics and conduct. Of course, she wouldn't inquire about the specifics of Wang Yan's company, only knowing the general outline. Just as the two were chatting and laughing, Andy's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Andy answered, hello? Lao Tan? I heard someone left a note in your car after get off work today. Andy said, Lao Tan, don't worry, I'm fine. It's just a prank. I told Wang Yan everything, and he said he'll handle it in the next couple of days. Are you two together? Give him the phone. Andy glanced at Wang Yan, handed him the phone, and after answering with a hello, he heard Tan Zongming on the other end say, how do you plan to handle this? It's just some petty squabble over jealousy. We've found the person, and if all goes well, we'll have results tomorrow, Wang Yan said casually. He said, oh, right, I'll give you the evidence later, and your Shink Soon will sue them. Andy is your employee after all, so I don't need to elaborate on the benefits, right? There was a moment of silence on the other end, clearly someone was thinking. After a while, Tan Zongming said, okay, I'll wait for your news. Tell her I'll chair tomorrow's meeting and let her rest for a day. Wang Yan said okay and hung up the phone, handing it back to Andy. Wang Yan said, did you hear that? Your boss is giving you a day off. Andy shook her head and smiled, old Tan is really. In that case, I'll rest for a day. Wang Yan put a piece of food on her plate and said, then I'll stay home with you tomorrow. He knew that Andy didn't show it on her face, but she still had some concerns in her heart. Before, no one cared about her, and she had to rely on herself for everything, so she could only grit her teeth and endure. But now it's different. Wang Yan gave her warmth, care, and peace of mind, and that hard shell gradually disappeared. It wasn't that she was no longer strong, but that she enjoyed being cared for more. In the relaxed atmosphere, it was inevitable to have a few extra drinks, and the meal didn't end until after 9 o'clock. After a quick cleanup, they brewed a pot of tea to sober up. Although Andy wasn't drunk, her eyes were inevitably hazy, and her affectionate gaze conveyed some, certain messages. Perhaps it was a misinterpretation, but Wang Yan didn't care. They had been together for quite some time, their feelings had developed sufficiently, and he understood her quite well. It was time to move to a deeper level. He silently pulled Andy into his arms, his head slowly lowering, his hands gradually moving upwards. Andy responded awkwardly. Having lived in the free United States for many years, her views weren't actually very traditional, it was just that she couldn't accept certain things. But today, after Wang Yan listened to her story, his confident "I understand" gave her an unprecedented sense of security, striking her hard and solidifying her belief in Wang Yan. After a moment of intimacy, Wang Yan cupped Andy's flushed face in his hands, lost in passion. Their eyes met briefly, and without a word, he scooped her up and rolled her onto the bed. Meanwhile, Guanzhou and Chu Yingying, who had returned to Ode to Joy together due to overtime work, sat around the table with Fan Shengmei for a tea party. Guanzhou pushed up her glasses and said, "What can we do about Andy's situation?" Chu Yingying, standing to the side, said nonchalantly, "Didn't Brother Wang say to leave it to him? We should just trust him. Our abilities are too limited, besides arguing with those people, there's nothing we can do. And even in an argument, we're no match for them." Yet, Chu was right this time. Fan Shengmei nodded in agreement. "I've been arguing all afternoon, and I'm exhausted. My posts are practically worthless, they're basically buried as soon as they're posted." Guanzhou thought for a moment and said, "Why don't we go see Andy and comfort her? After all, something like this happened, she probably can't sleep well." "Are you stupid?" Fan Shengmei tapped her forehead in annoyance and said ambiguously, "Isn't Wang Yan there? Why do we need to interfere? Won't we interrupt their time together?" Guanzhou blushed and pushed Fan Shengmei. "Oh, Sister Fan." Chu Yingying ate potato chips beside them, watching the two of them with a smile. All right, stop fooling around." Fan Shengmei laughed. "Didn't you meet that Wei? As far as I know, he's the key Diane that Andy mentioned before. Xiao Guan, tell us quickly, how does he compare to Wang Yan?" After staring at them for a moment, Guanzhou told them about her two encounters at the restaurant, and also shared her colleague's analysis. While they were discussing who was better, Wang Yan or Wei, and the argument was raging upstairs, Wei, far away on the other side of the ocean, received a message from his friend in China. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you to reader, Diu, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you to the following 5 readers for their continued support, 1988, Harley, and 202103011014896 and to the following 3 readers for their monthly ticket support, 2017 STYNGD, and 0723. I also want to thank all the readers who voted and recommended this book. Thank you to everyone who commented or simply read the book. Thank you all. Chapter 85. Wei is gone. The rising sun dispelled the morning mist. The cries of energetic children, the calls of concerned elders, the greetings of familiar neighbors downstairs, and the occasional car pulling out of the underground garage filled the air. The quiet atmosphere of joy was broken by the rising fireworks. Another beautiful day. Wang Yan opened his eyes precisely on time, glanced at Andy sleeping soundly in his arms, and smiled faintly. Andy was also experiencing this for the first time in her 30-odd years, lacking experience. And because it was her first time, he couldn't be too rough, lest she experience pain instead of pleasure. Speaking of the issue of original versus non-original, Wang Yan couldn't help but think of Ying Qin, who later dated Chu Yingying. It's understandable that people have requirements when choosing a partner, there's nothing wrong with that. However, Wang Yan couldn't help but think of his younger self. He had once had similar thoughts, to find a pure, loving partner to walk together on life's journey. He had once been a pure boy, possessing this kind of fastidiousness. But later, after seeing more, he came to terms with it and gave up. Gently placing Andy aside, Wang Yan slowly got up. Despite the gentle movement, it still woke Andy, who was used to waking up early. Having toiled all night, Andy wearily opened her eyes, staring blankly at Wang Yan's strong body. She then remembered the madness of the previous night and frowned, feeling the discomfort in her body. Seeing Andy open her eyes, Wang Yan leaned down and kissed Andy's forehead. You don't have to go to work today, you can sleep a little longer. I'll go buy breakfast. I'll also buy an old hen at the market to nourish you. Thinking of the madness of the previous night, Andy blushed and hummed in agreement, closing her eyes. After finding a set of sportswear and changing, Wang Yan went out for his usual morning exercise. Hearing the door slam shut, Andy opened her eyes, looked at the ceiling, smiled, turned over, and fell back into deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Andy, still half asleep, smelled a delicious aroma wafting over and felt an unbearable hunger, waking her completely. Hearing the sounds coming from the kitchen, Andy yawned and stretched. She struggled to grab her phone from the bedside table, glanced at the time, it was already past 11. She quickly scrolled through the messages. There were caring messages from several girls in apartment 2202 downstairs, and Chuziya Oxio from apartment 2203 inviting her to a beauty spa, dinner, and fun outings. Most of the other messages were from her subordinates, all work-related. After replying to a few, she left her phone aside and laboriously got up to go to the bathroom to wash up. After finishing the last dish, Wang Yan washed his hands and returned to the room, intending to wake Andy. Seeing no one in bed and hearing the sound of running water from the bathroom, Wang Yan smiled and didn't disturb her. Turning around, she went downstairs to apartment 2201, found a change of clothes, and went back upstairs. She knocked on the bathroom door. Andy? What's up? I just got you a change of clothes downstairs, I put them on the bed. Okay, thanks. The sound of running water resumed. Wang Yan shook his head without saying anything. Perhaps it wasn't deep enough. Otherwise, why would she have said thank you? He went back to the kitchen, ladled out the soup he'd made, and sat down at the table to reply to messages. A short while later, Andy, blushing, slowly came out. Although they had already, been completely naked, she was still somewhat unaccustomed to this huge shift in their relationship, especially after seeing the bra Wang Yan had brought while she was changing. Ignoring her shyness, Wang Yan naturally helped her to a chair, saying, I specially made this soup for you. Try it and see if it suits your taste. Andy took a spoonful, smacked her lips, and said, not bad. As always, it's top-notch. I'm glad you like it. Eat more. Today's dishes are all nourishing and blood-tonifying. As a professional TCM doctor and a professional chef, he was naturally skilled in food therapy. Nodding, Andy couldn't help but recall the pleasure she had experienced last night when such a suggestive topic came up. She sat up straight, feeling a bit uncomfortable to clear her head, and changed the subject, asking, how's it going? Don't worry, everything's fine. We'll have results this afternoon. Let's eat. Wang Yan found some light topics to lift Andy's spirits, and the two enjoyed a warm lunch together. After the meal, they cleaned up the dishes and kitchen waste, brewed a pot of tea, and quietly enjoyed the peace and quiet. Andy put down her teacup and said, I'd like to visit my brother in Dacian sometime. Okay, and I'll also check on how the nursing home is doing. Nodding, Andy nestled next to Wang Yan and continued drinking her tea. They tacitly avoided mentioning the child, otherwise, they wouldn't have slept together. Just then, the phone beside them rang. Wang Yan glanced at it and answered, Any results? Of course, Brother Wang, I've sent you the video. Do you have time today? I'll treat you to dinner. Thanks, but there's no reason for you to treat me after you've done this. I'll arrange it tomorrow, that's all. Seeing Wang Yan's firm stance, Yaobin didn't argue further, said okay, and hung up. Andy sat up straight. All done? Wang Yan nodded, found the video Yaobin had sent, and the two watched it. Wang Yan, him and I. After watching it, Andy still wanted to explain again. Now that their relationship was closer, Andy, who had always lacked security, didn't want a stranger to create rifts between them. Alright, didn't we already talk about it? Have your tea. Wang Yan interrupted her, ignoring Andy's gentle smile on the other end, and sent the video to Tan Zhongming. At the same time, she made a phone call. Hello? I've sent you the video. He said it himself. The rest is up to you. Hearing the affirmative reply, she hung up and continued her sweet talk with Andy. Tan Zhongming, upon receiving the message, immediately took action. Shengxuan was such a large group, with a whole bunch of lawyers in its legal department, it was time to take action. He filed a lawsuit directly, and simultaneously issued a statement on the official website, Weibo, forums, and other platforms regarding the malicious rumors circulating online targeting Shangxun executives and affecting the company's normal business operations, posting the lawsuit there. The effect was immediate. After all, without solid evidence, such a large company wouldn't make such a reckless statement. This impact was far greater than before. The incident escalated significantly. The online sentiment shifted abruptly. Those who had been frantically posting were now deleting posts and turning around to righteously condemn the rumor mongers. Bravely leading the charge, Fan Shengmei, who was slacking off at work, naturally saw this and quickly told Guanzhou and Chu Yingying about it. She didn't speak to Andy, knowing that Andy and Wang Yan were both resting at home today. Listening to her colleagues' discussions, it seemed as if they hadn't known about the incident yesterday at all. The initial indignation had vanished, replaced by a tacit agreement to attack the rumor mongers, their words becoming even more vicious. Fan Shengmei smiled dismissively, ignoring them, and began to think about the power Wang Yan had displayed behind this incident. Guanzhou, relieved after receiving the news, continued working. Chu Yingying, needless to say, was even busier than Guanzhou and hadn't even seen the message. Chu Xiaoxiao finally learned about the incident when her mother casually mentioned it during a phone call, remembering that Andy had helped her before. Having a wealthy family is indeed advantageous. Chu Yuanquan not only gave her a sum of money but also some business opportunities to handle. Having never dealt with such matters before, Chu Xiaoxiao found it quite challenging and difficult, thus keeping her busy at the company for the past 2 days. Upon hearing the news, she quickly found the post and read it. After reading it, Chu Xiaoxiao was filled with regret. Such a good opportunity to repair relationships and even take them to the next level, she had missed it? Sitting in her expensive executive chair, her feet swinging back and forth on her equally expensive desk, Chu Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and then took out her phone to call Yao Bin. Yao Bin was currently figuring out where to find a young woman to change his mood. Seeing Chu Xiaoxiao's call, he wanted to hang up several times, but finally sighed helplessly and answered, "Hello? Yao Bin? I saw Shangxun's statement. Someone previously slandered Andy as a mistress. Did you know? That was me who did it. How could I not know?" Yao Bin said, "I know, so what? You know?" Chu Xiaoxiao instantly sat up straight, angrily saying, "Yao Bin, if you knew, why didn't you tell me? Andy is my neighbor, don't you know? She helped me before, don't you know? Later, the business deal fell through, and my son got angry with her, so I slightly offended her, didn't you know? Didn't I tell you? Oh dear, this was such a good opportunity, how could you? Ugh, never mind, I'm hanging up." Hearing the busy tone again, Yao Bin's face darkened, and he angrily threw the phone to the ground, shattering it. I know you're a fool." Yao Bin decided to ignore her, whatever. Everyone has a temper. Disheartened, Chu Xiaoxiao quickly sent Andy a message to comfort her, but of course, it went unanswered. Without hesitation, Chu Xiaoxiao directly called Andy. The call connected, and Chu Xiaoxiao said in a fake tone, "Hey, Andy? I just found out about your situation. I'm so sorry I couldn't help. Are you alright?" "Huh? I'm fine. That puts my mind at ease. But such a big thing happened, and as someone living on the 22nd floor, as a neighbor, as a friend, you actually told me? That's so unfair. Haha, how about this, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Let's invite the people from 2202, have a meal together to calm you down, what do you think? Today isn't possible? How about tomorrow? Okay, I'll ask them. Okay, bye." She could hear the unfamiliarity in Andy's voice, but she didn't care. They weren't actually that close to each other. She was the one who shamelessly begged for help and then complained afterwards. Of course, this was based on the premise that the other party could have an equal conversation, otherwise, why would she look for the cause within herself? Chu Xiaoxiao scrolled through her contacts on her phone, found the people from 2202, and sent messages to each of them to inquire about their well-being. Chu Yingying didn't answer, Guanzhou said it was uncertain about tomorrow, only Fan Shengmei said it was fine. Chu Xiaoxiao replied that she'd talk about it tomorrow, then, lost in thought for a while, shook her head and started working with a worried expression. Wang Yan wasn't interested in the consequences for the person spreading the rumors. Tan Zongming would teach her a lesson. He was even less interested in Chu Xiaoxiao's thoughts. After talking to Andy, Wang Yan helped her downstairs, letting her take some commonly used items upstairs. They were essentially living together now. As for her apartment, it would simply serve as a large study in Andy's office space. Besides, the apartment wasn't originally Andy's, it belonged to Shengxun, and Tan Zongming had provided it for her. That evening, Wang Yan prepared a sumptuous dinner. After eating, Andy chatted with Fan Shengmei, who had returned home early downstairs, and it was almost time to leave. They had work the next day, so they turned off the lights and went to bed early. Wang Yan held Andy close, whispering sweet nothings, and they fell asleep sometime later. The next day, after eating the breakfast Wang Yan brought back, Andy washed up, gave him a goodbye kiss, and went downstairs to call Guanzhou to drive off. "Andy, you look great today." Smiling and nodding, Andy said, "Everything's taken care of, no need to worry. Besides, I had a good rest yesterday, so of course I'm full of energy." "Yeah, that's true. By the way, Andy, Chu Xiaoxiao invited us to dinner tonight, saying it's to calm your nerves. Did she tell you?" "Yes, she did. Do you all have time? I said I'd treat you to dinner last time, so I'll treat you this time." "Andy, you know me, if you're not sure, let's talk about it after get off work tonight. By the way, what about Yingyan? She's so busy." Guanzhou paused, then realized what she meant and slapped her head, saying, "Never mind, I've been working myself silly lately." Andy chuckled and shook her head, not saying anything more, focusing on driving. Upon arriving at the company, Andy chatted with Tan Zongming, who was waiting there, for a while. He explained his plans to deal with those who had spread rumors and caused trouble. They also discussed the board's opinions and thoughts regarding the acquisition of Hongsing. Tan Zongming noticed Andy's slight unease. Having known her for many years, he naturally knew Andy's situation. Being an experienced man himself, he could easily see that Andy had been won over by the man surnamed Wang. Although he had long since let go of the past and understood the situation, the reality was still unsettling. After ending his conversation with Andy, Tan Zongming left to find his new mistress, to comfort and console her. Andy didn't care what Tan Zongming thought, even if she knew, she wouldn't mind, they were friends. After calling a morning meeting with her subordinates, she began working, having already missed a day and still having many things to handle. Just as Andy was engrossed in her work, her phone rang. The caller was Qi Dian. After thinking for a moment, Andy answered the phone. "Hello? I'm at the coffee shop downstairs from your company. Let's meet." Andy hesitated for a moment, then said okay. In the coffee shop, Wei Wei, holding his coffee cup, said, "I'm sorry, Andy. I rushed back as soon as I got the news, wanting to deal with this matter. I just didn't expect you to act so quickly, but I still want to apologize for the trouble I caused and the hurt I caused you." Andy said calmly, "It's just a small trouble, it's okay, you don't need to feel guilty." Looking at Andy, Wei Wei said softly, "Actually, I'm quite grateful for this scandal, otherwise I wouldn't have had a reason to come see you that day, I'm sorry, Qi Dian. Please don't say these things anymore, I already have a boyfriend." Hearing this, Wei Wei's hands gripping the coffee cup tightened suddenly, his knuckles turning white. "Is it that Mr. Wang from the scandal?" Seeing Andy nod without speaking, Wei Wei tried his best to remain calm, but his voice trembled. "Why him? Am I not tall enough? Am I not handsome enough? Am I not smart enough? Or what? What am I lacking? Please give me a reason, Andy." He had someone investigate Wang Yan as soon as he received the news, and after reviewing the detailed information, Wei Wei was confident that he was no less capable than others. "The you now is not the Qi Dian I know. You are Wei Wei." Andy looked at Wei Wei, who was trying to suppress his excitement, and shook his head. "If I had to give a reason, I think it would be love. It's a warmth I've never felt in my past 30 years. Looking at Andy, whose expression was full of warmth as she spoke of the man surnamed Wang, Wei Wei fell silent. He was a smart man, a decisive smart man, and even more so, a smart man with a clear understanding of himself. To knowingly do something impossible, wasting time and energy, even with feelings involved, was not his style. Releasing the coffee cup with both hands, Wei Wei said, "Since that's the case, I won't insist. But I think we can still be friends, right?" Andy shrugged and smiled. "Of course, you're Kidian, aren't you? Thank you, the coffee's on me. I'm leaving now." Wei Wei left, and Andy didn't see him off, nor did he turn back. He just stared blankly at the untouched coffee cup across from him, the surface of which was clearly visible with sweat. After a long while, Andy came back to his senses, smiled self-deprecatingly, then stood up and walked out of the coffee shop with a bright and cheerful smile. In the bar, soft and soothing music resonated in the quiet space under the dim yellow lights. In a corner booth, Yaobin and Wang Yan clinked glasses and downed a drink. Yaobin said, "Brother Wang, I think you were absolutely right last time. You don't know, she called me yesterday, and the other day too." Yaobin recounted what happened after their last drinking session, saying, "That Chu Xiaoxiao is really so damn awful. She only ever calls me when she needs favors, never when she doesn't need anything. Oh, right, she does ask me to eat, drink, and have fun. I figured it out, they only think of me when they're all alone and want me to pay the bill. Damn it. Oh, right, Brother Wang. Speaking of paying the bill, I recently had some free time and reminisced about all the times we've gone out together over the years, and I realized she always pays the least. Damn it, her family isn't short of money, so why is she so stingy?" Taking a sip of his drink, Yaobin continued to complain, "And the house she lives in now, I even paid for it myself, and another friend paid for the renovations. I'm so damn fucked." Just look at Yaobin, and you'll see that when he has feelings for someone, everything about him seems off. There's something wrong with him. You're all talk and no action, but when you actually see Chu Xiaoxiao, you're a mess. Wang Yan thought for a moment and said, "Oh, wrong, you can't even handle just hearing her voice on the phone." Taking a big gulp of his drink, Yaobin said sadly, "Hey, Brother Wang, don't make fun of me. We've known each other since we were kids, all these years. If you really ask me to do this or that, sigh, it's difficult." Yes, Wang Yan understood all of this and could understand. But Yaobin's current state was clearly not what he wanted. It was obvious he'd been too lenient last time. This time, a little more force would make things clear. Taking a sip of wine to moisten his throat, Master Wang began, "Yaobin, let me tell you something." Meanwhile, on the other side, the 5 women of Ode to Joy reunited to thank Bored Bird for the 400 coin donation. Thank you, Fu News, for the 100 coin donation. Thank you, Digging for Gold, for the 100 coin donation. Thank you, A Lone Warrior, for the 100 coin donation. Thank you to, and, Lee, for their continued support, and to, 1,895, and Amp, and, E, for their monthly ticket support. Daily thanks to the brothers who voted and recommended. Thank you to all the brothers who commented and those who just read the book. Thank you. Chapter 86 Repaying the Money. It was a fairly spacious Western restaurant, and during lunchtime, it was quite crowded. Soft, soothing music played, subconsciously encouraging quiet whispers, and the tables were spaced far apart. Therefore, apart from the music, there was no sound of laughter or chatter. "Come on, let's have a drink to help Andy get through this ordeal, and also to reunite our sisters on the 22nd floor, Chu Xiaoxiao said, leaning forward and inviting the other 4 women at the table. Andy raised her glass and smiled. "Xiaoxiao is right, but I'll pass. It wasn't a big deal anyway. Let's toast to a reunion. Cheers." The crisp sound of clinking glasses filled the air as the 5 women raised their glasses and drank together. Setting down her wine glass, Andy, knife and fork in hand, cut her steak and said, "Xiao Chu, it feels like ages. What have you been up to lately? What else could I be busy with?" "Just drifting through life," Chu Xiaoxiao replied nonchalantly. "That GI project from a while back didn't go through, so my dad invested some more money in me and introduced me to some business opportunities to learn. Okay, enough about me. How are you guys doing?" Andy smiled and said, "Fine." Guanzhou and Fan Shengmei nodded in agreement, while Zhu Yingying didn't even glance at her, silently eating her meat. Looking at the lukewarm reactions of the others, Chu Xiaoxiao said listlessly, "Ugh, this is so boring. At least tell me what's been going on lately, so I'll know something." She looked around, finally focusing on Zhu Yingying, who was silently eating and seemed easy to manipulate. "Xiao Chu, they're all nodding, why aren't you reacting?" Hearing this, Zhu Yingying looked up and smiled. "Thanks for your concern, I'm fine too." Then she lowered her head and continued eating. With an awkward smile on her face, Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Zhu Yingying, who was looking down, and was a little unhappy. Fortunately, she remembered that this was a chance to build a good relationship, So she didn't say anything rude, and the atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Oh dear, Chu, we really don't have anything to say. Fan Shengmei, noticing the awkward atmosphere, tried to smooth things over. We're all just employees, working all the time. How can we be as carefree as you, the boss? Guanzhou said. Sister Fan is right. Unlike you, we're all just employees, busy to death every day. Where would we find the time to talk about this? With a way out, Chu Xiaoxiao glanced disdainfully at Chu Yingying, took a sip of her drink, and said, "What's wrong with being a boss? You still have to work, okay? You have no idea how tough it is for me every day. I don't know this, I don't know that, I have to learn everything from scratch. If I don't do well, I lose money, if I do well, I don't earn much. I think it's better for you to just go to your regular jobs." Andy forked a piece of meat for Chu Yingying, receiving a big smile in return, and said, "It's inevitable to feel uncomfortable at first. After a while, you'll figure it out." "That's true, but who knows when that will be?" Fan Shengmei took a sip of her drink and offered a token word of comfort. "That day will come eventually. Haste makes waste. Take it slow." Chu Xiaoxiao lowered her head and ate a bite of food, saying, "Hey, by the way, Andy, who are those two people in the rumors?" "The one named Wei Wei is an online friend I chat with quite well. As for the other one, After thinking for a moment, Andy told her anyway. Since they lived in the same building and would see each other all the time, she'd figure it out herself. "You know the other one too, Wang Yan upstairs." Chu Xiaoxiao paused mid-drink, put down her glass, and frowned. "The one surnamed Wang? You and him?" Seeing that Chu Xiaoxiao didn't know, Guanzhou chimed in, "Andy and brother Wang have been together for a long time." Hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao turned blankly to Andy. "Really?" The latter smiled and nodded in affirmation. "No way? Andy? That guy surnamed Wang?" Upon receiving Andy's confirmation, Chu Xiaoxiao instinctively wanted to criticize Wang Yan, but after seeing Andy's gaze, she reluctantly picked up her glass and said, "Fine, I'll punish myself with a drink, forget I said anything." What kind of relationship could possibly be salvaged like this? She didn't know about others, but if she were Wang Yan, she could be easily swayed by his pillow talk. Of course, Chu Xiaoxiao wasn't the type to give in easily. She still needed to protect Andy. Honestly, after the time Andy helped her, she felt that in terms of ability alone, she was far superior to her parents, a true elite. As for that guy surnamed Wang, she would definitely find an opportunity to sow discord. She felt that Wang Yan wasn't good enough for Andy, and well, that was entirely for Andy's good. After drinking, Chu Xiaoxiao wisely refrained from discussing Andy and Wang Yan. Seeing Fan Shengmei beside her, her eyes darted around, as if she had thought of something, but she ultimately remained silent. Today wasn't a good day for her to cause trouble, it would only worsen Andy's impression of her. So she changed the subject, chatting and laughing with everyone. After listening to their everyday stories, she tried to remain silent. Damn it, she thought, I asked you all how you were doing, and you all said okay, but now you're talking about things I don't know. Despite this obvious rejection, Chu Xiaoxiao remained outwardly calm, but she made a mental note of it. After finishing the meal, it was already past 9 when they returned to Joyful Ode. Andy went back to the 22nd floor, she had some things to take care of. Chu Xiaoxiao called out, Andy, don't close the door yet, I need to ask you something. After a moment's hesitation, Andy didn't refuse, saying okay. She glanced at the 3 women in 2202, smiled, and went inside. The 3 women didn't pay any attention, it wasn't their business. They opened the door and went home to wash up. They'd had a little wine today, so a good night's sleep was perfect. Chu Xiaoxiao threw her things home, changed her shoes, and skipped over to Andy for advice and suggestions. Andy patiently talked to them for a while, then said, okay, that's all I told you. Any questions? No, thank you, Andy. Chu Xiaoxiao shook her head. Oh, by the way, during dinner earlier, I heard you talking about Sister Fan's classmate. I didn't tell you about her, but I have a funny story to tell you. What about him? What's so funny? He's a complete scoundrel, driving a BMW 3 Series to fawn over her. I checked with a friend, and it turns out it was rented from a car rental company. Fan Shengmei thought she'd snagged a rich husband, but she was disappointed. Haha, isn't that funny? Andy frowned. It's not good to investigate people like that. Sister Fan hasn't offended you. Why are you doing this? With a disdainful snort, Chuziya Oxio said, Andy, you can't just look at appearances. You don't know, the first time I saw her. Chuziya Oxio rattled off the story of Pham Shengmei's alleged scheming and how Pham Shengmei had used a client's presents to buy a silk scarf, telling Andy, really, Andy, I've seen too many people like her. She uses her looks to seduce men, and some even break up other people's families. I despise people like her the most. I'll take her down one by one. I'm going to fight her to the end. After a moment's thought, Andy said, alright, let's not talk about others behind their backs. I have some things to do, you. Chuziya Oxio interrupted, then I'll go first, bye-bye, Andy, love you. With that, she smiled and walked out. Gossiping about others with Andy while subtly highlighting herself, judging from Andy's expression, she knew it had worked. Hearing the door close, Andy fell into deep thought, pondering Pham Shengmei's situation. Watching Yaobin being drunkenly taken away, Wang Yan hired a driver and returned to Joyful Ode. He chatted for a while, barely eating anything, and called Andy on the way to ask if she wanted to grab something to eat. Although Andy wasn't hungry, she was too preoccupied with Pham Shengmei to concentrate on anything, so she went downstairs to keep Wang Yan company. At the noodle shop outside the residential area, after listening to Andy's story, Wang Yan took a sip of soup and said, everyone has different thoughts and choices, don't overthink it. If you think she's okay, then be friends, if you don't, just stay away. Andy thought for a moment and said, what you said makes sense, but it feels like you haven't said anything at all. Swallowing the noodles in his mouth, Wang Yan said, I won't say much more. Like I said, try to look at things from an outsider's perspective. The more you see, the more you'll understand. If all else fails, go out with Tan Zongming for a couple of days and see how those women who throw themselves at him are similar, except they're much better than Pham Shengmei. Nodding, Andy didn't speak, sitting blankly across from him watching Wang Yan slurp his noodles, her mind wandering. After finishing their noodles, Wang Yan put his arm around Andy and strolled home, talking about light-hearted things, constantly discussing what Pham Shengmei was up to. They got home after 10 o'clock. Wang Yan whispered gently in Andy's ear, are you all done? What's done? Andy stiffened for a moment, then nodded and whispered, yes. Then let's go wash up. Without waiting for Andy's reply, Wang Yan swept her up in his arms and carried her to the bathroom in the bedroom. A moment later, a suppressed moan escaped. Yaobin rubbed his head and sat up, clearing his head for a moment. After washing up and eating the breakfast prepared by the housekeeper, he sat on the villa's balcony, looking at the green space below, thinking about what Wang Yan had said yesterday. After some time, Yaobin picked up his phone and made a call. Hey, Lanlin, do you have any money? For renovations? Oh, right, I forgot. I'll contact him now. Having laid the groundwork, Yaobin then called Chuziya Oxio. The phone connected. Hello, who is it? It's me, Yaobin. Chuziya Oxio, still half asleep, said, what's up so early? Spit it out, or I'm hanging up. Hearing the impatient voice on the other end, Yaobin gritted his teeth and said, something's come up on my end. I need a lot of money, a large sum, and I don't dare let my family know, so you see. Borrow money? Tell me, let me see if I have enough. Upon hearing this, Yaobin opened his mouth but didn't say anything, then took a deep breath and said, have you forgotten the 5 million I lent you to buy a house? Upon hearing 5 million, Chuziya Oxio jumped up, thought for a moment and realized there was indeed such a thing, but then she thought again and said, Yaobin, you're not just calling to collect a debt, are you? It's just a little money, is it really that big of a deal? No, Chuziya Oxio, do you think I'm that kind of person? I really ran into trouble. I just called Lanlin, and I almost forgot about it if she hadn't mentioned it. By the way, could you give me the million+ yuan for Lanlin's renovation? I'll pay her back later. Yaobin, what happened to you? Let's think of a solution, see if we can resolve it. No, Chuziya Oxio, I'm the one who solves your problems, and now you're telling me to help you find a solution? Yaobin on the other end of the phone was almost laughing at Chuziya Oxio's antics. Hurry up, we're in a real mess, and you're still joking around? After a long while, Chuziya Oxio's stammering voice came from the other end. Yaobin, you know my situation. I just returned to the country, and right now, where would I get that much money? I can't come up with it. Yao Bin shouted, didn't you ask your mother for it? I came back to fight for the family fortune. If my parents find out, wouldn't I be finished? So you've decided not to pay me back? You're just going to leave me to die? Yao Bin's voice was low and somber. He was utterly disappointed. This was the kind of scum he'd encountered before even facing hardship. All that help he'd given her all this time. Chu Xiaoxiao said, don't worry, Yao Bin, think of something. It's not that I'm borrowing money from you, it's that I'm asking you to pay me back to help me, and you, you're something else, Chu Xiaoxiao. With that, Yao Bin hung up. He was incredibly grateful to his brother Wang. Without him, he didn't know how long he'd been played. What was he thinking before? He'd been blind. Hearing the busy tone, Chu Xiaoxiao quickly called Lanlin to verify. After hearing the message, Chu Xiaoxiao sat on the bed, stunned. She was so conflicted, spending the entire morning thinking about it, and hadn't even gone to work. It was almost noon when Chu Xiaoxiao sighed. She had to pay back what she owed, or she wouldn't be able to survive in that industry anymore. She picked up her phone and called her mother. Hello, Mom, is Dad with you? No. Chu Xiaoxiao's mother glanced at the phone, then realized what was going on. Xiaoxiao, tell me the truth, did you get into trouble again? Chu Xiaoxiao said pitifully, no, I didn't do anything wrong. It's just that when you asked me to come back to fight for the inheritance, I thought, so I borrowed less than 7 million from a friend. That's how I bought a house in Joyful Ode. Now he wants me to pay it back, but I can't come up with it. Mom, please help me, okay? Why are you pretending to be pitiful? Why don't you have your dad buy you a villa? Now look at you, you're pleasing neither side. Chu Xiaoxiao's mother said stubbornly, wait, I'll talk to the bank. Give me the friend's bank account number. Thank you, Mom, I love you to death. Chu Xiaoxiao exclaimed happily, then added, but Mom, please don't let Dad know. This trick of mine is quite effective. Alright, just let me have some peace and quiet. Thank you, Mom. I'll send you his bank account number right now. Let me know when you're done, okay? Do you need to tell me? Seriously, bye. Chu Xiaoxiao pouted, tossed her phone aside, and got up to wash. She planned to check on Yao Bin and see what was going on that made things so ugly. Thank you, Bai Dadan, for the 500 coin reward. Thank you, Fu Xinwen, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you, Wu Daozhidang, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you to the following 4 readers for their continued support, and, as well as the following 13 readers for their monthly ticket support, 74,100,911, Crush, ZB 2650, 123, H, 201612091739131818, and, 2017 STYNGD. I also want to thank the readers who voted for recommendations. Thank you to all the readers who commented or simply read the book. Thank you. Chapter 87 First Encounter and Fall. After washing up, Chu Xiaoxiao picked up her phone, smiled smugly at the message her mother had sent, and dialed Yao Bin's number. Check if the money arrived. I told my mom. Yao Bin, I've even disrupted my plans to fight for the inheritance to help you. My dad gave me a good lecture, and with the recent failure of the GI project, I've been having a tough time lately. Without giving him time to react, Chu Xiaoxiao said, so, how are you going to thank me? After a long silence, Yao Bin said, I've resolved the matter. I borrowed the money from a friend. Since the money's been returned, let's call it even. Don't contact me again. Stunned, Chu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, wait, Yao Bin, what do you mean? Explain things to me clearly. Why are you saying don't contact me? Before she could finish, the call was disconnected. Confused, Chu Xiaoxiao quickly called back, but was blocked. She then asked her friends what happened, but they knew nothing about it either. Without hesitation, Chu Xiaoxiao put on her clothes and went out. She was going to find Yao Bin and ask him face to face why he had suddenly done this. A furious Chu Xiaoxiao arrived at a racetrack and found the friend who had tipped her off. Where's Yao Bin? Her friend pointed to the cars speeding along the track and said, Xiaoxiao, what did you do to Yao Bin? It's gotten to this point. I don't know what's gotten into him, that's why I came to find out, Chu Xiaoxiao said impatiently. By the way, do you know what happened to him? We don't know either. He borrowed money from all his friends in the industry this morning. We don't know what's making him so anxious. Alright, that's none of your business. Her friend looked at the out-of-control car scraping against a guardrail and spitting sparks below and said, Xiaoxiao, don't tell anyone I told you, Yaobin is really angry. Chu Xiaoxiao found Yaobin, who had just been pulled from the car and was jumping around, and threw her bag at him. Yaobin, what do you mean? Explain yourself today. Yaobin, who had just vented his anger and was feeling good, turned pale and the veins on his neck bulged. Seeing Yaobin's ferocious expression, Chu Xiaoxiao was frightened and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Yaobin, don't get agitated, let's talk this out. Throwing his bag aside, Yaobin took a deep breath and said, don't make things too ugly, come with me. With that, he got up and left. Watching him walk away, Chu Xiaoxiao mentally prepared herself, bent down to pick up her bag, and, in her 10-centimeter heels, followed him, swaying her hips. Finding a quiet spot, looking at Chu Xiaoxiao following behind, Yaobin had never before felt she was so ugly, disgusting, and repulsive. As she approached, Yaobin said, putting everything else aside, what right do you have to question me? Chu Xiaoxiao retorted, what right do I have? Didn't I make myself clear on the phone? The GI project failed, and my dad already had a problem with me. Now, to help you, I asked my family for money, and he scolded me again. Instead of thanking me, you want to cut ties with me? Hearing this, Yaobin laughed, then burst into laughter. You're asking me to pay back the money I owe you, and you're helping me? And you expect me to thank you? Chu Xiaoxiao, how come I never realized you were this kind of person? Chu Xiaoxiao realized she had said the wrong thing and opened her mouth to explain. Yaobin waved his hand and said, let's not talk about the part about not helping someone in distress. Here, take a look at this. He then took out his phone, flipped through it a couple of times, and handed it to her. Casually taking the phone, after glancing at it twice, Chu Xiaoxiao's mouth gaped open, her eyes widened in disbelief, her expression shifting rapidly. You investigated me? Looking at Chu Xiaoxiao's face, Yaobin said calmly, I've already given you face, don't be ungrateful. He had countless things he wanted to say to Chu Xiaoxiao, words to curse her, words to curse himself, words of grief and anger at being played, words of mockery at this moment. But when the words reached his lips, he realized none of them mattered anymore, they were meaningless. Don't worry, I won't spread this stuff. Yaobin reached out and said, give me the phone, you can go, don't contact me again. Chu Xiaoxiao's mind went blank, she blankly handed the phone back to Yaobin, and turned away dejectedly. Smiling, he watched Chu Xiaoxiao walk away and disappear around the corner. Feeling the salty taste in his mouth, Yaobin wiped his face, tears were already streaming down his face. Although she was terrible, in the past years, he had truly loved her deeply, and it still hurt. The next day, with a loud bang, the door opened. Xiao Guan, come in. Hearing the noise, Wang Yan, a skilled driver who skillfully weaved through traffic, arrived home first. He came out from his study, where he was practicing calligraphy, and nodded to Andy. Xiao Guan, what's wrong? Guanzhur, who had been silently weeping, was extremely upset. Wang Yan's question made her burst into tears. Wang Yan said to Andy, Andy, comfort her. I'll make some tea, let's sit down and talk. Crying is a good way to release emotions, a good cry now and then is even good for your health. But he just couldn't stand it, it was upsetting. Andy calmed Guanzhur down, and Wang Yan's tea was ready. The three of them sat down in the living room. Wang Yan poured Guanzhur a cup of tea and said, Guan, you've cried enough. Tell me what happened. Guanzhur thanked him and wiped away her tears. A few days ago, my colleague Michelle caught a cold and asked me to help her with her work. She made a mistake, but I was the one who signed it off, and then my boss reprimanded me. Andy glanced at Wang Yan, who was focused on drinking his tea, and then turned to Guanzhur, saying, so why are you crying? Did your boss wrong you? Did Michelle deny it? Or was the mistake too big for you to handle? Guanzhur choked back tears, a bit of both, and because my boss made me write a written self-criticism, this written self-criticism is. It might be in my file. That will definitely affect my internship grades, which will definitely affect whether I can stay at this company. Did you explain? I explained, but my supervisor wouldn't listen. She assigned the work, so she definitely knows it was Michelle's. Michelle is the one primarily responsible, and even though she knows I got criticized, she didn't try to clear things up for me. She blamed it all on her. Andy glanced at Wang Yan beside him and said, "Let me tell you my opinion, though it might be a bit hard to hear." Seeing Guanzhou nod, he continued, "A friend of mine who's a senior executive told me that if there's an opportunity, he should start from the bottom again." Then, Andy went on and on about his set of working-class cog in the cog theory to Guanzhou. Wang Yan listened silently without saying a word. He didn't want to say much about this because in his company, there were still a bunch of people, including Zhu Yingying, working overtime silently, while he was just drinking tea. His only advantage over others was his financial commitment. He always paid overtime in full according to laws and regulations, and never missed any other benefits such as commuting allowances and meals. Zhu Yingying always took the last subway train because she wanted to save money. The fare was always calculated based on distance and deposited directly into her account. As for Guanzhou's problem, Wang Yan would have done the same in his position, because he always focused on results. The difference was that he wouldn't ramble on with useless criticism, he'd just have to redo it. After listening to them talk for a while, Guanzhou finally said, "Then I'll divide this self-criticism into 3 parts. In the first part, I'll explain the sequence of events, in the second part, I'll admit my mistakes, and in the third part, I'll propose solutions." As soon as she finished speaking, Guanzhou's tears, which she had just stopped, started flowing again. "It's so painful. I have to admit my mistakes against my will. Since graduation, more and more of what I've done has been against my will, but I have no choice but to endure it. Growing up is so tiring." All right, Guan, wipe your tears." Seeing that she had said enough, Wang Yan put down his teacup and said, "You need to learn from this experience and understand what you would do if you were in your boss's position. I hope you won't be influenced by Andy in this regard. You have a lot more to experience in the future, this is just the beginning." Seeing Guanzhou nod silently, Wang Yan continued, "But to be honest, Guan, look at you. She's living such a fulfilling life every day. I think you should take this opportunity to keep Zhu company. 2 sisters working together can be fun too." Guanzhou stopped crying, thinking to herself, "Why haven't you forgotten this? Why do you always try to lure me to your company? Can't I see what Zhu Yingying is like? She's more tired than me working at a Fortune 500 company, and she's lost so much weight. Where's the fun in that?" Wiping away her tears, Guanzhou said helplessly, "Thank you, Brother Wang, but I'm doing fine now. Let's see if I can make it through this year. One should finish what one starts." Andy shook his head with amusement and remained silent. "Okay, that's good to finish what you started." Wang Yan waved his hand. "Let's not talk about work anymore. Let's go out for a meal and relax. We've arranged to meet a handsome guy later, let me introduce you." Guanzhou shook her head repeatedly. I'd better not. It's not appropriate for me to go with you guys having dinner with your friends." "What's inappropriate?" "Little Guan, don't say I didn't warn you, you'll regret it for the rest of your life if you don't go this time." "Don't believe me? Ask Andy." Seeing Guanzhou looking at her, Andy nodded with a wry smile. "It's true, Dr. Zhao is really outstanding, you two should get along well. Besides, you haven't eaten yet, so it's perfect to go together. Go ahead, Xiao Guan." Wang Yan made the decision immediately, "It's settled then. Do you two want to change your clothes? I'll go change. Then I'll take the things back first." Wang Yan nodded and said, "Okay, then Xiao Guan, let's meet in the underground parking lot." After Guanzhou left, Andy went inside to change her clothes and said, "Are they sure they'll work out? And Xiao Guan also has a senior brother, Lin, who's pursuing her. Whether they'll work out or not, we'll see after they get to know each other. Whether it's senior brother Lin or Dr. Zhao, it still depends on Xiao Guan herself. I'll call Dr. Zhao and tell him." It was already November, and the wind was a little chilly. In the noisy barbecue restaurant, most of the people were urban men and women who had worked all day and their colleagues, or a few friends, eating skewers, drinking, laughing and joking loudly. Zhao Kaiping stood up and waved and shouted, "Over here." Hearing the voice, Guanzhou, who was following behind Wang Yan, subconsciously looked over. One glance and it was love at first sight. Today, Guanzhou finally understood what love at first sight meant. Time seemed to stand still. She stood there, stunned, the surrounding noise gone, her eyes seeing only a hazy white expanse besides the handsome, smiling, waving man. Unconsciously, a smile appeared on her face. Guanzhou was lost in her own little world. Little Guan? Little Guan? Andy called out twice to Guanzhou, who was standing there grinning foolishly. Seeing no response, she followed her gaze and saw Zhao Kaiping shaking hands and talking to Wang Yan. Falling for him after just one meeting? These young people these days, she really didn't understand. Patting Guanzhou beside her, Andy said, "Little Guan, wake up, snap out of it." Hum. Guanzhou, brought back to her senses by the pat, responded blankly twice, then, her face flushed, said, "I'm sorry, Sister Andy." Giving Guanzhou a mischievous look, Andy didn't speak, turning and leading the way. Noticing Andy's gaze, Guanzhou blushed even more, stamped her foot, and inwardly cursed herself for being so weak. She quickly caught up with Andy. "Come on, Guanzhou, let me introduce you," Wang Yan called out to Guanzhou, pointing to Zhao Kaiping beside her. "This is Zhao Kaiping." He then turned to Guanzhou and introduced her as well. "This is Guanzhou, you two get to know each other." Zhao Kaiping extended his hand and said, "Hello, I'm a doctor. I look a bit older than you. You can call me Brother Zhao or Dr. Zhao, that's what they call me. Hello, just call me Little Guan, that's what they call me too." As she spoke, Guanzhou blushed and extended her hand to shake hands with Zhao Kaiping. Zhao Kaiping was very polite. Before Guanzhou could pull her hand away like a kitten, he immediately let go. This made Guanzhou both happy and disappointed. After letting go, Zhao Kaiping said, "Don't stand, sit down." Wang Yan nodded, "Sit, everyone sit. Zhao Guan, you and Dr. Zhao sit on the other side." He then pulled Andy to sit down beside him. Zhao Kaiping looked at Wang Yan with a wry smile, then made room for her, saying, "Zhao Guan, you sit inside." Guanzhou nodded blankly, "Okay, thank you, Brother Zhao. Another colleague recommended you this time?" After the two were seated, Wang Yan glanced at Guanzhou, who was pretending to be an ostrich, and asked with a smile. "Wrong." Zhao Kaiping asked the waiter for 2 menus and handed one to Wang Yan. This time it was recommended by a patient. "I've already ordered some, take a look and order some more you like." He then gave the other menu to Guanzhou beside him, "Order whatever you like, don't be shy." Guanzhou quickly waved her hand, saying, No, I'm fine with anything. Let Brother Wang and Sister Andy order." Wang Yan casually handed the menu to Andy beside him, saying, "It's alright, Guan, we're probably not very familiar yet, don't be too reserved. You and Andy can decide what to order. Dr. Zhao is treating today, so you should seize the opportunity." Hearing Wang Yan say seize the opportunity, Guanzhou quickly buried her head in studying the menu with Andy, ignoring Wang Yan. Zhao Kaiping chimed in, "Yes, it's my treat today, Guan, Andy, don't be shy." Andy smiled and nodded, she wouldn't be shy. They had known each other for quite a while, eaten together many times, and were very familiar. However, this was actually her first time eating barbecue, and everything seemed so novel to her. She would never have eaten such things before, simply because she thought they were unsanitary. Wang Yan always subtly influenced others, never being influenced by them. Now that she was with Wang Yan, she was inevitably affected, and besides, being with him made her subconsciously ignore such things. It's like only drinking Evian water, now she drinks that premium brand of water quite naturally. Wang Yan, Andy, and Zhao Kaiping chatted and laughed, while Guanzhou remained silent, occasionally glancing at Zhao Kaiping with delighted eyes. As for her former boss? Michelle? Sorry, not familiar. She had no time to think about them, they were long forgotten. It was supposed to be a small gathering of friends, but Guanzhou's presence changed everything. Guanzhou looked like she wanted to get close but was also afraid. This wouldn't do, she needed to be helped. Once all the skewers were on the table, Wang Yan opened a beer and poured one for each person. Seeing Zhao Kaiping also raise a glass and pour himself a drink like Andy and Guanzhou, he said, "Dr. Zhao, it's one thing for the ladies, but why are you, a grown man, pouring yourself a glass of beer?" Zhao Kaiping reluctantly put down his glass and said, "Fine, don't try to tease me. I'll chug it straight from the bottle." Zhao Kaiping understood Wang Yan's meaning, he wanted to pair him up with Guanzhou. Knowing Wang Yan was aware of the situation, he wasn't bothered. That's more like it, Wang Yan nodded. After Andy and Guanzhou filled their glasses, he held up a bottle and said, "Come on, Dr. Zhao and Guanzhou are meeting for the first time today, let's toast to our acquaintance." Without another word, Wang Yan downed the entire bottle, then turned it upside down, leaving only a few bubbles, and showed it to Zhao Kaiping. Zhao Kaiping wasn't one to shirk responsibility. To liven things up, he also downed a bottle without hesitation. Andy and Guanzhou also finished their drinks. After a drink, the atmosphere warmed up slightly. Wang Yan subtly steered the conversation, and without anyone noticing, he and Zhao Kaiping drank 2 more bottles. Guanzhou had barely finished 1 bottle, her face flushed. That was about it. Chugging beer straight from the bottle produces a stronger reaction than pouring it from a glass. After 3 bottles, they talked quite a bit more. Zhao Kaiping, who was already a bit tipsy, got a little more into it and became quite talkative. Guanzhou, who couldn't drink much, gradually opened up and was now able to have a normal conversation with Zhao Kaiping. The hardest part of getting to know someone is the period from stranger to acquaintance. It requires mutual testing and judgment. This applies to making friends, and it also applies to getting along. The two were talking about classical music, discussing Dvorak. Zhao Kaiping spoke eloquently, and Guanzhou was full of admiration, occasionally offering her own thoughts and opinions. It was a good start, but who knew how it would end? It was all up to fate. Watching the two chatting and laughing, Andy clinked glasses with Wang Yan and whispered to him, "I think there's something going on between them." Taking a sip of his drink, Wang Yan laughed. "See?" Zhao Kaiping, engrossed in his conversation with Guanzhou, noticed their intimate gesture. "What are you two whispering about?" Wang Yan clinked glasses with Zhao Kaiping and said, "We're saying you two are having a really good time chatting, and you should keep in touch." "Yeah, we are having a lot of fun." Zhao Kaiping took a sip of his drink and looked at Guanzhou beside him, saying, "Guan has quite a wide range of interests. I didn't expect we could talk about this much." "No way." Guanzhou smiled shyly, "Not at all. Compared to brother Zhao, I'm far from being as good." Shaking his head, Zhao Kaiping didn't dwell on the question of who was far better, and looked at the two sitting opposite him, saying, "There's a question I've been holding back for a long time, but I haven't asked it yet." Seeing Wang Yan nod in acknowledgement, Zhao Kaiping continued, "You two have been together for quite a while, and you're not getting any younger. When are you planning to get married?" Andy immediately looked at Wang Yan. She wanted to ask this question but had never said it aloud before, and today she was taking advantage of Zhao Kaiping's presence. Noticing the tension in Andy's eyes, Wang Yan smiled faintly, patting Andy's leg under the table. "If nothing unexpected happens, next spring." Andy's lips curled up without speaking, and she gripped Wang Yan's hand tightly under the table. Zhao Kaiping happily carried the wine and said, "Let's make it clear first, I want to be the best man." "Of course, come on, let's drink." "Thanks to brother, for the 1,500 coin reward." "Thanks to brothers, and, for their continued support, and to brothers, 201706131009333931, Agony, and, for their monthly tickets. Daily thanks to all the brothers who voted and recommended. Thanks to all the good brothers who commented and those who just read. Thank you, brothers." Chapter 88 Wang Beichuan. Goodbye, Brother Wang and Sister Andy. Watching the two go upstairs, Guanzhou rummaged through her bag for her keys, opened the door, and went inside. Chu Yingying, who had just arrived home, came out brushing her teeth and said, "You're back, Guan. I think I heard you greeting Brother Wang just now?" "Yes, Brother Wang and Sister Andy took me out to eat." Guanzhou closed the door and turned around, nodding to Chu Yingying. She glanced at the clock on the wall in the living room, then looked at Fan Shengmei, who was sitting on the sofa with a face mask on, and said, "Sister Fan, aren't you getting your beauty sleep? It's almost 11 o'clock. Oh dear, it's all because of you. You didn't even tell me you were going out to eat with Wang Yan and Andy. You didn't reply to my messages either, making me worry for nothing." As she spoke, Fan Shengmei sniffed. "You've been drinking?" "I'm sorry, Sister Fan, it's all my fault. I'll definitely tell you in advance next time." Guanzhou apologized and continued, "We had barbecue and just drank some beer." She wasn't a big drinker to begin with, so she didn't drink much. The atmosphere had cooled down, and the initial excitement had faded. The little bit of alcohol she drank on the way back had mostly worn off. With toothpaste foam all over her mouth, Zhu Yingying mumbled, "Any handsome guys?" The mention of handsome guys immediately brought to Guanzhou's mind Dr. Zhao. Even though Wang Yan and Andy had already teased her about it, she still blushed instantly. Since they were all good friends, she didn't hide anything and said shyly, "Yes, there's one, a friend of Brother Wang." Something was up. Zhu Yingying turned to look at Fan Shengmei beside her, and the two nodded. Zhu Yingying quickly said, Tell me quickly." Guanzhou sat down on the sofa, thought for a moment, and said, "He's a doctor." After hearing this, Fan Shengmei said, "Little Guan, now that you mention it, Dr. Zhao is really good. You should cherish him, good men are rare these days." Sister Fan is right, I also think Dr. Zhao is good. Zhu Yingying echoed, "Do you have a photo? Let us see it, okay?" Nodding, Guanzhou shyly took out her phone and found Zhao Kaiping's WeChat. "Here, the profile picture is it." After glancing at it, Zhu Yingying snatched the phone. "Sister Fan, look, he's really handsome." "Yes, he's handsome." Fan Shengmei nodded, unable to hide her envy and sourness, and said, "Little Guan, this Dr. Zhao. He's handsome, has a good job, and comes from a good family. He's so lucky. Oh dear, when will I ever meet a good man like him?" "Sister Fan, why are you sighing?" Zhu Yingying said, "Don't you already have Wang Beichuan? He's great. I really think you two are a good match." Fan Shengmei had already decided against Wang Beichuan, so she didn't care about being a good match. She changed the subject, saying, "Little Chu, you've been brushing your teeth for over 20 minutes. That's enough." Zhu Yingying chuckled, "I forgot. I was just gossiping about Guanzhou. Never mind. Time to wash up and go to bed. Guan, you should get ready too. You smell like alcohol." Looking at the self-pitying Fan Shengmei, Guanzhou nodded and went back to her room to change. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Yan and Andy went about their daily routine, enjoying their cozy life and going to work. But these 2 days were a worrying and difficult time for Guanzhou. On one hand, she chatted enthusiastically with Dr. Zhao, whom she had just met, during her free time. On one hand, she couldn't refuse Lin's enthusiastic flattery and efforts, and always tacitly agreed. This made her feel guilty, like she was caught in a double bind. It was just past the end of the workday, and Guanzhou was still working hard. Despite the comforting words from Andy and even Zhao Kaiping, she still felt a sword hanging over her head, unable to relax, because of what had happened a couple of days ago. She hoped to perform well and be noticed by her superiors, to make up for the points she had lost. The vibration of her phone attracted Guanzhou's attention, who was completely absorbed in her work. She stopped what she was doing, looked at the caller ID, hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and answered, "Hello? Lin? Hello, junior sister? Are you off work? I happen to be passing by your place today, do you want me to give you a ride?" Hearing the voice on the other end of the line, Guanzhou glanced at the time in the lower right corner of her computer. She wasn't stupid, she knew Lin must have called specifically at the right time, right when she was supposed to be off work. Guanzhou took a deep breath and said in a series of sentences, "Senior Brother Lin, thank you for taking care of me these past few days. But I'm sorry, Senior Brother Lin, I have someone I like. Goodbye, Senior Brother Lin." She quickly hung up the phone. Senior Brother Lin, who was bending down, looking down, and getting into his car, froze upon hearing the busy tone. After a moment, he sat in the driver's seat, closed the door, and stared blankly at the flat, wide road in front of him, gripping the steering wheel. His mind was filled with Guanzhou's last words, "Goodbye, Senior Brother Lin." After a long while, Senior Brother Lin gave a seemingly carefree laugh, started the car, and drove off. After hanging up, Guanzhou opened the pinned chat window on WeChat, staring blankly at the last encouraging emoticon for a moment. Coming back to her senses, she gave herself a pep talk and threw herself back into her work. Not long after, her phone vibrated again. She glanced at it and answered, "Hello, Sister Fan? Xiao Guan, the property management called. They said there was a huge leak downstairs last night. I insisted it wasn't us." After listening, Guanzhou thought for a moment and said, "Was it leaked when I was washing clothes last night? You can't admit that either. If you do, they'll give you a long list of things to pay for. Okay, just do as I say. I have something to do, I'll be back late. I just called Xiaochu." She works overtime every day. Are you working overtime today? Before Guanzhou could answer, Fan Shengmei glanced at Wang Beichuan waiting beside her and continued, if you get back early, you'd better handle it well. Don't admit it easily. If there's a real problem, we'll have to pry up the floorboards. The bathroom won't be usable for several days, and with workers coming and going, we'll have to take time off to stay home and keep an eye on things. Who has that kind of time, right? Okay, that's all I'll say. Just be careful. I have something to do, so I'll hang up now. When Guanzhou returned to joyful song, it was almost 8 o'clock. As soon as she entered the building, she saw the property management staff downstairs waving and saying, "You're finally back. We've been waiting for you for ages. Wait a minute. I'll notify the plumber and the owner of apartment 2102 to come and check on your place." Guanzhou nodded without saying anything. She wouldn't listen to Fan Shengmei's nonsense, because running away wouldn't solve the problem. If it was her own problem, she had to admit it. This was a principle her parents had taught her since childhood and that she had reinforced in the past few days. Without the many complications Chu Yingying had caused, and with the downstairs neighbors being quite nice and not trying to extort money, everything went smoothly. Meanwhile, Wang Yan and Andy, having finished their meal and taken a stroll in the park to digest, were chatting and laughing as they walked back. As long as Andy wasn't working overtime or had social engagements, the two of them would go for a walk every day. Just as they reached the entrance of the complex, they saw Fan Shengmei and Wang Beichuan, who had brought her home, talking. Seeing the two, Andy said to Wang Yan beside her, "Isn't that Fan Shengmei? By the way, Wang Yan, the guy standing opposite her is her old classmate, Wang Beichuan." Wang Yan nodded. Fan Shengmei, who was talking, also saw them approaching and greeted them with a smile. "Hi, Andy, Wang Yan. Andy, you've already met him, so I won't say more." As the two approached, Fan Shengmei introduced Wang Beichuan with a smile. "This is Andy's boyfriend, Wang Yan." Wang Beichuan smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Wang Beichuan." Wang Yan didn't know what to say about this old friend of Wang Beichuan. He was indeed very obsequious, but Wang Beichuan was genuinely willing. In the early stages, Fan Shengmei was playing with him, and he was unaware, which was understandable. Later, when Wei Wei organized the trip to the villa, he was exposed and humiliated, yet he still eagerly tried to help others resolve those messy situations. That was somewhat unreasonable. It was pure shamelessness, forcing his way in, as if he couldn't live without Fan Shengmei's countless tricks. If it was convenient to help him out, Wang Yan would be happy to do so. But Wang Beichuan couldn't easily solve this. Did he not know Fan Shengmei's character or family background? He wasn't stupid, he definitely knew. So he was happy to do it, he liked it, and you couldn't do anything about it. Nodding, Wang Yan shook his hand and said, "Hello, we're from the same family. Let's chat sometime. We won't disturb you any longer, you two keep talking." "Okay, no problem." Nodding to Andy, Wang Beichuan politely said, "Then take care, you two. Goodbye." "What do you mean by disturbing us? We've finished talking." At this moment, Fan Shengmei said, "Andy, let's go upstairs together." Looking at Wang Beichuan's expression, Andy said, "Okay, let's go." Fan Shengmei waved to Wang Beichuan, "Bye-bye, drive carefully, take it easy on the road. I'm leaving." After saying that, she turned and left with Wang Yan and Andy. Wang Beichuan took a step forward, seemingly wanting to stop Fan Shengmei, but ultimately didn't move, saying, "Get some rest early." Without turning her head, Fan Shengmei hummed in agreement and walked away. Watching the three figures disappear into the distance, Wang Beichuan hesitated for a moment before entering the residential complex and following them to Building 19. He learned from the property management staff downstairs that Fan Shengmei wasn't as glamorous as she seemed on the surface, and discovered the truth: she was sharing an apartment with someone. He turned back to his car and inquired about Fan Shengmei with his old classmate, confirming the fact that Fan Shengmei wasn't doing so well, and that she was still taking pottery and flower arranging classes. Along the way, Andy and Fan Shengmei chatted intermittently as they returned to the 22nd floor. Seeing the busy workers coming and going, Andy said to Wang Yan, "You go up first, I have some things to do, and I'll spend some time with him." Nodding to Guanzhou standing at the door, Wang Yan went upstairs. After Wang Yan left, Andy said, "It's so messy here, why don't you come stay at my place for a while?" Guanzhou waved her hand and said, I won't go, Sister Andy. Sister Fan, you go ahead. She didn't say anything about keeping an eye on things, as saying such a thing to someone's face would be a bit disrespectful. Andy understood what was going on and didn't insist. She opened the door to room 2201 and went in with Fan Shengmei, who had just finished checking the situation. She took out 2 bottles of water and handed one to Fan Shengmei. Thinking about what had happened with Wang Beichuan earlier, Andy sat down, took a sip of water, and said, "Little Sister Fan, don't blame me for meddling. In China, it's actually quite normal for men to rent cars when they first start a business. So I believe your classmate Wang didn't rent a car to scam you." After hearing Andy's words, Fan Shengmei was initially a little embarrassed. After all, the man she was so close to was just putting on an act, and she didn't feel proud at all. But then she remembered that she hadn't promised Wang Beichuan anything, and she didn't feel embarrassed anymore. Shaking her head, Andy said, "That big mouth of Chuzia Oxeo, she told you everything?" "She just said it unintentionally, and I overheard it." Andy also realized that she had betrayed Chuzia Oxeo, and awkwardly made up an excuse to change the subject, saying, "It's not a big deal. As long as your classmate Wang is sincere to you, whether he has a car or not doesn't matter." Fan Shengmei disagreed and shook her head, saying, "Andy, you don't understand. I'm just an ordinary person. For me, to settle down in Shanghai, the down payment for a house is over $1 million. I believe he didn't lie to me on purpose, but how can a man who can't even afford a BMW 3 Series afford a house and support a family? If I really marry him and have children, I can't live in a rented apartment. You're different from me. For you, buying a house is just a matter of a word. You can't understand, Andy." After thinking for a moment, Andy said, "I understand. People all want stability. The feeling of not knowing what to do is very unpleasant." "That's so true, Andy." As if these words had struck a chord, Fan Shengmei clapped her hands in praise. "You know, the people around me. Everyone criticizes me. Aren't all people inherently selfish? I only know that if I have the ability, helping others is the greatest contribution to society." Andy said calmly, "However, I have a question. Ultimately, only a minority of people in society have real power. So why don't you consider working and building a life together with someone like Wang?" With a dismissive smile, Fan Shengmei spoke eloquently, "Partnerships are based on equality. Look at the current laws in public opinion, they only see the men who build a business, not the women who support them. Since a woman has the ability to partner with others, she might as well work hard herself. That way, she can earn a good life and gain social recognition. The safest thing for a woman is to be determined to rely on herself." Andy laughed. "Then why do you still pretend to be a couple with your Wang?" "Because I need to balance my hormones." Hearing her sudden innuendo, Andy smiled and shook her head, changing the subject. After a while, the problem over there was resolved, and Guanzhou came in. "Sister Fan, it's all done." "Oh, finally done. I'm exhausted today, I'm going to bed early." Stretching, Fan Shengmei said, "Then I'm going back, Andy, bye-bye." "Goodbye, Xiao Guan." Guanzhou thought for a moment and said, "You go back first, Sister Fan, I want to talk to Sister Andy." Fan Shengmei didn't say anything, went out and returned to 2202. Seeing Andy staring at her, Guanzhou said, "Sister Andy, Senior Brother Lin contacted me today, but I turned him down." "Turn him down?" Andy was taken aback. Having worked together every day, she knew Guanzhou's dilemma and smiled. "So you chose Dr. Xiao?" Guanzhou nodded shyly, then shook her head, saying, "It's not really a choice. I thought about it carefully. Even without Dr. Xiao, I wouldn't be with Senior Brother Lin. Before, I just didn't know how to refuse, but today I finally mustered the courage to say it. I just feel a little sorry for Senior Brother Lin. Although I don't have much experience, not as much as Sister Fan, I think that's how relationships are." The sentence is incomplete and ends abruptly. "I like it, and I don't like it. You're still young, don't settle for something just for the sake of marriage. This is truly for Lin Shixin's good, because you're not letting him waste more time and energy on something that's destined to have no future. Xiao Guan, don't overthink it, I support you." "Thank you, Sister Andy. I just wanted to talk to you about this, so I won't bother you anymore." Andy smiled and nodded, "Okay, see you tomorrow." After Guanzhou left, Andy silently drank water, thinking about everything since she met Fan Shengmei, thinking about what Fan Shengmei had said just now, Thinking about what Chu Xiaoxiao had said about Fan Shengmei a few days ago, and her behavior, the contrast was so obvious. Not to mention, comparing it with Wan Zhuer's treatment of Lin Shixin. Shaking her head, she stopped thinking about it. After focusing on dealing with some work matters, Andy went upstairs and found Wang Yan reading a book. Lying on Wang Yan's lap, with his aching shoulders being massaged, Andy recounted what had just happened. I really didn't expect Fan Xiaomei to be like this. I really don't understand why she did this. Wang Yan said calmly, it's unreasonable to criticize others without empathy and always looking at things from an outsider's perspective. We don't know what made her who she is now, so it's even more unreasonable to judge her from our own point of view. After all, you have superhuman intelligence, she doesn't. You have money, she doesn't. You have what I have, she doesn't. Wang Yan said this with a shameless grin, since he had always acted based on subjective assumptions, which was somewhat unethical. But there was nothing he could do, the omniscient perspective was there. Seeing Andy beam with joy upon hearing you have me, Wang Yan continued, being materialistic, vain, and materialistic isn't wrong, it's just a personal choice. I think what's wrong is her not refusing. Xiao Guan handled that very well. It seems I need to find time to arrange a dinner for her and Dr. Zhao to meet again and strengthen their connection. Andy said helplessly, we were talking about Fan Xiaomei, why are you bringing up Xiao Guan? There's nothing to say about Fan Shengmei. Seeing Andy staring at him with wide eyes, Wang Yan said helplessly, then I'll say a few more words. It's understandable for two people to get to know each other at the beginning. But after so long, she hasn't given a clear answer. She's just keeping Wang Beichuan hanging on, wasting his time. Time, energy, and money, that's her problem. And what's with all this talk about balancing hormones? Wang Yan paused, realizing there was no need to say more about Fan Shengmei, she should use the time for something more serious. I won't say much more about Fan Shengmei. I'll say it again, if you think she's okay, then be friends, if you don't, just stay away. With that, amidst Andy's cries, Wang Yan picked her up. Since we're talking about hormones, I think you need to balance them too. A moment later, the room was filled with the sounds of passion, a mixture of pain and pleasure. Andy was already 31 when she had her first time. Thank you to Brother Fu News for the 600 coin reward for continued support. Thank you to readers, Decide, DQ, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you to Brother, Hairley, for your continued support, and to the following 10 brothers for their monthly ticket support, Rogue plus Scoundrel, Tiger Loves to Eat Tiger Skin Green Pepper, Lia Shu Wu, Jotao01, Book Friend 160,603,092,427,671, Book Friend 20190726131550950949, Book Friend 1610130030124852, Book Friend 201812240250354559, Sun, Rain, and Mir. I also want to thank the brothers who voted and recommended the book. Thank you to all the brothers who commented and those who just read the book. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89 is Because of Your Deception. After that day, Wang Yan and Andy took some time to visit the Daisha nursing home and see Andy's brother. So much time had passed, and the nursing home had changed somewhat. After all, Wang Yan and Andy had donated real money. The grounds had been leveled, and some exercise equipment had been added. The old buildings and modeled exterior walls had also been repainted and repaired. The elderly are prone to illness, and they suffer from all sorts of ailments, some quite serious, which are major expenses. Every year, a significant portion of the government's funding goes towards medical care. The remaining money from Wang Yan's donation, besides some for improving their meals, was used to buy medicine. In addition, Wang Yan remembered his promise and tried to matchmake Guan Zhuer and Zhao Kaiping. A week passed, and the two were communicating more frequently. Andy told him that Guan Zhuer and Zhao Kaiping had already met privately once. Meanwhile, Fan Shengmei continued to ignore Wang Beichuan, keeping him hanging on. Guan Zhuer was deeply involved with Zhao Kaiping and had no interest in other people's love lives. Chu Yingying, however, noticed her aloofness and offered a few words of advice. Before she could say anything more, Fan Shengmei's logic hit her. When a man is pursuing you, that's when he's most attentive. If he's unwilling to invest money and time during this time, you can kick him out immediately. After hearing this, Jiu Yingying didn't say anything more. She had worked and studied relentlessly for so long, and with the guidance of the experienced veterans in her company, she had improved somewhat and learned not to argue with people. She couldn't say she was completely silent, but she could control herself to a certain extent. Even the battle-hardened Fan Shengmei had said so. Why should she care so much? Working overtime and studying every day, feeling herself improve, striving to become the next Andy. Buying a house and a car in Shanghai, fulfilling her father's expectations, and also her own dream, wasn't that appealing? After a period of silence following the last gathering of the 5 women, Chu Xiaoxiao recently resurfaced. She had broken up with Yao Bin, though frankly, she had never cared about him. As for what Yao Bin possessed, she believed he wouldn't spread it around. Everyone's shady, maybe she was just more outspoken, so what? What she cared about more was the embarrassment of being exposed by a man she had manipulated, and the resources within that circle. After all, Yao Bin was the big brother of that small circle. If he broke up with her, the others would definitely stop including her. Of course, Chu Xiaoxiao only felt regret. Her biggest support was the wealthy Duoduo family. Yao Bin wouldn't gossip, and his reputation wasn't bad. Comparisons are inevitable in childhood, but as adults, friendships are often based on the exchange of benefits and the sharing of resources. If one circle doesn't work out, another one is easily found. Losing a group of close friends she'd known for years, with whom she'd shared meals and fun, was a blow, and certainly not a happy thing. To cope, Chu Xiaoxiao indulged herself by spending a few days with a handsome, fit man, thoroughly enjoying herself. After being scolded by Chu Yongquan for not going to work or contacting anyone for several days, Chu Xiaoxiao finally remembered the serious matter of fighting for the family fortune. Friends were nothing compared to their family's businesses. Completely immersed in her work, Chu Xiaoxiao was out early and back late every day, frequently consulting Andy on company management and operations, as well as business acumen. She didn't try to undermine Wang Yan, as she hadn't found an opportunity. Seeing Chu Xiaoxiao's sincere desire for advice, Andy couldn't bring herself to refuse and would occasionally offer some pointers. She didn't particularly like Chu Xiaoxiao, but she certainly didn't dislike her. As for Wang Yan's attitude towards Chu Xiaoxiao, while it had some influence, it wasn't too significant. She had discussed her feelings about Chu Xiaoxiao with Wang Yan. There was nothing wrong with Wang Yan. This little thing didn't affect their relationship at all. Wang Yan had never taken Chu Xiaoxiao seriously. Andy was a thoughtful adult who could weigh the pros and cons. He didn't need to interfere. He just needed to observe more. That day, Chu Xiaoxiao, returning home late, once again encountered Wang Beichuan, who was standing in front of the carriage, gazing longingly at Fan Shengmei as she drove away. Walking up behind Wang Beichuan, who was lost in thought, Chu Xiaoxiao patted his shoulder. "Hey, still looking? He's already so far away." "Huh?" Wang Beichuan turned around in surprise. "Ah, it's you. Just got back from get off work?" Chu Xiaoxiao sighed. "Yeah, too much work. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore, see you later. Goodbye." After taking a few steps, Chu Xiaoxiao thought of something, turned back, and stared at him with wide eyes, feigning pitifulness. "By the way, handsome Wang, there's something I need to tell you. But you have to forgive me first." Smiling, Wang Beichuan said, "We don't really have any connection, so how can there be any forgiveness?" "That's true, then I'll tell you, okay?" Chu Xiaoxiao glanced at Wang Beichuan, and seeing him nod, she whispered, "Well, the first time I saw you, I impulsively checked your license plate. And then Sister Fan found out, your car it's rented." Seeing Wang Beichuan's displeased expression, she quickly took 2 steps back, pitifully saying, You won't blame me, right, handsome Wang?" Wang Beichuan forced a smile. "It's okay, it was rented anyway, why would I blame you?" Chu Xiaoxiao seemed relieved, happily saying, "Thank you, handsome Wang, you're so kind. I'm leaving now, bye-bye." She gave him a little kiss, slung her bag over her shoulder, and swayed away. Staring blankly as Chu Xiaoxiao walked away frivolously, Wang Beichuan stood there, Too stunned to care about Chu Xiaoxiao's slightly teasing and somewhat insulting behavior, his mind was filled with the earlier statement, Sister Fan found out, your car it's rented. A gust of cold wind blew out, and Wang Beichuan shivered, snapping him back to reality. He opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and began to seriously consider the matter. She knows? If she knows, why doesn't she tell me and expose me? Is she indifferent, waiting for me to confess, or what? What exactly does she mean by this? Wang Beichuan was very uneasy, constantly analyzing and pondering Fan Shengmei's true intentions. Regardless of gender, when someone falls deeply in love and invests their heart and soul, it's inevitable to overthink and worry about the other person's joys and sorrows. What might be a small matter to the other person, perhaps unnoticed, becomes a tempestuous storm, a major issue. After all the chaotic imaginings. After a long silence, Wang Beichuan slammed his fist on the steering wheel, the horn blaring, and he made up his mind. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoxiao caught up with the equally flirtatious Fan Shengmei. Sister Fan, wait for me. Noticing what Fan Shengmei was carrying, she exclaimed dramatically, wow, this handsome Wang is really going all out. He bought you something again. Fan Shengmei swung her luxury bag, giving a disdainful smile. How can a man pursue a woman without spending money? Why would I waste my time and energy on him? Sister Fan is truly Sister Fan, Chu Xiaoxiao chimed in, that's absolutely right. We should really take advantage of these pretentious men. Fan Shengmei, annoyed, changed the subject, saying, I haven't seen you lately, what have you been up to? Chu Xiaoxiao drawled wearily, what else could I be busy with? My lousy company, of course. I haven't made any money, and I'm exhausted. Sister Fan, what am I doing this for? You guys are so much better. Fan Shengmei inwardly cursed, but outwardly remained composed. Oh, Miss Chu, how can we ordinary folks compare? Don't try to be modest in front of me. Flattered, Chu Xiaoxiao laughed, let's not talk about that, it's annoying. Lately. Chu Xiaoxiao then inquired about Guanzhou, Jiu Yingying, and Andy and Wang Yan's whereabouts. Fan Shengmei, being shrewd and not one to be easily offended, especially considering Chu Xiaoxiao's past record, didn't mention Dr. Zhao at all. Fooling Chu Xiaoxiao, the two chatted and laughed as they returned to the 22nd floor. Chu Xiaoxiao put her things down at home, then turned and went to apartment 2201 across the street, knocking on the door. Over the past few days, she had basically figured out Andy's daily routine. The only time she was alone was after her daily walks after meals, when that unlucky, penniless Wang wasn't around. After a while, Andy opened the door, saw Chu Xiaoxiao, greeted her, and turned back to her desk to continue working. Chu Xiaoxiao was used to Andy's informality, so she closed the door and went to the refrigerator to get a bottle of water. While drinking, she sat down at Andy's desk and said with a smile, Andy, I have something to tell you, it's really interesting. Andy looked up, letting her continue. Who do you think I saw at the entrance of the complex just now? Seeing Andy staring at her, Chu Xiaoxiao, feeling awkward, shrugged. Okay, I won't keep you in suspense. I ran into Wang Beichuan at the entrance. Andy asked, puzzled, is seeing Wang Beichuan something to make you laugh so hard? Haha, you don't know, Andy. Let me tell you, I just told Wang Beichuan that Fan Shengmei knows the car is rented. Chu Xiaoxiao was laughing so hard she was almost passing out. Haha, Wang Beichuan's expression then, haha, you didn't see it, really, Andy. Seeing Chu Xiaoxiao laughing uncontrollably, Andy frowned. This is between the two of them, Xiaoxiao, is what you're doing appropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Chu Xiaoxiao smiled dismissively. I'm just helping. It helped them both. What's the point of keeping it a secret? It's better to know the truth sooner so both of them can be free. Besides, I saw Wang Beichuan bought her something again, luxury brands, that's not cheap. Fan Shengmei even said that men have to spend money to pursue women, I can't stand her. Besides, Wang Beichuan even rented a car, how much money does she have to spend like that? After a moment of contemplation, Andy shook her head and said, I think what you said makes some sense, but I still think what you did was not good. After all, this concerns their relationship, and if you expose it, no one can say what the outcome will be. What you did was a bit. Okay, let's not talk about them anymore. Chu Xiaoxiao waved her hands impatiently. What does it matter to her what other people's relationship is like, whether the outcome is good or bad? Without getting entangled, she changed the subject and said, "By the way, Andy, I went to talk to someone about a project today." Andy was handling her business while giving Chu Xiaoxiao some pointers. After finishing her work, Andy said, "Alright, Xiao Chu, that's enough for today. Everything's done." Chu Xiaoxiao, who was absorbed in learning, nodded disappointedly. These were all valuable lessons Andy had summarized. Helplessly, she said, "Okay then, I'll go now. See you tomorrow, Andy." With that, Chu Xiaoxiao opened the door and went home, silently cursing Wang Yan in her heart. Andy went upstairs, not wanting to dwell on what had just happened with Wang Yan. She knew Wang Yan didn't like such trivial matters. Having spent more time with Wang Yan, watching him practice martial arts and calligraphy all day, Andy couldn't help but become curious and wanted to have a match with him. Recently, Andy had been learning martial arts and calligraphy from Wang Yan. Andy was happy to learn, and Wang Yan readily agreed, patiently teaching her. The daytime was fine, but the learning efficiency was a bit low at night. Anyway, the results were good. Today, Zhu Yingying got off work early and returned home together with Wan Zhuer, who was also working overtime. Upon entering, she saw Fan Shengmei standing in front of the mirror, twisting her body back and forth, comparing her feet. Zhu Yingying put down her things. "Sister Fan, these shoes are really beautiful. Did Wang Shui give them to you? He's so good to you." "Right, Guan. Let me see." Guan Zhuer stepped closer and examined them. "Yes, Wang Shui is indeed good to Sister Fan. If I'm not mistaken, these shoes are a new style." Her short-haired colleague would often teach her a thing or two, explaining the ins and outs of various big brands and luxury goods, and she had developed a certain eye for them. Suppressing her inner joy, Fan Shengmei said in surprise, "Wow, Guan, you've improved. You recognize that at a glance." Zhu Yingying, unaware of these things, asked curiously, "Guan, how much did this cost?" Less than 10,000. "What? 10,000 for a pair of worn-out shoes?" Zhu Yingying exclaimed, then, realizing her words were slightly inappropriate, quickly said, "I'm sorry, Sister Fan, I didn't mean it, I just..." Fan Shengmei interrupted, "Oh, it's okay, I know, no need to apologize." Zhu Yingying smiled and thanked her, "Thank you, Sister Fan. But this handsome Wang really likes you. Last time he bought you a bag that cost tens of thousands, and this time he bought you a pair of shoes that cost almost 10,000. He's really good to you, I think you should cherish him." As she spoke, she stepped forward and hugged Fan Shengmei's arm. "Hey, let go." Fan Shengmei pretended to be disgusted and pushed Zhu Yingying away. "You don't understand our situation, so don't worry about me. You should think about yourself. Working overtime like crazy every day, I'm really worried about you." Releasing Fan Shengmei, Zhu Yingying said nonchalantly, "Don't worry about me. Ever since I was fooled by that scumbag Bai, I've realized you're right, Sister Fan. A woman has to rely on herself. As for finding a boyfriend, let's see what fate brings." Although she often said this, Fan Shengmei didn't agree with Zhu Yingying's naive thinking. But not wanting to dampen her enthusiasm, she teased, "Hey, is this still that little earthworm? I almost didn't recognize her." Zhu Yingying smiled shyly, "Okay, Sister Fan, don't laugh at me. I'm not talking to you anymore, Guan, I'm going to wash up first." Seeing Zhu Yingying go into the room to change, Fan Shengmei said, "Hey, Guan, how's it going with Dr. Xiao?" "It's alright, just so." "What do you mean just so? Didn't you two have dinner together last time? Haven't you made any progress in the past few days?" Recalling their playful private conversation, Guan Zhuer blushed, "Oh dear, there really hasn't been any progress." Seeing her like this, Fan Shengmei understood immediately and nodded knowingly, Okay, I won't ask any more. But Guan, I still have to advise you, matters between men and women are like a game of strategy. If he doesn't invest time and energy, then once he gets what he wants, he won't care about you." Fan Shengmei shamelessly rambled on about her theory of love and strategy. Guan Zhuer was shy and sensitive to things like success, and blushed as she said, "Oh, Sister Fan, you're so annoying. I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm going back to my room to change." She then made a hasty retreat. As for Fan Shengmei's theory of love games, she had her own sense of right and wrong and her own views on love, and it always went in one ear and out the other. If she weren't so embarrassed, she would have argued with Fan Shengmei for a while. Watching Guanzhou run back to her room in a panic, Fan Shengmei shook her head with a smile. Youth, it's so wonderful. The next day, as it was almost time to leave work, Fan Shengmei, packing her things to leave, received a call from Wang Beichuan. Xiaomei, I'm downstairs at your company. I'd like to have dinner with you tonight, but I don't know if it's convenient for you. Having just bought a pair of shoes yesterday, she figured she had to be at least a little friendly today. Fan Shengmei replied in a high-pitched voice, since you're already downstairs at my company, so sincere, what can I say? Great, Xiaomei, then, see you in a bit. Okay. Downstairs, seeing Fan Shengmei gracefully walking out, noticing her bag, shoes, and the silk scarf, Wang Beichuan happily went up to her. Here, Xiaomei, let me help you with that. No need, it's just a bag, it's nothing. Where should we eat? A Western restaurant not far from here, I've already made a reservation. Let's go, the car's over there. On the way, Fan Shengmei casually responded to Wang Beichuan. She noticed Wang Beichuan's hesitation, but she wasn't going to offer any hints or give him an opening. He could do whatever he wanted, it wasn't the first time he'd done this. Ever since their reunion, Wang Beichuan had always been like this. She knew it was all the same old love talk, but what good was it? Love without material support was just a castle in the air. To the strains of soft music, Fan Shengmei gracefully took a small bite of her steak, clinked glasses with Wang Beichuan, drank some red wine, and then charmingly wiped her lips. Noticing that Wang Beichuan wasn't doing anything but drinking, Fan Shengmei said, Eat. What are you doing just looking at me? It won't fill your stomach. Shaking his head, Wang Beichuan said emotionally, No, Xiaomei, looking at you makes me not hungry at all. You are my feast for the eyes. Fan Shengmei put down her knife and fork. Don't talk nonsense, or I'll leave. Okay, I won't say anything more. Wang Beichuan took a sip of wine and said softly, Xiaomei, I've realized we haven't had a proper conversation. What do you want to say? Fan Shengmei raised an eyebrow, seeing Wang Beichuan staring at her silently, took a bite of food, thought for a moment, and said, I really want to give you a good compliment. Noticing Wang Beichuan's expression, Fan Shengmei continued, Tell me, most of our classmates are still working for others, having to put up with whatever they want. You're doing great, starting your own company and becoming a boss, and you're doing very well. Wang Beichuan suppressed his inner joy, took a sip of wine to calm himself, and smiled. Xiaomei, do you really think so? Fan Shengmei smiled faintly. Am I being insincere? No, it's great. Wang Beichuan had a look of contentment, as if he were saying, I'm content with you, and downed his glass of red wine in one gulp, wiping his mouth as he said, Xiaomei, I'm so glad you think that way. Since that's the case, then I won't hide it from you anymore. Fan Shengmei's face remained expressionless, but a bad premonition lingered in her heart. I'm sorry, Xiaomei, I lied to you. It's like this, my car was rented. Wang Beichuan said to himself, somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head like a sunny boy to ease the awkwardness. Actually, I've been keeping this to myself for a long time, and I haven't found an opportunity to be honest with you until now. I feel much better now that I've said it. As he spoke, Wang Beichuan noticed that Fan Shengmei's expression was not good, and said nervously, Xiaomei? What's wrong? Are you angry? I really didn't mean to lie to you. It's just that when we first met, you made a judgment right away, and I didn't say anything, so it's been dragging on until now. Xiaomei? Say something. Fan Shengmei stared at Wang Beichuan, racking her brains for a solution. She hadn't expected him to be so direct, she was completely unprepared. Wang Beichuan brought her back to her senses. After a moment's thought, Fan Shengmei's eyes dimmed, and she said in a low voice, Wang Beichuan, I never expected this. I really never expected you to be this kind of person. You've disappointed me so much. Everyone is an actor, and at this moment, Fan Shengmei was on full display of her acting skills, portraying herself as someone who had been wronged, accusing Wang Beichuan of his crimes. Xiaomei, I really didn't mean to deceive you. Wang Beichuan leaned forward excitedly, but still mindful of his image, not shouting, Believe me, Xiaomei. It won't be long before I can buy a house and a car in Shanghai, Xiaomi. Fan Shengmei shook her head in disappointment. Is what I care about whether you can buy a car and a house in Shanghai? What I care about is your deception. Wang Beichuan, in your heart, am I the kind of woman who only cares about profit? How could you think of me like that? That's it. Don't contact me again. With that, Fan Shengmei got up to leave. Wang Beichuan quickly left his seat and grabbed her. The violent movement caused the chair to scrape against the floor with a screeching sound, attracting the attention of other diners. Seeing that she had attracted so much attention, Fan Shengmei quickly pried Wang Beichuan's hand off her arm, struggling to leave. Let go of me, Wang Beichuan, you're hurting me. What kind of behavior is this in public? Wang Beichuan also realized what was happening and quickly released her. Xiaomi, I'm sorry, I just got a little carried away. Fan Shengmei didn't say anything, quickly lowered her head, covered her face, and ran out, wanting to escape this place as soon as possible. Seeing her run away, Wang Beichuan couldn't stand by and watch, so he quickly ran after her, only to be blocked by an inconsiderate waiter. Giving the waiter an angry look, Wang Beichuan took out his wallet, didn't even count the money, and stuffed it into the waiter's hand, then continued chasing after Fan Shengmei. Xiaomi, Xiaomi, wait for me, please listen to me, okay? Xiaomi? The strange looks from passers-by made Fan Shengmei feel uneasy. She turned around, crossed her arms, and took a deep breath. What else do you want to say? Xiaomi, it was wrong of me to lie to you. But what I said was true. I really can buy a car and a house in Shanghai. Once this deal is closed, and there are 2 more, my parents will help with some of the down payment. It's perfectly fine. Down payment? Fan Shengmei smiled disdainfully. Wang Beichuan, I've made myself very clear. I did it because of your deception. Okay, there's nothing more to say. Fan Shengmei turned to leave. Wang Beichuan ignored her and said loudly, Xiaomi, you said it's because I lied to you. Then what about you? Didn't you lie to me? Do you really have a house? Are you really taking pottery and flower arranging classes? Fan Shengmei stopped and turned around abruptly, her face contorted. Where did you know that? Without answering her question, Wang Beichuan continued, Xiaomi, wouldn't it be better if we worked hard together? Why are you doing this? We can. Having reached this point, there was no point in saving face anymore, so Fan Shengmei simply laid everything bare, interrupting, work together? Me, get married and have kids in a rented apartment? Me, pay off the mortgage and car loan together for 10 or 20 years, building a nest for love? Me and you. Wang Beichuan looked at Fan Shengmei, who was bluntly stating reality and talking incessantly, and felt she was such a stranger. He had countless things he wanted to say, but looking at Fan Shengmei like this, he couldn't bring himself to speak. Seeing the silent Wang Beichuan, Fan Shengmei didn't want to continue. Forget it, Wang Beichuan. That's it. Don't contact me again. Fan Shengmei left, carrying a bag worth tens of thousands of yuan that Wang Beichuan bought, wearing shoes worth nearly 10,000 yuan that Wang Beichuan bought, and a scarf worth nearly 10,000 yuan that Wang Beichuan bought. Staring blankly at Fan Shengmei's receding figure, Wang Beichuan silently opened his mouth, as if wanting to call her name. Thank you to brother, Lingchen T, for your continued support, and to the 9 brothers, book friend 150,531,171,924,781, Dream Tree Lonely Man, Crazy Old 7, 1 Dongaiyu 0 Vanguard, YH Deng Yunfei, Shallow Smile and Gentle Heart, as if from another world, YZH Ichu Yun, and WUYU 123, for their monthly ticket support. Daily thanks to all the brothers who voted for recommendations. Thank you to the good brothers who spoke and those who only read the book. Thank you, brothers. Chapter 90 is a bit immature. Perhaps Fan Shengmei had genuinely considered being with Wang Beichuan before, but after learning the truth about the rented car, she would never have such thoughts again. Regardless of her own character, she looked down on Wang Beichuan, with a deep-seated, heartfelt contempt, a sense of superiority that stemmed from within. Being thoroughly exposed by a man she had never even considered, Fan Shengmei felt somewhat embarrassed. I can look down on you, but how can you look down on me? How can a pheasant be worthy of a phoenix? How can a toad dream of eating a swan? To Fan Shengmei, Wang Beichuan was both a pheasant and a toad. Frankly, Fan Shengmei might even have to reflect on what she, as a phoenix or swan, had done wrong, giving Wang Beichuan this confidence. However, These things didn't matter much. It was unlikely Wang Beichuan would ever appear in her life again. In this vast, neon-lit metropolis, in this intoxicatingly bright and bustling city, how many people would recognize her? After calming herself down and regaining her composure from Wang Beichuan's disruption of her good mood, Fan Shengmei was once again the glamorous urban woman. A girl's sensitivity led Zhu Yingying to notice something was off about Fan Shengmei. After asking about it, which Fan Shengmei skillfully avoided, Zhu Yingying briefly mentioned it to Guanzhou and then dropped the matter. She didn't have time for that. After hearing Zhu Yingying's story, the perceptive Guanzhou, amidst her passionate relationship with Zhao Kaiping, took some time to keep an eye on things. She also noticed something was amiss with Fan Shengmei, but didn't say much. Instead, she told Andy on her way to work. Andy, Yingying told me the other day that Fan Shengmei was acting strangely. I observed her, and it's true. She and Wang seem to have had a falling out. I haven't seen them contacting each other lately. Okay, I understand. I'll keep an eye on it. After hearing the whole story and knowing what kind of person Fan Shengmei was, Andy immediately understood what was going on. To be honest, she had mixed feelings about Fan Shengmei. Because in her interactions with Fan Shengmei, although she was a bit smooth-talking, she was always willing to help when needed. Like the rumors, and the stories Zhu Yingying and Guanzhou told her about Fan Shengmei. But after learning about her other side, Andy wasn't exactly disgusted, but she had some reservations, which made it difficult for her to get close to Fan Shengmei. Without saying anything more about Fan Shengmei, Andy asked, "How's it going with Dr. Zhao? I heard from Chiu that you came home very late the day before yesterday?" Guanzhou's face instantly turned red. Yingying, that big mouth. I'll never forgive her. She was just worried about you. You didn't look well when you came back. She thought you'd been bullied and asked Wang Yan to help you get revenge. Andy defended Zhu Yingying. She hadn't expected that Guanzhou, who seemed like a gentle and refined young lady, and Dr. Zhao had progressed to this point in only about a month. But considering that she and Wang Yan hadn't been together long, she didn't think too much about it. When feelings are strong, expressing affection in this way is normal. Besides, she trusted Zhao Kaiping. Although he could be a bit impulsive at times, it was just a way for him to relieve work stress, and he was definitely a responsible person. Seeing Guanzhou's face flush red with embarrassment and indignation, Andy laughed. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's get together sometime. Let's just eat at home. Dr. Zhao has been talking about it for a long time, always saying he wants to try Boss Wang's cooking. Won't that be too much trouble for Brother Wang? It's okay, you don't know. When Xiao Chu told me, he was so happy. He even called Dr. Zhao and said something. Oh, Sister Andy, don't say any more. I know Brother Wang is good to me. Shrugging, Andy stopped teasing Guanzhou and focused on driving. A short while later, they arrived at a company building. Guanzhou got out of the car, thought for a moment, then knocked on the car door. As the window rolled down, Guanzhou leaned out and said, Sister Andy, I don't know if I should say this, but Sister Fan seems to really like going to those places where everyone's wealthy and powerful. She's always so happy when she comes back. Andy shook her head and smiled. Okay, I understand. Bye. Seeing Guanzhou enter the office building, Andy started the car and merged back into the traffic. At noon, at a restaurant near Andy's company. Looking at the absent-minded Andy across from him, Wang Yan, who had been called over, shook his head speechlessly. He knew perfectly well that it was either because of Fan Shengmei or Chu Xiaoxiro. Andy had become so indirect. Damn it, if you have something to say, just say it. Why do you have to make me ask? Wang Yan picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks and said calmly, get to the point, and then eat quickly. It's all because of Fan Shengmei. I didn't tell you last time. Hearing this, Andy recounted the whole story and said, I don't know if I should help her or not. What do you think? Is it because taking her to the party actually pushing her further, making her sink deeper? Seeing Andy nod, Wang Yan continued, when you were struggling with this, weren't you already wavering? Fan Shengmei is an adult with her own thoughts, she can be responsible for every choice she makes. Hearing this, Andy picked up a piece of food and ate silently. After a while, she said to Wang Yan, there's a party tonight, are you going? She decided to take Fan Shengmei to the party, as a way of repaying a neighbor who had helped her before. Wang Yan wasn't surprised by Andy's choice, she wouldn't discover the condescension deep within her heart. Wang Yan shook his head. I won't go, it's pointless. Those parties, ostensibly for charity, are essentially no different from the clique Chuxiao and her friends frequent, all about expanding connections, then sharing resources and exchanging benefits privately for a win-win situation. And in Shanghai's business circles, he's just a nobody, with nothing to offer. Those more powerful than him look down on him, and he doesn't need those less powerful. Why bother joining in the fun? Andy nodded and turned to talk to Wang Yan about other things. After dinner, back at the company, Andy called Fan Shengmei, inviting her to a party that evening. Fan Shengmei wasn't upset about Wang Beichuan, but rather because the men who used to be impossible to get rid of hadn't been around her lately, making her doubt whether she was still beautiful. She was worried about her uncertain future at 30, so beautiful. Receiving Andy's call, hearing it was a high society party, she was practically jumping for joy. As soon as she got off work, she chatted and laughed with Andy, who came to pick her up, and happily went home. No matter how Andy looked at her, she couldn't see anything wrong with what Guanzhou had said, and she felt a pang of sympathy for Wang Beichuan, thinking it wasn't worth it. Just like in the drama, Fan Shengmei had meticulously dressed herself for a long time, wearing a bright red, body-hugging dress that accentuated her slender curves, making one want to peek at the alluring body hidden beneath the red dress, incredibly seductive. Looking at Fan Shengmei like this, Andy gave her a polite smile. Without saying much, she went downstairs, got in the car, and took her to a luxurious hotel. Fan Shengmei had never been to such a high-class place before, and she took out her phone to take pictures, intending to show off to her friends and colleagues later. This scene was witnessed by Chu Xiaoxiao's brother, Chu Lianji, who is not far away. Dressed in bright red, and with the way she carefully poses for photos, Chu Lianji, an experienced photographer, knew exactly what he was doing. He had her figured out perfectly, no exaggeration. He wanted to catch a glimpse of the alluring body hidden beneath the red dress. Without a word, the two naturally began chatting and laughing. Andy found a corner to herself. She wasn't really interested. If it weren't for a Fan Shengmei, she wouldn't have brought her along. After a while, Tan Zongming approached. Andy, you came alone? Didn't Wang Yan come with you? He thought it was boring. He brought my neighbor to change her mood. As she spoke, she glanced at Fan Shengmei, who was chatting and laughing with Chu Lianji. Following Andy's gaze, Tan Zongming immediately recognized her type but said nothing. Before Tan Zongming could say anything, Andy, who was looking around, noticed Bao Yifan wearing a coat and asked, "Who's that guy?" "That one?" Tan Zongming pointed, and seeing Andy nod, he continued, "Young Master Bao from the Bao group, the one you said you wouldn't bring along." "What? Are you thinking about cooperation?" "No, I just think he's very pretentious." Bao Yifan, who was chatting and laughing with someone, noticed the situation and walked over, greeting him in his booming voice, "Hey, Mr. Tan, I was wondering why I couldn't find you. It's so peaceful here." Noticing Tan Zongming's scrutinizing gaze, Bao Yifan explained, "I have a bit of a cold, sorry." He glanced at the person next to him and had him take off his coat. "Haha, I knew it, Mr. Bao, your health is the most important thing." "Oh, it's alright, thank you for your concern, Mr. Tan." Bao Yifan waved his hand, glancing at Andy beside him, and said, "And this is..." "Oh, let me introduce you." Tan Zongming suddenly realized, told Andy, and continued, "This is Mr. Bao Yifan, the young master of the Bao group. This is our group CFO, Andy." "Andy? I've heard Mr. Tan mention her many times." After flattering Andy, Bao Yifan took out his business card. "Nice to meet you, Miss Andy, this is my business card." Andy politely replied, took the business card, greeted Tan Zongming, and then turned to call Fan Shengmei, who was chatting happily, and left. Interesting. Seeing Bao Yifan looking meaningfully at Andy's retreating figure, Tan Zongming explained, "Don't mind her, Andy just returned from abroad not long ago and doesn't quite understand these customs in China. Besides, this is her first time attending such a party." How could that be? Lies become truths after hearing them so many times. It's quite endearing when someone speaks the truth occasionally. "To be honest, Mr. Tan, I like her personality." Tan Zongming said casually, "Young Mr. Bao, I must remind you of something. I'd like to hear the details. She has a boyfriend, and soon. We're getting married soon, I hope you'll keep that in mind." Shrugging, Bao Yifan chuckled, "Mr. Tan, you're joking." I'm only interested in business matters, and Miss Andy seems to have some prejudice against me. I hope so. Excuse me. Okay. Watching Tan Zongming's retreating figure, Bao Yifan's lips curled into a slight smile. Andy and Fan Shengmei walked out the door, chatting and laughing, and got into the car driven out by the doorman. Andy bent down to fasten her seatbelt and was about to leave when she looked up and saw Bao Yifan walking confidently towards her with a smile. Bao Yifan walked over and knocked on the car window. Andy glanced at Fan Shengmei, reluctantly rolled down the window, and looked at Bao Yifan indifferently. Bao Yifan, thinking himself very polite, handed her a business card, saying, "This is my other business card." Andy took the card without speaking. Seeing this, Bao Yifan bent down to be parallel to Andy in the car. "Want to go for a coffee? It's still early to go home." "Sorry, I have a boyfriend." With that, Andy rolled up the window, started the car, and sped away. Watching the car drive away, Bao Yifan muttered to himself, "Interesting." Inside the car, Andy and Fan Shengmei were discussing Bao Yifan. Fan Shengmei openly expressed her longing for that kind of man, while Andy listened quietly, focusing on driving. They hadn't gone far when Andy noticed a car following them, assuming it was the same person who had been flirting with Fan Shengmei. Fan Shengmei also thought it was Chu Lianji, secretly pleased with her own charm, but remaining silent with a faint smile. Turning around, she was disappointed to find it was that eligible bachelor. Knowing it was Bao Yifan, Andy was somewhat displeased and pulled over. She got out and walked to Bao Yifan, who had also just gotten out of his car, saying, "I told you, I have a boyfriend. Please stop bothering me. If you want to cooperate, please contact my secretary. That's all, bye." Without waiting for Bao Yifan to speak, she turned, got back into her car, and drove off. Bao Yifan's smile was still lingering on his face as he said lightly, "I like her even more." He had wanted to cooperate with Shengxuan for a long time, so how could he not know about Andy's situation? Apart from the matters of Tanguoqiang and Yi Yunli, he knew everything else clearly. When he saw Andy's information, he wanted to study it carefully. After today's events, he wanted it even more. After all, what you can't have is always better, much better than the ordinary women he could summon and dismiss at will. Managing a conglomerate worth tens of billions brought Bao Yifan more than just the money he earned from operations, it brought him the immense confidence that comes from the fate of tens of thousands of ordinary people controlled by such a large corporation, as well as the corresponding social influence. For him, there was no woman he couldn't win over, except for a few. What's so great about having a boyfriend? He knew from a young age that he shouldn't make enemies for his family, but even then, it had to be someone qualified to be considered an enemy. What was that guy surnamed Wang? He ran a crappy internet company, owned some real estate, and was a penniless nobody who would have to wait in line to carry his shoes? Did he deserve it? Continuing on their way, Fan Shengmei tactfully comforted Andy. Actually, she thought that Wang Liao was far better than Wang Yan, though she only thought it to herself and didn't say it aloud. However, she subtly defended Wang Liao. After all, she felt that such a powerful figure, and Andy, being just an employee, might not be good if they clashed. Andy chatted casually with Fan Shengmei before returning to Ode to Joy. In the elevator, after instructing Fan Shengmei not to let Wang Yan know, she composed herself and went home with a smile. Wang Yan didn't notice any of this, as he had already messed up the plot. He knew Andy had met Bao Yifan at a party, but there were so many parties, and the show didn't specify the time. How was he supposed to know which party it was? Since Andy didn't say anything, that was that. The next evening, in the underground parking lot, after parking, Wang Yan, Andy, Guanzhou, and Zhao Kaiping chatted and laughed as they unpacked things from the trunk. Andy and Guanzhou had mentioned yesterday that they'd find time, and since they were all free today, they decided to go together. Since they were going the same way back, Andy picked up Guanzhou, and Wang Yan gave Zhao Kaiping a ride instead of letting him drive. After picking up a few bottles of wine at the bar, the group headed to the market and bought various ingredients according to their preferences. As they were unpacking, a yellow Polo pulled up in the parking space next to them. Chu Xiaoxiao, her short legs clicking in 10-centimeter heels, stepped out. Seeing the group, she glanced at them, her eyes clearly lighting up as she passed Zhao Kaiping. "Hey, Andy, are you having a get-together?" Nodding, Andy politely replied, "Yes." She didn't explicitly invite them, assuming Chu Xiaoxiao had the sense to do so. Who's this handsome guy? I've never seen him before. As she spoke, Chu Xiaoxiao gestured towards Zhao Kaiping, who was standing next to Guanzhou. Seeing his appearance, Zhao Kaiping knew he was an acquaintance and, without needing an introduction, noticed her looking at him and said, "Hello, my name is Zhao Kaiping, and I'm Guanzhou's boyfriend." Guanzhou assertively clung to Zhao Kaiping's arm, looking up at Chu Xiaoxiao. "Oh, Guan's boyfriend. My name is Chu Xiaoxiao, I'm their neighbor." Chu Xiaoxiao didn't care about Guanzhou's actions at all. She looked her over carefully and smiled. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match. "Hey, the elevator's here, let's go up." The group entered the elevator, and Chu Xiaoxiao said, "Handsome Zhao, you look so good, what do you do for a living?" Zhao Kaiping also realized that this woman wasn't popular, and said indifferently, "A doctor." "Really? I love doctors the most, the white-clad angels who save lives, that's such a great job." Chu Xiaoxiao ignored Guanzhou's hostility and Andy's warning. She was confident she could handle Guanzhou, and she had gotten to know Andy after a few days of getting to know her. A few words would be enough to calm her down. "Dr. Zhao, handsome Zhao, which hospital do you work at? We're practically acquaintances now, so if I have any questions, I can ask you right away. Any hospital is fine with me, they're all professional doctors." "Miss Chu, the elevator's here." "Okay then, here's my business card." Chu Xiaoxiao glanced regretfully at the elevator, then pulled out her business card and said, "I'll treat you and Xiaoguan to dinner sometime, bye-bye." Watching the elevator doors close, Zhao Kaiping asked, puzzled, "What's going on?" Guanzhou looked at Andy, Andy looked at Wang Yan, and Wang Yan, who had been silent all along, shrugged and said, "Nothing, just a rich second generation, a bit selfish. She probably has her eye on you, Dr. Zhao is quite charming." As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator doors opened again, and Wang Yan walked out carrying his things. Zhao Kaiping pressed the elevator button, preventing the door from closing, and looked at Guanzhou, saying, "Don't talk nonsense. My feelings for Xiaoguan are mutual, we're soulmates, loyal, and devoted." Guanzhou's slightly uneasy heart temporarily subsided. "Oh dear, so cheesy." She laughed and joked as they went inside. After putting their things away, Zhao Kaiping, admiring the rich collection of books and the spacious feel of the house, accompanied Guanzhou downstairs to see her living environment. Guanzhou didn't have Fam Shengmei's bad habits, she accepted what she had, and Zhao Kaiping wasn't one-sided either. He looked and that was that. He came from a scholarly family, a family of intellectuals, and their circumstances were quite good. His income wasn't low, and he owned property in Shanghai, not living with his parents. He had previously mentioned moving in with Guanzhou, but she refused. Firstly, it was a bit far from her workplace. Secondly, she felt these friends were all good, and she didn't want to part ways. Most importantly, even though things had progressed, she still felt things had moved too fast and felt a little embarrassed. After putting their things down, the two went upstairs and helped Andy prepare ingredients. Chef Wang was in charge of wielding the ladle, and the atmosphere was harmonious and natural. It wasn't surprising that Zhao Kaiping won over Guanzhou and Wang Yan. The more obedient a girl is usually, the more impulsive she can be. Once she's decided on someone, she basically doesn't care about anything else. Besides, Zhao Kaiping was quite capable, they got along well, and he knew how to please her, it was just a natural progression. Moreover, times have changed. Dating for half a year without even letting her touch her hands? Then the other person would only say, "Screw you." What kind of relationship is that? After all, it's rare to find someone who's been relentlessly flattered and swayed by a single word, making them happy all night long. Wang Yan was quick, he wielded his large ladle with incredible speed, and in no time, he had prepared a table full of dishes. The plates were large, the dishes plentiful, but the variety was abundant. Everyone was already very familiar with each other, and the meal was enjoyed immensely. After seeing off the tipsy Zhao Kaiping, Wang Yan, Andy, and Guanzhou strolled back. Guanzhou said angrily, "Sister Andy, Brother Wang, what's Chu Xiaoxiao up to?" "It's alright, Guan," Wang Yan said with his hands behind his back. "Are you lacking confidence in yourself? Or in Dr. Zhao?" "Neither, but Chu Xiaoxiao has a criminal record. I'm worried that her actions will affect us." Andy thought for a moment and said, "Guan, don't worry. I'll go talk to Chu Xiaoxiao in a bit and see what she means. Wang Yan didn't say anything more, listening to Andy comforting the insecure Guanzhou, his mind drifting back to the phone call he'd received during dinner, which Andy had glanced at and then hung up on. These two are really getting ahead of themselves, bringing this up so readily. Chu Xiaoxiao has been too idle lately, and she and Andy have been playing dirty tricks on each other. Because he's made things difficult for himself by starting this crappy company, he hasn't had time to deal with her, so it's been fine. But now she's become so arrogant? She's even openly discussing Zhao Kaiping in front of him? Let's not even mention Bao Yifan, he brought this on himself. Wang Yan returned home and began plotting how to deal with the two of them. Andy didn't go upstairs. After escorting the slightly drunk Guanzhou back to her room, she greeted Fan Shengmei, who had just returned from her date, and then went out to knock on the door of room 2203. Chu Xiaoxiao, wearing a face mask, opened the door. Seeing Andy at the door, she said helplessly, "Come in." She naturally knew why. What else could it be but Dr. Zhao? After entering and finding a place to sit, Andy frowned and said, "Xiao Chu, what do you mean?" "What do I mean? Andy, I don't understand what you're saying." "Xiao Chu, don't play dumb. You have a criminal record, I don't really trust you." "Oh, okay. Dr. Zhao is so handsome, you know, I have no resistance to handsome men. I did have some thoughts about him." Noticing that Andy's brows furrowed even more, Chu Xiaoxiao quickly said, "But he's Xiao Guan's boyfriend, they live on the same floor, I feel too embarrassed to make a move." Andy stared into Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes without speaking, and Chu Xiaoxiao responded to Andy with a clear conscience. "Okay, I'll believe you for now. You rest, I'm leaving." After a token attempt to keep her, Chu Xiaoxiao saw Andy off, humming a little tune as she went to wash up. Back upstairs, she saw Wang Yan sitting there reading, with Andy sitting next to him. "I asked Xiaoq earlier, and she said she does have ideas, but she's too shy to make a move. What do you think? If nothing unexpected happens, she'll have all of Dr. Zhao's details by tomorrow. After all, a lot of Doctor's information is public, you can find it online. She also has a certain network of connections, so she probably already knows where Dr. Zhao works. The day after tomorrow, she'll go to the hospital to find Dr. Zhao and find a reason to ask him out." "Xiaoq, you can't be like that." Andy was also a little unsure. "Just wait and see." Wang Yan said casually, "Oh, by the way, I might have to go out for a few days. I have some things to take care of, about a week." Nodding, Andy didn't say anything more. She was a wise woman. Since Wang Yan said some things, then it was some things. "I won't see you for a week, so I'll try to catch up on the rest of the days today." With that, Wang Yan picked up Andy and headed for the bathroom. Thank you to Brother, Bored Prisoner, for the 477 coins for continued support. Thank you to Brothers, Unrepentant Dragon, Big Fish, Leon Non-Snow Wolf, YH Deng Yunfei, and Autumn Morning Rain, for their continued support, and to Brothers, Red Rock, Attracting Fish to Burn Themselves, Book Friend 2020111318141738 Wandering Hero, Fire of Destiny, I Am a Mountain Man, Ms. Chen, Ten-Winged Fallen Angel, Fei Zin Han Yanmo, Maple Leaf Book, FFD 12, 10-Step Fragrant Cart, and Joe Family Emperor, for their monthly tickets. Daily thanks to all the brothers who voted and recommended. Thank you to all the good brothers who commented and those who just read. Thank you, brothers. Chapter 91 I want him to know his surname. Andy was very irritable lately. After Wang Yan left, she poured all her energy into her work. She could clearly sense Bao Yifan's ulterior motives, but Bao Yifan's statement that cooperation between Shangxun and the Bao family would be mutually beneficial made sense. As Shangxun's CFO, she had to be responsible to the company and the board of directors, and couldn't act based on personal likes or dislikes. Therefore, she was extremely annoyed and disgusted by the situation. Fortunately, Bao Yifan left Shanghai a few days later. Before she could even catch her breath, she received a call from Guanzhou while working overtime that day. Wang Yan's prediction had come true. Chu Xiaoxiao had been trying to get close to Zhao Kaiping these past few days. She feigned illness, visited him, offered help to patients, threw tantrums, and played the victim. She used every trick in the book. He couldn't hide her, and he couldn't get rid of her no matter how much he scolded her. Zhao Kaiping was thoroughly fed up. He hadn't planned to tell Guanjur and would just bury himself for now. Unexpectedly, during their dinner date tonight, Chu Xiaoxiao called from a different number to ask him out, which Guanjur overheard. After hearing Zhao Kaiping's explanation, Guanjur was at a loss. Her good upbringing dictated that she couldn't reason with Chu Xiaoxiao. She knew from Chu Yingying's experience that arguing with someone as self-centered as Chu Xiaoxiao was pointless. After all, she didn't have the right to an equal dialogue, and a confrontation would only lead to humiliation. After hearing the whole story, Andy was furious. She felt deceived by Chu Xiaoxiao and hadn't received the respect she deserved. Without hesitation, she called Chu Xiaoxiao, and knowing she was home, Andy drove straight back to Joyful Ode. Joyful Ode, room 2203. Chu Xiaoxiao drawled, explaining pitifully, "Andy, I couldn't control myself. It was truly love at first sight. You don't know, after meeting Dr. Zhao that day, he's been on my mind constantly. I even dream about him at night. He's Xiao Guan's boyfriend. Do you think what you're doing is appropriate? So what if he has a girlfriend? What does it have to do with me whether he has a girlfriend or not? I like him, so I can pursue him." Chu Xiaoxiao shrugged, saying matter-of-factly, "Andy, is it wrong to pursue someone you like? Besides, Xiao Guan and I aren't that close, just neighbors. Xiao Guan is just his girlfriend, not married. She just knew Dr. Zhao before me. Can't we compete fairly?" Andy frowned, pondering for a moment, finally understanding the logic in her words. She finally saw through Chu Xiaoxiao completely, an extremely self-centered, spoiled rich kid who never considered others. Not wanting to waste any more time arguing with Chu Xiaoxiao, and ignoring her feigned obstruction, Andy got up and left. After closing the door, Chu Xiaoxiao smugly contemplated how to study Zhao Kaiping. She used him when she needed him, and discarded him when she didn't. She felt she had learned a lot from Andy during this time, and no longer needed Andy's guidance. Although losing Andy's relationship was a pity, she had also realized that despite her efforts to get close, Andy still held some prejudice against her, and with Wang Yan's involvement, becoming good friends was practically impossible. Compared to that, what was the big deal about finding a man she was interested in? After all, Andy and Guanjur were just ordinary friends. There was no need to go to a big shot like Tan Zongming for such a small matter. What did she have to worry about? Andy called Guanjur, explained the situation, and told Guanjur and Dr. Zhao not to overthink it, and to just not give Chu Xiaoxiao any opportunity. After all, she had the power to do as she pleased. She couldn't stop her. Fan Shengmei, who was deeply involved with Chu Lianji, and Zhu Yingying, who was hopelessly addicted to work, were naturally united in their indignation upon learning of this, and they condemned Chu Xiaoxiao's shameless behavior. Chu Yingying's relationship with Guanjur was stronger than Fan Shengmei's, and with a previous incident with the manager Bai, she combined old and new grudges, and her anger surged. She went directly to Chu Xiaoxiao's house to confront her. Fortunately, Guanjur and Fan Shengmei managed to restrain her. What kind of family did they come from? How could they, from their humble backgrounds, bear any harm? In the end, the verbal battle ended hastily. All of this was completely insignificant to Chu Xiaoxiao. Andy's words were useless, let alone those three who were nobody. There was nothing she could do but keep her distance. Chu Xiaoxiao completely cut ties with the other residents of the 22nd floor. A week passed, and Wang Yan returned. "It's all right, don't worry. Chu Xiaoxiao has a company to run, and besides, she's fighting for the family fortune. She'll be fine in a couple of days." After hearing Andy's account, Wang Yan gently comforted her, his face flushed and still feeling the afterglow of their encounter. Andy sighed, "She's too self-centered. Let's not talk about her, it's pointless. Let's get down to business." As he spoke, Wang Yan's hands began to wander. "Ah, here we go again, no." Before she could finish, Wang Yan pinned her down. The next day, Wang Yan drove the curious Zhu Yingying to the company and instructed his subordinates to give Zhu Yingying a little extra work. After hearing the report at the meeting, Wang Yan had a clear understanding of the situation. The team was now well integrated, progressing steadily without any major problems. Back in his office, Wang Yan took out his phone and made a call. "Hello, is this a good time? I need to talk to you about something." "Okay, sure." After hanging up, Wang Yan got dressed and drove to a villa in the suburbs. Seeing the tea the butler brought, Tan Zongming said, "Come, have some tea." This is the tea you gave me last time. Taking a sip, Wang Yan put down the teacup and leaned back on the sofa. What do you think of the Bao family? The Bao family in Tongzhou? Wang Yan said casually, the Bao family that sought cooperation with Andy. Tan Zongming hadn't expected Wang Yan to say this and looked at him suspiciously. What do you mean? Didn't he know Bao Yifan had ulterior motives? He did. But he also knew that Andy wasn't a woman to be trifled with, and Bao Yifan naturally knew that too. So, whether it was Wang Yan or Bao Yifan, it was fine for either of them to be with Andy. He could simply ignore Bao Yifan's advances. Wang Yan understood his thinking. Besides, the two weren't exactly on friendly terms. Isn't my meaning clear enough? Very obvious, so what do you want to do? I heard Andy mention once that you want to acquire Hongxing? Seeing Tan Zongming nod, Wang Yan continued, the Bao family wants to cooperate with your Shangxing to acquire Hongxing to expand their business scope. However, the Bao family's existing business is also something you need. The focus may be different, but it's the same for the growth and development of your Shangxing. Acquiring Hongxing is just the beginning, there's still time to turn back. Saying this, Wang Yan glanced at Tan Zongming. What do you think? He didn't care that Andy had leaked the information, nor did he care how Wang Yan knew all this. Tan Zongming said in a deep voice, as far as I know, your strength is insufficient to plot against a Bao family. How can I trust you? Wang Yan waved his hand and took a sip of tea. You don't need to trust me. Just follow up when you find things are going wrong with the Bao family. It's for your own good, to let you prepare in advance. After all, there's still the connection with Andy, it's just looking out for our own people. That's all, I'm leaving. Butler, please see Mr. Wang out. Tan Zongming walked to the French windows with his hands in his pockets, silently watching the pine trees swaying in the wind outside. On the way back to the company, Wang Yan made a phone call, saying only 3 words, let's begin. His wealth wasn't as simple as it seemed, he was still the same bachelor. Besides running his company, he wasn't idle. He was involved in stocks, futures, and even dabbled in cryptocurrency. It's currently at a low value, but when it's hyped up in 2017, it will definitely be worth a fortune. His goal was simple, to take down the Bao family, shatter Bao Yifan's absolute confidence, and let him know who he really was. The method is nothing more than the same old tricks used by the Liang family, find evidence of violations, post it online to create public opinion, and uses large cash reserves to suppress the stock market and disrupt cash flow. Sharing hardship and wealth is fine, but sharing hardship, wealth, and then hardship again is not. Those old brothers who started the business with Bao will inevitably feel this way, it's human nature to seek profit and avoid harm. With them holding him back, coupled with large accounts payable, substantial bank loans, and potential investigations, Tan Zongming, seeing the meat, will have no choice but to attack him. Whether in power or behind the scenes, Tan Zongming is not weak. Although the Bao family has cultivated deep roots in Tongzhou for many years, a broken drum is beaten by everyone, and Tan Zongming isn't the only one reaping the benefits. It won't be long before they are dismembered. The outcome is already predetermined, it's just a matter of how much power Tan Zongming has and how much meat he can get, but that has nothing to do with Wang Yan. Meanwhile, a seemingly wealthy second-generation man came into contact with Chu Lianji. A bespectacled, well-dressed, and refined man, resembling an elite professional, contacted Chu Xiaoxiao's mother. News of Chu Lianji's contact with a major client reached Chu Yuanquan and Chu Xiaoxiao. That evening, at a barbecue restaurant, Zhao Kaiping raised his glass and said, "Come on, Mr. Wang, let's have another drink. It's been so long, let's savor how much I've missed you." They clinked glasses, and Wang Yan downed his beer in one gulp. He laughed, "Forget it, I have Andy to think about. No need for you, Dr. Zhao, to bother. Seriously, you know what happened, right?" Seeing Wang Yan nod, Zhao Kaiping's face fell, and he clasped his hands together, shaking them up and down. "I heard from Xiao Guan that you can cure the Chu Xiaoxiao? Help me. Please take her away, I can't take it anymore." "What are you talking about? If you, as a doctor, can't cure her, what am I supposed to do?" Wang Yan shrugged. "It's just that you're too charming." "Oh, brother Wang Guanzhur," seeing Wang Yan still talking about charm, grabbed Andy's hand and said, "Sister Andy, look at him." Andy shrugged and laughed. "Wang Yan, stop teasing Dr. Zhao, look how anxious Xiao Guan is." Wang Yan chuckled and took a sip of his drink. "Alright, I heard Chu Liang's been in contact with a big client lately. Chu Xiaoxiao is fighting with Chu Liang for the inheritance, so she shouldn't have time to bother you for a while. Brother, this isn't a long-term solution. What if she comes back? There are rumors going around the hospital, and even the bosses are having some issues with me. Guanzhou chimed in, yes, Brother Wang, given Chu Xiaoxiao's style, she might. It's alright, maybe she'll forget about it when she gets busy? Or maybe she'll meet someone more charming than Dr. Zhao. With that, Wang Yan raised his glass. Don't worry, come on, have a drink. Sigh, alright, it's good to have some peace and quiet for a while. Zhao Kaiping reluctantly raised his glass, clinked it against Wang Yan's, and downed it in one gulp. They continued drinking and chatting, but everyone had work the next day, and the party ended before 10 a.m. helping Guanzhou get the day's Zhao Kaiping into the car, and watching them drive away. Wang Yan waved to the chauffeur drivers chatting and laughing nearby, signaling for someone to come. Andy's unhappiness disappeared after Wang Yan's return, but Fan Shengmei hadn't had a good time these past few days. She'd been taken to a high society party by Andy and met a wealthy man, but it turned out he wasn't interested in a relationship, he just wanted to play around and even took her out drinking with other men. Her hopes were dashed, but thinking she'd broaden her horizons and meet some influential people, she may do. Her brother at home was also a worry. He'd finally managed to find a job through connections, but ended up getting into a fight with his boss, sending him to the hospital and himself to the police station. Her biased, patriarchal parents kept calling, demanding money. To make matters worse, the rent for their rented apartment was going up. A tipsy Fan Shengmei returned to Ode to Joy, leaning dazedly against the railing of the disabled access ramp at the entrance of her building. Scenes flashed through her mind, the rising rent, her parents anxiously awaiting her money, her own experiences from childhood to adulthood, the bitterness and hardships of struggling alone in Shanghai. She couldn't understand how she had become this way. Then she thought of Zhu Yingying, who foolishly believed Wang Yan's lies, worked hard, studied diligently, and was completely unconcerned about the rent increase. Guanzhou, who got an internship at a Fortune 500 securities firm through connections and found a boyfriend who was successful in both career and family. Chu Xiaoxiao, who lived next door, never worried about food or drink, her family supporting her business, laughing and arguing, and righteously stealing other people's boyfriends, and Andy, who lived upstairs, a returned overseas student with exceptional intelligence, a prestigious university degree, a PhD, and a CFO of a large company, who had found a wealthy but unsophisticated boss as her boyfriend. They were all women. She was confident she was no less capable than anyone else. Why was it so unfair? To have such a family, such parents, such a brother, to have such an unfortunate fate. The more she thought about it, the more wronged and miserable she felt. Fan Shengmei finally broke down. A light, biting drizzle fell from the sky. She huddled there alone, crying softly, her eyes red and her makeup ruined. It was late at night. Although this was the dazzling, decadent metropolis of Shanghai, she still had to work and live tomorrow. This wasn't a bustling place. Those who should have gone home had already gone home, and few people were out late at night. Therefore, no one would come to help her, to let her feel a moment of human warmth. After a long while, Fan Shengmei came to her senses, feeling a chill all over her body. She hastily wiped away her tears and forced her aching, weak body to stand up. Having struggled alone for so many years, she had learned what it meant to grit her teeth and endure in the dead of night. Entering the elevator, Fan Shengmei stared blankly at her disheveled, listless, and dusty face reflected in the mirror. Until the elevator announced its arrival, she looked at her face with disdain, snorted, and staggered out of the elevator. She opened the door, went inside, returned to her small room, tossed her bag aside, and without removing her makeup or changing her clothes, lay down on the bed, hugged the blanket tightly, and fell into deep sleep. She dreamt of something, and a smile crept onto her lips. Thank you. Ouch, so painful, for the 100-point donation and continued support. Thank you to the following 5 readers for their continued support: Blue Tax, Bookfriend 2020113181417383, Bookfriend 201807142327054333, Bookfriend 201909071555253334, and Bookfriend 201909031642595584, and to the following 10 readers for their monthly ticket support. Book friend 20170416215513966. Playful little Wang, a boy who loves reading and studying. Reincarnation S. Crazy, what are you saying? I don't know. QQQ. Book friend 20180421112428390. Muning Shuang, and Bubo Clan Zoo. I also want to thank the readers who voted for recommendations. Thank you to all the readers who commented or just read. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 92. The heartbreaking story of Fan Shengmei. In a daze, Fan Shengmei heard someone knocking on her door. Sister Fan, are you there? She recognized the voice. It was Zhu Yingying's. All was full of energy and boundless vitality. Seeing Zhu Yingying, always so lively even when she was exhausted, she used to lament the fleeting nature of youth and the impermanence of life. After all, she too had once been so naive, full of hope for the future. Dazed, Fan Shengmei struggled to open her eyes and tried to respond to Zhu Yingying, but found her throat burning with pain and unable to make a sound. Zhu Yingying continued calling from outside. Fan Shengmei struggled to get up, but her body was too weak and she couldn't move. Fortunately, after calling a few times without response, Zhu Yingying assumed Fan Shengmei was still asleep and simply opened the door and came in. Sister Fan, it's time. If I hadn't seen the key at the door, I would have. Zhu Yingying, who was standing nearby, saw that Fan Shengmei looked listless, her lips were dry and purple, and she looked extremely haggard. She quickly went over and shook her. Sister Fan? Sister Fan? Are you alright, Sister Fan? Say something. Fan Shengmei rolled her eyes and said with difficulty in a hoarse voice, Little earthworm, stop shaking me for a moment, get me some water. Ah. Oh, okay, wait a moment, Sister Fan. Zhu Yingying ran outside and brought back a glass of water. She helped Fan Shengmei lean against the headboard, fed her some water, and then touched Fan Shengmei's forehead. Oh? You have such a high fever? Sister Fan, shall I go to the hospital with you? Go to the hospital? Registration, examination, IV drip, prescription, and she would have to take time off work. Where would the money come from? It's nothing serious, don't bother, just take some medicine and rest for a day. But Sister Fan, you're... Fan Shengmei interrupted weakly. Go find me some medicine. Thank you, little earthworm. Okay. After covering Fan Shengmei with a blanket, Zhu Yingying went out to find the medicine. After feeding Fan Shengmei, she thoughtfully ran to the entrance of the community to buy porridge, eggs, and pickled vegetables. After a busy morning, it was almost time to go to work. She hadn't had time for breakfast, so Zhu Yingying quickly washed her face and brushed her teeth. As for makeup, since working under Wang Yan, she hadn't bothered with it, always going barefaced. A knock sounded on the door right on time. Zio Chu, I'm leaving. Yes, Brother Wang, I'll be right there. Zhu Yingying quickly responded, wiped her face, ran back to her room, grabbed her small bag, and rushed to Fan Shengmei's room. She checked the situation and said, Sister Fan, I'm going to work now. I bought you breakfast, it's on the table, remember to eat it. Oh, and call me anytime if anything happens. I'm leaving, Sister Fan, get some rest, bye. Fan Shengmei weakly replied, watching Zhu Yingying rush out. She picked up her phone and called her boss to ask for a day off. After hanging up, Fan Shengmei wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, tears silently streaming down her face. She felt so wronged. After all these years, she couldn't even go to the hospital when she was sick, and she could only ask for one day off, just enduring it at home. If it weren't for Zhu Yingying, her roommate, caring for her, would she have silently died in this cramped room in the vast city of Shanghai? Would her body have remained undiscovered until it emitted a foul stench? The more she thought about it, the more distressed Fan Shengmei became, tears streaming down her face. On the wide, flat road, a black Audi A8 swerved to the right, successfully cutting in line. The driver of the car behind, who hadn't been paying attention that morning and almost rear-ended her, was furious and honked wildly. Wang Yan pretended not to hear, slightly turned up the music, and continued looking for an opportunity to move forward. After holding it in for a while, Zhu Yingying finally couldn't resist and said to Wang Yan, who was intently looking for an opportunity, Brother Wang, Sister Fan is sick. Worried? A little. Well, I think you should discuss this with Wanjur or Andy. All I can do is give you a break so you can take care of her. To be fair, if Fan Shengmei didn't constantly spout her standards for choosing a partner and her game theory of love, corrupting the two girls who were just entering society, she would be somewhat acceptable. After all, she did take good care of Zhu Yingying and Guanjur. Helping them with solutions and suggestions when needed was enough for a complete stranger, just roommates. Oh, okay then, but forget about taking leave. Contact me when Sister Fan can't take it anymore. Tongs Hao, the Bao family's large villa. Okay, I understand. Keep an eye on things and report back to me immediately if anything happens. Noticing Bao Yifen's furrowed brow after hanging up, old Bao took a sip of porridge and asked, what happened? Nothing serious, just some rumors circulating online saying there's something wrong with our Bao's products. Our quality control has always been very strict. I suspect someone's gone mad and is trying to extort us. I've already sent people to handle it. Don't let your guard down. I have a feeling something's not right. After a moment's thought, old Bao gave a word of advice. This was based on his decades of business experience. A storm begins with a ripple, and a wave can form from a small ripple. There's no such thing as a baseless rumor. Any slight disturbance could be malicious targeting by a competitor. Turning the page, Lao Bao asked, by the way, weren't you thinking of cooperating with Shangxun? How's the negotiation going? Any progress? Hearing this, Bao Yifen laughed. Not much progress, still in contact. I've heard you're interested in Shangxun CFO Yifen, don't blame me for not telling you. Playing around is fine, but if you really want her to come into the family, I won't agree. Bao Yifen's mother said matter-of-factly. And it was true, with their family's wealth, her son could easily find anyone he wanted. Besides, her son was good-looking and young. How many women had she met already? Bao Yifen didn't take it seriously. Mom, it's all just hearsay. Why are you bringing this up? I'm just warning you, I don't want things to get too ugly. Bao's mother rolled her eyes at Bao Yifen and said, I just don't understand, what's wrong with your Uncle Lee's daughter? You all grew up together, she's not only beautiful, but also well-mannered. Our two families are old friends, it's a perfect match, why can't you give your dad and me peace of mind? It's still early, Mom, why are you in such a hurry? Seeing that she was about to say more, Bao Yifen quickly said, Dad, I'm going to the company. I need to find out more about this and see if we've done anything wrong. I'm off, Mom. After saying that, Bao Yifen put down his bowl and ran away. Hey, Lao Bao, Bao's mother said unhappily, look at this child, he runs away after just a few words. And you, am I the only one worrying about our child's marriage? Isn't he your son? You don't want a grandson, but I do. Lao Bao nodded in response, yes, you're right, I'll talk to him later. Bao's mother ignored him, slammed down her chopsticks, and left. Lao Bao didn't even lift an eyelid. In the Chu family's large villa, Chu Lianji explained the situation of his newly acquainted major client in detail. Dad, this is really a big deal, you have to support me. As he spoke, he didn't forget to glance at Chu Xiaoxio, who was gritting her teeth. Chu Yuanqun pondered for a moment and said, Lianji, the most important thing in doing business is to be cautious. Don't just listen to your friends, you have to verify things yourself. Have you figured out your client's background? Oh, Dad, don't worry. I asked my friends in Hong Kong that very day, and there's absolutely no problem. They're very powerful and have many businesses overseas. As he spoke, he took out his phone, scrolled through it a couple of times, and handed it over. Take a look, Dad. It's all very clear here. Chu Yuanqun looked at it for a moment and said happily, Great, Lianji. Don't have any worries. Go for it, I'll definitely support you. He wasn't entirely convinced, but it seemed quite credible for now, and he would check it again later. However, he didn't hold back in praising Chu Lianji's efforts. Chu Lianji noticed Chu Xiaoxio secretly taking her phone and quickly got up to take it from her. Little sister, you don't need to worry. Your brother has much more experience than you, I can handle it. Noticing Chu Yuanqun's expression, Chu Xiaoxio sat back down. TCH, what's with the swagger? Chu Yuanqun glared at Chu Xiaoxio with a stern face. What kind of behavior is this? You can't find clients yourself, and you want to steal your brother's clients? Is that appropriate? Having slept together for over 20 years, he knew what was going on. Seeing his anger, Chu Xiaoxio's mother quickly smoothed things over. Hey, Lao Chu, Why are you getting angry with Dioxio? If Lianji succeeds this time, our Chu family will be on a whole new level. Come on, Lianji, try this side dish. I've been learning how to make it for quite a while. Chu Lianji smiled broadly. Thank you, Auntie, I can do it myself. What a scene of motherly love and filial piety. Chu Dioxio wasn't oblivious to the subtleties. She ate her food obediently, without saying a word. After dinner, Chu Dioxio and her mother left the villa and found a quiet place to discuss their next move. Mom, if Chu Lianji succeeds, then I'll really be out of the picture. You know, why are you so useless? Sigh. Chu Dioxio pouted, feigning grievance. I didn't want to, Mom, but doing business is really difficult. I've already tried my best, okay? Rolling her eyes at Chu Dioxio, her mother said, I know you too well. What was your dad scolding you for last time? Trying your best? You haven't shown your face for days, out gallivanting, and you even lied to me. Oh, Mom, Chu Dioxio drawled, sounding dejected. Well, things are like this now. What use am I? We need to think of a way. But where am I supposed to find such wealthy clients? It's good that you're anxious. Alright, go to work. You have to achieve something. But, go on, Mom's here. Mom'll think of something. Okay, I'm going now. Chu Dioxio had complete faith in her mother. Mom's here was the most reassuring thing she could hear. After all, her mother had always kept her word and never disappointed her. Watching her daughter walk away, Chu Dioxio's mother's mind raced, silently calculating. If Chu Lianji took over the family, and something happened to Chu Yongquan, the mother and daughter would definitely suffer. They wouldn't be kicked out of the house, but that would be close enough, since she herself hadn't treated Chu Lianji very well. She didn't even dare to imagine that situation. To be on the safe side, she prepared in advance, just in case. Chu Dioxio's mother considered for a long time before taking out her phone and making a call. Let's arrange a place to meet. Jiu Yingying and Guanzhou didn't work overtime today, and the two of them took Wang Yan's car back to Joyful Ode. They bought some light food from a restaurant near the entrance and returned to 2202. Sister Fan, we're back. How are you? Chu Yingying called out as she opened the door. Fan Shengmei wasn't feeling well today. She slept fitfully until the afternoon, and then her mother called again, asking for money. Her good-for-nothing brother had caused trouble, and her sister-in-law had run away quickly, only to have the woman confront her parents at their house. Her mother didn't care what happened to her. She actually wanted her to move out, get her rent and deposit back, and live at a company? Fan Shengmei really couldn't say anything, didn't know what to say. There was nothing she could do, they were her parents after all. How could her parents manage with a child? But where would she get that much money right now? She could only say she'd borrow it tomorrow to get by for now. Right now, she was lying in bed crying, lamenting her miserable fate. Hearing the sounds outside, Fan Shengmei replied hoarsely, It's alright. She then wiped away her tears, opened the door, and went out. Sister Fan, why are you crying? Guanzhou asked, stepping forward. Chu Yingying put the things she'd bought on the table. Shouldn't we go to the hospital to see a doctor, Sister Fan? Fan Shengmei said listlessly, It's nothing serious, I'll be fine after another nap tonight, thank you both. She was genuinely grateful, she hadn't expected the two of them to care about her so much. After all, Guanzhou hadn't worked overtime or gone on a date with her boyfriend, coming back specifically to see her. And Chu Yingying, without a doubt, had given up overtime to come back specifically. She'd heard Chu Yingying talk about the benefits at Wang Yan's company. It was 1.5 times the legally mandated cash. Well, okay. After exchanging a glance with Guanzhou, Chu Yingying said, Sister Fan, we packed some food for you. We know you don't have an appetite, so it's alright. Let's eat some together? Feeling this heartwarming care, Fan Shengmei burst into tears and hugged the two of them. Xiao Guan, Xiao Chu, thank you so much, thank you so much. Oh, Sister Fan, it's nothing. You're too kind. It's what we should do. Okay, don't cry. Guanzhou comforted Fan Shengmei. Chu Yingying also patted Fan Shengmei's back. Yes, Sister Fan, let's eat. After you eat, you can get a good night's rest, and tomorrow you'll be the charming and beautiful woman again. Fan Shengmei chuckled, charming and beautiful, huh? If possible, I'd rather be a man. Okay, You two must be hungry after working all afternoon. Let's eat. It was clear that Fan Shengmei was in a bad mood and didn't have much energy. So during the meal, Zhu Yingying and Guanzhou tried to keep the conversation light, hoping to cheer Fan Shengmei up and encourage her to eat more. Fan Shengmei should have been smiling, but her eyes were brimming with tears. Watching Fan Shengmei silently eating, the two women exchanged a glance. Guanzhou shook her head, and Zhu Yingying gave her a knowing look. The table fell silent for a moment, broken only by the sounds of chewing and the clatter of chopsticks. After the meal, the two women stayed with Fan Shengmei, talking for a while until she fell into deep sleep. Carefully closing the door, Zhu Yingying and Guanzhou whispered to each other in the room. Guan, Sister Fan seems to have something on her mind. She definitely does. Then Guanzhou interrupted, Yingying, since Sister Fan doesn't want to talk about it, let's not interfere. Okay. You're right. Even if Sister Fan tells us, we too can only offer some comfort, nothing more. Sister Fan is so capable, she's always the one comforting us, she doesn't need our comfort. Oh, Yingying, you seem to have improved a lot lately. Just a little bit. Zhu Yingying chuckled, hey, by the way, Guan. Should we tell Sister Andy about this? She's so capable, if Sister Fan needs any help, she'll definitely have a way. Guanzhou thought for a moment, let's leave it for today, don't bother Brother Wang and the other two. I'll tell Sister Andy on the way tomorrow. The two joked around for a while, then went about their own business. Guanzhou pursued her relationship in her spare time, while Zhu Yingying continued studying in her spare time. The next day, Fan Shengmei went to work despite being sick. She really couldn't afford to be sick. Guanzhou mentioned the matter to Andy on the way, and Andy responded with a simple I know, but that was it. She knew Fan Shengmei was smooth in her dealings and her work was definitely not a problem. So it must be a relationship issue or a family issue. Andy didn't want to talk about relationship issues because she had already seen through Fan Shengmei's true nature. As for family issues, she had no obligation to discuss them. Wang Yan's life was always uneventful, with passion only at night, and that was only if Andy wasn't in a special situation. After returning, he dealt with a backlog of company affairs and controlled the actions against the Bao family and the Chu family, and that was about it. Because of his actions, Tan Zongming discovered the clues and, knowing that Wang Yan wasn't lying to him, also began to prepare for action. Inevitably, Andy also got busy. Just like when they dealt with a lying family, with Wei Zhiji bringing in a group of people, and it took almost half a year to fight them, the Bao family was the same, it couldn't be taken down in a short time. After all, the Bao family was a large conglomerate with a scale of tens of billions, and it was a domestic one at that. In Tuangzhou, they were practically local tyrants, with a complex web of connections at every level, involving every aspect of society, all of which needed to be carefully managed. However, Bao Yifan didn't have the time or energy to harass Andy, so his goal was achieved. His subsequent downfall was punishment. The Bao family had considerable assets abroad, being ordinary wealthy people was perfectly fine. If Bao Yifan still didn't understand, then he deserved to die a righteous death, to see for himself whether a Chinese person dying abroad was facing Satan or the king of hell. It must be said, Wang Beichuan was still Wang Beichuan, thoroughly obsequious. He heard about Fan Shengmei's family situation somewhere and felt he had another chance, thinking that helping them might win her heart. He cheekily called Fan Shengmei, telling her that the person her brother had beaten had relatives in the hospital who could easily get medicine, and that he was just trying to extort them. He earnestly tried to help, offering suggestions and solutions. Fan Shengmei disliked the man who had exposed her, let alone now that he knew about her family's messy affairs. Wasn't she even more exposed now? Not wanting to say more, she hung up the phone with a simple goodbye, without even a thank you. Turning back, Fan Shengmei had no choice. She couldn't watch her parents and nephew be tormented, so she could only try to use money. But she had no money, she had borrowed from everyone she knew, and her two young friends had no savings. She was struggling herself, so she finally turned to Andy. But Andy was busy with Lao Bao's family business, working overtime constantly, and Fan Shengmei hadn't found an opportunity to ask, so the matter was dropped. While Fan Shengmei tearfully complained about the 8 daily money collecting calls from home, she continued to happily socialize and drink with Chu Lianji, taking it all for granted that she would have sex with him. Meanwhile, Wang Beichuan was unwilling to accept this. If his little beauty was in trouble, that was his problem. However, after that day, Fan Shengmei stopped answering his calls. He called twice and gave up. He couldn't let her leave a bad impression any longer. After much thought, Wang Beichuan found the business card Chu Xiaoxiao had given him and called without hesitation. As for Wang Yan and Andy, he remembered them, but what could he do without their contact information? Chu Xiaoxiao was preoccupied with work, trying to find a big client. She didn't even have time to contact Dr. Zhao, whom she had fallen for at first sight, let alone the gold digger she looked down on. Besides, they had already broken up, and it was none of her business anymore. After hearing Wang Beichuan's story, she simply treated it as amusement. She hung up the phone and blocked him immediately, ignoring him completely. Wang Beichuan, having been tricked, could do nothing but curse Chu Xiaoxiao. He could only keep a close eye on Fan Shengmei's family situation, waiting for an opportunity to lick her boots again. Thanks to Fu Xinwen for the 1,500 coin reward. Thanks to Kiji Weiwei for the 100 coin reward. Thanks to Lang Gaiyu Hu Tao, YH Deng Yunfei, Chongqian 80,000, WUYU 123, and Gurenjiu Jiu for their continued support, and to Sanshixin Dejian, Wanqi Shengai, Xianji Wang Hexi, Xingzhaorin Shijian, Z, DL, Anaida Leonian, Azuxia Hongchen, Shuiao 201702272249388179, Shishazia Chongwei Sky, and Shibai, for their monthly tickets. Daily thanks to all the brothers who voted for recommendations. Thanks to all the good brothers who commented or just read. Thank you, brothers. Chapter 93. No one has it easy. Why did you hang up on me? How dare you hang up on me? Fan Shengmei screamed hysterically. She had just been dressed up and drinking with Chu Lianji when she received a text from her brother saying that her parents and nephew were coming to Shanghai to hide. Judging by the time, they should have arrived in Shanghai long ago. Her parents were penniless and had no cell phones, so she couldn't contact them at all. Fan Shengmei was frantic, calling her brother, her sister-in-law, and Wang Beichuan, again and again. None of the calls went through, and she was extremely worried. She searched everywhere at the Shanghai train station, but to no avail. Just as she was filled with regret, Fan Shengmei received a call from Wang Beichuan, who immediately bombarded her with the above two sentences. Wang Beichuan didn't seem to care. I was talking to your brother's neighbor just now, so it wasn't convenient for me to answer your call. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Fan Shengmei cried. My brother told me my parents came to Shanghai, and I've been looking for them everywhere, but I can't find them. Wang Beichuan then comforted Fan Shengmei, drove to her parents' house, and explained what had happened. Fan Shengmei wasn't in the mood for that. After hearing the story, she urged Wang Beichuan to hurry over and check if her parents were home. Wang Beichuan asked, "Are you alone at the train station?" Fan Shengmei felt even more aggrieved. Looking around the vast train station, she cried, "My friends will be here soon, they're on their way." After a while, Wang Beichuan arrived at the station. He knocked on the door for a long time without response, then said, "Zia Omai, no one's home. The lights are on. They probably left them on purpose so others would know they're home." He paused, then said with self-reproach, "I'm sorry I couldn't help you." "Okay. I understand, thank you, Beichuan." Hearing the busy tone on his phone, Wang Beichuan felt a little helpless, but also somewhat happy, because Fan Shengmei had just said thank you, Beichuan. However, remembering Fan Shengmei's feigned strength, saying her friends were on their way, Wang Beichuan clearly sensed she was lying. The only person he could contact, Chu Xiaoxiao, obviously didn't care about Fan Shengmei's life or death, let alone help her. As for Fan Shengmei's other roommates and neighbors, he couldn't contact any of them. Even if he drove to Shanghai now, it wouldn't be a short time. By the time he arrived, everything would probably be over. There was nothing else he could do to help Fan Shengmei except worry. Fan Shengmei hung up the phone in tears, looking around frantically for her parents. But with so many people at the train station, where could she possibly find them? Desperate, Fan Shengmei finally decided to call for help. Whether she was losing her mind in her anxiety or something else, instead of calling a police officer, she thoughtlessly called Guanzhou first. She hadn't said anything before because she didn't want to expose her troubled family situation, but now she had no choice. She had to face it sooner or later, and couldn't care less. Today was her day off, and Guanzhou wasn't working overtime. She was spending time with Zhao Kaiping, who was also off work. "Hello? Sister Fan? What's wrong?" Without beating around the bush, Fan Shengmei cried out, "Xiao Guan, please help me. My parents and nephew have come to Shanghai, but they have no money and no cell phones. I can't find them. It's so cold in Shanghai now, I'm afraid they'll catch a cold. Sister Fan, don't panic. How about this? Why don't you go find the police patrolling over there for help? I'll notify Xiao Chu and Sister Andy." In contrast, Guanzhou was much more understanding. She knew that blindly panicking wouldn't help, and offered a feasible suggestion. Okay, thank you, Xiao Guan. I'll go find them right away. You have to come quickly, I'm scared. Sister Fan, don't worry, we're coming right away. After hanging up the phone, Guanzhou immediately got up and put on her coat, saying to Zhao Kaiping, "Brother Zhao, let's go to the train station quickly." Sister Fan's parents came to Shanghai, but they can't find them at the train station. Zhao Kaiping said without hesitation, "Okay, I'll go get the car." Nodding, Guanzhou turned to contact Chu Yingying and Andy. Finding Fan Shengmei squatting there, crying helplessly, Andy said, "Little Sister Fan, don't cry. Xiao Guan said you should find the police. Have you searched the neighborhood?" Fan Shengmei's makeup was already ruined from crying, and she said in a disheveled state, "I've searched, but there's nothing at all." Wang Yan thought for a moment and said, "It's so cold, have you searched all the nearby underpasses?" He remembered that Fan Shengmei's parents were last found in a nearby underpass. Seeing Fan Shengmei shake her head, he continued, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Let's go. Fan Shengmei reacted and got up to catch up with Wang Yan. But she had been squatting for too long, and when she stood up too suddenly, she lost her balance and was about to fall forward. Andy reacted quickly and caught Fan Shengmei, preventing a serious injury. "Thank you, Andy, I can manage on my own." Fan Shengmei broke free from Andy's grasp and quickly followed Wang Yan. Seeing her like this, Andy shook her head and quickly followed as well. After asking around, Wang Yan, with a clear goal in mind, led Fan Shengmei directly to her parents and nephew. Seeing her parents sitting on the ground, huddled together for warmth, Fan Shengmei ran over excitedly, crying, "Dad, Mom, why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Her mother sobbed, "Oh dear, how could I tell you? Those debt collectors come to our house every day, and your brother and sister-in-law couldn't take it anymore, so they had to go out and lay low for a while. Your father and I don't have cell phones, and we didn't dare go home, so we had to bring Lei to stay with you." As she spoke, she grasped Fan Shengmei's hand. "Your brother needs money to go out, so I gave him all the money in the house, leaving only enough for 2 train tickets." Hearing this, Fan Shengmei looked at the people standing behind her. A wave of immense shame washed over Wang Yan and Andy, and they quickly stopped talking. "All right, Mom, all right. Let's talk about it when we get back, okay, Mom?" Fan's mother continued nagging, "You have to find a way to save your brother. Those people won't give him a chance to live. You don't know." "Okay, Mom, let's talk when we get back. Let's go back first. Look how cold Lei is, let's go." Yes, Lei is important, let's go." Andy glanced at Wang Yan. "I didn't realize Fan Shengmei had such a hard life." From the conversation, Andy had already grasped the situation of Fan Shengmei's family. Wang Yan said calmly, "There are too many people who have a hard life. Let's go." With that, Wang Yan put his arm around Andy and followed. Everyone received the news around the same time. When they arrived at the parking lot, Guanzhou, Zhao Kaiping, and Chu Yingying, who had rushed over, were already waiting there. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt, I'm Sister Fan's roommate." Seeing Wang Yan and the others arrive, Guanzhou stepped forward to greet them and then turned to Fan Shengmei, saying, "Sorry, Sister Fan, we're late." Chu Yingying chimed in, "Yes, Sister Fan, I took a taxi as soon as I got the news, but it's a bit far." Fan Shengmei shook her head, "Guan, Chu, don't say that. I should thank you." "No need for thanks. We weren't much help." Andy, standing with Wang Yan and Zhao Kaiping, said, "All right, no need for thanks. Little Sister Fan, Uncle and aunt, what are your plans? We'll give you a ride on our way back. What plans? Fan Shengmei hesitated for a moment before saying, we'll make do tonight. I'll find you a hotel tomorrow. As she spoke, she glanced at Fan's mother. Andy paused, then realized what she meant and remained silent. Why stay in a hotel? That's a waste of money. How about this, tonight we'll just squeeze in, and tomorrow you can move to the company dormitory. It's free there. I've been telling you to stay in the company dormitory for ages. She gave Fan Shengmei a reluctant glare. Fan Shengmei awkwardly glanced at everyone present, except Wang Yan, who were all frowning at her mother. She forced a smile and said, okay, Mom, let's talk about it when we get back. Andy, you see. Chu Yingying opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing that no one was speaking, she silently shut her mouth. Andy didn't speak, but looked apologetically at Wang Yan. Wang Yan asked Zhao Kaiping, who was standing next to him, did you drive? Seeing him nod, he turned to Fan Shengmei, can you drive? Fan Shengmei responded with an awkward laugh. Nodding, Wang Yan agreed, you guys ride in my car. Andy, Xiao Chu, you ride in Dr. Zhao's car. Everyone nodded, without objection. Wang Yan was driving, with Fan Shengmei in the passenger seat and her parents holding their child in the back. All the way, Fan's mother kept nagging about their family's messy affairs. Fan Shengmei glanced at Wang Yan, who seemed oblivious to her nagging and focused on driving, and after a few words that went unanswered, she stopped, only offering half-hearted responses with red eyes. Today, her usual sophisticated urban image was completely shattered. She had made a complete fool of herself, so whatever. She knew that Wang Yan hadn't even given her a second glance, and she had no interest in him, otherwise, why would she think he was just a nouveau riche pumpkin? Meanwhile, in Zhao Kaiping's car, Chu Yingying asked, Andy, why weren't you saying anything earlier? She still didn't think things through deeply. She only heard Fan Shengmei say just make do, without considering why. Andy, sitting next to her, said calmly, Xiao Chu, Fan Xiaomei must be struggling financially, but she doesn't want to say it outright, so we just kept quiet. Guanzhou, in the passenger seat, turned around and asked, Yingying, why didn't you say anything? I saw that none of you were saying anything, so I didn't say anything either. Chu Yingying had a smug look on her face, but I've really never seen a mother like this before. She actually let Sister Fan live in the company dormitory? Guanzhou nodded, that's really going too far. But this time I finally understand why Sister Fan was acting strangely a few days ago. It must be something to do with her family. Sister Andy, you and Brother Wang arrived first. Do you know what happened? Andy frowned and said, I don't know the specifics either. From what they said, it seems that Fan Xiaomei's brother got into trouble. A group of people came to their house demanding money, and Fan Xiaomei's brother couldn't handle it, so he took the money and his wife. They ran away, leaving only Fan Xiaomei's parents to take refuge here. Ah, it's that serious? Chu Yingying exclaimed, Sister Fan has really had it so tough. Her parents treated her like that, and now this has happened to her family, it's really. Guanzhou nodded in agreement, then thought for a moment and said, since things have come to this, and Sister Fan's brother and parents have both fled to avoid debt collectors, it definitely won't be resolved in a short time. How long will Sister Fan's parents have to stay? Yes, and Sister Fan's bed is so small, it's not even big enough for 2 people, how will 4 people sleep? Chu Yingying, being naturally kind-hearted, said worriedly, Sister Fan will definitely have to sleep on the floor or the sofa. It's so cold now, Sister Fan will catch a cold, she's only been recovered for a few days. Andy thought for a moment and said, 2201 is empty, why don't one of you come and sleep at my place? Make room for Sister Fan? As a woman herself, seeing Fan Shengmei's condition, she couldn't help but feel sorry for her. At this moment, Zhao Kaiping, who had been driving silently, spoke up, in that case, Guan, why don't you just come to my place? We'll see how Sister Fan is doing in a few days. This was a perfectly legitimate reason, he wasn't the type to miss an opportunity. Seeing the teasing looks from Andy and Chu Yingying, Guanzhou blushed and said, that's fine, but Brother Zhao, let's make it clear first, I still have to go back after Sister Fan's parents leave. Of course, Zhao Kaiping replied with a smile, knowing that things would be different then. Andy laughed and said, okay, let's do it that way then. Oh, by the way, Fan Xiaomi is a very sensitive person, always afraid that others will look down on her. She's in such a sorry state this time, so everyone should be careful in the future and try not to upset her. Don't worry, Sister Andy. I work overtime every day, I don't have time at all. As she spoke, Zhu Yingying grinned and made a shy gesture towards Guanzhou. We can't even see Guanzhou anymore, so it's even less likely that we'll upset Sister Fan. Ugh, Yingying, you're so annoying. The two bickered and joked all the way back to Ode to Joy. Fan Shengmei helped her parents and nephew out of the car, and walked to the car window and said apologetically, "Thank you, Wang Yan, you've really gone to so much trouble." Wang Yan replied indifferently, "It's rather cold, let's go back." After saying that, he rolled up the car window, started the car and drove towards the underground parking lot. Listening to Fan's mother's nagging all the way, his head was now buzzing. Actually, just talking wouldn't have been enough for Wang Yan. The key was the load of nonsense Fan's mother spouted, coupled with her pitiful tone and peculiar way of speaking. Things like, "We didn't want this either, your brother wants a divorce, why are you like this?" It was just indescribable. Andy and the others, arriving later, returned to the 22nd floor with Fan Shengmei's family. Fan Shengmei was busy taking care of her parents and nephew, who were still adjusting to their new surroundings. In the midst of her busyness, she noticed Guanzhou packing clothes and approached, asking, "Little Guan, what are you doing?" "I was thinking of going to stay at Brother Zao's," Guanzhou explained. "Sister Fan, this room is empty after I leave, so you can stay here for now." Fan Shengmei immediately understood why, and her defenses crumbled again, tears welling up in her eyes. "Thank you, little Guan." She didn't say anything to refuse. The room was already clearly cramped with her parents and nephew, not to mention her parents were disrupting their daily lives. At this moment, her pride was utterly worthless. Seeing that she was about to cry again, Guanzhou quickly explained, "Sister Fan, don't overthink it. I sometimes go to Brother Zao's place too, and this time is no different. It's nothing." After packing her things, she called Zhao Kaiping, who was upstairs talking to Wang Yan and Andy, and left. Zhu Yingying also wanted to avoid seeing him and went to her room. Fan Shengmei felt heartbroken and helplessly settled her parents and nephew. Leaning against Wang Yan's broad chest, Andy, her face flushed, said, "Do you think Fan Xiaomi became like this because of her family? Who can say for sure? Even Fan Shengmei herself probably doesn't have the answer to this question." Andy nodded. "Fan Xiaomi has had a tough time. Should I help Fan Xiaomi? She seems to really need money." Wang Yan said indifferently, "If you want to help her, then go ahead. Money, or rather, self-interest, is the root of most problems in the world. Andy, no one has it easy. If you really have nothing to do, go see Dr. Zhao and see the seriously ill patients." Andy rolled her eyes. Wang Yan's tone was really infuriating. He always said this whenever Fan Shengmei or Chu Xiaoxiao were mentioned, clearly just being perfunctory. With a quick glance, Andy's hand reached down. The pleasures of the bedroom were endless, and Andy had learned them too. The next day, after her usual exercise and breakfast, Wang Yan, having finished washing up, went downstairs to call Zhu Yingying. Zhu Yingying, because of Fan's mother, had just finished washing up and hoped Wang Yan could wait for her. Usually, he would leave early when the rush hour was shorter, but today, because he was waiting for Zhu Yingying, he left a little later. He arrived at the company amidst Zhu Yingying's constant complaining. After handling some routine work, Wang Yan leaned back in his office chair, frowning in thought. In the original drama, Fan Shengmei's parents came seeking refuge, and Fan's father suffered a stroke while smoking in the stairwell, which Andy saved. And because of him, Andy changed a lot. Now she's busy helping Tan Zongming eat meat, working herself to the bone every day. She certainly wouldn't have time to go back and coincidentally meet him, so Fan's father was probably dead. Actually, Wang Yan didn't care about Fan's father's life. Among the masters of their generation, he personally killed at least 1,000 people, and many more died because of him. It's just that some people weren't meant to die, and knowing the truth, it would be somewhat morally questionable for him to stand by and watch them die. After thinking for a moment, Wang Yan summoned his subordinates, gave them instructions, and then returned to Joyful Ode to work as a nanny. Wang Yan didn't know when Fan's father had suffered a stroke, so on the way, he bought a Bluetooth and a pinhole camera, planning to install them in the stairwell to keep an eye on things occasionally. Thanks to Book friend 160,109,011,236,472 for the 1,500 coin reward. Thanks to Crazy Awkward for the 100 coin reward. Thanks to Linlin Hunky for the 100 coin reward. Thank you to the following 6 readers for their continued support: 0723 and 20180714232705433, and also to the following 6 readers for their monthly ticket support: 153, Chenk, 160,109,011,236,472, and I also want to thank the readers who voted and recommended the book. Thank you to all the readers who commented or simply read the book. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 94 Help. After installing the surveillance cameras, Wang Yan quietly spent his time at home drinking tea, reading, and practicing calligraphy. Andy wondered why Wang Yan was always at home lately, but he brushed her off. Leaving aside how much heat Fan Shengmei was experiencing, on the 3rd day of Wang Yan's tea drinking, Fan's father unsurprisingly collapsed. Noticing the scene on the screen, Wang Yan casually put on his coat, opened the door, and went downstairs. He went to Fan's unconscious father, checked on him, shook his head, and carried him away. Meanwhile, in apartment 2202, Fan's mother was still taking care of her eldest grandson, bathing and singing, just like in the drama. It wasn't that Wang Yan didn't want to save Fan's father. If it weren't serious, he could have easily taken care of him. But Fan's father's stroke wasn't a simple one. It was a sudden fall due to a stroke that caused a head injury, leading to complications that were life-threatening. Wang Yan handed the receipt to Fan Shengmei, who had rushed over anxiously. "Your life is saved, but your father's condition isn't good. Andy asked me to pay for it. Here's the receipt. Ask the doctor about the rest." "Thank you, Wang Yan, I'll pay you back." Ignoring her, Wang Yan waved and left. Because Fan's father had suffered a stroke and was incontinent, he still needed to deal with the car. After Wang Yan left, Fan's mother, dragging her child, looked at the receipt and exclaimed, 8,000? Zia Omai, 8,000 yuan. Fan Shengmei remained silent, her eyes red. The family already had a mountain of problems to solve, and now, to make matters worse, her father had also fallen ill. Worried about her father's life and struggling with financial worries, she was momentarily at a loss. But now only she could make decisions. Calming herself down, she said, "Mom, let's go see what's wrong with Dad." "Oh, right, let's go quickly." Fan's mother grabbed the child and started walking, but after a few steps, she turned back to Fan Shengmei and said, "Come on, Zia Omai, I can't find him." Fan Shengmei wiped away her tears and led Fan's mother to the emergency room, finding the attending physician. "Hello, doctor, I'm Fan Jianguo's family member. How is my father?" The doctor nodded. "Your father fell due to a stroke, and the bleeding point is on his brainstem. It will damage the surrounding tissues. His life is in danger at any moment. He must have surgery as soon as possible." Fan's mother had no ideas at this point, and just held the child and cried. Fan Shengmei forced herself to calm down. "Doctor, will my father recover after the surgery?" The doctor said calmly, "I can't guarantee that. I've already explained the situation to you. The surgery can control the bleeding, but there's a high chance he won't be able to live like a normal person and will be bedridden." "Okay, I understand, doctor. Now, I'd like to ask how much this surgery will cost?" "At least, around 100,000 yuan. Fan's mother exclaimed, 100,000 yuan? Where would we get that much money? Zia Omai, think of something. Think of something quickly. Your father can't die." The doctor, experienced in many fields, understood the situation at a glance. "Well, you should consider it first. But we need to hurry. Your father's condition is quite urgent, and no one can say for sure if his condition will change if we delay." Seeing the doctor leave, Fan's mother became even more anxious. "Zia Omai, your father is like this. You have to save him." Fan Shengmei's head was buzzing, and she cried loudly, "Mom, can you let me have some peace and quiet? I can't just watch my dad die. Surgery is definitely necessary. Please let me think of something. You need to find a way to borrow money. Where would we get that much money?" Seeing Fan Shengmei's distress, her mother said, "Okay, I won't say any more. You need to hurry. Your father can't wait any longer." With that, she pulled her clueless daughter to a seat. Fan Shengmei sat down weakly and started calling everyone in her contact list, hoping to borrow some money. Except for a few who offered a small amount, almost no one paid her any attention. Even knowing this was the outcome, Fan Shengmei was still heartbroken. They all got along well with the two of them, their sweet talk was irrelevant, but when it came to actually getting what they wanted, none of them were helpful. Actually, her thinking was quite unreasonable. After all, they weren't short of money. It was a fair exchange, they had bought her things with real money. To call it love, an emotional exchange, was a bit unseemly. Perhaps it was the last remaining sense of superiority she felt over Wang Beichuan, or perhaps she knew Wang Beichuan wasn't all that great, but she didn't choose to ask him for help. How could a woman who inherently relies on a man be a strong person? Fan Shengmei lost her composure, forgetting that she had 2 houses she could mortgage. She just sat there blankly, not knowing what to do, silently weeping and feeling sorry for herself. At this moment, Zhao Kaiping strode over. Xiao Guan received a message and asked me to come and check on things. She'll be here soon. Tell me, how is your father? Before she could even thank him, Fan Shengmei stood up and cried, Dr. Zhao, it's like this, please help me see if there are any other possibilities. She was pinning her hopes on a possible turnaround in her father's illness, a turnaround she could afford. Zhao Kaiping nodded, okay, then wait a moment. Wang Yan and Andy will be here soon. I'll go in and check on him first. Fan Shengmei nodded without speaking. After a while, Wang Yan, Andy, Jiu Yingying, and Guanzhu arrived together. Sister Fan, how is uncle? Seeing so many people arrive, whether out of a desire to gain sympathy or because she felt she had found someone to rely on, Fan Shengmei's tears, which had already been almost completely shed, flowed again uncontrollably. Dr. Zhao just arrived. He's inside asking the attending physician about the situation. Just then, Zhao Kaiping opened the door and came out. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he nodded to Guanzhu, who had gathered around, and said, I just spoke with the attending physician. Now, you only have 2 choices. He then glanced at the nervous Fan Shengmei and her trembling mother and continued, if you don't try to save him, your father won't live more than 3 months. If we want to save him, he needs surgery immediately. But after the surgery, there's a high chance he'll be completely paralyzed and will need a caregiver. Going to a rehabilitation center is not only expensive, but the chances of recovery are slim. So, if we don't go to a rehabilitation center and your mother takes care of him, the post-operative costs won't be very high. That's the situation. Think about it, whether you want to save him or not. Fan's mother said tearfully, of course we have to save him. I can't just watch your father die like this. Xiaomai. Fan Shengmei cried, burying her face in her hands, and found a corner to sit down. They didn't know what to say in this situation and just stood by and watched. Seeing her like this, Fan's mother couldn't bear it. She shoved the child into the arms of Jiu Yingying, whom she knew better, and quickly followed Fan Shengmei. Xiaomai, you can't just watch your father die. Your father is retired, he has a pension, but I don't. If he were alive, with that money, our family could still survive, and we wouldn't have to rely on you for everything in the future. Fan Shengmei choked up, do you think I don't want to save my father? You. At this moment, Fan Shengmei's phone rang. She glanced at it, thought for a moment, and answered, hello, Beichuan? Wang Beichuan, who was at the entrance of Joyful Song, heard the sobbing in Fan Shengmei's voice. Xiaomai, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Dad, my dad had an accident. He's in the hospital now, sob. Ah. Is it serious? Which hospital are you in? I'm back in Shanghai for my business trip, I'll be there right away. The address is... Fan Shengmei choked up after giving the address. Beichuan, can you lend me some money? Wang Beichuan, who was getting into the car opposite, stopped and frowned, saying, how much do you need? This was promising. Fan Shengmei quickly sat up straight. 100,000, 100,000. But don't worry, Beichuan, I'll definitely pay you back. Can you lend me the money first? Wang Beichuan knew what kind of family Fan Shengmei's situation was, but he was still hoping for something, and since she had already said that, he couldn't refuse. He thought for a moment and said, Xiaomai, I need a lot of money for my business. I only have 20,000 available right now. I understand, Beichuan, thank you, I'll think of another way. Fan Shengmei hung up the phone, didn't say anything, just cried. Wang Yan had found a quiet place to sit and play on his phone when he called. Andy wanted to help, but didn't know how to ask. Guanzhou and Zhao Kaiping stood together, looking at Fan Shengmei with concern. She was willing but unable, and being quite rational, she knew that even though they lived under the same roof, lending money was something to be cautious about. Chu Yingying wanted to help, but among the group, the wealthiest Andy hadn't spoken, leading her to wonder if there was some hidden reason. She was too embarrassed to speak up and silently hugged Fan Shengmei's nephew. After a while, seeing that Fan Shengmei only cried and didn't do anything else, Fan's mother grew anxious and whispered, "Zia Omai, why don't you borrow some money from your neighbors? The man who picked us up the other day seemed quite wealthy, he drives such a nice car, he should be able to afford it." Zia Omai Fan Shengmei felt like dying. "Mom, he's just a neighbor, why should he lend us money? A friend of mine is coming over later, let's see how he is. Can you just leave me alone for a bit?" Seeing her like this, Fan's mother didn't want to say anything more. She didn't care about anything else and got up to go to Wang Yan. When she reached him, she knelt down and cried, "Please, please lend us the money. You're a good person, you'll definitely lend it to us. I can't watch my old man die." Wang Yan didn't speak, just looked calmly at Fan's mother kneeling there. Fan's mother felt a little guilty under his gaze, and before she could say anything more, Fan Shengmei and the others quickly ran over and pulled her away. Wang Yan glanced at Andy beside him, and seeing her nod, he cleared his throat to attract attention. "I can lend you the money, but I'm not close to Fan Shengmei. If she borrows the money and runs away, who'll I get it back from? Besides, her salary isn't enough to repay the money in the short term. So we need to use something of value as collateral. I'll lend you the money first. Once we sell the collateral, I'll get my principal back." After saying that, Wang Yan ignored them and continued playing on his phone. Fan Shengmei understood that borrowing without asking was impossible. After thinking for a moment, she said, "We have 2 houses, and I want to give him my brother's house." Fan's mother, who had been wailing, stopped crying and rushed over. "No, Zia Omai, you can't give him the house. You can't sell your brother's house. If you sell it, your brother will get a divorce. Didn't you say you could borrow the money? Can you think of another way?" Seeing that Fan Shengmei didn't speak, Fan's mother anxiously walked up to Wang Yan. "Do you have any other ideas? We're neighbors, please help me." Wang Yan shook his head and remained silent. "Aren't you forcing us to buy a house? How could you?" Fan Shengmei burst out. "Mom, stop talking. 2 choices. 1. Sell the house to save Dad. 2. Don't sell, and watch Dad die." Fan's mother burst into tears, not saying a word. Fan Shengmei was furious. "Mom, make a decision quickly. Do you want to see Dad die in front of you?" Fan's mother stammered, I can't make this decision. How can a woman like me make this decision? Your father will beat me to death." "Beat you? He'll have to be awake first." After saying that, she didn't care about anything else and cried, "Wang Yan, can I write you an IOU first? I'll go back later to get the property certificate for you. Time is of the essence, Dad can't wait." Wang Yan nodded without saying anything, turned around and went downstairs to get the money from the car. He had already prepared it. Andy pulled out paper and pen from her bag and had Fan Shengmei write an IOU. "Little sister Fan, we're not in a hurry, you can give it to us tomorrow." Fan Shengmei sobbed uncontrollably, only able to express her gratitude repeatedly. After everything was settled, Fan's father went into surgery. Time was of the essence, and the sooner it was done, the better. Just then, Wang Beichuan rushed over. "Zia Omai, how is it? If it's not working, I'll try to find another way." Fan Shengmei said through tears, "The surgery is already done." Andy and the others borrowed the money. "Beichuan, thank you for all this trouble. It's nothing, it's what I should do. Besides, I haven't been able to help much in this matter, I was willing but unable, I should be the one apologizing." Fan Shengmei shook her head. "Don't say that, Beichuan. You've done enough, really." Saying this, she took 2 steps forward and hugged Wang Beichuan tightly. With a woman he had been longing for in his arms, Wang Beichuan felt a surge of joy, and with a solemn expression, he patted Fan Shengmei's back to comfort her. After a long while, Fan Shengmei finished crying and let go of Wang Beichuan, saying, "I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself. It's really okay, Zia Omai, your problems are my problems. I'm willing to do anything for you." Without waiting for the tearful Fan Shengmei's response, Wang Beichuan continued, Xiaomai. Stay here by yourself for a while. I'll go thank Andy and the others. Seeing her nod, Wang Beichuan patted Fan Shengmei's arm, turned around and walked over to Wang Yan and Andy. Andy, Wang Yan, there are some things I want to talk to you about. Seeing Andy nod, Wang Beichuan looked at Guanzhou, Zhao Kaiping, Jiu Yingying, and Fan Shengmei's nephew beside him, and whispered, let's find a quiet place. It's not convenient here. Andy nodded inexplicably, pulled Wang Yan, and followed Wang Beichuan downstairs. Wang Beichuan immediately asked, I want to know how you borrowed the money? Was there any collateral or anything? Andy frowned and said, Fan Xiaomai used her brother's house as collateral, and she'll sell the house to pay back the money later. Wang Beichuan sighed, and seeing Andy's puzzled expression, said, you don't know, it's like this, her family. Then, Wang Beichuan explained the details in detail. It's much better that you did it this way. Otherwise, her family relies on Xiaomai for everything, and it's too hard for her. Andy nodded, I understand. Let's go, everything's settled. We should go upstairs and call them back. They went back to call Jiu Yingying, leaving Wang Beichuan there to keep her company. After saying goodbye to Guanzhou and Zhao Kaiping, Wang Yan and Andy listened to Jiu Yingying's rambling about her feelings. After having dinner at the entrance of the community, they returned to joyful song. As for Fan Shengmei's nephew, they originally wanted to bring him back, but the child refused to leave, so it just stayed. On the 23rd floor, Andy hesitated for a long time before finally saying, Wang Yan, please help Fan Xiaomai. Seeing Wang Yan looking at her without speaking, Andy continued, I know it's not easy. There are many people who need help, but Fan Xiaomai's situation is right before my eyes. Besides, she helped me before. Although Fan Xiaomai has some issues, I really can't bear to see her continue like this. The recent suspension of the acquisition of Hong Xing and her research on the Bao family with Tan Zongming had raised her suspicions. Tan Zongming didn't hide anything from her, telling her directly that Wang Yan was leading the charge because of Bao Yifan's ill intentions towards her. While Andy felt a surge of sweetness, she also gained a new understanding of Wang Yan's capabilities. However, she never voiced these thoughts, because there was no need. Whether Wang Yan helped Fan Shengmei or not was irrelevant, since Andy had spoken, he couldn't refuse. Harmony was more important than anything else. He nodded, you really helped her, allowing her to flirt with men without any burden? Wang Yan's words were so direct, Andy smiled but remained silent. She simply wanted to lend a hand and seek leniency. As for the rest, it was Fan Shengmei's own choice, and therefore none of her business. In that case, I wonder if Ms. Andy has any thoughts? With a charming smile, Andy turned and left, Wang Yan following her with a grin. Fan Shengmei didn't finish her surgery until late at night. She only breathed a sigh of relief after knowing the surgery was successful. After eating the already cold food that Wang Beichuan had packed, she left her mother to take care of her father. The car was unusually quiet. Wang Beichuan drove quietly, while Fan Shengmei lay back in the passenger seat, staring blankly at the neon lights outside the window. Her nephew was already fast asleep in the back seat. After a long silence, Fan Shengmei said in a hoarse voice, Beichuan, I'll need your help with selling the house when you go back to Tongzhou. Don't mention it, I'm happy to help you. By the way, Xiaomai, do you have any requirements for buying the house? No requirements, the sooner the better. Okay, I understand. After another long silence, Fan Shengmei hesitated and said, Beichuan, I'm sorry. Wang Beichuan was taken aback, he knew what Fan Shengmei meant. He smiled indifferently, why are you apologizing to me? Actually, I should be the one apologizing. The house, the car, these aren't the most important things. I should have kept it from you in the first place. Having learned his lesson, Wang Beichuan didn't explain further. Since she thought he had deliberately rented the house to deceive her, then so be it. Fan Shengmei glanced at Wang Beichuan, then remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. The car fell silent again. Thank you, Kirishima no Sakura, for the 100 coin donation. Thanks to the following 6 brothers for their continued support. What's going on? Zhang Wei, Brother Zhang, Fu Xinwen, Lian Nanzu Lang, Yin Yuho Xiao Shen, Shizin Feng, Li Zijian, and Ai Nao Shui Nanda, Shang Shan Ruo Shui, Ning So So, Boy. 11 big brothers, including He Hui 94 Bye Bye, Kyangren Shen, Dream, Yoxianteoxianrun, Yuanfang Dexianu, Zao Zao Shenan, and Yazaki Uayan, supported me with their monthly tickets. I also want to thank all the brothers who voted and recommended me. Thank you to all the good brothers who commented and those who just read the book. Thank you, big brothers. Chapter 95 Solution. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Aside from Chuzia Oxio running into Pham Shengmei, who was with her mother and nephew, and the two exchanging a few words, nothing else happened. Since Chu Lianji found a major client and the project started, Chuzia Oxio had been working hard to make a good impression. Although she was likely to be overshadowed by Chu Lianji's brilliance, at least there was hope. At this point, pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy was useless. Therefore, she hadn't returned to her poor, run-down place, Ode to Joy, for a long time, but instead went back to the Chu family villa, spending her days in front of Chu Yongquan as a dutiful daughter. Pham Shengmei wasn't having an easy time. Every day her father stayed in the hospital, it cost more money, and the daily expenses were unbearable. Once it was confirmed that his post-operative recovery was good and he could leave, Pham Shengmei quickly packed her things, intending to send her father back to his hometown. At the hospital entrance, Wang Yan, Zhao Kaiping, and Wang Beichuan worked together to carefully place Phan's father into the nanny van. Immediately afterward, Pham Shengmei and her mother loaded some miscellaneous household items into the car, then walked over to Andy and the others in the back, pointing behind them and saying, "I'll be in this car in a bit, just follow us." Andy nodded, "Okay, don't worry." Pham Shengmei thought for a moment and said, "Thank you, Andy, you and Wang Yan have helped me so much." She knew it was Andy who had asked Wang Yan for help, otherwise, given Wang Yan's consistent attitude towards her, he would never have paid her any attention. "It's nothing, don't mention it." Shaking her head, Andy said, "Oh, by the way, has your brother returned? And have you notified those debt collectors?" This was what Wang Yan had told them, saying he was calling his brother back to deal with it together. Pham Shengmei nodded, "I've notified them all, they'll be waiting at my house." To be honest, she wasn't sure. After all, those people weren't easy to mess with, and she didn't know if Wang Yan could handle it. But she had witnessed Wang Yan's fighting prowess firsthand. If he couldn't handle it, with Wang Beichuan and the other two grown men, they should be able to protect themselves. This matter had to be resolved sooner or later, there was no escaping it. She had no other choice but to accept it. "Okay, let's go then." Pham Shengmei nodded and got into the front car. Seeing Guanzhou embracing Zhao Kaiping, Jiu Yingying, who had been dragged along, consciously sat in the back. Zhao Kaiping closed the back door and knocked on the driver's side window. "These next 2 days, Guanzhou is in your and Andy's care. Take good care of her." Wang Yan glanced at him indifferently and silently rolled up the window. Looking at the exasperated yet helpless Zhao Kaiping outside, Jiu Yingying leaned against the slightly blushing Guanzhou and laughed heartily, having avenged her missed happy overtime work. After Andy fastened her seatbelt and waved to Zhao Kaiping, Wang Yan started the car and followed the car in front. On the way, Wang Yan focused on driving, while the three women chatted happily. The conversation gradually shifted from everyday matters to Pham Shengmei's recent situation, and then to Pham Shengmei and Wang Beichuan. Wang Beichuan had been putting in a lot of effort lately, constantly traveling between Tuangzhou and Shanghai for work. In his spare time, he helped with housing matters in Tuangzhou, and in Shanghai, he was practically living in the hospital, caring for Pham Shengmei without complaint. He hoped to move heaven and earth, and indeed, to Pham Shengmei's heart. And it did happen as he wished. Their relationship was gradually warming up. Guanzhou sighed, "Wang is so good to Sister Phan." It is indeed good, but I feel like Sister Phan is a little, well, I can't quite put my finger on it, it just feels a little strange between them." Hearing this, Wang Yan glanced at Jiu Yingying, who was frowning, through the rearview mirror. Whether it was a woman's intuition or her recent progress, she had indeed noticed something was amiss. If it were the character from the original drama, Jiu Yingying would have definitely confronted Pham Shengmei directly. But now, she had clearly improved. Andy knew the inside story, but telling the two of them wasn't a good idea. "Really? I didn't notice anything." Guanzhou nodded, "Yeah, I didn't feel anything either, Yingying, are you mistaken?" Hearing them say that, Jiu Yingying also began to doubt herself. However, she didn't take it seriously. She knew that Sister Phan was experienced, seasoned, and had a thorough understanding and control over men. Even if things were really going wrong between Fan Shengmei and Wang Beichuan, it wasn't her concern. There was no need to worry about it. Waving her hand dismissively, Jiu Yingying asked, "What's good to eat in Tongzhou?" Guanzhou smiled and said, "Knowing you love to eat, I specifically looked up Tongzhou's famous dishes. There are. Shanghai to Nanchun isn't far, only about a 3-hour drive." This was because Wang Beichuan drove slowly and took a break along the way, otherwise, it would have taken about 2 hours. Wang Yan followed the car in front and drove into an old residential area, stopping in front of one of the buildings. About 7 or 8 people were gathered downstairs, boasting. Before the car had even stopped, they had already surrounded it. Andy worriedly warned, "Be careful." Guanzhou also looked tense. "Yes, Brother Wang, they don't look like good people. Now I understand why Sister Fan's parents and brother ran away." Only Jiu Yingying was completely certain of Wang Yan, lamenting Fan Shengmei's hardships. "Yingying, it's this late, how could you?" Wang Yan turned off the engine, loosening his seatbelt as he said, Okay, don't worry, it's alright. Get out of the car." With that, Wang Yan opened the car door and got out. Fan Shengmei and the others also got out nervously, looking at the group warily. Fan's mother didn't dare to utter a sound. Wang Yan stepped forward and said, "We'll talk about this later. Let's get the patient in first. You all wait a bit." After saying that, he didn't even look at them, turning to the group and saying, "You just take the patient upstairs. Leave this to me. You just wait for the results. Oh, right, tell your brother and sister-in-law to come down." As he spoke, Wang Yan looked at Fan Shengmei. Fan Shengmei nodded without saying a word. Her legs were trembling with nervousness. The group didn't delay. Wang Beichuan carried Fan's father into the stairwell, while Fan Shengmei ran up first to tell her brother and sister-in-law to come downstairs. Ignoring their actions, Wang Yan took out his phone and made a call. "Hello? Lawyer Zhang, have you arrived?" Then Wang Yan saw the door of a car parked nearby open, and a man got out and waved to him. Jiu Yingying, who was lagging behind, saw Lawyer Zhang and happily waved back. "Hello, lawyer." Lawyer Zhang greeted her with a smile. Without saying much, he walked up to Wang Yan, called him Mr. Wang, and stood behind him. Jiu Yingying cheerfully told Guanzhou about how Lawyer Zhang had helped her get compensation. In such a tense atmosphere, Guanzhou wasn't so carefree and quickly pulled Jiu Yingying inside. After everyone left, the group looked at Wang Yan's car with suspicion, and at the sophisticated-looking man standing behind him, without making any rash moves. After a while, Fan Shengmei and Wang Beichuan came out with their brother and sister-in-law, who were taking 2 steps forward and 1 step back. Without her saying a word, Wang Yan said, "You two go upstairs, we don't need you." Wang Beichuan couldn't leave, it was neither reasonable nor emotional. "Zia Omai, you go upstairs, I'll go with you and see what's going on." Fan Shengmei glanced at Wang Yan, then at her trembling brother and sister-in-law, hesitated, nodded, and turned to go upstairs. Ignoring Wang Beichuan, Wang Yan took 2 steps forward to Fan Shengmei's brother and patted his shoulder. "Fan Shenggying, right? Come on, stand up straight, don't be afraid." Fan Shenggying had only returned because of Fan Shengmei's confident words. On the phone, Fan Shengmei had suppressed her anger and given a long, rambling explanation, portraying Wang Yan as a fierce and intimidating figure, almost like the head of Shanghai. Although he didn't entirely believe her, he knew that running away wouldn't solve the problem, nor was it a long-term solution, so he had no choice but to return. Seeing that Wang Yan had only brought one person with him, he thought, "Do you think your words are any good?" Fan Shenggying pushed Wang Yan's hand away. "Aren't you sending me back to my death?" Frowning, Wang Yan slapped him hard across the face. "Can't you listen to me?" Fan Shenggying's wife, standing nearby, tried to scratch Wang Yan. "Why are you hitting me?" Wang Yan slapped her aside, then, facing the stunned Fan Shenggying who was about to hit him again, he slapped her hard across the face, knocking her to the ground. "Can't you listen to me?" Wang Beichuan, the group of thugs, and Lawyer Zhang were all stunned. "Whose side are you on?" Wang Yan said to resolve it completely, and he meant it. This Fan Shenggying, such a grown man, has no temper with outsiders, and can't even handle the trouble he causes, yet he has his parents and sister completely under his thumb. He's so irresponsible, just wanting to coast through life, lazy and good for nothing. What's the point of earning that little money? Is he just going to rely on his parents to take advantage of Fan Shengmei? Fan Shengying's wife, lying on the ground, rubbed her face and opened her mouth to cry, but Wang Yan, completely unconcerned, said calmly, "You'd better hold it in, or I'll slap you again." Fan Shengying's wife, who was about to burst into tears, immediately swallowed back her sobs upon hearing this, even letting out a hiccup. Silently covering her face, tears streaming down her face, she dared not speak. Even the group of thugs opposite her weren't as ruthless as this guy. Her face was now numb. "Wang Yan, Wang Beichuan wanted to say something, but seeing Wang Yan looking at him calmly, he wisely shut his mouth. Fan Shengying shook his head, propped himself up, and staggered to his feet, covering his face with his hands and taking 2 steps back warily. Wang Yan said, "Can you be obedient?" Yes. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head." Those 2 slaps had terrified Fan Shengying. Now both sides of his face were numb, and he could barely speak. He was starting to believe Fan Shengmei's exaggerated story. Seeing him quiet down, Wang Yan turned and walked over to the stun thugs. "Who's the leader?" Because Wang Yan had slapped Fan Shengying and her husband at the entrance of the apartment building, his view was limited, and the group of women huddled at the small window upstairs had no idea what was happening. If it weren't for the thugs' stunned expressions, and the fact that they recognized Wang Yan, they probably would have called the police already. Now, seeing Wang Yan come out, they quickly focused their attention, ready to call for help if anything happened. The man in the lead, with a small mustache, slightly overweight, and with a fierce look on his face, said fiercely, "Don't think you can scare me like that. I'm not afraid of your nonsense, let's talk." Wang Yan didn't have time to listen to his rambling, he slapped him too, and before the others could react, he gave them a good beating. These guys were really no good, they had no class. They preyed on people who couldn't resist, driving them to the brink of despair. Wang Yan estimated that if no one stood up for them, they would eventually be forced to take both of Fan Shengying's houses away. Perhaps they had already found out that this was their original purpose, since such things do happen. After a while, Wang Yan finally kicked one of the gossipy men, ignoring the people on the ground groaning in pain, and said, "Attorney Zhang, could you please give them some legal advice?" He didn't go all out, they were mostly superficial injuries that would heal in a few days, though they would ache for quite some time. Attorney Zhang rubbed his teeth, he looked at him and felt a sharp pain himself. He stepped forward and slowly squatted down in front of the leader. "Hello, sir, let me introduce myself." The women upstairs who had witnessed the whole thing, except for Zhu Yingying who had "I knew it" look on her face, were all dumbfounded, including Andy, who had the closest contact with him. She practiced martial arts with Wang Yan almost every morning, but she hadn't realized this thing was so powerful. Andy thought for a moment, and the only explanation was that he was in good health. After all, Zhu Yingying said with a smile, "I told you there wouldn't be a problem." Andy breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "All right, Sister Fan, you don't need to worry anymore. There's basically nothing wrong." Fan Shengying had been stunned for a long time. The sudden disappearance of the heavy burden on her shoulders left her feeling somewhat lost and unsure of what to do. Hearing Andy call her, Fan Shengying came back to her senses, her eyes instantly filled with tears. "Andy, thank you so much, thank you so much." "It's nothing, Sister Fan. You've helped me before, haven't you?" Before Fan Shengying could say anything more, Andy couldn't bear her crying. "All right, don't say any more. This journey hasn't been easy either. Go see your father." Fan Shengying nodded, a genuine smile appearing on her face, and with tears still on her cheeks, went to the room next door where her father was being settled. Wang Yan walked up to the trembling Fan Shengying. "You've seen your father's condition. I paid for the surgery, so you'll have to sell the house you're living in to pay me back. Do you have anything to say?" Fan Shengying instinctively wanted to curse, but meeting Wang Yan's gaze, she cautiously asked, Then where will my wife, children, and I live?" "That's your problem. But let me make this clear first, don't break the law. Second, if I find out you're continuing to swindle your parents out of their money, and letting them swindle Fan Shengying, I'll break your legs. If you don't learn your lesson, I'll break the other one, and if you still don't learn your lesson." The implication was clear. Wang Yan asked calmly, "Do you understand?" Circumstances forced her to submit. Despite a burning hatred, Fan Shengying had no choice but to comply with Wang Yan's demeanor and the sight of the thugs lying on the ground. I understand. All right, that's enough for you two. Go back." He waved his hand, signaling Wang Beichuan and Fan Shangying to leave. Wang Yan and attorney Zhang, who had just finished explaining the law, went to the hospital with bruised and swollen faces to handle the remaining matters. Wang Yan didn't have the power to challenge the entire medical industry, but he was determined to deal with that so-called relative who had abused his position to prescribe excessive medication. After all, he had harmed countless people. Wang Beichuan and Fan Shangying returned home, and everyone in the house stared at Fan Shangying's swollen cheeks and his wife's swollen cheek. Fan's mother froze for a moment, tears instantly streaming down her face. She rushed to Fan Shangying, saying, "Didn't Xiaomai's friend help you? How did it get like this?" As she spoke, she couldn't help but reach out and touch Fan Shangying's face. As for Fan Shangying's wife, Fan's mother only glanced at her briefly. Fan Shangying winced in pain at her mother's touch and quickly pulled her mother's hand away. Seeing her son like this, Fan's mother was furious. "Xiaomai, what's wrong with your friend? Look what she did to your brother. Oh dear, how could she be so cruel?" Fan Shangying ignored her mother, glanced apologetically at Andy, and then pulled Wang Beichuan to a quiet place. "Beichuan, what exactly happened?" "Well, Wang Yan, Wang Beichuan rambled on about what had happened downstairs, continuing, "This time your brother probably won't dare cause trouble. I think he's really scared." Fan Shangying nodded, unsure whether to be happy or worried. Wang Yan had helped her resolve the mess at home, and she should be grateful. But then she thought, Fan Shangying was still her own brother. Was it really okay to hide him like that? Wasn't there a better way? After understanding the situation, Fan Shangying went out to comfort her mother. Andy asked Wang Beichuan, who followed her out, "Where's Wang Yan?" "He went to the hospital with that lawyer. He said you don't need to worry about him, and you can go sightseeing on your own." Everything was settled, the rest was their private business. Nodding, Andy said to Fan Shangying, "Little sister Fan, we'll be going now. We won't bother you any longer. See you tomorrow. Bye. I'm really sorry, but there's nothing I can do about my situation. We have to go back tomorrow. That's all for now. Next time you come, I'll show you around." Andy smiled. "Okay, that's all then. Bye." "Goodbye." Guanzhou and Chu Yingying waved goodbye and followed Andy out of Fan Shangying's house. Downstairs, Andy said, "How about we go eat? The places Xiaoguan mentioned on the way here sounded really good." "Okay. Guan, where do you think we should go?" Let me see what good places are nearby." After deciding where to go, Andy sent the address to Wang Yan, then drove off with Guanzhou and Chu Yingying. Thank you to the following 6 brothers for their continued support: Lingchand, Lavisha, Yanaihu Shaoshan, Yezuki Uian, Book Friend 2019061112331467, and you, as well as the following 8 brothers for their monthly ticket support: Wu Ji, Waxingong, Mr. All, Yunsheng Long, Ganayu Pianwell, Shinsheng Xingjing Pioi Ifeng, and Reader 202101251546455422619663. Daily thanks to the brothers who voted and recommended. Thank you to all the brothers who commented and those who only read. Thank you, brothers. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 Gathering. The next day, after enjoying several lavish meals and a brief stroll in Tongzhou, the group returned to Shanghai exhausted from their long journey. Outside the theater, Fan Shangying said, "I'm planning to change jobs." Wang Beichuan, standing opposite her, was puzzled. "Change jobs?" "Yes. A headhunter offered me a position at Yixin Wealth. I want to challenge myself. I've heard of that company. With your abilities, you could work anywhere." Wang Beichuan nodded, "But if you're not going to do HR, what kind of position do you want?" "I haven't figured it out yet, but I see Andy, Xiao Chu, and Xiaoguan all working hard for themselves, while I'm stagnating." Fan Shangying pondered for a moment, then continued, "I want to manage my life well and take responsibility for myself." Wang Beichuan smiled. "Xiaomai, you're still the same you. Whether it's studying or working, you've always been the best. I believe in you. Besides, Wang Yan has resolved your family's issues this time, so you have no worries. Go for it,
Xiaomai.
Fan Shengmei smiled slightly. Indeed, she had no worries anymore. Her brother and sister-in-law were truly terrified. This morning, they left the child at home and went out to look for work. They didn't dare say a word about selling the house and even urged her to pay back the money quickly. They would stay at home for a while to take care of Mr. Fan, and once the house was sold, they would use the remaining money to move out and rent a place. This made things much easier for her. Without Fan Shengying constantly taking advantage of her parents, she only needed to give them some money each month, which, combined with Mr. Fan's pension, would be enough for the couple to buy medicine and live on. Yes, it's much easier now. After saying that, Fan Shengmei tossed her hair, looking shy. Beichuan, if I go to Dexon Investment, my workplace will be very close to yours. That way, it'll be easier for me to see you, or for you to see me. If you need anything, I can help you out. What do you think? Wang Beichuan picked up on this obvious signal, his eyes widening in disbelief as he pointed to his chest. Xiaomai, are you asking for my opinion? Fan Shengmei said shyly. You know my family situation, you've met my parents and brother, so I have nothing to hide. Andy is right, let's work together, build a nest for love, there's nothing to fear in the future. If your feelings haven't changed, I want to work hard with you, is that okay? Even now, Fan Shengmei wasn't really sure how she felt about Wang Beichuan. During this time, Wang Beichuan ran around helping with errands and finding solutions. He took care of Fan's father without any complaints, and spent most of his free time at their house these past 2 days, helping her look after him, buying groceries, cooking, and carrying him downstairs to bask in the sun. He was more like a son than her brother. She saw all of this from Wang Beichuan, and it was impossible for her not to be moved. It gave her a sense of reliance, a sense of security she had never experienced before. Besides, she was already 30, and she couldn't find the one she loved, so finding someone who loved her wasn't a bad choice. After hearing Fan Shengmei's simple confession, Wang Beichuan asked incredulously, You said, is it true? Fan Shengmei nodded reservedly. Wang Beichuan laughed heartily, excitedly stepping forward to hug Fan Shengmei. Xiaomai, I'll cherish this memory forever. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? I'm so happy. Fan Shengmei looked at Wang Beichuan, who was laughing uproariously at her emotions infectious. In this moment of happiness, she certainly wouldn't let Wang Beichuan down. Fan Shengmei gazed into Wang Beichuan's eyes, and slowly lowered her head. The two kissed passionately on the street. In room 2301, Wang Yan was patiently brewing tea. Andy stretched and said lazily, now that Fan Xiaomai's matter is resolved, she and Wang Beichuan have reconciled, so it's a relief. Wang Yan placed a freshly poured cup of tea in front of Andy, saying non-committally, I hope so. After taking a sip, Andy frowned. You don't think Fan Xiaomai and Wang Beichuan are a good match? What's there to say? Seeing Andy's still furrowed brow, Wang Yan said, people change, but they don't change easily. Fan Shengmei has been seeking wealth and status for so many years without success. As you wish, I don't know what she really thinks, not even she herself. Wang Beichuan's career is just starting, he has no background, no resources, and it's a time of desperate struggle. Things might be okay when they first got together, but once the initial excitement wears off, Wang Beichuan will inevitably devote more energy to his work. With so much time away from her, do you think Fan Shengmei will complain? Speaking of which, Wang Yan took a sip of tea and smiled, and this is just one of the contradictions, there are many other problems in various aspects. What do you think? After listening to Wang Yan, Andy silently drank her tea, lost in thought. Alright, stop thinking about it. You've helped her enough. Waving his hand in front of her eyes, Wang Yan said, why don't we think about what to eat tonight? Andy smiled with relief, you're right. As for what to eat, we're tired from driving for so long, let's not cook. Let's invite Xiao Guan and Xiao Chuao to eat. Okay, if Dr. Zhao has time, have Xiao Guan invite him. Nodding, Andy picked up her phone and sent a message to Guan Zhuer. That evening, in a restaurant, Qu Yingying took a big gulp of wine, looking wistfully at the two couples together. Andy has brother Wang, Guan has Dr. Zhao, and now sister Fan is with Wang too, and I'm all alone. I'm so miserable. Guan Zhuer laughed. Yingying, you'll definitely find your own happiness. Keep going. Andy also chimed in, yeah, Qu, Don't worry, you're still young. Wang Yan waved his hand. You two don't need to worry about her. You don't know how many guys in the company are pursuing her, she's just picky. As Wang Yan said, the majority of the company's employees were programmers, with a few unmarried men from the administrative department. Although Chu Yingying wasn't the prettiest or the most alluring in the company, she was certainly quite popular. At first, people gossiped, thinking Wang Yan was keeping her. But as they got to know her better, everyone realized it wasn't what they thought, it was just Wang Yan's genuine care. So some people started to pay attention, and a few actually made advances towards Chu Yingying, and these people were all quite good in every way. But Chu Yingying, for some reason, didn't like any of them and rejected them all. Wang Yan thought she might really have high standards. After all, the current Chu Yingying wasn't the naive girl from the original drama anymore. She had learned more and been exposed to more things, so her pride had naturally risen. Did she think that dating that guy would hinder her progress? Guanzhou looked at Chu Yingying in surprise when she heard this. Before, if a handsome man talked to her a little more, she would come back and happily brag about it. What was wrong with her now? Pretending to be unhappy, she said, "Okay, Yingying, aren't we best friends anymore? You didn't even tell me." "Oh, it's not a big deal, what's there to talk about? Don't blame me, Guan." Chu Yingying chuckled shyly, then cleverly changed the subject. "By the way, Guan, Sister Pham said she's not coming back today." Guanzhou thought of something and glanced at Zhao Kaiping, who was drinking with Wang Yan beside her. "Oh, I see, I'm not going back today either." Chu Yingying glanced at Guanzhou and said to Andy, seemingly quietly but actually loudly, "Sister Andy." Guanzhou is blushing. Seeing everyone at the table looking at her, Guanzhou hit Chu Yingying. "What? I'm just drunk, you know that." Okay, let's not talk about this. I have my year-end performance review coming up soon, and I can't even write my year-end summary report. What am I going to do?" As she spoke, she leaned on Zhao Kaiping for comfort. Zhao Kaiping put his arm around Guanzhou. "What are you afraid of? Look at who's sitting across from you. One's the company's boss, the other's the CFO of a big company. What's there to worry about, right?" He then nodded to Wang Yan and the other person sitting opposite him. Wang Yan laughed. "These are minor matters, no need for me to get involved. I'll have Andy give me some guidance later. Come on, let's drink." A month passed in the blink of an eye, and it was already the 7th day of the new year. Everyone else was happy and harmonious. Guanzhou passed the company's assessment as she wished and stayed on to work for a Fortune 500 company. Yesterday, she heard that Zhao Kaiping had gone to her parents' house to meet them, and her parents were very satisfied with him. Guanzhou had already met Zhao Kaiping's parents, and there were no problems. It was basically settled, and she estimated that the wedding would be on the agenda soon. Pham Shengmi passed the interview at Yixin Wealth and would start working there after her holiday. All that was left was for her and Wang Beichuan to be inseparable. Her brother and sister-in-law had stopped causing trouble and both found manual labor jobs. Since their family lived in the county town, housing prices weren't high, and they could buy another house in 2 years. With her brother calming down, her mother stopped nagging, and the new year was quite pleasant. If it weren't for her father's paralysis, it could have been the best year of her life. However, on the 3rd day of the new year, she and Wang Beichuan met her parents, and the result wasn't good. Women understand women. Putting everything else aside, Wang Beichuan's mother immediately thought Fan Shengmei wasn't good enough. Moreover, there was that family that had become the talk of the town, a laughingstock. Despite Wang Beichuan's repeated assurances that Fan Shengmei's family affairs had been resolved and her brother had reformed, Wang Beichuan's mother, who hadn't met him, simply didn't believe him. She just thought her son was infatuated with Fan Shengmei, which was completely illogical. Fan Shengmei was devastated by Wang Beichuan's mother's rejection. It turned out finding an honest man wasn't so simple, and she started crying and rambling on. Chu Yingying had been making rapid progress lately. She might lack natural talent, but her attitude was absolutely positive. She was working and learning with all her might. When she went home for the new year, her parents barely recognized her. If her father hadn't met Wang Yan and knew he had no ill intentions, they would have thought their daughter had been brainwashed. After adjusting to Chu Yingying's changes, the couple started asking her all sorts of questions and showing concern. They actually knew about Chu Yingying's situation, since they often called to talk, but they didn't know how else to communicate with their daughter. After discussing work, They naturally inquired about her love life. Knowing their daughter could support herself in Shanghai, the couple immediately asked about her dating life, since Zhu Yingying would be 25 after the new year, and it was time for her to settle down. After finding out there were no matches, Zhu's mother immediately took out her phone to contact relatives, friends, and sisters, for blind dates. It was Chinese New Year, and everyone was home, making it convenient to meet. Faced with her parents' overwhelming love, Zhu Yingying said she couldn't bear it and immediately bought a ticket back to Shanghai, to work overtime. Wang Yan and Andy had no relatives here. They spent the New Year with Wang Yan's brother at the orphanage. They bought a whole truckload of New Year's goods and delivered them to the orphanage, celebrating the Spring Festival together. They came back today because the app was scheduled to launch today. Andy had spent enough time with her brother, so she came with Wang Yan today. This was her first time here. Right now, she and Wang Yan and a group of people were staring at the back-end data on the computer. Wang Yan had already spent a lot of money advertising. It was everywhere online and offline, only in Shanghai. The advertising slogan was already prepared, "Record the Beautiful Life." The company's professional team had prepared short films beforehand, conceived and filmed by Wang Yan. These included films about family reunions during the Lunar New Year, stories of neighborly harmony, and praise for workers toiling on the front lines during the holiday, as well as public officials who tirelessly worked day and night to ensure various tasks were completed during the holiday, all portrayed as ordinary yet great. Other elements, such as offering red envelopes to attract users and giving away millions in prizes through quizzes, were also included. The results were quite good. Each refresh brought a surprise. Wang Yan hadn't given much thought to Douyin, TikTok, and he didn't even care if it failed. In real life, he didn't watch that kind of thing. Initially, it was fine, but later he became somewhat, well, let's just say he wasn't a fan. Therefore, Wang Yan established a very strict review system. The first review of user-submitted short videos involved normal screening for sensitive words. Those found to be in violation were immediately blocked. Videos without violations would proceed to the next round of review, a tedious and complex process. For this, Wang Yan spent a lot of money recruiting a large number of normal men and women, employing a separate, cross-review method. Content involving specialized topics is assigned to professionals. As long as the content is legitimate, it's acceptable. Anything illegitimate is rejected. A user reputation system has also been established. If too many illegitimate posts are published within a certain period, you'll be banned from posting altogether. Just enjoy the spectacle. Comments are a key monitoring area and are also scrutinized. There are those strange individuals who say odd things and are proud of it. Just ignore them, it's too much work. The downsides are obvious. Users have to wait a long time to post short videos, and it offends many users, potentially leading to a large-scale user exodus. The advantages are equally clear. It optimizes the platform environment, preventing it from becoming a chaotic mess. There are fewer people posing as professionals with no real knowledge, spouting nonsense. There are fewer people waving a flag to manipulate public opinion with impure motives. And there are fewer posts that are simply edited to create buzz. Society is too superficial now, and people's hearts are too complex. I don't care about other things, but I do care about keeping it clean. Rules are harder to establish later, but by establishing them from the beginning, we can screen users directly. It's just this stuff, take it or leave it. It's only the first day online, we haven't figured out the rules yet. So the data looks good, but that's all just hype. We need some time to really understand it. He had his employees take turns going out for a big meal, while Wang Yan and Andy took Zhu Yingying to a bar to get a few bottles of wine before driving to a restaurant. Everyone else from the 22nd floor had returned today, and they were having a New Year's Eve dinner. When they arrived at the restaurant, everyone else was already there, warmly greeting Wang Yan and his group. It seemed Zhu Yingying was indeed a bit superfluous, considering Guan Zhuer and Zhao Kaiping, Fan Xingyi and Wang Beichuan, and him and Andy. This made Wang Yan wonder if he had been too focused on his studies back then. Of course, Zhu Yingying didn't care, sitting very naturally between Andy and Guan Zhuer. She might feel bad if no one was pursuing her, but since she wasn't unpopular, her mindset was different. After everyone was seated, Wang Beichuan said, "We've already ordered. Is there anything else you'd like to add?" He placed a menu on the table and turned it around. Wang Yan thanked him. He was never a picky eater. He said to Andy and Zhu Yingying, "You two, See if there's anything you'd like to eat." After they ordered a few more dishes, everyone chatted and laughed about the changes during the new year, like gaining 3 pounds or drinking until they vomited blood. Taking a sip of tea, Wang Yan looked at Zhao Kaiping. "I heard you went to visit Guanzhou's father-in-law? It went well?" Looking at Guanzhou's sweet face, Zhao Kaiping smiled and said, "Of course, I'm so handsome and dashing, right, Guanzhou?" Guanzhou's face instantly turned red, and she playfully slapped Zhao Kaiping. Zhao Kaiping laughed heartily, completely unconcerned. The room was full of friends, it was lively. Chu Yingying, smiling, asked, "Dr. Zhao, Guan, when are you planning to get your marriage certificate?" Hearing this, everyone looked at the two of them. Fan Shengmei smiled with a hint of envy, while Wang Beichuan glanced at her with a touch of helplessness. Zhao Kaiping said, "Xiao Guan and I have discussed it. We'll celebrate a month later than Wang Yan and Andy. By the way, last time I asked you, you said it would be in the spring. Have you set the exact date yet?" Wang Yan smiled and said, "April. We've already chosen a date. My company is quite busy with product launches right now. We're going to take wedding photos next month. Do you two want to come along?" Zhao Kaiping was somewhat tempted, but after thinking for a moment, he said, "We'll see. We're not as busy as you two. My work is incredibly demanding, and it's not easy to find that much free time." Guanzhou nodded in agreement. "Yes, Brother Wang. I just got promoted, so taking a long leave isn't really appropriate." Wang Yan and Andy nodded understandingly and didn't say anything more. After they finished speaking, Jiu Yingying turned to Fan Shengmei. "Sister Fan, what are your plans with Wang Shui? You've known each other for so long, shouldn't you start thinking about it? Have you all learned to imply something?" Wang Yan took a sip of tea with satisfaction, pondering how to further flatter her. Although asking Fan Shengmei this was somewhat inappropriate, Jiu Yingying was focused on work and paid little attention, so she felt there was nothing wrong with asking. Despite Fan Shengmei's constant nagging, Jiu Yingying hadn't absorbed much. She was too busy with work to have that kind of attention. In her mind, material things weren't the key factor, though. She still harbored fantasies about love and the idea that love conquers all. Andy had understood Fan Shengmei's feelings before. But after hearing Wang Yan's words, she was unsure and looked curiously at Fan Shengmei and Wang Beichuan. "Thank you to book friend 20210522191410877 for the 200 coin reward. Thank you to Niu Hao Jenu for the 100 coin reward. Thank you to Moon Hidden Stars Hidden Night, Zaren, Daodizhu 88, Lisa Jin. The following 7 readers continue to support me. Leisurely Peach Blossom Immortal, Reader 201909031642595584, Reader 202011131814173383, and the following 14 readers support me with monthly tickets. Eternal Night Born in the Cold Winter, Chenfin 4, Wind Blows Over 90,520, Scattered, Reader 201810131222358828, A Meter of Sunshine, Reader 160,603,092,427,671, He Sunny Day, Shushan Elegant, Ixx1, Zhangjinzong, Grape Skin Stuck in My Throat, Commander of the Capital, Fengzi. I'd like to thank all the kind readers who voted for recommendations. Thank you to all the readers who commented or just read. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 97. Guanzhou moved away. Seeing everyone's attention focused on her and Wang Beichuan, Fan Shengmei tossed her hair and said somewhat awkwardly, "Beichuan and I still have a long way to go. Unlike you guys, settling down in Shanghai isn't so easy." Wang Beichuan looked at her tenderly. "Don't worry, Xiaomai, we can definitely do it." Meeting Wang Beichuan's affectionate eyes, Fan Shengmei couldn't help but think of her mother's harsh words. "There are plenty of rich people out there who will support your family. Please leave my son alone." Those hurtful words had truly wounded her deeply. Just then, the waiter knocked and came in to serve the dishes. Waving her hand, Fan Shengmei said, "All right, let's not talk about that anymore. It's a new year, everyone fill your glasses, let's have a drink together." Seeing Wang Beichuan's unnatural expression, Andy sighed almost imperceptibly, then smiled and raised her glass. "Cheers!" Everyone clinked glasses and drank it all in one gulp. The main characters of this meal were the women present. Wang Yan, Zhao Kaiping, and Wang Beichuan seemed more like supporting characters. The New Year's dinner, filled with the chatter of four women, came to an end. However, with Guanjuer's words, the dinner felt more like a farewell meal. Sister Fan, let's all go back to joyful song today. I have something to tell you. Fan Shengmei glanced at Guanjuer with a puzzled look, then seemed to understand something. Okay, let's all go back to joyful song. Chu Yingying, who had been bouncing around, suddenly realized a possibility and fell silent. Wang Yan said, Xiao Guan, come with us. Dr. Zhao isn't going that way, and he doesn't have a car. Let him take a taxi home. Guanjuer nodded, helped the slightly tipsy Zhao Kaiping enter taxi, gave him a few instructions, then turned and greeted Fan Shengmei before getting into Wang Yan's black A8. The designated driver started the car and merged into the traffic. Chu Yingying asked, Guan, are you moving to Dr. Zhao's place? Guanjuer nodded, yes, but Yingying, don't worry, we can keep in touch. We just won't be living together anymore. Chu Yingying pouted dejectedly, forget it, you and Dr. Zhao are living your lovey-dovey life. I don't expect you to think of me. Yingying, don't worry, we're best friends. How could I forget you? We haven't finished our promise to eat all the cakes in Shanghai yet. Andy comforted her, Xiao Chu, don't be sad. We're all in Shanghai, so it'll be easy for us to meet up. Chu Yingying chuckled, I was just teasing Guan. Of course, I'm a little reluctant too. But seeing how sweet she and Dr. Zhao are, I only wish them well. Oh dear, just thinking about Guan having a baby in a couple of years, tisk tisk. As she spoke, she patted her chest and leaned against Guanjuer, acting coquettishly. Oh dear, Yingying. Sister Andy, look at her. Ha, I don't care, I want to be her godmother. Hearing the laughter behind him, Wang Yan, sitting in the passenger seat, smiled slightly. This was ode to joy. On the other side, in a Mazda 3, driven by the same designated driver, Wang Beichuan held a silent Fan Shengmei in the back seat. He awkwardly tried to say something light-hearted to liven up the atmosphere, hoping to get the beauty in his arms to show his favorite smile. After talking for a while without a response, Wang Beichuan asked, you were so happy before, why are you suddenly unhappy? What are you thinking about? Fan Shengmei said softly, nothing. It's just that Xiao Guan might be moving away, I'm a little reluctant to let her go. She always understood that all good things must come to an end. Besides, in a megacity like Shanghai, if Guanjuer really moved away, it would be fine at first, but after a while, who would even recognize whom? After all, there's a saying, people drift apart as they go. No one will be by your side forever, but there will always be someone by your side. Only she herself could truly be with herself forever, that's all. She was concerned that the rent for 3 people, now for 2, would significantly increase her living costs. Unlike in the original drama, where Fan Shengyin kept the money after paying back way after her house was sold, she only received a small portion, tens of thousands of yuan. This was her mother's insistence, and nothing she said could change her mind. She still had to pay her parents' medical expenses and living expenses every month, which amounted to several thousand yuan. With the increased rent, her disposable income decreased considerably. Moreover, her new job was unstable, the base salary was lower than her previous job, relying more on commission. How would she buy pretty clothes? How would she maintain her delicate skin? Wang Beichuan offered a few words of comfort after hearing this, then fell silent. The car was quiet, he wondered if there was a possibility, and how to bring it up. Finally, they arrived outside the joyful ode gate. Wang Beichuan helped Fan Shengmei out of the car, thought for a moment, and said, Xiao, why don't you move in with me? That way, every morning when I wake up and see you, it'll be a beautiful day. Besides, my place is close too. Looking into Fan Shengmei's eyes, Wang Beichuan's voice grew weaker and weaker until he stopped speaking. Fan Shengmei looked at him helplessly, gently stroking his face. Beichuan, I know everything. Don't rush me, give me some time, and give yourself some time. Let's get used to each other, okay? How could she possibly move in with Wang Beichuan? Even if she did have some thoughts about living with him, her long-held belief in the game theory of love, and the resulting mental inertia, wouldn't allow her to do so. She wanted the relationship to last, for the man to invest time, energy, and money, to show her his sincerity. That was what she wanted. Okay, Xiaomai. I know. Having held back his words all the way, this was the result. Wang Beichuan was slightly dejected and hesitated before saying, I know you're worried about my mom's prejudice, but believe me, I definitely won't let you down. It's me who'll be with you, not my mom, so don't worry about what she says. Fan Shengmei smiled, okay, I know. Go back and rest. You drank quite a bit today. I'm going back now, bye. She then kissed Wang Beichuan, waved, and turned to walk into the apartment complex. Wang Beichuan smacked his lips, savoring the lingering warmth, and waved blankly at Fan Shengmei's retreating figure. A kiss, so satisfying. Chu Yingying and Guanzhou had already returned to the 22nd floor and were unpacking when they saw Fan Shengmei open the door and greeted her warmly. Fan Shengmei changed her clothes, poured a glass of water, and sat down on the sofa. Xiao Guan, are you moving to Dr. Zhao's place? Guanzhou nodded. I'm sorry, Sister Fan. Fan Shengmei chuckled and said, what's there to be sorry about? You didn't do anything wrong. When are you leaving? The rent is due at the end of the month, and it's not long. I plan to pack up and leave tomorrow. Oh my, I really didn't expect that you'd be getting married so soon. It feels like we just met yesterday. This was said with a touch of sadness. Qi Yingying pouted and said, Sister Fan, now that you mention it, I suddenly feel like crying. Guanzhou nodded in agreement, smiling through her tears. Yingying, why are you crying? You were just saying you were happy for me, and you even said you'd be my child's godmother. Qi Yingying choked back tears. I just couldn't control myself. She understood, but she wasn't a cold-blooded person after all. These two girls had helped her a lot, and it would be a lie to say there was no affection between them after living here for so long. Tears welled in her eyes as she smiled and said, it's a good thing, it's a good thing. Why are you crying? I remember when we first arrived. The three of them talked about their first meeting and their relationship up to now, crying and laughing. After a long while, their emotions calmed down. Guanzhou, with red eyes, said, Sister Fan, I don't think the house is the most important thing. Wang is really good to you. Yes, Sister Fan, Zhu Yingying nodded in agreement. The most important thing for two people is to love each other. Fan Shengmei never expected that the conversation would turn to her. She wiped away her tears and said, you two are still too young. Xiao Guan, you don't understand my thoughts because Dr. Zhao's family is well off. What Xiao Chu said is even more unreliable. Love alone is unrealistic. How can the initial hormones of attraction last after two people have been together for a long time? A good material foundation and living conditions are the basis for maintaining a relationship and marriage. Unlike Dr. Zhao, who has a house, a car, and a decent, stable job. What does Wang Beichuan have? He's penniless and uncertain about his future. His future is uncertain, but the house is certain, and it's the only guarantee he can give me. After saying this, looking at the two women who were lost in thought, she laughed. All right, I know what I'm doing. Why are you worrying? Hurry up and get ready for bed. It's getting late, and you have to go to work tomorrow. Guanzhou and Zhu Yingying exchanged a glance, said oh, and ended what might be their last tea party. Actually, they had been discussing Fan Shengmei before she returned. They felt somewhat sorry for Wang Beichuan. They had seen his expression today. The next day, Wang Yan and Andy went about their usual early morning exercise. Andy especially loved the quiet and peaceful feeling of the morning. It was her happiest time of day. Evenings were different. She'd be happy, but she couldn't stand it. So even when she wasn't feeling well, she'd get up early and take a leisurely stroll. Breathing in the fresh morning air and watching Wang Yan jogging past quickly, she felt incredibly content. After breakfast and washing up, everyone went to work. On the way, she listened to Zhu Yingying talk about Guanzhou's reluctance and sadness about moving away. Another beautiful day had begun. Yesterday's product launch went quite well, although it wasn't an instant hit. The referral bonus and win millions by answering questions scheme was truly amazing. WeChat and QQ were flooded with invitation links, registered users were everywhere, and the data looked fantastic. Because of this, various organizations with keen business sense, eager to capitalize on opportunities, came knocking, their phones practically exploding with calls. She selected representatives from a few and sent her staff to make initial contact. He also brought Zhu Yingying along. It's good to see these kinds of situations often. Just as he finished dealing with this, his phone rang. Wang Yan glanced at the caller ID and answered casually, hello? Boss Tan, aren't you busy eating meat? How come you have time to call me? Sure, sure. At a tea house, watching the waiter pour tea, Tan Zongming waved him away and said, "How's the tea?" Wang Yan picked up the teacup, performed a very professional set of movements, and nodded, not bad, fresh and refreshing. If I'm not mistaken, it's last year's pre-Qingming Beluachin. Tan Zongming clapped his hands in praise. It seems Mr. Wang has been immersed in this for a long time. He's truly a master. He spoke casually. Nodding, Wang Yan said, President Tan isn't one for flattery, so please speak frankly. President Wang is straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush either. There's indeed something I'd like to discuss with you. Tan Zongming wasn't embarrassed at all. Seeing Wang Yan nod, he smiled and said, the product your company launched yesterday caused quite a stir, and I'm sure you've received many invitations. Given Andy's connection and the actions against the Bao family, I think we have a basis for cooperation. Wang Yan was no longer concerned about the Bao family's situation. The outcome was already predetermined. They were definitely having a bad year. They were just barely holding on. It was almost over, only a few days left. Wang Yan knew Tan Zongming's past. He mainly worked in manufacturing, and for many years he had indeed wanted to get into the internet industry, but he'd been unlucky, failing at every attempt. He guessed he was fixated on it, and was willing to try his luck in the field. Wang Yan pondered for a moment. Are you investing on your own, or are you bringing Shangsun along? Tan Zongming thought for a moment and replied, I'll invest personally. Nodding, Wang Yan said, in that case, you can invest as well. I'll give you face in the angel round, but the rest is up to you. Investment also depends on strength. For a company to develop, it needs resources. Money isn't the most important thing unless it reaches a certain amount. Tan Zongming didn't have these, so bringing him along was indeed a favor from the boss. Tan Zongming smiled and thanked him. He was happy to get a share, but he had no hope for the rest, knowing his own limitations. Let's invite Andy over for a meal. It's a way to express my gratitude to President Wang for giving me this opportunity. Wang Yan waved his hand. No need for a meal. You know how busy I am right now. On the way back, Wang Yan thought about the Chu family. If it weren't for the mention of the Bao family earlier, he would have almost forgotten about it, since Chu Xiaoxiao hadn't caused any trouble in front of him for a long time. After thinking for a moment, Wang Yan made a phone call. Hello? It's me. How did things go? After hearing the situation from the other end, Wang Yan casually said, okay, let's get started, and hung up, thus deciding the fate of the Chu family. Compared to the Bao family, the Chu family's fortunes were worlds apart. Unlike the Bao family's gloomy atmosphere, the Chu family was beaming with joy. Chu Lianji had found a major client and closed a big deal, making the matriarch extremely satisfied, and Chu Yuanquan was also overjoyed. Perhaps the only unhappy ones were Chu Xiaoxiao and her daughter. Because the mother and daughter were not favored by the matriarch, and they were also on the verge of losing the inheritance battle to Chu Lianji, it was no wonder they were unhappy. That day, Chu Lianji, as usual, called his client to contact him. It had been several days since the beginning of the year, and he still needed to communicate in real time about the details. For this project, it could be said that the Chu family had poured their lives into it, and there was no room for error. However, the result was not good. The phone was switched off. Chu Lianji didn't think much of it, assuming it was just too early and the playboy hadn't gotten up yet. He called again around noon, but the phone was still off. A chill ran down Chu Lianji's spine. He quickly found the contact information for other people working with the client and called them. Unsurprisingly, the phone was off too. Suddenly, Chu Lianji's face turned deathly pale, his breathing became rapid, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Trembling, he kept dialing, answer it. Please, don't mess with me, answer the phone. Fuck you, answer it. After a long while, frustrated, Chu Lianji angrily smashed his phone on the ground, shattering it. He got up, went to the liquor cabinet, opened a bottle of strong liquor, and gulped down several mouthfuls, breathing heavily for a long time to calm himself. After a while, Chu Lianji squatted on the ground, dejected, rummaging through the wreckage of the phone, finding the SIM card and inserting it into a spare phone. She dialed Chu Yuanquan's number. Dad, something's happened. At the Chu family villa, Chu Yuanquan paced angrily. Chu Lianji knelt on the floor. Chu Xiaoxiao sat on the sofa, seemingly lost in thought, while her mother calmly drank tea nearby. The more Chu Yuanquan paced, the more distressed he became. He angrily kicked the kneeling Chu Lianji, Look what you've done. Chu Lianji clenched his fists, speechless. He couldn't utter a word. Chu Xiaoxiao's mother advised, "Old Chu, sit down and calm down. Even if you beat him to death, it won't help. Let's think of a solution." Chu Yongquan, panting heavily, one hand on his hip and the other on the back of the sofa, said, "What solution? What other solution is there besides selling off assets?" Still not satisfied, he stepped forward and kicked Chu Lianji again, saying, "You've squandered most of my life's work, you good for nothing." After Chu Yongquan calmed down and left with Chu Lianji, Chu Xiaoxiao, who had been watching coldly without saying a word, asked, "Mom, are you planning something? My daughter is so smart." After praising Chu Xiaoxiao, her mother said, her voice a mix of laughter and tears, "I've already transferred a lot of assets. This incident won't affect us much. It's just that my relationship with your father ends here. He'll definitely find out what I did when he goes out." Sigh, half a lifetime has passed. "Really?" Chu Xiaoxiao asked happily, "Mom, what are your plans? Wait a minute, let me call and ask. If everything goes smoothly, we'll leave today." Saying this, she took out her phone, found the contact, and made a call. "Hello, the number you dialed is currently unavailable." Chu Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat. This was exactly what Chu Lianji had said. Her voice trembled as she said, "Mom, no, could she have been scammed too?" Chu Xiaoxiao's mother kept repeating "no way" as she dialed the number again and again. After a long while, she slumped onto the sofa, a tear streaming down her face. Chu's mother said, "Xiaoxiao, our family is finished." Chu Xiaoxiao sat there blankly, no longer hearing her mother's words. She imagined what life would be like without support or money. She couldn't help but compare herself to the three women in 2202 whom she had met more often. In the following period, Wang Yan handled company affairs, negotiating and finalizing a financing plan with Zhu Yingying. In March, he and Andy happily went on a trip and took wedding photos. Zhu Yingying was heavily promoted by Wang Yan, rising directly from a menial worker to a middle manager in the company, with a group of people under her now. Her salary and benefits naturally followed suit. Suddenly elevated to a high position, her abilities inevitably couldn't match it. Exhausted day after day, Zhu Yingying had no energy to gossip with Fan Shengmei, and basically went straight to sleep when she got home. Aside from the occasional contact with Wan Zhuo to complain about Wang Yan, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. In fact, Zhu Yingying is now capable of living on her own, thanks to housing subsidies in her salary, which doesn't significantly increase her current expenses. It's just that she's used to her current place. Fan Shengmei is still an acquaintance, though they rarely talk anymore. The bigger reason is that for her, the house is simply a place to sleep, nothing more. Fan Shengmei is now closer to Wang Beichuan and also closer to her workplace. Sometimes she stays overnight at Wang Beichuan's rented apartment, and this is gradually increasing. Her rent is indeed quite high, and she's just starting out in her career, in a phase of accumulating resources, so she's facing financial difficulties. She can't be honest with Wang Beichuan. After becoming a financial advisor, Fan Shengmei deeply felt that her previous job as a human resources professional was a complete waste of her youth. It was completely unrelated to her major. Look at the kind of people she's dealing with now. Wang Beichuan is busy striving and buying a house every day. Fan Shengmei wants companionship, she wants money, she has to compare herself to the people at work, and she also has Wang Beichuan's mother who is vehemently opposed to her decision. Naturally, different thoughts arose, but Fan Shengmei concealed them well. As for the Chu family, a large sum of money was swindled away, and their remaining assets couldn't even cover their various debts, so they were gone without a trace. Apartment 2201 had long since changed owners. It was rumored to have been snapped up at a low price by a quick buyer. The new owners were a couple in their 30s, polite and always smiling. They had also been drifting for years, and now, taking advantage of the low price, they sold the apartment, borrowing a considerable amount of money from both families. They had already obtained their marriage certificate, but without a grand ceremony, they simply invited their parents, close relatives, and some friends for a meal, which was considered their wedding. Wang Yan, Andy, and Zhu Yingying all offered their sincere blessings to their good neighbors, and they got along quite well. As for Chu Xiaoxiao, Wang Yan received a drunken call from Yao Bin seeking comfort. saying that Chu Xiaoxiao's personality had drastically changed, and she had become a social butterfly. It's understandable, considering Chu Xiaoxiao isn't good at this or that, but she's very knowledgeable about the circles of the second generation. As for the Chu family's money, it went through several transfers overseas before finally being deposited into the public accounts of various welfare institutions, which can be considered a good deed for the Chu family. April 21st arrived, the 15th day of the third lunar month, and Wang Yan and Andy got married. Thank you, nickname not needed, for the 200 coin reward. Thank you, book friend 201711120923333031, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you to all the brothers who voted for monthly tickets. I don't know why, but yesterday everyone voted exceptionally enthusiastically for monthly tickets. I can't thank you all enough, but my heartfelt thanks are appreciated. Daily thanks to all the brothers who voted for recommendations. Thank you to all the good brothers who commented and those who just read. Thank you, brothers. Chapter 98 Return. On this day, the sky was clear and dotted with white clouds. In a manor on the outskirts of Shanghai, amidst green hills and clear waters, a grand and solemn wedding was being held for Wang Yan and Andy. The ceremony was over, and Wang Yan and Andy were toasting everyone, thanking them for taking time out of their busy schedules to attend their wedding. Apart from a few people from the 22nd floor and Dean Yang's brother-in-law, most of the attendees were business partners. They were using the wedding as a social gathering, chatting in small groups, a practice ingrained in their nature. This was unavoidable. Neither Wang Yan nor Andy had parents, and a lively gathering was more conducive to attracting attention. Wang Yan didn't mind, but this liveliness was what Andy needed. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Liu, thank you for coming to our wedding. Come, let me toast you. Wang Yan, having already served everyone their drinks, said excuse me, and turned to lead Andy, who was beaming with smiles, to continue toasting. As they walked, Andy suddenly stopped, staring blankly ahead at a man smiling and raising his glass in a toast. Wang Yan glanced at him casually, then patted Andy on the shoulder. What's wrong? Andy turned back and smiled calmly. A friend. I didn't expect him to come. Let's go have a drink. The two, accompanied by a waiter, walked over to Wei Wei with their glasses. Without even needing Wang Yan to speak, Andy stepped forward and said, Hi, I didn't expect you to come. Shanghai isn't that big, and I happen to be here. I heard from old Joe about your wedding, so of course I had to come. As he spoke, Wei Wei gestured to a plump middle-aged man not far away. Andy nodded and smiled. I'm glad you're here. Let me introduce you, this is my husband, Wang Yan. This is Wei Wei, he's in the import-export business. The two shook hands, and Wang Yan said, I've heard a lot about Mr. Wei. We were both involved in Andy's scandal last time. I'll toast you. Wei Wei laughed heartily. Likewise, likewise. Cheers. Andy also raised her glass, and the three of them drank it all in one gulp. There are still many people you need to take care of, so I won't bother you two any longer. Wang Yan nodded and smiled. Excuse me. Andy nodded to Wei Wei, smiled, and followed Wang Yan. Meanwhile, Fan Shengmei, Wang Beichuan, Guan Zhuo, Zhao Kaiping, and the lone Chu Yingying gathered together, eating, drinking, and chatting. Chu Yingying ate heartily, oblivious to the world around her, while simultaneously sharing the delicious treat with her friend, Guan Guan. Try this, it's especially delicious. Guan Zhuo opened her mouth and took a bite of what Chu Yingying fed her, tasting it before nodding in approval. It really is delicious, Yingying, you should eat more. And you too, why are you working so hard? You've lost so much weight lately. Chu Yingying chuckled. It's alright, it's alright. After all, Brother Wang put me in that position, I can't let him down. Besides, I have to be worthy of my salary. At the mention of salary, Guan Zhuo shook her head and continued eating, remaining silent. She was a junior employee at a Fortune 500 company, while Chu Yingying was a middle manager at a new internet company. There was no comparison. A while ago, during the angel round, their company had also wanted to get involved. She had participated in the behind-the-scenes analysis and preparation work for that round, so she knew Wang Yan's company well. Fan Shengmei laughed. Xiaoqiu is earning more than me now, and it hasn't been that long. Haven't you considered finding a boyfriend? Are you really going to stay single forever? No rush, no rush. There's no one suitable right now, and besides, I'm so busy every day, I don't have time for romance. Being alone is fine, now is the time to work hard. Xiao Chu, your thinking is wrong. Even if you're busy, you still need to date. You need to know that work isn't everything in life. Chu Yingying didn't speak, mainly because she was afraid of hurting Fan Shengmei's pride. Now she understood some of Fan Shengmei's thoughts, which were completely contrary to her own. She chuckled at Fan Shengmei and continued eating. Seeing that Chu Yingying didn't speak, Fan Shengmei tapped lightly with her finger. You? Then asked Guanzhou beside her. Guan, what's your wedding date with Dr. Zhao next month? Guanzhou was eating, and upon hearing the question, she quickly tried to swallow the food in her mouth, but unfortunately, she choked. Zhao Kaiping, standing to the side, rolled his eyes helplessly, quickly picked up a glass of wine and handed it to her, patting her back with one hand. The two had been dating for quite some time. Guanzhou was a refined and intelligent young woman, though sometimes she inevitably displayed a touch of youthful naivete. He loved this trait, but sometimes found it frustrating. Be careful, what's the rush? Zhao Kaiping gently scolded, then turned to Fan Shengmei and said, the date is set for the 15th of next month's lunar calendar. It was chosen by our families. Normally, both sets of parents were absolute believers in science, but when it came to their children, they didn't care about such things. For good luck and auspiciousness, they had actually consulted a fortune teller. Zhao Kaiping and Guanzhou were both amused and exasperated, but they didn't really care. As long as their parents were happy, that was all that mattered. Fan Shengmei nodded without speaking, watching the well-dressed, witty, and successful men in the room. Watching Andy, smiling and chatting with Wang Yan as they moved through the crowd toasting and conversing, Fan Shengmei was unconsciously captivated, lost in her own beautiful fantasy. Wang Beichuan looked at the dazed Fan Shengmei, opened his mouth but ultimately didn't speak. He wanted to say that he could afford to give Fan Shengmei such a wedding, but unfortunately, he couldn't. Buying a house was already a problem, and who knew how long it would take. A year passed in the blink of an eye. After Wang Yan and Andy's wedding, Fan Shengmei moved out of joyful song and went to Wang Beichuan's place. With so many outsiders coming and going in Shanghai, it was only natural that Chu Yingying welcomed new roommates. They were two recent college graduates who had come to Shanghai for internships and, like them, wanted to stay. Originally planning to move out, she saw the two new girls and somehow stayed for another 6 months. Just like Fan Shengmei before her, she would give the two girls, who had just left the ivory tower, advice and suggestions in her spare time. Chu Yingying was promoted by Wang Yan, and her professional skills improved rapidly. Eventually, she was too busy with work and had to leave Joyful Ode, moving into an apartment near the company, where she became completely absorbed in her work. Guanzhou and Zhao Kaiping got married, and Wang Yan, Andy, Fan Shengmei, Wang Beichuan, and Chu Yingying all attended. Wang Yan even gave a generous gift, which the newlyweds complained about. After that, Wang Yan settled down, the company was on track and he was rarely needed. Andy returned to her family's company. She felt that without work breaks, spending all day together would eventually lead to boredom. Wang Yan didn't care, he just did what he always did. That day, at Zhao Kaiping and Guanzhou's home. Cheers! Everyone except Guanzhou, including Zhao Kaiping's mother, drank alcohol. Setting down his wineglass, Zhao Kaiping warmly invited, quickly try it and see how it tastes. This was personally cooked by Boss Wang, a billionaire. At this, Zhao's mother immediately became annoyed. You child, who cooks for guests? Wang Yan chuckled and said, it's alright, we're all friends, it's nothing to worry about. Everyone, try it and give us your feedback. Everyone took a bite and unanimously gave it high praise. Wang Yan thanked them with a smile. Chu Yingying watched Guanzhou eating heartily beside her. Guan, you have such a good appetite, ha ha ha. Guanzhou immediately put down her chopsticks and playfully slapped Chu Yingying. Ugh, Yingying, you're making fun of me again, you're so annoying. Didn't we agree not to say anything? Because of the heavy love from both sets of parents, and the extra nutrition she received during her pregnancy and postpartum period, she had gained a lot of weight. This was why she and Zhao Kaiping, both very thin, had given birth to such a large, healthy baby boy. Zhao's mother quickly said, Zhao Guan, it's all my and your mother's fault. If we hadn't been worried. Hearing this, Chu Yingying stuck out her tongue and quickly stopped. Seeing that her mother-in-law was overthinking it, Guanzhou hurriedly explained, Mom, we were just joking, don't overthink it. It's all for the child's good, I understand. As she spoke, she glared at Zhao Kaiping, who was clinking glasses with Wang Yan. Zhao Kaiping shuddered immediately after being glared at. Since becoming pregnant, Guanzhou's temperament had become more and more fierce every day. She was a living ancestor and he was suffering greatly. "Mom, Xiao Guan, you know it's just a joke between friends. Let's eat." Xiao's mother knew her daughter-in-law well, smiled, and lowered her head to eat. Today, her son had friends over, and Guanzhou didn't have time to take care of the child. She had to finish eating quickly to take care of her grandson. Andy looked at the chubby Guanzhou with a smile on her face. She wanted a child, too, but she had to be responsible for the child, for herself, and for Wang Yan. That was fine. The conversation, filled with laughter and chatter, eventually turned to Fan Shengmei. Andy asked, "Do you know how Fan Shengmei is doing now?" Chu Yingying and Guanzhou both shook their heads. "I haven't been in touch with Sister Fan for a long time." Seeing the somewhat downcast mood, Wang Yan raised his glass and said, "All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Come on, let's have a drink." And just like that, Fan Shengmei disappeared from the lives of the women present, never to reappear. After Fan Shengmei moved out of Joyful Ode, things were fine at first. The women would occasionally chat in the group chat and sometimes get together for a small meal. But as time went by, and work became increasingly busy, the conversations gradually decreased, eventually disappearing altogether. Until finally, the group chat, where no new messages appeared, became the only testament to their past friendship. It wasn't that Fan Shengmei didn't want to maintain the relationship, it's just that everyone else was doing better and better, while she was nothing. As time went on and her family stopped causing trouble, saving her a lot of worry, she rediscovered that old feeling. These people had witnessed her disheveled state, and being around them constantly inevitably brought back those unpleasant memories. Besides, she had long suspected Andy harbored some resentment towards her, though it was well hidden. She no longer relied on that relationship. After all, Andy had helped her enough, she knew that. As for Guanzhou and Chu Yingying, they were indeed doing well, but that was about it. In the following days, Wang Yan's life returned to complete tranquility. Her daily routine consisted of reading, drinking tea, practicing calligraphy, occasional walks, fishing, and so on, very leisurely. Sometimes she would take time to visit her brother-in-law in Dacian with Andy, and sometimes she would go to the company to provide guidance on its development. Because of the rules Wang Yan had established early on, she had indeed lost a large number of users. Only two types of people left: those who couldn't adapt to the rules and simply left, then used other platforms to mock and ridicule them, and those who were banned due to censorship, couldn't stand the frustration, and went to other platforms to launch a vicious attack. Those who remained were rational, normal people, the kind of users Wang Yan wanted. As for other companies that tried to imitate him, Wang Yan didn't bother with them. Their users were all filtered out here, a bunch of mediocre people with little competitiveness. Based on their outward appearance, those who remained had stronger purchasing power. As long as quality was guaranteed, the rest was simple: just copy their methods. Advertising, product promotion, local services, everything was arranged. Since they couldn't compete by burning money, they consistently maintained high-quality service, and over time, they secured a place in the market. Overall, the company's development was booming. And Chu Yingying, under Wang Yan's strong support, had completely risen to prominence. Most people fail because they can't handle failure, either psychologically or financially. Wang Yan was different. As long as the direction was right, he wasn't afraid of making mistakes or losing money. Chu Yingying was essentially built up by his financial investment. Of course, this also depended on Chu Yingying's own relentless efforts and dedication. Now she was the company's vice president, independently responsible for a major project. She possessed a dashing and capable image, a renowned iron lady. Even without Wang Yan, with her qualifications, she would be highly sought after for any job. Wang Yan was generous, providing her with a car, a house, and shares, effectively establishing her foothold in Shanghai. Andy mentioned that a senior executive from a partner company was currently pursuing Chu Yingying relentlessly, seemingly showing some interest. He didn't pay much attention. Chu Yingying had seen her share of things to reach her position. She was no longer the naive girl she once was. She could handle things on her own. Guanzhou and Zhao Kaiping were living a blissful life. Since their child's 100-day celebration, Guanzhou had started exercising and losing weight, and had already slimmed down. As for the job she had worked so hard to get, she quit it to stay home and take care of the child full-time. Zhao Kaiping's salary was more than enough to support their family of 3. Now their child was over 2 years old, a chubby-cheeked, adorable little boy. When he got bored at home, he would take his child to the company to visit his 2 godmothers for a while, which was a way to help them relax. In 2019, out of boredom, Wang Yan had someone look up Fan Shengmei's fate, since her appearance had changed so much. Had Wang Beichuan failed to escape, or had he been swindled into bankruptcy and debt? Fan Shengmei's thoughts were unknown, but she certainly hadn't broken up with him. Just like in the original drama, she introduced business opportunities to Wang Beichuan, helping him rebuild his life. Wang Beichuan was quite capable, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford bags costing tens of thousands and shoes costing nearly 10,000. With Fan Shengmei's help and his own excellent abilities, he quickly got back on his feet. This time, he didn't listen to his mother because he knew the current situation of the Fan family and was grateful for Fan Shengmei's help. He added Fan Shengmei's name to the property deed without hesitation. In 2018, the two married after she became pregnant. After the child was born, Wang Beichuan noticed the child didn't resemble him and secretly went for a paternity test. That day he drank heavily. She had never truly respected him. Also, because it was 2019 and the system hadn't yet announced its return, Wang Yan wisely bought a factory specializing in the production of medical masks, protective clothing, and other supplies. This way, even if he purchased large quantities of raw materials and stockpiled finished products, it would be justifiable. That night, late at night, Wang Yan looked at the sleeping Andy, analyzing why the system message had taken so long. It was clear he had been stuck there for much longer than in the previous 2 series. After much thought, Wang Yan could only come up with 2 reasons. First, the strong woman mission of Zhu Yingying couldn't define exactly what strong meant. Second, it was currently February 2020, a time closer to his real-world time. After thinking for a while, Wang Yan stopped wasting brain cells on useless research. He lowered his head and gently kissed Andy's forehead, then without hesitation pulled up the system panel and selected return. A flash of blue light, and Wang Yan disappeared. Thank you, Money Power, for the 200 coin reward. Thank you, Kirishima no Sakura, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you, Dumb Talent, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you to all the brothers who voted for monthly tickets. Daily thanks to the brothers who voted for recommendations. Thank you to all the brothers who commented and those who just read. Thank you, brothers. Chapter 99 Daily Life. Oldie caught a cold, fever, runny nose, headache. Brain is a mess. He originally wanted to write American Dreams in China mainly to talk about reform and opening up, but he just wrote a bunch of random stuff and it's nothing. Now he's disgusted with the show. He'll talk about it tomorrow, and study it to find a different picture. He finally stayed up until midnight, but he doesn't want to delete it. Subscribing is not recommended. Subscribing is not recommended. Subscribing is not recommended. Wang Yan opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling for a while. After a long time, he got up, grabbed a bottle of water, drank it, walked to the window, pulled back the curtains, and pulled up the system panel. Wang Yan's attributes: Strength 25, Agility 25, Constitution 25, Spirit 27, Unallocated points 4, Storage space 2M. The attributes remained unchanged, and he was rewarded with 4 attribute points this time. He didn't specialize in any skills, just learned them in a daily rhythm, and they all improved to varying degrees. After spending almost 5 years in Ode to Joy, Wang Yan recovered very well. The system never said what happened to the original world after he left, whether it continued to function, stop time, or shattered. It never explicitly stated whether he could return. Therefore, in each world, he gave all his wealth to his woman. That was the only thing he could do. As for the rest, let it be, he was powerless to change anything. Too much affection is too little affection, why add unnecessary trouble? Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it. He was setting off tomorrow, and he wouldn't have such a comfortable bed for a while. After drinking some water, Wang Yan turned and went back to bed. The next day, Wang Yan woke up refreshed, went for his usual morning exercise, ate breakfast, and returned to the guest house to pack his luggage. There wasn't much, just toiletries, a few sets of clothes, and a laptop. After packing everything, he stored it all in his special storage. After assessing the remaining space and the space on his bicycle rack, he went on a shopping spree. He had already acquired most of his outdoor gear, but mainly bought a lot of food. The journey was over 2,000 kilometers, and riding a bicycle like that must have been incredibly arduous, so carrying extra supplies was always a good idea. Because of the stunning scenery along the way, he even spent some money on a basic DSLR camera. Not for any particular reason, just to enjoy the view himself when he had nothing else to do. He was a photographer, a level 2, a skill he'd honed while filming Fleet of Time with Lin GMO. After a flurry of activity, it was already afternoon. Wang Yan didn't linger, checked out of the hotel, and set off. He didn't care about planning, he'd stop wherever he felt like, and he could handle the elements. After all, he was physically fit and had the resources for adventure. Moreover, the 318 highway had seen years of development, so the commercial sector was relatively well established, and the signal was good throughout, so there weren't any major problems. He leisurely rode for 2 days before finally arriving in Yuchun. Wang Yan found a hotel there and stayed for a day, experiencing this throat of Western Sichuan, this ethnic corridor. The journey took me through Luding, where the Dadu Bridge spans the frigid iron chains, through the bustling Zheduo, and from Zheduo Mountain. I gazed upon the king of Sichuan mountains, the Gongga Range, a breathtaking panorama of snow-capped peaks, the mountain roads winding and twisting into the distance. In Zhindukio, with its boundless grasslands, meandering streams, rolling hills, scattered Tibetan villages, and grazing cattle and sheep, I leisurely took photos. After navigating the 18 bends of the Heavenly Road, I turned south at Litan, known as China's High City, Snowy Holy Land, and Pearl of the Grasslands, finally arriving at Taoba, the last pure land on the blue planet. Along the way, I encountered many fellow travelers who, while jokingly calling themselves fools, relentlessly pressed on, never retreating. They each had their own stories, their own tales of adventure. For many, this journey was a spiritual one, but not for Wang Yan. He had traveled far too often, it was simply a leisurely stroll. By the time he reached Taoba, half a month had passed, and he had cycled approximately 700 to 800 kilometers from Chengdu. Wang Yan wasn't exactly clean-cut, he had a full beard and looked rather unkempt. Even with the system's modifications, his skin still bore the marks of time. Wang Yan had to stop his advance because work had come his way. Cheng Dongqing from American Dreams in China, change. After finding a hotel and settling in, Wang Yan rested, turned on his computer, logged in, and started watching a movie. The movie was about 3 young men in the 1980s. After watching the movie, Wang Yan had a pretty good idea of what was going on. Most people, as children, wanted to conquer the world, but as they grew older, they realized it was beyond their ordinary potential, so they were conquered by the world. Later, they wanted to conquer life, but after struggling in this bustling world, they were conquered by life again, leaving only lifeless eyes. The movie's ending, Wang Yan's narration, said, Cheng Dongqing replaced a happy life with speeches. Now he basically doesn't speak human language in public, he disgusts me. He turns off the lights not for romance, but to save money. He never intended to change the world, but at least he wasn't changed by it. Cheng Dongqing was successful, and lucky. However, Wang Yan believed that no one is static, and Cheng Dongqing was no exception. How could he be said to have escaped the world's influence? He glanced at the time, it was only a little past 4 in the afternoon. Without further thought, he pulled out his panel and channeled all his attribute points into his mental stat, increasing it from 27 to 31. Feeling the coolness in his mind, he confirmed the selection, accompanied by a blue light. Wang Yan regained his senses, feeling a hand on his arm, and instinctively performed a small grappling move. A thud sounded as something fell to the ground, followed by a man's cry, "Ouch, ouch, ouch, let me go." Looking closely, he saw a young man dressed in old clothes, carrying a bedding roll, with a large bag at his feet, being twisted and wincing in pain. It was Cheng Dongqing. Wang Yan looked around, confirming his location, the gate of Peking University. Wang Yan released his hand and patted Cheng Dongqing's arm. "Are you alright?" Cheng Dongqing stood up, adjusted his glasses, and rubbed his shoulder, wincing. I'm fine, you've got a strong grip." Wang Yan smiled and extended his hand. "My name is Wang Yan, I'm in the Chinese literature department." "What's your name?" Cheng Dongqing grasped Wang Yan's outstretched hand. Hello, my name is Cheng Dongqing, I'm in the Western Languages department. Wang Yan nodded and said, don't just stand there like an idiot, hurry up and get in line. There are so many people, who knows how long it will take. With that, he picked up his things and walked away. Oh, hey. Wait for me. Cheng Dongqing nodded, and as he bent down to pick up his things, he saw that Wang Yan had already walked several steps ahead, so he quickly got up to catch up. Cheng Dongqing approached and said, I'm from Jiangsu province, where are you from? Wang Yan had already received the information from the system. There wasn't much in total. He was still an orphan, grew up in an orphanage, had a Beijing residency, was 18 this year, and had been admitted to the Chinese Literature Department of Peking University with excellent grades. That was it. I'm a local, Wang Yan replied with a smile. It's fate that we met. Once you're settled, I'll show you around Beijing. Really? Well, wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? We're classmates, no trouble at all. It's a deal. Cheng Dongqing grinned. Okay, thank you. Wang Yan waved his hand without saying anything, then picked up his things and went to queue for registration. After a while, they finally finished registering. Wang Yan and Cheng Dongqing, who was looking around curiously at everything, carried their luggage and walked towards the dormitory building. Wang Yan was familiar with Peking University. After all, he had attended Tsinghua University in the movie Fleet of Time, so how could they not know each other? Moreover, he had stayed here when he was studying Chinese classics and philosophy in infernal affairs. After walking for a while, the two arrived at the dormitory area. They saw two young girls ahead of them smiling and looking up at a long-haired young man on the upper floor, listening to him recite poetry in English. Cheng Dongqing had never seen anything like this before and was captivated, unable to move. Before the long-haired youth could continue his boasting, a head popped out of the window next door. Are you crazy? You're studying, what are you yelling about? The two then started arguing, which escalated quickly. Wang Yan knew this was the opening scene of a movie, how the three of them met. Ignoring Cheng Dongqing, Wang Yan quietly left. Finding his assigned dormitory, Wang Yan pushed open the door. He saw three people who had heard him and were looking at him. Two bunk beds, a long table in the middle, and a cabinet near the door. He casually tossed his things onto the empty upper bunk. Let's get acquainted. My name is Wang Yan, from Beijing. What about you? A slightly chubby boy sitting at the table, wearing glasses, said, My name is Wu Jiang, from Shanghai. The boy sitting next to him spoke up, Zhang Wenlian, from Tianjin. Su Jian, I'm from Changsha, said the last boy sitting on the bed against the wall. Is this your first time here? Seeing the three nod, Wang Yan said, I'll show you around when we have a break. Zhang Wenlian clapped his hands, that's great. We can't explore as well as you, a local. Hey, Wang Yan, is this Beijing? Then the group started asking all sorts of questions. It was normal for them to be curious since it was their first time here. Wang Yan patiently answered their questions, occasionally telling them interesting stories. The atmosphere in the dormitory was great. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The students who had been sent to the mountains for military training were finally freed, marking the official start of their university life. On the Great Wall, under the blazing sun, Wang Yan asked, What are you thinking about? Snapping out of his reverie, Cheng Dongqing turned and leaned against the wall, saying, Thinking about America. Knowing this was a stunt by Meng Ziajin, Wang Yan said calmly, You want to go? Seeing him nod, Wang Yan patted his shoulder and said, Don't think so much. As far as I know, your English isn't very good. Thinking about these things is too early. Focus on your studies. You have to overcome the language barrier first. In this era, with the opening up of reform and opening up, the impact on this generation of young people was unimaginable. Some, like Meng Ziajin, waved flags, yearning for that free country where everyone was equal and wealth was everywhere. After going there, they inevitably witnessed what freedom truly meant. Some did well, some didn't. These people were unwilling to accept this, and didn't want to lose face. They went there, loudly praising how great things were abroad, how good they were, misleading people back home. And these people back home, like the previous batch, waved flags in agreement. Then these people went, equally unwilling to give up, and started another round. One person might lie to you, 10 people might lie to you, but it's impossible for them all to lie to you, right? In this situation, the different voices that emerge are just sour grapes. They don't want people to do well, they're just hindering people's future. And in the reality 40 years later, people have now witnessed what a free America is like, but they still go about their business as usual. Everyone knows they will stand up, so they'll wait until that day to talk. Cheng Dongqing nodded without saying anything. He knew all this, but these past 2 days, his mind had been restless, always on his mind. Seeing him like this, Wang Yan said, "Let's go, the sun is getting stronger, let's go back." After calling his roommates over there, everyone returned to Peking University in the evening. They ate a quick dinner, and after a long day, everyone lay down on their beds and fell asleep. There weren't many recreational activities in this era, so Wang Yan read for a while with a flashlight and then went to sleep. The next day, Wang Yan woke up early and went out for a run. But on the track, Wang Yan saw an unexpected person, Su Mei. He strolled slowly around the playground, dictionary in hand, reciting words aloud. As he passed by, Su Mei glanced up at Wang Yan, who nodded to her before they walked past each other. After breakfast, Wang Yan returned to his dormitory, quickly dried himself off, and resumed his student life with his books. In his spare time, Wang Yan contacted a publishing house and took on a translation job. He had no choice. The initial money the system gave him was only enough to cover his classes. University tuition was free, and students like him received subsidies. He was completely penniless this time, with nothing to his name. And since it was only 1980, Wang Yan didn't dare to be arrogant. The situation was unstable, and he would have to stay put for a few more years. While he was out making contacts, Cheng Dongqing was attending an event with Meng Xiaojun. Meng Xiaojun stood confidently to the side and said, "I'd like to ask everyone to use one word to describe our generation. Catching up. Ideals. Impulse." The students offered their answers one after another. Meng Xiaojun patted Cheng Dongqing on the shoulder non-committally. "Cheng Dongqing, what do you think?" Cheng Dongqing blankly stammered, "The red flag never falls," eliciting laughter. Meng Xiaojun didn't laugh. He paced back and forth, speaking eloquently. "Have you ever thought about how many ideologies, doctrines, and methods we've discussed here? Why? Because we all want to find a ready-made answer." After finishing his speech, looking at the silent contemplation of the crowd, Meng Xiaojun stood on his chair. "I believe that the most important thing for our generation is change. Change everyone around us, change everything around us. The only constant is the courage we have right now. If we can do this, we will change the world." Cheng Dongqing felt these words truly resonated with him. He clapped and cheered loudly. After the event, the two walked along the path outside. Meng Xiaojun said casually, "What do you think of what I just said? Good, really good. Then let me tell you, there's only one place where you can truly change the world, and that is America." Chapter 99. My brother is still alive and well, still a man. If that day ever comes, before I castrate myself, I'll tell you all while I'm still a man. This chapter is a way of making up for the subscriptions of the previous chapter. I'll put together another chapter later when I've accumulated enough. My performance was pretty good before, but this break of a few days has probably dragged it down. It's just that illness is something I can't control. Life is okay. I'm not really at the point where I have to work myself to death while sick. My brain isn't working fast enough, and I don't have any drafts saved up, so I have to take a break. Please understand, brothers. Also, I did spread some poison, and it really worked. The way it sprayed on me was really. Thanks again to all the brothers for their support. Thanks to Bloom for the 1,500 coin reward and 3,000 coin rewards. Thanks to for the 1,500 coin reward. Thanks to for the 1,500 coin reward. Thank you to for the 1,500 coin donation. Thank you to for the 1,500 coin donation. Thank you to for the 1,500 coin donation. Thank you to for the 500 coin donation. Thank you to for the 100 coin donation. Thank you to for the 100 coin donation. Thank you to D for the 100 coin donation. Thank you to for the 100 coin donation. Thank you to the reader for the 400 coin donation. Thank you to the reader for the 300 coin donation. Thank you to the reader for the 100 coin donation. Thank you to all the readers who have supported us with their first and monthly tickets during this period. I appreciate your kind intentions. I'm truly grateful. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the brothers who have consistently recommended this book. Thank you to all the kind brothers who have supported me, whether they've commented or just read. Thank you all for your kindness. I really don't like writing this anymore, so please just consider it a passing phase and bear with it. I really don't like writing this anymore, so please just consider it a passing phase and bear with it. I really don't like writing this anymore, so please just consider it a passing phase and bear with it. Looking at Meng Xiaojun, whose eyes were shining as he raised his index finger and said the words America, Cheng Dongqing was extremely envious. With his outstanding professional skills, Wang Yan negotiated a price with a publisher, set a deadline for submission, and returned to Peking University. Seeing that it was still early, he went directly to the library, found an empty seat, and began translating quietly. After a while, feeling someone sit down next to him, Wang Yan turned around and saw Su Mei, whom he had met that morning. Wang Yan nodded to her without speaking, continuing his work. Su Mei nodded as well, surprised that the person she'd just randomly chosen was someone she'd met that morning. Her impression of him was, he ran very fast. Watching Wang Yan's rapid, strong handwriting and the way he frequently flipped through his book, Su Mei asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "Translating." Su Mei paused, knowing the level of skill required for translation. It wasn't something just anyone could do. "Let's get acquainted. My name is Su Mei, I'm in the law department." Wang Yan glanced at her outstretched, fair hand and gave it a light handshake. "Wang Yan. I'm in the Chinese literature department." "You're in the Chinese literature department?" Wang Yan smiled faintly. "Feeling your major isn't a good fit?" "A little," Su Mei said shyly. "Reading." Giving her a smile, Wang Yan didn't explain further and continued working. He had considered publishing a book. He couldn't say how good it would be, but he believed it would be presentable. However, the possibility of it not matching his resume was fatal. Writing something good is difficult, writing something bad is equally challenging, so he needs to carefully consider his options before producing any small works to test the waters. He's not in a rush, after all, he has plenty of time. Seeing Wang Yan busy with important matters, Su Mei wisely didn't disturb him and focused on her reading. When it was almost lunchtime, Wang Yan greeted Su Mei, went back to his dorm to get his lunchbox, and ate a quick bite at the cafeteria. The conditions weren't great at the moment, but as long as he wasn't hungry, Wang Yan wasn't picky. Time passed slowly, and a month went by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Wang Yan would almost always run into Su Mei while exercising or at the library. They had gotten to know each other and developed a good relationship. Since learning that Wang Yan possessed English proficiency suitable for publishing and translation, Su Mei would occasionally ask him questions, which was the main reason for their growing friendship. Cheng Dongqing had been following Meng Xiaojun to various events during this period, listening to him talk at length about the free and beautiful America. Sometimes, he would accompany Wang Yang, mainly to learn a proper American accent, and incidentally, to watch how Wang Yang wooed foreign girls. Of course, he hadn't forgotten his first friend from Peking University, and would sometimes talk to Wang Yan, confiding his worries. Just like right now in the cafeteria, "Wang Yan, your English is so good, how do you practice?" "They always say I have a Japanese accent." As he spoke, Cheng Dongqing glanced shyly at Su Mei, who was quietly eating beside him. He knew that Su Mei and Wang Yan were very close, and that he had only met Su Mei through Wang Yan, but he just couldn't help looking at her. There's no secret to it, it's all about memorization and practice. Everyone goes through this, I can't help you. How could Wang Yan not notice such an obvious behavior? But he didn't care. If you really wanted to say he was the one interfering in their relationship, besides, he hadn't wasted over 100 years of his life without this much confidence. Glancing guiltily at Wang Yan, Cheng Dongqing said, "Recently, I attended an event with some new friends, and they were talking about America." Wang Yan ate his meal non-committally, while Su Mei listened intently, noticeably slowing her eating pace. Cheng Dongqing noticed Su Mei's subtle movements and became even more enthusiastic. First love, young infatuation, understandable. But this constant infatuation was a bit much? Wang Yan believed he was sensible. After that day, Cheng Dongqing, just like in the original drama, frantically read and studied. The difference was, because of Wang Yan's presence, Su Mei wasn't there. As for Wang Yang and Meng Xiaojun's affairs, that wasn't Wang Yan's concern. After earning his first sum of money through translation, his published articles successfully passed the review of several journals, earning him his first payment. After the publisher recognized Wang Yan's abilities, Wang Yan organized a group of Spanish majors with sufficient English skills to participate, with him overseeing the process. Firstly, it would hone these people's skills, secondly, it would increase his income, and thirdly, he could teach and brainwash them. Wang Yan's life settled down. He read, wrote articles, did translations, and occasionally wandered around junkyards. Although he didn't have specialized knowledge in this area, antiques and artifacts could be considered a sub-branch of history. He wouldn't say he was an expert, but he had a basic understanding. After making many mistakes, his skills naturally improved. Moreover, while there were people who paid attention to these things in this era, they weren't numerous, and there were still quite a few good items. In 1984, the first business license for a private enterprise was issued, truly demonstrating the power of the times. Also in that year, Cheng Dongqing, because he hadn't been involved in a romantic relationship with Su Mei, didn't contract tuberculosis and was able to graduate on schedule. However, he didn't stay at the university to teach. Instead, he was persuaded by Wang Yan to take money to open a training school. He didn't need Wang Yan to make his mark, Su Mei was enough. She was another strong woman, persuaded by Wang Yan to make a name for herself. Wang Yan, with his outstanding grades and high-quality works, stayed at Peking University as a teacher. At the end of the year, Wang Yan married Su Mei, and the following autumn they had a daughter, named Wen Chu. Su Mei absolutely refused, insisting on having a son. Wang Yan had no choice but to comply, and the following winter they had a son, named Wang Dong. After the children turned 1, Su Mei completely let loose, and under Wang Yan's guidance, her business grew exponentially, becoming a true leader in the private enterprise world. Besides teaching students, Wang Yan spent most of his time caring for his 2 children. In his spare time, he wrote articles and engaged in creative writing, aiming to become a literary master. Because of Wang Yan's development and progress, he gained a certain reputation and status in the literary world, and verbal battles were inevitable. After all, writers have always been prone to jealousy. However, he found endless enjoyment in these battles, and Wang Yan also relished them. As a result, Wang Yan's fame greatly increased, making him one of the most popular teachers at Peking University. At the same time, Cheng Dongqing's training school also developed rapidly, expanding its business to major universities across the country. While watching the movie, Wang Yan felt that Cheng Dongqing's approach wasn't ideal. He only cared about sending students abroad and not their return. His business was too incomplete. Therefore, he proposed a plan to provide a comprehensive service for a select group of people with clear goals to study abroad. Because tuition fees at major universities abroad are rising year by year, coupled with the cost of living, this is a hugely costly plan with no long-term return. After all, even with the government's resources, only 30,000 to 40,000 people are sent abroad annually. If Wang Yan could send a few thousand more people abroad on his own and bring them back, that would be an incredible feat. Due to financial constraints, after verifying and confirming the family and personal abilities of applicants, as long as they sign a contract and promise to work for another group Wang Yan founded called Huoxing after graduation, they will be provided with low-interest student loans, guaranteed study abroad, guaranteed employment, and guaranteed salary. The plan caused a huge stir when it was first proposed, and of course, the final result was positive. This plan mainly provided a new path and a new option for people who didn't originally plan to study abroad, and these people were precisely Wang Yan's target group. As for those trash who, after going abroad, consider themselves citizens of Western societies but lack any sense of contract and refuse to honor their obligations, Wang Yan will let them experience what true Western society is like. Of course, most will not be able to obtain loans, and Wang Yan will definitely not let them off the hook. They must be given a thorough dressing down. This is also so that when they are down on their luck, they will remember that they still have a home. At the end of 1991, Wang Yan personally went to old brother Su's territory to act as a go-between, bringing back goods trainload after trainload. With limited funds, it was inevitable that he would cooperate with his good brother, just like in Infernal Affairs, to act as a pimp. After all this, he couldn't say he got the most, but compared to Infernal Affairs, he definitely gained more. After all, he was better prepared. With the various high-end machinery and cutting-edge technology he brought back, Su Mei's company once again embarked on the fast track. At the same time, Wang Yan found an agent in America and invested a lot there through various roundabout means, using this to support politicians with ambiguous attitudes and some incriminating evidence to rise to power. While not expecting them to be completely loyal to China, it's acceptable to voice their opinions and offer a small helping hand on certain matters. It's worth mentioning that in the same year, Meng Xiaojun, struggling as a lowly restaurant worker, finally sought refuge with Cheng Dongqing, whom he had previously looked down upon. As the head of New Dream, Cheng Dongqing, holding a 10% stake, wielded considerable power. It was only after Cheng Dongqing's support, coupled with Meng Xiaojun's own ability to rise through the ranks, that Wang Yan learned of this situation. As for Wang Yan, he had long been working for Cheng Dongqing and was doing quite well. The wheels of time rolled onward, and Wang Yan could no longer allow the company to continue growing. It was time for a transformation. After the millennium, Wang Yan instructed Su Mei to gradually cut some less important businesses, relinquishing market share, and focusing more energy on research and development. By 2016, when Su Mei led a group of her affiliated companies in a full-blown, open conflict with the American conglomerates, Cheng Dongqing, already 54 years old, saw a document Wang Yan threw at him. It clearly listed the names of everyone who had left and returned from New Dream over the past 30 years, along with detailed records of their contributions. He stared blankly, tears streaming down his face. Was this the change he wanted? Wang Yan didn't know, but change had occurred, and quite significantly. The system also indicated the task was complete. Wang Yan had lived a rather exciting life these past few years, having long since risen to the position of head of the Chinese department at Peking University. Since his children grew up and he no longer had a role to play, he had devoted himself to scholarship, teaching, and being the world's #1 critic. After so many years of criticizing, his status had risen considerably. He was now a powerful figure in the field. It wouldn't be right if he didn't have a couple of scoundrels under his wing after teaching for so many years, but Wang Yan had effectively shown other aspiring individuals what authority truly meant. For the sake of the nation's spiritual civilization and in the face of cultural invasion, Wang Yan had long ago laid the groundwork for the entertainment industry. Having never been a public figure before, Wang Yan had finally made his mark. His wife was wealthy and influential, running her own entertainment company, and he himself was talented, capable of producing excellent works. He wouldn't dare claim a literary giant, but in the entertainment world, he was the absolute kingpin. No one dared to challenge him. Looking back on the past half of his life, Wang Yan felt it was enough. He had no regrets. That evening, the family had dinner together, and after Su Mei fell asleep, Wang Yan looked at the woman who had been with him for half his life. He pulled up the panel, selected return, and a blue light flashed. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.